Ariel Kaimov, the mayor balcony, Kobe Lyson. You want to see this? Kami Onsky, Avi Shkoyak, Ravi Dayansky, Valder. Somebody just said, I'm serious. I don't know what my father is. Somebody sent me this video. On an airplane, he pulls out his little simplifier that he carries with him all the time. All right. So, that's this one. Go ahead. This Hagoiter of Landau, following home front command guidelines, is very right. Is there right? Here it is. Here's the video. Oh, common sense wins every time. Yesterday. This is not yesterday. How do you know this kid is from MDY? Because he's wearing a helmet. He cares about safety. I thought about it today. I'll show you the video. He's a good kid. Very good kid. He's 15 years old. But how many people on a plane can tell you how to put seatbelts on? How many people on the plane, out of 400 or 500 people, how many people don't know how to put on a seatbelt? Zero. So what do they say? You could ask the pilots in the room. We have 3 pilots here. When they teach you, the first thing they teach you is you have to do the same things, repeat the same safety steps. There's certain things that make 0 sense. I used to take a sample of fuel from the plane, 5 samples every time, to see the water, but there's no water. There's never any. I've never found. Maybe you found. And you do these things that. But guess what? If you say the same thing, your boy says you have to train people like this, you have to do that. It gives you a sense that there are no cutting, no changing the rules. These are the rules, these are the things, these are the guidelines, these are the checklists. If you read from here, check. Yeah. I know the guy,
everybody get your motherfucking roll on. What's that bitch? I know Shorty and she doesn't want no soul songs.
He didn't do the checklist. And they found him in a tree at the end of the runway. Because one of the things the checklist is to pull out the safety pin from the yoke. The yoke, this is, the steering wheel, the thing that goes up and down. This, when you take off, it's pull it towards you. And there's a little pin that goes in there. But he didn't do the checklist because he's too cautious to do the checklist. So he forgot to pull the pin out. So when it came to the end of the runway, he's pulling the yoke. And it didn't go anywhere, and he slammed into the tree. It's because he's too good. You have too much habit. So you say the same thing. You say the same thing. Once you're putting your seatbelt, and you go like that, and to unclick, you go like this. And the same dumb thing over and over, but it keeps. That's why Baruch Hashem in America, the safety record is. In other countries, listen, everybody knows that, and they're going to do it. It brings a service. So what I'm trying to say is, it leads to other things. When you relax, okay, you don't want to be in the class. I'm not going to be this nerd that runs in the class. Okay, but then your kid sees it. And then he doesn't wear the helmet. And then your wife sees it. So she talks on the phone as she's crossing the street. And she's texting. You know these people? Learn about him. Anyway, it's fine. I said my thing. I go weiter. I was just however, how come they talk about the safety stuff? Because one leads to the other. Anyway, think about it. No, somewhere like that. בוקר טוב, איך קוראים לך?
בנימין ליבר.
ולמה עצרת אותי?
ראיתי את הקסדות ונזכרתי שראיתי
את ה-MD1. מאיפה אתה?
אני גר במקור ברור, סיידו.
סיידו, אתה עושה את השיעור?
כל יום.
עם מי?
מסורת שלי.
לא, חברים, איפה אתה רואה את השיעור?
הייתי עושה את זה כל יום עם הכיתה שלי, עם השיעור שלי, שיעור ב',
כן.
ואחר כך המקום שלנו, רצינו להשתמש בזה, אז אנחנו באמצע ליצור מקום חדש.
לא רק לכם להשתמש, תראו את השיעור.
אוקיי.
בהתחלה רציתי לשאול את הישיבה אם אנחנו יכולים להשתמש בישיבה.
זאת אומרת, אתם עושים את השיעור חוץ מה שאתם לומדים בישיבה. הבנתי. ולמה אתם עושים את השיעור? מה התחברתם לשיעור כל כך חזק?
אז אני התחלתי בגלל שאח שלי התחיל, אח שלי הקטן, ואני היה אסור לי שהוא ילמד יותר ממני.
החלטת מה להצטרף.
כן.
לא עניין אותך. כמה זמן אתה עושה את השיעור?
אני עושה את זה
מעבוד אזור. ואתם 6 חבר'ה?
אנחנו 7 נראה לי.
וכל יום רואים את זה?
כל יום.
לא מוותרים.
אני רואה את זה באנגלית, חבר שלי רואה את זה באנגלית.
כן.
עוד איזה 4 חברים רואים את זה בעברית.
איזה יופי. עכשיו מה יש לך לאופניים? תראה לי מה יש לך לאופניים. תראה לי. בוא נראה. יוצא מהאוטו. חברים, הכל קורה שאני באוטו, כן? שתבין.
20 kids in the back, he said. He's on the way. Drop off kids.
איפה יש לך? הנה, וואי. כל הכבוד. תמשיך, חזק וימות.
Wait a minute. He's driving his welcome his kids sliding down, so he thought that he hit him. What do you want? I'm also on NY. I know you're from NY. And they started, he said, wait, let me take a video. This is, oh, so yesterday I showed this the mere photo. We want to know who this English guy is. Of course, the whole day I'm getting messages. This is this guy. But eventually, here. His name is Yitzi Sharper. He's a really 35 years since those great times in the mirror. The tough time I was a zero. I'm Yitzi Sharper, the mystery British guy who totally showed us today. Share amazing that we all be reunited by the God for causes of holy Rahman Zion. That was a great zero until Saddam Hussein created havoc and all you Americans disappeared and left us British command the fort. How times have changed. We all want to go home. No scientists like, oh, you get a free flight home. Tati, I need to go home. I'm scared. Okay, come back. If you're in touch with Avi Katz, it's really Buchler. Please, I'm not in touch with him, but he reached out. Yitzi Sharp. This is, check this out. The email, Zevi does the dot at whatever. I just took that part out. Dear Belly and NDY Mr. I just looked at my calendar and realized something incredible. Today's my 500th day learning with NDY. When I started, I was not sure I'd make it past the first week of something go back. But you clouded human passion for the dot kept me going. Even on days when my motivation was shaking, okay, I'll admit I didn't always do Chazara, but in fact, I'm still here says everything about how much the share means to me. This afternoon has changed my relationship with Torah, says this very mature person. Every day learning something new. I feel grateful to be part of this club. Most of all, I'm grateful to you guys for making us feel alive and relevant every single day. So today, I just want to say thank you for your tireless dedication. Whether you're in Chicago, Borough Park, Utah, you're always there with your warm and smile. Thank you for being with Ellie, who made 500 days fly by. Stay safe. I stop with every breath of 15 years old. 15 years old. Simple bastard. That's cool. So, hey, how come you're not asking me to do that? Okay. Fine. I guess there's a lot. Let's go by there. I'll show these Bezer Shem different time. Evolving. You know what? He's from Shalom Rand's status. Shalom Rand's a famous status guy. Hey, I feel like I need to share this with you. I know you speak with Rebellion. I'm sure you hear things like this often, but I still want to tell you. Shalom Rand. I struggled with davening and learning for about 20 years. These things were really hard to mention. So much for the fun job. That's me going on. Wrong. Right before the Shabbaton, I came across the status and started doing the daf. Since then, I haven't missed a day. I kept telling my wife that our life would change if I kept at it. As I continued learning, I started to feel close to Hashem and felt ready to take the next step. My wife and I took upon ourselves some Kabbalahs, and I kid you not, the very next day, she was offered a job. Rabbi Rothschild, Official edition of the York Factory sent by the Iranian Levi family, Shmuel and Ahuva's sister, and out of my parents, this is Naftali's boy as the sister Shlita. Shmuel and Ahuva's sister. They tell me dedicated memory of every murder for her thanks to those the Pearl of Rothschild. Like Joe Vidal's name is the college of Vidal's announced that from Brooklyn to Gashi, House family conditions of interest are a door from House of the next Ilu. Announced to Shlomo Michigan Zor. Announced to Shlomo and some play by sister. The proud of you. I can work on keep steiging. So the growth of family can be island, stay in honor, rebellion, to change my meaning of life. Coming on money, Yossi, Mark and Benny, and all the others who took on the wall. Focus on Sparem. Both these spots are Simon, first name, Avi, Mari, Bar from Miriam. Jimmy Azulai, Shema Esther, Bas, Alima. The enemy and Randy Hurley, so to speak, in Chazda, anonymous, was murdered for Shlema, for all Kais from Egypt, for Shlema, selfish fish, and honor, missions, putting on Census.com, helping you to have the public and young anywhere worldwide, doing this next time, show them solid. Anonymous for the merit of the club, and Sarah, about Sarah, lessons in all areas of life. Weekly sponsors, Anonymous, Mushlema for Yenta, Brian, Basaliza, Convention LC, as a simple Vega, and Ricky Woods, Basakaya. Daily sponsors, Chaim Flagsberg, Nishma Saisha Shlavis, Basaragi, Shayol, Shal Flagsberg, Robert. Anonymous, Lee Nishma, David Avram, Berek Shlop, Steigman, Ola Shalom on your side, Yossi Robbins, Dreisman, and Touche Belly on his favorite dot, like Samahalas, Fancy Ellie. Ellie Berkowitz, who's rolling with this young man with young children. Jose Nishma, Simcha Yitzchak Ben Eliezer, Simcha Lauer, Steve Kowalski, thanks to Rebellion, the inspirational Muslim share of her son Zach Shiva Shalavim. In the audience was a kid who tells his name to Kowalski. Kowalski. That brought him to the front and I told him over the story right after the Seder. Pesach night, there's a knock on my door, and I didn't. Eventually, I open the door, I look around, I don't see anything, and I look down, and I see a baby in a little basket. I'm like, bust is dust. Oh no, they dropped off a baby here, and I need to take it. And this whole thing was through my mind that I'm going to grow up. And I look at him to see if he's alive. I thought maybe it's a prank. The kid is alive and well. He's like looking at me, blinking the whole. Like, what am I going to do with this kid? I don't carry. I don't use the Eruv in Chicago. Although my wife, hi Ellie, how you doing? I'm looking at Estem and the whole family. How old is he? Oy, 37 years old. Wow. Sorry, surprise show. The kids are. I'm like, what do I do? And all of a sudden, this kid comes jumping out of a bush. He says, I pranked you. They'll say there, 1 a.m, he pranked me. So that was the twin. The guy in Shalavim is the twin of the baby in the basket. That's how long ago it was. But he verified the story, and Mendy goes, just for that it was worth it. I never believed the story. And here's the kid. Daily sponsors, Calvin Valley, Mendy and Avi both came to this year. Avi is the alumni of Shalavim. It's an unbelievable yeshiva. Like, these are quality buff, and these are good top guys, but also Talmidas. Like, like you see your son's going, your son went there. Wow. Well, did they interview the parents also? Calvin family is supposed to be in the sphere, but of the Highness. Yossi, they didn't interview you. Tell me they didn't interview you. You did? They're able to, like, look past that. These guys are amazing. Who does interviews? Mechotin? Cohen? Kishrin. Despite Calvin family is supposed to be Nishmat Svi Hirsch, but Highness that love. Calvin family is supposed to be Nishmat Svi Shai Ben Moshe Yechiel Michal Zayda. Let's say Highness love. What is this? What's going on here? Okay. Both say Highness that love. Oh. Hirsch Ben Eliezer. No, it's not. Same family. It's a different person. But they both say Tainus Chavav. What's Tainus Chavav? The person, the Calvin family? That's the person that died. Okay, I'm confused a little bit. We're gonna get anonymous Lili Nishmas David Avram Ben Shlomo Steigman or Stigman? Stigman, Olav Shalom, on his yard side. Yoni Jordana Garelic. In memory of Mayor Ben Yitzchak, whose first yard side is today. Levi Mochkin, in celebration of the 30th birthday of the Levi Ben Hanan Atzlacha of the Chabad of Geneseo. Rabbi, if you ever go to Geneseo, there's a Chabad over there. Yossi Fisher, the Spus HaYoledes, has Gvara Basril Nasha, the Kinoikis Regis, the Fuhr Shlema, the Korv Mamish. Amen. Moshe Shulgas, the Spus Shituchim, Chaim Miro Bas Rivko, when I commended Ben Rivko, amen. Anyway, in New York. Rufu Shlema Yonatan Eitan B'Beshev Bracha, Rufu Shlema Mordechai Ben Esther, Rufu Sayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayot Esther. Rabbi, you're holding, like 12 lines from the bottom of the Sabbath on the page. Here's a question for those of you who didn't see the doc yet. This question is worth 10,000 points. One Israeli guy knew the answer. I have a feeling you're going to have more people. How many women do a tnufa when they bring a carbon? What do you say? Soita. Oh! Anybody else? That's it. You didn't say it the right way. Say it the right way. Say the right way. It's good. Mishnah and Kedusha. Yeah. He said. Very good. You have to be in your late 80s with that kind of experience. Huh? Not late. Where are you? Let's hear. Early. Oh, 84. Whatever. The me I know. What? Bikurim. Let's see. Dr. Gemara, no. Yesterday we had the word Ravesa. And we said according to Shimon, Ravesa, you remember what does Shimon say? Shimon goes together with Lagba, the Oimer, Ravesa comes for Oimer, and Rabbi Yehuda says it comes for Soita. Oh, Yehuda asks the Gemara, maybe the word Ravesa, Yehuda Oimer, Ravesa, El Shiyachid, it's like Ravesa, you shall bring as an individual. El Shiyachid is not the maybe Mincha Teres Kut Mehila Shabbat. That when an individual brings a mincha, perhaps he's able to bring it from barley. Typically speaking, he brings it from wheat. Perhaps this word Ravesa comes to tell us that he can bring it from barley. Now, there are those that you do bring barley, but besides the ones in barley, just a minchas l'davar. B'dinu, perhaps you can learn it from last tzibur, maybe mincham, and achitas fayver, maybe mincham, and shayofim. When the community brings menachos, they can bring it from two types. They bring from wheat, the shnei alechem, on shvuos, or maybe mincham and shayofim. They bring the oimer is also barley. Maybe mincham and achitas in the davar, yovim mincham and shayofim in the davar. Maybe you could also bring it from both. Talmud loymar, Eila, it can only be these. Now, therefore, I can't think for a second that an individual could bring barley, and therefore it goes back. What do I do to the Hevesa? I'm not going to learn a third thing from it. It's either going to be to teach me that either Omer or Saita, they need to do Hagasha. What's Hagasha? Oh, maybe there's a bunch of Shaladim going to just join, hopefully. Hagasha is when you take the mincha or karba, whatever it is, and you bring it and you touch it right here on the mizbeach, on the southwest corner of the mizbeach, right here. Touches the wall. That's Hagasha. Actually, a kid in Shaladim knew the answer. Asked him what Hagasha is. So we're learning Hagasha. Everybody knows. One kid knew, actually. Dr. Gemara. Oh, yeah, you know. Oimer. Ela, ela loimer, like mincha shemei b'chamishta. Perhaps we have this. We have the list of 10. Remember the 10 minachas. So the first 5 are minchas l'dava. Minchas soilas, machas, macheshes, chalas, and 5 of them. So perhaps when a person says, I want to bring you a mincha, I want to bring you a dava, he should bring all 5. Tamaloma me'ela, from the beat. Rosh Achas maybe, Rosh Hamishta maybe. But we have an easier figure today. Like, nothing difficult. Remove them, shorten, remove them. Me'ela, from these. You don't have to remove all of these, you can read some of these, one of these. Rosh Achas maybe, Rosh Hamishta maybe. Bring one, bring one. If we go back to the pasuk, Vehevesa es hamincha asher ye'asemi edel Hashem. What do we do with dam mincha? The Rishon says the rabbis shar minachos. Shar minachos. What shar minachos today? Shar minachos means not these 5 minchas but shar minachos. Shar minachos is the minchas seder. Person who sings this to bring and he doesn't have money, he brings flour. The second one is usually we use her as a sofer, but okay, using her as a woman, the mincha of a woman, and the mincha of a god. The Rabbi Sharman also lahagasha that all these 3 they have to take the mincha and touch the corner of the mincha. Perhaps also the 2 breads of Shavuos and the 12 breads of lechem hapanim that are in the shulchan that the kohanim eat every single Shabbat. Me'ela comes to exclude those 2, the lechem hapanim and the shtei lechem. Rabbi Sharman also is like shtei lechem and lechem hapanim. Why do you pick these 2 to exclude and not to include? All of them menachas, so the coin takes his hand, takes part of it, 3 fingers worth like this, and puts it on the mizbeach, puts it on the fire, on the yishim. The entire lechem hapanim is eaten by kohanim, the entire shtei lechem. As the Gemara said, if the deciding factor here is going on the fire, not going on the fire, something that goes on the fire, you do have gasha. You have to touch them in his bath. Something that doesn't go on the fire. The minchas is something we've talked about many times. It's the mincha that comes together with shlamim and a oila. You put it completely on his bath. According to what you're saying, something is on his bath, it should be hagasha. How come there isn't any hagasha? Talmud loymar, v'kriva, only this you do for the hagasha, but not, you don't do hagasha on minchas zafin. As the Gemara, how did you learn anything from the word v'kriva? All the new guys that just started getting to a mission is going to be a brand new sugya. So just bear with us for a moment. V'akikte. We already used this word v'kriva for the side talk. No, from the word v'kriva that we could actually learn 2 things. We could have said v'hikriv. It tries to be macro, lashon zafin, normal. V'kriva, that's what hey teaches us to excuse the suffering. And we from the same word, with marga, the cycle. How come Sharman Office? What's Sharman Office? Sharman Office is this, yeah? How come you say that these 3 you need hagasha, but you have to suffer now? You could choose. You could say the kriva comes to be memai these 3. Why is the kriva not excluding these 3? Who told you what's excluded from the word big kriva? So for that we have to use a little lad. If my man is Sharman Office, he's got Sharman Office of Adal. If my man is Sharman Office, the point is like act. Sharman Office, woman. They come on their own. They don't need a partner. But then Minchas Yisachim can above the lad. Minchas Yisachim come 90% of the time together with Shlamim and Oila. So come as an addition to something else. So the Mela, it makes more sense that that doesn't require Haggah. Hello, this is both according to Shimon in the Mishnah that these 2, anything that has to do with the Kohen, the regular Kohen, and Gadol, his mincha, does not require Haggah. I don't know if you remember, we had a whole chart of 10 that these are included for Haggah. So according to Shimon, you don't do Haggah on these 2. The Isha excludes the Kohen. As the Gemara on the Goyen and the Gufas do not go. These Isha, they're always 5. These 5 need Haggah. How could you do something from a word that's necessary to God that these five need that God? I mean, the English speaking, so there's an extra hey, like you had the Hikri, the Yeshiva, the English speaking, so the extra hey. Why did you say that the Paisa? Yeah, shining up, shining up. Shining up. Shining up. Shining up. These three need a God. Kayin does not need a God. Why? He told Marvani, so Rabbi, this is like almost like a synopsis of everything we learned in one chapter. There are three rules, says the Gemara, according to the Marvani coming up with many issues. These three, the Paisa, Isha, Goy, they have a kiyusa. Some of it goes on the Mizbeah. That's why you do Haggash. Anything that comes on its own and doesn't come together with the carbon requires Haggash. And the third thing is that is left over the Shirayim for the time. And therefore, why is that you say I'm upon him, and some things all have one issue. That was the two bread from Shavuos and the lechem upon him, they have nothing goes on the fire, nothing goes in the and also the Nesachim don't come on their own. They come because they come into other Islam. The reason the science because nothing's left over, you don't have the Shirayim. In other words, it's all on the Mizbeah. The whole thing was on the Mizbeah. Next sugya. Then the passage behavior. Oh, I forgot to check it out. It didn't add up. This thing, guys, it's some sort of mistake, I think. But it says behavior. Behavior about claiming a mincha. How does he take from the mincha? So maybe take like one of those spoons you have in the Kikarinim, or one of these, a scoop, yeah. But like a nice scoop, go like this, a scoop or a scoop. Go like this, take the scoop of flour and give out it. You have a puzzle test, right next to next to each other. Over here, by the Mekasum Baba, you take it with your hand. Do Kmitza. Arama Omer, Arama Kumso, Arama Omer Kam, the Kumsos, they go with their hand. A Maisa, I think the Bailiff said it over at the Sim, and then Basho, I said it before that also. The famous Maisa. He was a kid that went into like a store. He was looking around, and going to the store, saw that he was, need some help. Why don't you take a fistful of candy? Because you look at him, take. He like, you know what, I'll give you. Take the bag, put it in. So the kid came home because his mother, what happened? He said, why did you take it? He told him to put it. Because my hand is much smaller than his. So when you're down to the Rebbeinu Shalom, don't dive in with your small mistake. Rebbeinu Shalom, give me Parnasa, $2,000 a month. No. It's death call. You, in the Rebbeinu Shalom has you seven. A little bit better than ours, a little bit more than ours. And it's called Yahweh. Rebbeinu Shalom, give us your mistake. Oh, some Malaysian guest. What's your name? Avram? Hogan? Some Malaysian. I was Fakir in Kashmunaim. One of the first ones from the first. We had a receiver here the other day and they didn't clap at all. Send your absence. There's everything in this one. Joseph is loving it. Are you a Talmud? How's the word? It doesn't go by age, right? You can have a 20-year-old Christian by telling you what to do. Your Mepaked is 20 years old. Wow. So we just continue. The Mishnah is continuing with the theme. Yesterday you discussed the 10 menachas that need Hagashim, they don't need Tnufa. Over here, the opposite. What requires Tnufa? Tnufa is lifting, what you're going to see in the Gemara, up, down, right, left, to all the sides. That's Tnufa. Hagasha is touching the Mizbeach on the corner. Dark some, so we have 4 actions. Some menachas. A mincha is the carbon they bring made out of flour. Some require both, Hagasha and Tnufa. Some don't require any. 0. No Hagasha, no. Some require just Hagasha, but not Tnufa. And some require just Tnufa, not Hagasha. That's what we're talking about right now. Just Tnufa, not Hagasha. Tnufa, very good Hagasha. Remove Shemesh from the soil back from it. Oh, this you didn't see. Rabbi said. A redone Mitzvah process. The Mitzvah process is very complicated. There's a lot of steps. And just after you watch this video, you're going to remember many of the steps. Especially the oil by the ear part. Very important. I love this. This goes by quickly. But look, these guys is on his way to the Amigdash with everything he needs. Flour, oil, 3 different types of korbanos. Trying to show you the korban the entire time and pointing out what's part of it. Anyway, here we go. The snufa. I love the oil. I have things put over there. He's probably smarter than yeah. Alright. So that oil that you saw on top of the animals, Donut Torah, Vashamos, that's the Lufa. Like you saw, he lifted, he put in the video. You see him doing his Lufa. The Habikurim. Let's do the Bikurim again. It's such a merge in this video. Let's do the Bikurim again. But also, I want to ask you a question. There's a problem in this video. Does anybody think that it's the hour? It's the second race in the week? You saw that massive screen last night. It was so clear. The quality is unbelievable. That's like the bottom is where's the Super Bowl here, Rabbi Rothschild? This is Super Bowl in the southwest corner. Remember, that's the person I'm asking. Is that the right place to do this? So it says, Rabbi Kurim, Kedivir River doesn't happen. You know he's going to talk, those are what we have to say, that's what you do for the same. They Murray, Shami Yashid, because of the Sheikh Shalem. I thought I put the Newman, I forgot to put it again. I do have the Sheikh puzzle. So this is a new one. But also the immune are the first stage and the kidneys. Women also have to do food. Now, also the Mishnah switches. Says, well, women have to do it, but not a favor. Sure, not a favor. The Lord's going to explain it them. The snake is the two breads of and the two sheep of shmur. Just as so, you have to do three things. Seems like from Rashi, you have to take the two sheep together, bread on top, and turn it around. Here's the Lord. How do you do? Lord, I'll grab a snake according to the Mishnah. The two breads are on top of the sheep. Only the other one. And you put your two hands underneath. What is the maybe? Ma'alum moyer. So according to Rashi, not here, it's to all sides. That's why with the woman we go to all sides. Ma'alum moyer, you go up and down. And then my Afrodina, that's what you have. Lufa, you hear that? The Lufa was in the east. So I want to ask you a question. It was in the east. What's the east? Let me just show you what the east is before I ask any questions. There's east and there's west. When you come into the Islamic, you're coming in from the east side of the Ezra Shmashim. We show it the opposite actually, but okay. The Heichal is the west. The Ezra Shmashim is on the east. So it's saying that you could do the Flufa, you should do the Flufa where the red arrow is, not where the green arrow is. It seems like not where the green arrow is. The green arrow is the southwest corner. Is that a problem with our video? The answer is no. The entire Sugya, when it says the Mizrach, it means even in the Mizrach, certainly on the southwest corner, which is closer to the Eichel, closer to Hashem. So again, but Mizrach means, it's very important to realize, Mizrach means even in the east. V'hagasha, but touching his back is always on the Meir of always in the southwest corner. There are two korbanos, two menachos that you do both. Does anybody remember which one? You do Snufa and Hagasha, both the Omer and the Saita. So the Snufa would come before the Hagasha. The Brisker Rav says that this can apply also if you have a korban that's only Hagasha, like the whole list that we had yesterday, this is something that's only Snufa. You comes before. You say, hey, wait a minute, you, and you go to him. Minchas Omer, Minchas Shnoi, what? Yeah. Oh, with shoes. Oh, yeah, so. Yeah, right. Why? No, I'm saying he's over here. He's in a different process. He wants to go before you. Well, he said, why should he come before you? Come before who? Oh. Yeah. Omer, Saita, no animals. On the Mincha. Nufa on the Mincha. Hagas on the Mincha. Mincha to Omer, Mincha to Noi. Hagas and Nufa. Omer and Saita, they both get Hagas and Nufa. But when I'm finding a Mincha to soften, the bread, the soft bread in Shabbos, but when I'm finding on the Sukkah, and Mincha to soften, and then Mincha will come together with the tongue. They don't get these. There are three things that require three things. However, I'm just going to read it and then I'll show you a chart of places. Three things, you'll only take the two listeners for these three things. Which is the same, but each one gets two out of the three. But two different ones out of the three, and none of the three get all three. What's he saying then? By the way, I will show you. Eliakim, Rebbe Eliakim from the Torah, he did this rudimentary drawing, and says, this is how you should explain this. So Yoshi did this, and then he did this. Let me just show you. It turned into this. Okay, so we have three things in the sentence. We have Zaka Masera, Shama Yachid, which is Shlamim of an individual, Shami Tzibor. We know Shami Tzibor means the two sheep on the sword. And then we have three mitzvahs on the top. Smicha Chaim on the right side top, Smicha Chaim, and Smicha Shafim. You do Smicha when the animal is dead, Smicha when the animal is alive. So now listen, we take the top center, Asham Masera, he gets two circles. He gets a blue and a green. In other words, he gets Smicha when it's alive, and he gets Smicha when it's alive. Then we go to the right on the bottom, Shama Yachid, he gets a blue circle and a red circle. He gets Smicha when it's dead, and Smicha when it's alive. The Shami Tzibor, they get the green and the red, which is Smicha when it's dead, and Smicha when it's like, don't try to remember it, and maybe see short, maybe it's good. The point is, there's three korbanos, and there's three mitzvahs, and each person gets two out of the three mitzvahs, but something different than the other, and neither of them get, is that the right word to say neither and three? None of them get, didn't sound well, the right way, didn't sound right, didn't sound well to say neither. None of them get all three. They all get three. Okay, so it's this way of showing how to do it. This is Shaman Tzibor inside what? Okay? Yeah, you got it now? You can't repeat any of it. You're not going to know if I ask you which one gets which two. Now, but okay, the idea is there. This is Shaman Yachid. Imagine you're a kid in painting, you have to memorize this mission. You know, you go to Zipper today, you go to Zimmerman, you have to remember this mission out there. This is Shaman Yachid to eat Smicha Chaim, which is the Smicha. They ain't going to Smicha, they don't have the third thing, Smicha Chaim. This is Shaman Tzibor, the super benefit you bring on Shavuot. Even if Smicha Chaim, you have to listen when it's alive, you shouldn't. And also when it's dead, you're not, I'm sorry, not Smicha, it's called, Smicha. But Shabbos Torah does Smicha, it's 5, ain't but do the Shabbos. Great, it says by the Mitzvah, the Rikri Voice of Lashon Mitzvah Hashem, and the Hain Voice of Smicha. Milamish is Smicha Ge'achad. That was. As we saw in the video, the Mitzvah, the guy, after he has Sirach, the whole process of the car, he brings an animal and oil, and he does Smicha. We saw it in the video that the oil is about to fall off, and when it comes back on, you have to lift it together with the oil. The Hain, Oisam, Smicha in singular, Oisam plural, the animal and the oil, Smicha one lifting. It's very important to realize if you don't do Smicha, what happens to your carbon? You have to bring another carbon? No. You feel like Smicha. You don't lean on that.
You want to hear more stories about this? What? This motherfucker over here.
When I actually paint it, he didn't do the soup in the proper way. He didn't lift them both up together. He did each one individually. Yatsa. You don't have to do any of them to be that the carbon should be out. So what does yatsa mean? Very simple. It means the mitzvah of snufa. There's a special mitzvah to do snufa. You should know that if you did each one individually, you're yatsa the mitzvah of snufa. How do I know? I'm going my rikriv oisoi la'asham beheinu. If it's individual, that's Gemara. Gemara is asking over here that perhaps you should do three knufas. You should do nufa like you thought, chew them together, put them down, and then each one individually. Take the oil, do nufa. Take the animal, do nufa 3 times. The word nufa is extra. Why is the word nufa extra? Because it says v'heina, and then it says nufa. So the word nufa, you don't have to say nufa, but it already says v'heina. Heina is nufa. So the nufa is extra. What I learned that it's one time. So one time, you don't have to do it 3 times. Nufa, singular. L'fnei Hashem. You should do this in front of Hashem. B'mizrach. What does B'mizrach mean, Rabbi say? Very good. Even B'mizrach. Why? Because if you look at the Beis Hamikdash again, L'fnei Hashem is in Myron. Where's the Heichal? Where's the Kodesh Kodashim? Inside the Heichal. So Myron is much closer to Hashem. which we in Tzvachim we kept on saying Hashem is Myra. And the Gemara is going to bring it up here. But Amr by Mincha says the Hashem, the Myra, it has to be that for Myra. How do you mean the Mincha Dikir Chata? A Mincha, the Pasuk calls Mincha Chata. Mincha is doing a Yisod. A regular Chatos requires a Yisod. It says Rashi, it's interesting. Other Rishonim argue on him, but we go with Rashi, make it simpler. There's a Chiyuv, it's not Ma'akiv also, but you take the leftover blood and you pour it on the Yisod. That's on a real Chata. Since a Mincha is called a Chata, it doesn't have blood, but it's called a Chata. So I'm going to put it on the same corner as a regular Chata. The Karen's Brahma says Racha is the early side. Here, if you look over here on this Mizbeach, the red is the face of the Mizbeach. Now there's no red over here and no red over here. This is the east. This is the west. This is the southwest corner. This is the east. There's nothing, you can't put it over here. Here, I'll show you this artist. We have that special Beis Hamikdash guy. All he does all day is Beis Hamikdash. So he did one. You're paying for it? The yellow, the green, the neon green shows you that is the side. Whatever doesn't have neon green does not have a base. So in Mela, the Karen brings just the early side. Since we're talking about the Lugash Shemen, we're talking about the Mitzayra, it doesn't need the side. So Mela, you could do the whole process in the Mizrach part also. But Bikurim could do it with Miyasi. Bikurim is Tufa, like it with Miyasi. By it with Miyasi. It's time. The Logan Hafai, leave it out of the Tufa, Tufa. Saw the video when the first fruit, you bring a basket of fruit. It's unbelievable, Rabbi, if you think about it. A person plants a tree, he works hard the whole year, pesticide, sprinkler system, employees from where are they called over there? Where? Thailand. The whole thing. And finally, it pops out. The first one. He's all excited. He wants to eat it. No. That one you're going to give to who? You give to the Kayan. But the Kayan couldn't care less. The first one, the second one. But the Torah says, no. It's important to you. It might not be important to him, but I want you to be machshavit. And what's chashav, I want you to give it to him. So, my time there was me Yaakov going Yad Yam Shlomo. He learns a Gzeri Shavim from Shlomo. Siv Hacham Alakam Kain and telling me that. Siv Hacham says the Shlomo Yodim Tivena also Lashon Yad Matan Kohen. After Alon Kohen, just like by Bikurim it's a Kohen, so too by Shlomo it's a Kohen. Mala Alon Bailam by the Shlomo it's the owner of Kam Bailam. Okay, it's that. Kohen B'niyach Yodei Tachat Sidei Atayim Umeinu. If you just read these words as is, so the Kohen puts his hands underneath the hands of the owner, and he does prufa. As Taisvas, how did that work? We have a problem. Tatzitza. You remember what Tatzitza Kasha is, Yossi? What's Tatzitza Kasha? You know why you don't know Tatzitza Kasha? Because you concentrated on something else. What are you concentrated on to us? Why? What do you care about the Kasha? You're caring about tomorrow now. La David Goma David Yada Baila Mami. Kid Havili Yada Baila Tatzitza. He put his. No. Yad on the Yad is short pizza. Your hands under your hands, not somebody else. That we learn before. So he says when Mela, the shot is that the Kohen puts it underneath. Underneath means underneath the Kli, and the owner holds over here. So that's why it's called under. Under means he's lower. The Kohen is lower than the Yisrael, but they're not touching. It brings here. Then when it comes to the Saita, we bring an old Kohen with less taiva, and he actually, his hands are touching according to one. He talks about it, how it works with the cycle. I can't find it's a hard there, all that. Oh, now we do sponsor. I did not, 36 sponsors in this one. Which one? Down again. Jacobowski? Which one? I have no idea. Tell them what oh, it's here? Anonymous, Shlomi. Oh, I did miss this one. Anonymous. You know why? Because Shlomi Rosenberg is Mr. Anonymous, and he doesn't like this. In honor of Shlomi Rosenberg, you know who because of you know what. And he's anonymous. And he knows that Shlomi Rosenberg likes to be anonymous. But you know who because of you know what. There's a Kotere right now in Eilat, the voice sign, and he's got a message on his phone. What is this? This is in Shalvin? Unbelievable. People from the community, Chicago has a lot of wealthy people. I'll just knock on doors. And I didn't know anything about real estate like that. And what are you showing? Maybe I'll get anybody here from Chicago? Oh, what's your name? No way! You're the guy from my door? Get over here, get over here, get over here, get over here. It's your brother? Listen to this story. Okay, we're not going to show the whole story, but anyway. Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. The Shadif.com, please read the Shidduch today. Zok the Haley Greenheart. The Lema Nami the review. Why are you telling me this goes according to Rabbi Rothschild? Review that says the same exact thing. It's not your review though. By the Quran it says Vinachto means to do Shnufa. Now the literal translation Vinachto means put it down on the floor. I thought it was a maybe we need to put it down. It already says Vinachto. So what does Vinachto mean? Zuknufa. They explain in the Hebrew Shadistin, in the Hebrew article, it explains that Vinach, he learns the word Vinach, so like it's a lashon of Nufa. It's the lashon V'yinochem, Asher Nocham, what's it? V'yinochem Elikim. It's a lashon of, okay, fine, we go into that. Apaponim, you just learn what? Anchayah. Omarova. Apaponim was the Gemara's kasha. What's Gash is why does the Mishnah say it goes according to Rabbi Yaakov? Guess what? Rabbi Yehuda says the same exact thing. So you say, Rabbi Yehuda, why do you pick Rabbi Yaakov? Two answers. Omer Rabba, you look at the pasuk. The Logach HaKoyin Atenu Yadecha. That's what Rabbi Yaakov learns from. The Yinichoi comes afterwards. So we rather use the word that comes first and say that goes according to Rabbi Yaakov uses the first word. Now, Rabbi Yitzchak he's a great man. We know, says Rashi, that Mishnasa Kavanaki, we always constantly give Rabbi Yaakov. The Tashbet says that Kav Vanaki, Kav is 102, Kuf is 100, Kav Beis is 102 times in Shad that the Allah is like Rabbi Yaakov. The Belzer was very busy yesterday, seeing if this Tashbet is correct. He found that the Rabbi Yaakov was brought up 300 times in Shad. So he started going through all the 300 times. He got stuck eventually, but he was getting very close to figuring out if Tashbet is right. That most of the times that it's brought down, they're all doubles. He looks for the doubles to see how many singular halachas doesn't have, he says in Shas, but he ran out of time. But he's getting no 300 is real. The computer said 300, not I hear what you think. I got it. Very good. It's 102 is a lot of halachas. Says the Gemara, it says in the Mishnah, pointed out in the Mishnah that it's mashma that that women should not do nufa. My comment, what's going on? It says that women are chayiv in nufa, and then it says below b'acher. My comment, on Rabbi Rothschild, their carbon requires nufa. But who does the nufa? Yisrael below b'dei noshim. Women should not do nufa. B'nai Yisrael, when it says in the Torah, B'nai Yisrael, you have to be the child of Yisrael, so you can't be a guy to do Tnufa. B'nai Yisrael, B'nai Hanoshim Minifot. So what do we do with all the other places that says B'nai Yisrael? So it's not women. When B'nai Yisrael came out of Mitzrayim and not women, so each different places have maybe different ripuyim, but there's actually Machlokes Rishonim we spoke about in the past. Can women tie tzitzis? They work in a tzitzis factory and do tzitzis. they're not in the Bnei Yisrael. Daber Bnei Yisrael, that's what tzitzis, not women. Whether or not they could or not. Okay. Akoponim, he says, Bnei Yisrael menifim vein anosh menifim. A woman should not do tnufa. We see that a woman does not do smicha. What is smicha? Here's the new and improved smicha. I called the Yoshi, I said, do you have any normal smicha? Not a smicha that the animal is flying to the ground. He says, yeah, I'll take care of you. I didn't see it. He gives me this one. Actually, he did. Okay, good. One of the guys here in the chair, he says, wow, Sephardi guy says, the mamish reminds me of how my father does break his down to me. He's like, he's a varma Sephardi, he's like a Moroccan, he's like, how about, my neck? So maybe no, maybe you say that women don't belong to Klal in the Parsha Smicha. You say just like Smicha, women don't do Smicha, so too in a Knuva, a woman shouldn't do Knuva at all. There shouldn't be Knuva at all on her cover. Look, who does Smicha the owner? That's why a woman doesn't do it. Not like the Knuva, but the Knuva the Kohen can do. So even though it's owned by a woman, the Kohen will take care of it. Why is it saying the Pasuk Bnei Yisrael? Bnei Yisrael menifim beinan goyim menifim. Bnei Yisrael menifim beinan noshim menifim. Hold on. Still have 2 more minutes. Tanya Yidah. Let's just get to the bottom of the order. Tanya Bnei Yisrael, Ein Ela Bnei Yisrael. Gerim V'Avadim Shukar Menayin. How do I know that they fit into this? Even though Bnei Yisrael usually does mean Gerim V'Avadim. Okay. Tamadoima HaMakriv. Anybody that brings a carbon, he's included. Maybe it's referring to the kohen, not the person bringing it. We know that's referring to the owner. Okay, so what do? We have a kohen, we have an owner. What do we do? Okay, so the place already says not really under, but next to. So we have a combination of the kohen and the Yisrael that do the tnufa. Rabbi I have a wonderful day. Motzi Shabbos at 8:45. Good Shabbos.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Oh, morning, Rabbi Sai. I thought this was very special. The Hebrew guys, they got together to buy a gift. I think it was only the Hebrew guys. For Yossi and his and the Chassan. A gift for the Yossi, the same gift for Yossi and the Chassan. They got together, but nobody asked them. They went around, they got some money together, they bought a silver plate with an inscription. Wow. So it was a plate of a silver plate. Or maybe it's silver plated. I don't know. Rabbi said, I don't know what to say about these dafim because I didn't look into it. How many sold? Yes, I sold 3 yesterday. So there's 11 left. So 3? Okay, it's better than none. Givaldik. These are Shem. We're going to get there. We have to say Shalom Aleichem to Reb Eli Scheller, the famous Maggid. We'll call him a Maggid. He made Aliyah. It's a beautiful thing. So Mazel Tov, B'Shavubanim, the modernists sing B'Shavubanim. The what did the Haredim sing? Sioidim, I don't know. it's a Mardik Maisa. It's like a full circle story. I don't know what the story is, but it comes full circle. Unbelievable. Rabbi Isai, I really can't believe it. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to read the email. It's 3 years since Avi Mandelbaum. We had a guy, if you're new to this year, we had a guy, his name was Avi Mandelbaum, young guy. Every day on Zoom, he was on the top thing on Zoom because he was always the first one. He always had a shtick with this. And the one day he told us that he got sick, he had the machla. And before we knew it, he wasn't with us anymore. And it was a big shock to everybody. We learned thousands of dafim from him. He was like, what? He was a shofar, an elul. He dressed up in different things. He had different backgrounds. So here's an email from his brother. Dear Rebellion and MDY family, it's been 3 years since that fateful night when I told my little brother that I would help keep up with the daf. And I guess now it's been I guess now finish shots. Back in 2020, Avi asked me to do daf with him. He sadly said we could finish shots together. It was a beautiful idea. I wrongly told him that I didn't have time. As one of you know, just 3 years later, my little brother Avi was in a coma and it didn't look good. Sitting at home, thousands of miles from him, I realized there's literally nothing else I could do for him but learn. So thinking I was helping him, I sat down to learn with MDY on YouTube, and once again, I was wrong. The daf, specifically this year, was in reality his final gift to me. Of course, it's become more than just about Avi. The daf has become both something as mundane as my daily routine, but simultaneously something I cherish. It's just astounding that since we finished half a Nashim, all of Nezikin, and we're well into touching. Somehow along the way, I've learned what Trumas Meiser and Tul Yoimar, chipping away one daf a day adds up to spectacular accomplishment. Life goes by fast, which means these accomplishments accumulate quickly too. The lesson is to grab these opportunities. They slip by all too fast. They will always like to put shots together. Yossi Mandelbaum. If I remember. We're going to schmooze today, no? Later? Yossi Saunders. Anybody see him? Subject. Mr. Landed just outside Mishkafayim, really close to our house. Strapping on my neighbor's roof and car. Crazy. Stay safe. Here are the pictures. Look at that. Oh. If that hits a person, it's not very good. So did it go through the car and that's the second piece, or it's the same piece that just popped out? Wow. Yeah, very close to home. I don't know. It was on I gotta say, the voice side. This new book came out, The Ribbon Sir. It's in English, but if you want to read it in Hebrew, it's in here. And there's a story that Menachem wrote about me on page 240. It says, okay, Shkoyach, Sidrat, Art Scroll, Vivrit. Avivnitzin. Yeah. This is a good one. I love this email. Hi, Rebelli. I hope you're doing well. I recently came across an old photo from our Mir Hira days, our Rachav Chaim Oizer. I thought you might enjoy seeing it. It brought back a lot of memories. In the picture, back row, are Naftali Schwartz, you, Shirley Bergman, Oliver Shalom. I didn't know. This is 35 years ago. So this is a friend, 35 years ago, who's reaching out. And he's a person that he's older than me. I was the youngest guy. I was maybe 18 years old then. And he taught me some stuff about life. I remember different lessons that he gave me, he taught me. And now he does the shir. So, but it's unbelievable. Yes. Picture from back then, I'll show you the picture. This is him. This guy right over here. He's a tall guy. And this is me. I guess I had glasses then. And this is Bergman, right in the middle, between two of us. And that's Buchner on the bottom left. Buchner from Passaic. I went to Passaic with him. He's always got a striped shirt. I met him once, actually. I don't know if he's happy about the pictures now. But and now we have to find out who this guy is. He says he doesn't remember. He's embarrassed. He doesn't remember. Like, how does the guy remember people's names? I have no clue. Anyway, this is in '91, like before the war, before the Gulf War. This is what he says over here. People send me the last few weeks. I got embarrassing pictures. I was one time I was on a horse. I rented a horse from Chicago. I ran around Chicago with it. I sent that. Different. In the picture, back row, Naftali Schwartz, you, Scooby Bergman, and me. In the front row are Yankee Duckler and the British guy's name. I'm embarrassed. He's embarrassed. 35 years later, to admit, I can't remember. We're going to get his name, Bezer Hashem. Judging by the cassette player sitting on the table, I think this photo predates the internet by a few years. I was actually in Israel shortly before the war, and I planned to come by one morning to hear you share. Wow, that would have been awesome. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. I should also mention that I see shir almost every day. After my life, after Yom Shir in Shul, I started as a Muncie. We play shir, and that's my Chazara. We play, I guess he's saying in China, they play shir. It's really rare to see the impact you're having on MDY.Yomish with MDY.Yomish. I figured you might appreciate this little piece of mere history. If you're ever in the most year, I'd love to meet up with you. All the best. Avi Katz. Memories. Okay, this we already saw. Rabbi Rothschild. Good news. We're going into the ready official edition. Recepted by the Iranian and Levi families. Is it conference 1 or 2? No, official edition. Barrett, anonymous. English as Kobe Murray. I am been rejoicing to front of Rafa. Brian Wordsman, Zipper Nishma's Imun Rossi, Miriam Ross Bass, Asava Moshe, who is the best mother and body ever. That's on the dock itself, I guess. Then Salman the Mesechta. Dedicated in memory of Moiri, with Shmuel Borgman, times with those becoming Rafa. Joel Gedali is the Nishma's my father. I'll say something about David Salman. The only thing on his status, the only thing is the place of the Shir. Anything about the Shir and the Miami location. That's what he dedicated his guys. That's what he does with his guys. Givaldi. Small ball for trying to do. It's the guy's name from Chicago. What's the guy? He doesn't even do the Shir, but it's on the side. The Shir's on the side. Okay, Joel Gedali, this was my father, Jack Gedali, anonymous. The Joel looking for the Dashman, the Patrick Family Foundation, this is my Salava Goin. The Joel Patrick, the message to Ilu, anonymous, the 4 stones, films, the second expansion. 4 stones, the Moshe Ben Azar, anonymous, the films of 4 stones, and I read the film to lay a fast estimate, show him out the same place from Alpha Zova Chesed. We're so proud of you, Yakamor Kai, Steiger. So the Gross families, Family Ireland, Pay an Honor, Rebellion, changed my meaning of life. So anyhow, Moni, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the history of Tzok and Diwai, and Tzok and Sham Skara. Ari Tamindu, Fushema, Abimayu, Baruch, and Miriam. Jimmy, as you like, Fushema, Esther, Bastuno, which are Iron Miriam, Land, and Hiddish, and Koi, Kido, and Sazdo. Both the sponsors are anonymous with the merit of Fushema for all the Faisal movement to Fushema, Soft Fish, and Fisher, and honor Moshe's putting on film, soon as Bar Mitzvah, man, any day. Sends.com. Helping Yidden Davin B'Tzibur with pop-up and Yonim anywhere worldwide. The English has time shown them Mitzvah. Anonymous with the merit of the clothing, sorry, and Rachel Basara, blessing in all years life. Weekly sponsor. Yoni Tali Spiegelman and Urban from Shlomo for Ayelis and his fault and sir, our dear nephew. Anonymous from Shlomo for Yenta, Brino, Bas, and Liza. You know, this is all see as discussed like even Simcha and Ego. And therefore, you read this, but it's fire. Daily sponsor, Shmuel and Aruba Schuster. They're not of my parents. I'm telling you, Gloria Esther Schuster Shlita. Anonymous. Thank you, Hashem, on the birth of the baby boy. Happy birthday to fan favorites, Mendy Oirba. Happy birthday. I did not prepare that. Okay, could have been a little better, maybe. Easy out. You're officially? Really? You're coming in? Wow, that's awesome. I feel bad for you. That was a tough one, the 50. Wow. Really? That's a big one. MDY, so let's see. Anonymous. Anonymous. Thank you, Hashem, on the birth of a baby boy. You can start figuring out who's this. Birth of a baby boy. Happy birthday to fan favorite. Mendy Oirba. MDYR month. Before Shnema Yonatan Etam Ben Sheva Bracha. Before Shnema Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. I don't like the fact that I haven't seen Yonatan Etam. Okay, good.
Bitch, nobody cares. Unless you're in a storage closet. No one cares.
We have an easier topic.
I don't care. You don't care.
We're holding by Havala. Let me get my plate out.
Nobody cares.
Right. I'm holding by my Havala.
Nobody.
I bought this. I hope I don't have any surprises when I bought this years ago. It's in my closet for a long time. Is that a problem? Like bug wise? We'll find out. We'll find out. I mean, literally, it's for years. I bought this. It's a special. Should I tell you what the expiration is? 2021. I'm not joking. You should know. It says, oh, no, the reason I bought it then is because it says Silas. We're actually going to talk about Silas today. And let's see. I don't see any bugs in here. We'll call it Silas. Now, Rabbi Schoenberg he's going to Michigan now. Let's see if these are bugs. Yeah, there's a lot of black specks here, but they're not moving. No. The actual thing is jumping. It has static to it. Yeah. The thing is jumping. They're literally jumping. They've been waiting to leave a long time ago. Listen. Yeah, it's static. The white things are jumping. Yeah. It's the pieces of flour that are jumping. Okay. So, why did I bring this here? Mendy, take care of this. It has...
Really?
If you put some Levine on top, just like that.
This is their
yeah. What's the halacha?
Yo,
It says the Mishnah, all you need to do is take it out. You take them out. No problem. That's possible. What happens when you clear it out completely? No flour comes out. I'm doing it the rubber hand. It really came out. Look, they're coming out pretty nice here. This whole pile right over here. But what happens?
Alright, back to the show.
What happens when you put finer stuff in there?
This is the
That's
mindset.
it. You start. You can't take it out. Can't take it out. It's too little to take out. It got mixed in there. The Gemara asks the Shiloh, is the problem is because you didn't take it out, but the problem is that it absorbs together with it becomes part of the flour. These pieces, yeah, they're very small, but they're not part of the flour. It's not like oil that it gets absorbed in there. That's problematic. Oil mixes in with the thing, but the small thing, at the end of the day, we don't know. We didn't come up with anything. The Gemara says, read it quickly. Might have that one. Yeah, like smack in the middle though. Really? Yeah. Somebody was and it's too poor to bring a carbon. He brings just flour, flour, whatever it is, flour, without any oil, without any. And the same thing if a woman is a saita, her husband warns her not to doesn't listen. She has to bring one of them. It's a very long process. One of the things she has to do, she brings a minhag. She knows how to put Levine on. It says, except they don't give it the NBA. They do this and take Levine, put on the side. I told the Seder.
Stupid ass.
That's Dave's fault.
I wonder who when this one comes out. What did ChatGPT think of this? Hey, let's not watch UFC. Let's just do ChatGPT.
Oh, better.
Really? Oh yeah. Hamza versus GSP versus Islam versus John Jones.
Well, we're learning that the thought has an effect on the avoid in the Beis Hamikdash. So if you think to yourself that you're going to eat this mincha in a week from now, that's chusuzman. Chusuzman usually has a karis if you eat it. I'm going to eat it in Bet Shemesh. That's outside of the place. It's not as severe. There's no karis, but it's awesome. So what if he left the levine on there? Ben chusuzman and ben chusuzman. Hustle ben bekaris. We'll stop right over here and we have a ride. If you have these tiny little pieces inside the flour, you cannot do pigul. Because in the Hilchos pigul, in order to do pigul, we learned over and over, it has to be pure. It has to be a pure avera. No other thoughts. You can't have a shaloi d'shma thought in there. It has to be pure pigul. I'm going to eat this in 1 week from now. Nothing else. The fact that the levine is in here, that messes it up. It's not good for the Isser. You need a pure, beautiful Isser. Mamish, the Kala Deis, the Kumrah. This, the fact that there's a little piece of Levine in here doesn't allow the Pigel to be foul to the point that you get caught. It's us. It comes to us. You don't get caught. What's that a raya? That's a raya that even though they're very small pieces, but it's in the flour. It's no good. Okay. Yeah, no. The side. Like, the Levine is always on the side somewhere. You can do Kmitza. I don't see a problem doing Kmitza. You're looking based on what I did over here. It's a problem doing Kmitza, but it's over here. It's on the side. No.
Dominating foot.
Yeah.
Everybody.
It has to be one of the four. It has to be on the and then if the price goes above. But if you took the Levina out, even though it sat there for an hour, and then he did a machshava, chusum koyim possible in the cars, this is mani pigul b'chayim al cars. The issue goes right back to where it was. It's a beautiful car. As the Gemara, heavy. Imagine if a bunch of oil spilled into this mixture, this flour. So what would happen? It's worthless now. You can't make this mincha and be makir of it. It's garnished. Ask the Gemara if so, but my positive machshava, you just pushed off this mincha. You just said this mincha is no good. To this moment that the levine is in there, it's mixed in there, it's no good. It becomes a dachai. Once it becomes dachai, it's pushed off from bringing on these bayah. You shouldn't even be able to make it possible at all. Nothing should happen. There's a number of answers. The first answer is, you're right. Speaking, it shouldn't work. But over here, it's something special because the Torah calls it a chatos. Chatos, even though by the English it's called a chatos, even though there's levine on it, it's still called a chatos. And therefore, it gives you the ability to make it possible.
Yeah, no one cares.
We'll probably relate to this answer even more. Hanan HaMitzri holds the Leslie B'Kuyim. There's certain things that are not pushed off. Why? The sign of Hanan HaMitzri, maybe Chaver Shlibak Grola. Remember this one? On Yom Kippur, brings 2 goats. One goat gets thrown off the cliff. How it bounces back.
Are you fucking serious? This is the worst. I don't want to die in 6 minutes because it sucks.
It's like a ball.
Worst.
It has a little bit of a
shit.
Shit.
Ever. You think dominating is the worst?
We should have started over.
Yeah.
There, you have 2 goals.
Is it really? It's up there with the worst shit ever. You're connected.
You think it's thrown off. Now,
sucks.
Both connected. The pasuk says,
why? It's boring as shit.
That the one that gets thrown off has to be alive.
Really?
At the same time with the one that's getting shafted.
With whom?
And the Gemara says over here, according to Hanan HaMitzri though,
this rabbi doesn't like the David? No rabbis like the David. Really? Any rabbi that says they like the David is fucking lying to you. Oh, I like the David. Alright, asshole. No, you don't. Really? You gotta be jerking in your bed. Guaranteed. Really? Ain't no doubt.
You make a shit of for it.
Listen to this motherfucker.
It's like the eye I'll please go to the second one. You don't have 2 of them. So you have to have both of them alive. So you see that he doesn't know the people. Okay? So we go like, come on. Rashi Omar, push the other have a different. He says something now, and I love this one. You know what? That because it's so easy to take like a little device, a little spoon, or whatever it is, and take out the levina which is sitting on the top, which I did in 10 seconds. So that's not considered pushed off. You're right. While it's in there, you can't do anything with this flour, but it's so easy to get rid of. It's not an issue. That's not considered double. From Rav Adi, I said the Rav Ashi is not. I can bring a right to Rav Ashi. The man Sham is lay, this lay to you. Yudi, I'll bring you right. We have a mandama that says there is something called Dafli, and that's Rabbi Yehuda. Yet Rabbi Yehuda says when it's easy to fix, there's no kufay. Where does he say it's not? In this case, I'm just discussed. If the blood was spilled, then you gotta blood in the base of English was spilled. It's connected to the goat that was supposed to be thrown off.
Dog, I love gobbling it. Like when I wake up in the morning,
you gotta kill that guy. You don't throw him off the cliff. He's not part of it. Base of Mishalef, and if it's one thrown off the cliff, guys, you shove a couple down. You can't even do Zrika, you have to spill the blood. So you see the idea of defense. What the famous thing that we had in, I'm going to show you this picture, and you're all going to say, oh, yeah, Avada. Remember this? This is the floor of the Beis Hamikdash. When? Erev Pesach, there's so much blood over there. And the concern is that maybe out of the millions of Korbanos that were kept that day, one person didn't get the proper Kabbalah, Saddam. And his owner didn't have his Zrika on his bath properly, and then maybe it's not a good clarification. Says review, I have an idea. Since on a nuclear atomic level, or whatever the thing is, on a molecular level, if I take one cup, I'll get one molecule from every animal that was shafted that day. It's all mixed in there. I don't know if mama's like that, but the point is it's all one. Take one cup and do a Zrika, a proper Zrika on in his bath, and everybody's young. So all the ones that by mistake didn't get the Zrika, don't get a Zrika now. It's on the floor, it's double. So you see that if it's easy to do, you just have to bend down and then grab it, then it's fine. If you don't quite say Malam Damat Aroivis, Zerkis, you have to connect with like so and this story. New secret. All right, he's on this. Yochanan. Here, check this out. If you have a proper amount of a mincha on the bottom, he says, this is a mincha skoita. Mincha skoita is not allowed to have oil, not allowed to have levina, two isurim. So even if you put a tiny drop of oil on it, you're over this. Now the reverse, tiny amount of mincha with a ton of levina, you're over. That's the two things that we know. A little bit of oil and a lot of bit of levina. Why? It says in the Pasuk, Omer Rav Yochanan, Omer Rav Yitzchak Bar Yosef, Omer Rav Yochanan. He said both of these halachos, Rav Yitzchak, in the name of Yosef. But some mashru shem al gabi kizayis mincha. You have enough mincha spoita, and tiny amount of oil. Says lo yasin. See what called him. This lo yasin. Don't put. But putting is not a shirt. It's even a small one. A leah, you say the word of leah on it something. It has to be a something. I think so Mela, that's this case right over here, where there's a proper leah on this mincha, but the oil is a tiny amount. Lo yasin. This case, the reverse case, this one's small. It's less than a shear. But the Levine is a proper shear, then it's also possible. My timer, what you think is, they can asino, you have to give that a mechivadik in asino, like some shows that have a policy, sometimes in the Purim, it says there's a minimum to your matana. When you say, we're eating matana, usually it's like chai, whatever. Unless like one of the guys gets something, he says Gavur Shvitim, it says Chatzi Matan. Whatever, that's a good. Wow. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It has to be in the scene. You have to give something. You can't just give a waiter 10 shekels or something like that. Give him a proper amount. The Haggadah, it's just like, it's interesting that you're saying that. That these guys that get tips, they get less than minimum, they get $8 an hour. And they're relying on tips, and sometimes they manage to go home with nothing. Sometimes they get lucky. Okay, fine, but don't think that, oh wow, that's depending on those tips. Yeah, everyone in their own state. No tax and tips. In Israel, yeah. Okay. Oh, Shalom, what's your name? From? Oh, you met already, no? And that's your, these are your sons? Shalom, son. Who else do you have? Okay. It's the war. Not a lot of people coming in. Yeah. Okay. My time, huh? What's the reason that you put a lot of levoina on a little bit of a mincha? Also, it says loidim adid yenisin has to be something that's considered a giving. A leha. Listen to this. This is interesting. You don't find this a lot. Look, a leha, we said before, means it has to be a significant thing. On it means a lot. Yeah, but guess what? It says a leha twice, and we have a yisai, have a rebu after rebu. They should have said a leha once in the pasuk. It's in the same pasuk. Lefaina, leitin, lefaina, and the shemen. Why did it say a leha twice? So say don't put on it a leha. Shemen v'lefaina. So that's called a rebu after rebu. It's a double positive, and a double positive is a negative. Have a rebu after rebu, then rebu after rebu, otherwise. Great. So even if you have a tiny mincha, the pasuk just tells it could be a tiny mincha because it was a meal. Big down where we by Yosef. Yeah. Why not? If we don't know differently, let's leave it. I hear what you're saying. I know. I hear what you're saying. That's why. And actually, that is the reason I thought to begin with that was interesting. But I don't know differently. So I don't know. I don't remember the other one. So I don't know. I don't know. It's two separate. The first part of the pasuk is different. Something in there. Over Yisrael by Yosef, boy review. Big Dharma. Big Dharma. Over Yisrael by Yosef, boy review. It was actually a question. It was in the format of a question, not a. He didn't say a psak. He asked a question. No. This first case. Oh, mom, it's a beautiful picture. There's a tiny drop of oil on top of a proper mincha of a kizai. Maybe in Nesina, do I need to put the oil with the amount of Nesina of Levina? Does the oil have to be the amount of Levina? Levina, we said, it has to be a proper amount of kizai. Does the oil also have to be large? I don't know. Take it. He wasn't sure about that case. That's the second. We're talking about again the minchas chayta. You're not allowed to put any oil on it. No, this is what Noam asked me yesterday in middle year. No, it says twice. You get two I'll think that it's like Noam who asked. Maybe one person doesn't get two lavas. The only time you get two lavas, two separate people did it. So his kasha wasn't a plus kasha. It was actually the Gemara says you have to have a limo to tell me that you're one person's kind of two lavas, even though they're in one after another. I would think that it's only one. We're not talking. It's like the gaver and the chefza. We're not talking about the gaver, the kohen. We're talking about the chefza of the mincha. We're talking about that in this mincha he did twice, not two different people. Okay, what if the oil is inside a vessel and you put it on top of the kli of a mincha? You know some possible, it should make it possible. It has to be touching the actual like we had yesterday, that he said there's four options. Some menachos need oil and levina, some don't need any of it, some need one or the other. There's four options. Over here also, we're going with four things. Some menachos need hagasha and shnufa, and some don't need it at all, and some need either hagasha and some need only shnufa. The new people that haven't been here, those who just made aliyah, maybe they don't know what hagasha is. Belly, you know what hagasha is? Whoa, you're holding. Wow. Okay, so not for you. For other people that didn't make aliyah yet, literally touching the corner. Let's see if you know what corner. Don't help him. Don't help him. Oh, you know what? Close, but if you listen to the shear, you know, southwest airlines. Southwest airlines. Okay, southwest. Zoil doesn't know what I got. They know southwest. You ask him anything. All you have to say is, watch this. Rabbi says, what corner of the Mizbeach you take the leg of the bird and you put it on? Very good. See, so I just made something up and they say southwest right away. They have no idea. No clue. They say south. No matter what I ask, they say southwest. Okay. Excellent. The leg of the bird. Southwest. See? Okay. At least you were making the question. The south you got, you're not great in clubs. I'm not saying that you are, but you are. Whatever, let me say that. Yes, there are those who need to touch the Mizbeach. Oh, what's Nufa? Rabbi, what's Nufa? I'm not going to fire you now. Stuff. This is from the official history, MDY History Channel. Listen to what he says. Oh, you didn't hear. It's taken out. We have it. We have the whole foods about it. We have the MDY history. It comes from a very long series. We don't remember we did it. Without it. Reactions. Goes very well. I go upon him. So this one is Hagosha. So those are the two things. Hagosha means to touch the mizbeach. Physically, Sufa means to wave it in the air like we wave a lulav. So this one is Hagosha means to Sufa. There are those Munaphais that need one, only Hagosha and not Nufa. And there are those who need Hagosha with Nufa. And those who need both. Nufa, whatever. Those who need just Nufa and not Hagosha. Like Nufa, there are those who don't need either or. Says the Mishnah, so if you remember yesterday, we had also a list of 10. Let me just show you the list. Here's the list. Minchas says Minchas Macheshes, Chazukikim, Kohanim, Kohen Gadol, Goy, Isha, and Omer. It's the same exact list besides the last one, number 10. Over here it's Minchas Omer. That what? No. But over here, only Agosha and not Nufa. A Mincha Omer does Nufa and doesn't do Agosha. So we switch it out. Number 10 is switched out for Mincha B'Chayim. They need Unois, Agosha, Nufa, Minchas HaSoros, I'm not going to say it's a hard time keeping. Minchas Kohanim, when a Kohen brings a Mincha, he goes all on the Mizbeach. Minchas Kohanim, the Kohen Gadol brings a Mincha twice a day. Minchas, nothing. The guy, again, we have the video that I forgot to show you. This is a Mincha of a guy. This is from our new artist. So we're going to cut him some slack. He did excellent. Very good at it. He does the music himself. It's quite easy, that's the science. What do you do? Say. It just happened. I just see my shots, a waiter broke a plate. The simcha. They're like, hello, I'm a caterer. That's a loss. Sometimes when the waiter, sometimes he goes with 40 plates and the whole thing falls down. And then they're like, yeah, mazel tov, what mazel tov? I just lost $300, whatever. Okay. New flow, I got you. This guy. Oh, so hold on, Minchas Noshim, Minchas Koito, Mincha of a woman, Minchas Koito, we have a video from Minchas Koito, so too. No, just say this real quickly, there's a guy called up, his wife is in labor, he calls up a taxi person in there, he calls him up, he says, do you have any taxis that you make sure that the driver's not zero? And this is the taxi, and here's in the office. And I said, hey, okay, that's like Semites yet? Calling up is asking if you have a non-Jewish driver. Who wants a non-Jewish driver? Must be an anti-Semite. Look at Semitic. No, the Americans like whole part of the day. You're anti-Semite. I'm also an anti-Semite. Sure, so I just want to make sure you got the anti-Semite in there. Oh, Minchas Shimon Omer, Minchas Gan, Minchas Shem Mashiach came to Nagash. He argues and says that two Kayan, Gadol, regular Kayan, there's no Hadash. You don't put it on the side. The feet Shein Ben Knitza. Because to remember this is the ones that don't have any Knitza, goes to Hashem. The entire thing goes into the There's no Knitza because Shein Ben Knitza and Ben Nagash. They're inter what? Not interchangeable. The link intertwined. Oh, that's the word intertwined. They have, if you don't do this, you don't go. Oh my God. We just Chazara, Kalecha, just like the first Mishnah had 10, we also have 10. Although the 10th one is a little different, but it's 10. There's a list of 10. Michael Mashma, when you come to say it's number 10, yes, it's 10. But I think we're seeing the one next to thousands of you get Yavi, we have, sorry, this one, the next one. Number 4 and 5. So according to Shimon, you take 4 and 5 and put them together. So actually, you have another one. You have Kalas is individual, Tikkun is individual. Kalas and the Tikkun is another one. That will be 11. We don't hold like that. This whole thing is the Akash or the Shana Rabbanim. Even them are the base of the Yasin, even the Lashem, big kriva lakoin big kisha. It says when you bring from it Hashem, and then big kisha. What do you bring to Hashem? Think about it. You have a mincha. What are you giving to Hashem? What are you giving to the Kohen? The Hashem part is the Kmitza. Kmitza goes to Hashem on the Mizbech. Something that the Hagdasha is the only one that has to do with Hashem on the Kmitza part. Mincha Menayin, how do I know before Kmitza? The whole. Huh? Yeah, we're going to have a it's coming up, trust me. Mincha Menayin. How do I know that before the Kmitza, the entire bowl of flowers also is within? It says word. Let's just see the possible sentence. This is it. The base so in Mela, the word mincha over here is straight. So mincha. How do I know that a sinner who brings mincha, just flour, yes, do Agosha on the Zeh, touching his death, and the Goyimar, Esamincha. I didn't highlight it, but it's there because it's two first words. The process Esamincha. The word Es is extra. Right now, we're going to do something very interesting. Do you have any kids here today? No children. Yeah, he's too young. Okay, sorry. Let me show you. Yesterday, no, each one you have to learn. You have to learn. No, we have there's a series of the first monopolies that the process shouldn't talk about. Machmas, Marcheshes, this, that. We go. Now we need each one has to be learned. So we're going to do when I was in yeshiva, I had trauma. Not trauma. I'm not going to call it trauma, but Every time there's a Tal Shabbat, Lo Rizeh, Rizeh, Lo Rizeh, Rizeh, I remember when the Rebbe paid the sale, like my head starts spinning. At the end of the sugi, I asked the kid, a young kid, he repeated over the whole thing. The way Yoshi did it is beautiful. The way it works is like this. We have a certain thing that we want to learn. We want to learn halacha. Why do I need a puzzle? I just learned this. I'm going to sukim from Minchas Kaita. I can take Minchas Kaita and I can learn it from something else. But like everything in life, everything has a pro and a con. So you can't learn A from B because B is very different. B has a pro. Okay, but the C doesn't have that pro and still has its thing. So let's learn from both of them. But C has its own pro. But B doesn't have the pro that C has, and C doesn't have the pro that he has. That's the reason. And this goes in a circle until we say it's a common denominator, something that they both share. It's not a shavash of that. The two of them, B and C, that we're trying to learn them, had something in common. Maybe I confuse you guys, but here, I'll just show it to you here and you'll see. First of all, let's do a Dhamma to this. So the guy on the right is he's poor and he sinned.
You may enter to Dohavasha.
The Nadava, the gift,
Sorry, you can't go into Dohavasha.
What's this? Soito.
Why did you let them in and not me? They have an entrance pass and you don't.
Oh. Okay. So now we know the Chaita. This is the Chaita, that's the Saita. We have to know the character. So here, we're learning Minchas Chaita, that a Minchas Chaita has Hagdasha. Again, the Gemara brought a pasuk that a Minchas Chaita has Hagdasha. And the question is, what do we need a pasuk? How do we learn it out logically? How am I going to learn it logically? I'm going to learn it out from an Adava. The Dava, you put it, the person is there, and you do so to the Chaita. But guess what? The Dava has something special. It has oil and levina. Minchas Chaita is dry, nothing. So really, I can't learn it out from the Dava. But the question is, but a Saita, the rid of that, the Saita doesn't either have the Shem and levina, and yet it has a dasha. But the Saita has a which the Dava doesn't have. So it has a pro, which the Dava on the bottom has. So how do you learn Saita from it? So each one has a pro in it. But the Sada Shava is, the common denominator is that they all have Shemitah. The two bottom ones do Shemitah. That's what you were talking about the first part. They do Shemitah. And Memela, and so does Kaita. So Memela, all three of them should have a Dasha. And what you know, the two bottom ones have a pro that the top one Kaita doesn't have, and that is that it could be even by for a wealthy person, where Minchas Kaita is only for a poor person. So you can see on his there's a bunch of sport. So Mela what? That's why at the end of the day I need a question. I can't learn it. At the end of the day I need a question. We're going to be doing this 3 times. It's very simple. It says the one inside, the number of the base of the sorry, Bidinu. The last word on that is Bidinu. Never, I can figure it out on my own. Watch. Never hold a minchas clothes over them. Hold a minchas smudava. It says that you have to bring a minchas because you owe one. It's a clothes. You have to bring it because it's given a burial. It also says you should bring one voluntarily. Remember, hold a minchas smudava. So it's a little more from that. Not going to go to Hagdasha, but it's doing Hagdasha. Just like the Medava requires touching the back, so too the Chayva. I'm going to go take it back here. You don't have to look at the thing. We're going to look from here. But guess what? It has oil. I'm just going to click on that. You're going to have to look at the screen. But if I cite it to us, the what? A site doesn't have the but it has a Russia. Now look at site came through on the blue fall. Oh, that's using a raya. That's a special thing. That you need a waiver. Where the Nicholas is W and O. You don't have to waive it, but the law has that done. So those are the stories. There's only going to pass 22. Each one has its own pro and its own kind of They're not similar, but that's the Shabbos of them. But you can do one thing. You can do a common denominator. The Shabbos Mitzvah, the Shabbos Agash. At the end of the day, all three of them do. The Mela they should be up, and the other if I study Shabbos Mitzvah, then the Mitzvah says the top guys are fight together. We're trying to learn everything from. You want to see if you do this logically. It also has Mitzvah. The Shabbos Agash should also need. You should be able to. You should have to touch the Mizbeach when you bring a Mitzvah. But and this is the final argument here. Malat and the Shabbos should love it. The two bottom ones, the Site and the Dava, they come even for a person who's wealthy. If a Site is very wealthy, he still has to bring a Mitzvah. If a person who's very wealthy wants to bring a gift out there, he can bring in a Dava. But saying, "Can I'm going to pass Site," and they like cannot learn how to fight it from the school, and that's why I'm stuck learning it from a person who can't learn it out loud. However, if a person who is lovely, I'm going to sponsor because it's not a pretty quick joke. There's a poor guy that had medical issues. He goes to a real famous specialist. And he gets all checked out. The guy, and the thing is, that would be $2,500. I don't know. All right, I'll give you 2,000. 2,000. Give me 2,000. So I don't have 2,000. 1,000. What do you have? I don't have anything. You don't have anything. Why'd you come to me? Go to the local insurance guy, whatever your local doctor. Come to me. Why come to me? You don't come to the president. You don't have money. My father always taught me, when it comes to health, money's never an option. Look at tomorrow. Sponsor. Oh. Turning is out. A Dr. Global. Happy clients all year, not just this month. Shalom.com. Please read the shit of the race. Go to tomorrow. The Vesa, the rabbis, the chips. Everybody says the guy to remember this. But the word that Vesa, you learn Nichasaimer, like Boimer, right? Somebody essentially it was like Boimer. So you can remember, he learns what when I asked him 5 minutes in that, what does it learn from the word Vesa? Boimer. The Vesa, the rabbis, Nichasaimer. So why I'm gonna ask him because Yehuda says I learned Soita from it, not Oimer. Fine. The Oimer and Turkey, the Vesa is in relation to our science like the show has that. Says the Vesa here, says the Vesa by Oimer divided. So that what? That a Minchas Oimer you have to touch this there. Big Riva, what I learned from the word Big Riva, little Rabbi. That's Soita like that. When Big Riva, I learned Soita that the herb Minchas I need to be touched, to understand the touch to it. Then Oimer, they give us so. Oh, says the Gemara, now I'm going to do the second Tana Shabbat today. Oh, hold on, there's a video before I forget. I forgot all these videos in the video. There's a mincha of a Saita. It's from barley. Who eats barley usually? The chluchis comes to life. It's unbelievable. I got you. No, she does proof it. It's in the wrong spot. Okay. For those of you who are new to the shir, Lachluchis is a back. We can't show like a real woman. So we took a woman. We designed her after a Gemara. The woman, all her features are from the Gemara. For instance, there's a woman who complained that she's ugly. She says, but maybe the Tana asked, but maybe she has nice lips. No, her lips are giant. Maybe she has her face is her feet are like ducks, duck feet. Kissing we took all her milas and we put it together and made her a lachluchis. But the Gemara called her. Maybe she has a nice name. Her name is lachluchis. Like this is like dirt. Man, and everything going wrong for her. So Vikar Shema Yisrael Achnukas, she was our in Yavamas, she was our main character. Fine. Even Yerushalmi didn't complain that we showed her in the chair. It's good. Fine. Vidinu. Oh, Nazir. Saita. Of course, Saita. Vidinu. Uma Minchas Chayda, is just a test. Vidinu. Uma Minchas Chayda. Oh, very. Oh, we're only 50 minutes tonight. I'm looking at the clock. It's 8:05 already. Uma, we had a little bit of a late start. Vidinu, it's everybody's fault in the first meeting, not the them. It's not the chazan. Everybody that was there is guilty. We're seriously thinking about changing the time of the start of the shiur, 7:15. I don't know if that would help. We got to discuss. You're a fan of that? Start the shiur 7:15? Or we don't sing for New Orleans Hadashim. What? So we'll argue about it later. Boys will have a schmuck argument afterwards. Vidinu. Boys saying, all you guys are not going to decide anything. Nothing says you're going to decide, and that's how it's going to work. Right? Those who understand. If you guys can't get on board, then you have a problem. Yeah. Today. Right there. Okay, so anyways, we're going to learn Minchas Saita from Chaita. Vidinu. The Chaita guy, he does Hagosha. Minchas Saita the Kuba. We should learn the Saita Mincha from the Chaita. Why? Because the Chaita has something special about it. He does Hagosha, even though he doesn't use Mincha. So certainly Saita that does Mincha. He lifts it up with the Kohen. It's the whole Shiloh, he touches her hand, doesn't touch her hand, but the bottom line, they do together, they do up, down. So it's really Tuba, and the Ditchuna, certainly, she should have a gusha. How are we going to learn it? From logic, from the fight. Says the Gemara, I'm going to make us from Bob Keating. Thank you, Lord. Oh, good. Thumbs up. It works. Problem is that a Minchas comes from wheat. And sorry, that comes from barley, which is inferior food. Minchas Oimer we have the famous Minchas Oimer that also comes from barley and is Hagosha. Remember? Number 10 on the list. Remember that one. Also, we have the Pshim by the Koy. Second ago, we said Pshim by the Oimer. Malam Minchas Oimer can't do no Shemin or Levoino. Can't be derived from Minchas Oimer because that is something special that it requires oil and Levoino, where Minchas Koy does not. Sorry, Minchas Koy does not. So the word Minchas Koy does not. Koy also doesn't have Levoino. Because our team is again, we have a seven shoulder. So what? At the end of the day, each one has a plus and each one has a minus, but the bottom line is that it comes down and that's how it shows you show the piece and show the Gosha. They all three of them have thumbs up, and they all should have Hagosha. Abaniyavi Mikasaki. Since she has a Pisa, she should also have a Gosha. So here's your Bob. Malas and some of them she came to Yutsu loving Kema. Kema, you need Dasha up. You see this? I don't know if Gary can zoom in on this. What does it say right over here? No, Shemach Soilus, it says over there. Solar, yeah, it is. Every Soilus comes from wheat. It means very, very fine. In other words, it was sifted beautifully, unlike this. If you look closely, you have a lot of black pieces. This is not the real Soilus. Solar in Israel really means thicker pieces, right? But in the time of the Gemara, Soilus meant fine flour. The finest is the finest. I don't know if it means one thing with certain systems or something else, I don't know. But eventually, split systems it actually has a slightly different color. It's not as white as regular kind. Okay. I don't know if I say that. You don't need the special flavors. You just drink simple keva, flour. Since I can't learn it out logically, I'm going to learn my big kiva. Now, from the word big kiva, I know that a soita has to do with Hagosha. They saw, what does Reb Shimon do with the word they saw? He learned Minchas Oimer. Yiddish says the rabbi is Michasoita, and that word is used, the Shimon learns, I'm going to learn Soita, not from the here I'm learning it from Rabbi Rothschild. So it's like, maybe it's Korban Allah, even have a right, and he says the word he used the same kind of word by Soita. Look at sorry, no, I argue with you. I don't need the word by basic argument. I can learn it out from logic. My time up, the Dino Garcia. Guess what? We're going to do it again. Yeah, here we go. All over again. We're not in the first page. In the Tuna Snufa. Tuna Gosha. Snufa. Since Mr. Zimmer requires Snufa, unlike a fighter. And if it's Tuna Gosha, certainly should be. Why a Gosha like a Minchas Fighter? In other words, we're learning out Omer from like the same idea that we did before from the fighter. The thing is, Shalom Minchas Fighter is involved. Eat him! Oh, Omer doesn't come from Kisa. Boom, knocks it out. This is the Shema. Easy. Baruch question about people. They can say it. Baruch Hasoita. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the Soita things. The Soita also doesn't come from people. Agosha. Now that the Soita is Paul with Baruch again. Check out this picture he put over here. Those of you remember the famous video of the Soita. She drinks the water, and what happens? Stickle explosion. She's in the process of exploding over here. It comes to be to see whether or not she's saved. With our others, there's so many. Because Hoyt does not come to be Bara Oven. Here we go, she knocks it out. So we may like put learn with us in the Hoyt. The puzzle are being the very Zikri Zed, each one has a plus, each one has a minus. That's how the show is them, the common denominators, the common pizza. They all three of them have. So, the Shovel Agosha, the two of them have Agosha. Therefore, I learned from the two, Shaita and Shaita, to the doesn't learn the pizza, Agosha, therefore, it should have Agosha as well. For my pockets. So, what exactly could you, how could you show this up? It shouldn't be part of pockets. Malak's an assumption there. The reason why you need the puzzle, so they say, he doesn't say, like Rebuda. Rebuda said, I don't need a puzzle. Learn from whole type of Shabbat. No. Malak's an assumption came with sin. The person will sin every single day and bring a mincha every single day. So can a Saita bring a mincha Saita. But all of it comes once a year. You're the Adarab. Like the song. Out of Zimlim, starts with cloud. A person who's go 2 years without a person sinning, you go 100 years without a woman coming to us in English as a suspected Oiver Aveira. But a mincha, Oimer, is yearly. And yearly, it's a kudus. There's a certain consistency that it has, and that's worth more. Rabbi side have a wonderful.
Merit discuss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
I'm still places. Wow, Mazel Tov. What a 7 brachas. MDY When they put their mind to it, we made a show Rabbi for Yossi Klein's son, Shmili, Yossi Klein's wife, told me after the Shabbat, she said in her entire life, and this is from a New Yorker who lives in Muncie, she's never seen such a beautiful Shabbat. I believe her. There's at least, they brought out 8 different types of meat or so, maybe more, I don't even know. With sugar, I'll show you a video of this, it's crazy. Man, it's nuts. There was 4 designers, 4. Emmett, Sabrina Hill's wife was one of them. Arla Samet saying, oh, the meat. Those are the guys from the band. They decided to sit down in our table. But okay, it's a different story. So it was a beautiful, huh? Yeah, we put like, it looked like, no, afterwards they made like one of those tables they give a guy that's in a Velos. Okay, so I was coming in there, so we had this amazing speaker, Zubi Braverman, and I remember that Justin loved his speech when those in Hebrew. I told him, I said, would you be interested? So, yeah. Lamaisi loved his speech. He came, as soon as I called him out, I said, he's part of the cheer. The Alex car, he goes from the neighborhood, involved with the Shkoya. The Shkoya came out when I had to leave for a little bit to shear. I made one of the quickest shears because I gave shear and it came right back. It was like a down moment over there, and they just had, without preparing, got up and spoke. Mendy spoke beautifully. Shikoya area is unbelievable. Like the sugar. It started at 6:30, supposed to be over at 8:30. It ended up being over at 11:30. Rabbi Said, the Gemara Chulin, the famous official edition, the NBY Gemara. Huh? Oh, that's right. I want to. We have a good place, but we have Menachem Koker, part of the shiur. We watched the shiur, and he was very instrumental in getting Arla Samet to come. It's not that he did it on the house for us. It's usually like $10,000 thing. Katie saying you made a whole massive and Menachem Koker was very instrumental in doing it. So you should everybody. You should the Benny for putting it all together from A to Z. The whole man, it's unbelievable. Rabbi Isai, the first volume is coming out soon. We still have 14 daf available. 14 daf. Now remember, this is going to be a big hit, Bezer Shem. As people realize that this is easy to understand Gemara. Not a crystal clear shot, all in the top. It has QR codes. It has great pictures. Getting better and better. Rabbi Isai, you want to be part of the school. The school is going to have a tremendous amount of colored pictures of all the birds and the animals, the whole zot. So we still have 14 dots available in the first volume. We have a few fucking available still. This is, I was told it's 14, it says online, 14 or 15 dots available from the thing. So tomorrow, hopefully it's going to be gone. Chaparai, it's the virus. Next time we learn full, your name is going to be in there, your beloved one is going to be in there. Real quickly, thanks so much for the amen after saying the shiur should be a kiss for me in the intro today. Menachem for the test. I did that as I was prepping for minor surgery. Oh, that was going to call us yesterday. Maybe mid class. I don't know. It brought tears to my eyes too. That I've been davening since when I was Gimel, very special part of my day now. Because it was very healing for me as I'm struggling from 2.5 years in yeshiva with the abuse of Rosh Yeshiva. Me also having a first time having a positive daily experience with Judaism is doing wonders for me. Thank you for making Torah special for me again. Started putting on tefillin. Emes going again around the time I started off young as well. Interesting, another person. I just read an email about this. I started putting on tefillin again around the time I forgot to say anything. I started putting on what? I remember. Don't tell again around the time I started doing that years ago. With love and admiration, big ski and gratitude, Ben Shem, Ben Shifra, respectfully, Ben Yeshua. Bumped into the Daf Yomi Delta pilot on a hotel shuttle from LaGuardia Airport. It's amazing how MDY and Daf Yomi unites us. Are you Blau? He told me the pilot told me that there's a group, a WhatsApp group of from airline pilots. Is that the only one? The whole group of seven. This was I don't know how much time we have. Let's take a listen here. I think I asked Mark to make it a little quicker. I like this voice note that he sent to Nisano. Nisano, this is a lawyer. Let's see how do you get in here. Are you able to play it? Gary? Yeah, I'll just play it.
I started doing about substitution based on the power. And I've been doing it ever since. And I started it with at least the Spain's shear because I had heard that he gives a great shear. That he's excited, that he's joking, yet he gets the job done. One of the things that really struck me very early on is that, in fact, he does smile, he does joke, and he is unlike any other Gemara teacher I have ever had. Growing up in the yeshiva system, none of the Rebbeim I had. They never looked happy. They never looked like they were excited about teaching the material. They never taught the material in a way that was relatable. They never taught the material in so, hey, look, when I'm talking about your ox doing damage on my property, hey, just liken that to, say, maybe your dog running a begging my fence or coming onto my property and doing something on my property. They never made it relatable. So every competition here today is making it so that people not just understand everything, but that you keep interested in listening to the whole field. Whether it's a specific team, how quickly he does on the base, so that he actually finishes within approximately an hour. Or if you can what's the next video to do. And the more we use the presentation parts, the mostly the videos and the AI has gotten better and better, and the technology has become more and more available. The videos are getting better and better. They are shutting the shots that I never understood. That in all my years in Yeshiva, I never understood cloud. And 2 weeks ago, when he said, and I started with it even learning to about starting 2.5+ years ago. And yet 2 weeks ago, and cloud, he showed his head. And I said, yeah, I know, cloud.
Right, Yuval. I'm going to ask him to just display his share. He didn't send it to me, he sent it to the channel. Alright, my boy said, oh, we got sponsors today. Only 22. Official edition MDY shots, reception by the Iranian Movie family. Eric Anonymous, ladies and gentlemen, we're in time for the judge, is front of the Rothschild. The doc. Today's doc, hoping with Anthony Moses. With Mayor Ben, with Grace of Shalom, and Roman Bas, with Avram Yankin and Solomon. This is another word that's called Solomon. Oh, yes, we had two. Here's another one. Sin Aleph Lamed Aleph Mem Aleph Mem. David Solomon. Dedicated memory of Rabbi Mori, the Masechta. He's a corporate sponsor of Shmuel Baruch Ben Chaim Tzvi Dois. Those guys really such a college jacket house. And now it's such a beautiful gash. College family foundation is a commission of Rabbi going to Shlomo College to mention Sigidu. And now it's the full Shlomo the Michigan is Zar. And now it's the Shlomo and Arif Yom. Selei Bas Esti, Shlomo Maz, the Kodesh Kodesh, Stephen Abu Zeta Chesed, which are proud of you, you have a more like Taigi. Said he goes to family, Candy Island, you can't honor Eli, change my meaning of life. Rainy Almoni, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all those who took him to wife. Yovish from Spar, Mary Simon, and Shlomo the Mori, Beth, and Miriam. Maybe a Zulai from Shlomo Esther Basluna. Be careful of that other son over there. Amosha Aaron and Miriam Landy, Hashem Kitoy, Kilo Chazdoy, anonymous for the merit of Full Shlomo, for all the Klal Yisrael who needs your Full Shlomo, Saul Fisher, in honor of Moshe is putting on Tefillin, Tzedek.com. I'll be eating down with Shibur with Kappa and Yonim anywhere worldwide. This is time Shalom Ben Bitzalo. Anonymous for the merit of Nicole Ben Sarah and Rachel Sarah, blessings in all areas of life. Yonim Kali Spiegelman and Urdu Full Shlomo He's a weekly sponsor for Hayelin, Chaim Rafal Ben Sarah, our dear nephew. Namens before Shlomo for Yenta, Brian Abbas, Eliza, Innovations on his schools, collection Simcha Ben Fega, and Rivka Yehudis Bas Yaakov Chayo, amen. Daily sponsors, Barry Picker, memory of Moshe Ben Mordechai Zorzai, and Chok Our Elder, Anonymous, happy 50th. Daniel, may you continue to inspire us with your learning. Oh, what is it about? The Mary Moshe Mordechai Zorzai is Chok Beis Elder. It's a big today, it's the house. What is the base? Anonymous, happy 50th. Yeah, it's right, it's Milo. I forgot to put out the thing. He's saying the Hebrew thing, the next day nothing. Happy 50th, Daniel. May you continue to inspire us with your learning of Neves Shana, T-O-A-N-L. Are you checking out our husbands, La'alu, Al Nisin? Daily sponsors, Glenn and Stacy Black, in honor of the wedding today of Chevy and Moshe. York to the Bati Bas Nochem Leib, Basil for Chevy and Moshe. The end of the way art, for Shlomo Yonatan Eitam Nefesh Bracha, for Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, for Hayel Daniel Zev Ben Hayel Zev. How many words there? Oh, okay. The boy say brand new sugya, brand new Mishnah. Here's a question to those who didn't see today's daf yet. This question is worth 30,000 MDY points. A lot. What menachos do not bring and do not mix into the mincha any oil or any levoina? Very good. Sorry for what else? Quite very good, and you're not allowed to answer today. You're not allowed to answer. You're done. Next, what else? What else? There's one more. It's a tricky one. Lechem Apanim, no, there's Levaina. Lechem Apanim, very good. There's Levaina, we have the 2 spoons. Huh? You know the answer, because you did the dab. Yeah. These are good ones, You got me also. I tricked myself and asked myself the question. Stay a lesson. No Levaina, no Shema. Says the Heilige Mishnah. What's interesting about today's daf is it basically includes everything about all menachos. How to do all menachos. Yesh Tune Shemen and Levaina, there are 4 options. Either it's both Shemen and Levaina, or the cuts is cuts. This is nothing. You don't put any oil, no fragrances. Then you have one that you only put fragrances, and one that you only put oil. It's 4. Yesh Tune Shemen and Levaina. There are those who need both. They require both the oil and the fragrances. I wish I had the, this is, this is, no. I think that's, no, here we go. This is not the thing. Big pieces. Oh. This one is 7 Levaina, 7 below Levaina. Oil without Levaina. Levaina below Shemen. Fragrances without oil. No Levaina below Shemen. There are 3 that we just mentioned. No Levaina, no Levaina, no oil. Veil between Shemen and Levaina. This, if you know all 10 right now, you get 100,000 points. This is a big one. So know all 10. So basically, we're gonna discuss all menachos in this mission. These are the menachos that an individual brings as an adult. Minchas hasoilos, the hamachmas. You know what? Let me just show you this. Let's do this here. Here we go. These are the 10. Minchas soilos, minchas machmas, minchas marteshes. We discussed machmas and marteshes, very similar, but they're done in different hands. So the oil gets to do more. With the marteshes, it's a little softer. Machmas is flatter, so the oil burns out quicker. Yeah. What? Yeah. Deeper. No. The outcome of the bread is softer because it's deeper. So the oil stays longer. So the bread becomes softer. One is more of a crispy kind of thing. Colleagues who are speaking, the Yeah, different colors and chicken, it's 4 and 5, it's the same possible to see. Minchas Behanim is already the mincha that are kind of brings. Now, this is special, the Minchas Behanim, because it goes, everything goes on the Mizbeach, you don't get to eat from it. Minchas Chaim Mashiach is the mincha that the Chaim Gadol brings every single day, twice a day. Minchas Goy, or Akim they call it, depends on the Gemara. My Gemara changes it back to Goyim, is a non-Jew bringing a mincha. Minchas Nashim, women will bring a mincha. And minchas Oimer, the mincha of the Oimer that the second day of Pesach, that allows you to eat the new crop of wheat. I'll just read it inside in case I read it wrong. Minchas HaSolis, the Hamachas, and HaChesed, the Asalim, the Resikim, Minchas Behanim, Minchas Kari Mashiach, Minchas Goy, Minchas Nashim, Minchas Oimer. Okay, so that's the list of 10. Minchas Nisachim, this is a category by itself. There's only one here. It's the Minchas Nisachim. What's Minchas Nisachim? Even though we learned it many times, people probably have a little bit of an issue remembering exactly what it is. It's the mincha that comes together with the shlamim and the oila. Anytime you do shlamim or oila, you're doing a mincha with it. That's the difference. So we're not shemen, the ain't of oila. So we're going to be dealing with this mincha Nisachim today. It requires oil, 0 frankincense, no oila. Lechem aponim, Rabbi Rothschild. Lechem aponim, you're the rabbi. What does lechem aponim get? Oil or frankincense or both? Only frankincense. Very good. Lechem aponim ton levoina the ain ton shed only levoina. Shtei lechem. Oh, here's the list of 3. This was what threw me off. This one right over here. Shtei lechem. Midas choyte. Midas choyte. Ain't doing it. Loy shemen. The way levoina are 3 menachas. You don't get anything. The minchas choyte you can remember because Mendy always says choyte nishkar. Well, because he sings, he gets so easy, he doesn't have to bring anything, just a bowl of flour. Yeah. The Haggadah, because he's a pointer, he doesn't get to beautify his uniform with the Avodah and Shem. The Shtei Lechem is the one that got me. Shtei Lechem. Just tomorrow on the later it's not an answer. The list always includes these 10 that you see on the screen. Look at number 4 and 5, we know that you can take 4 and 5 and combine them together. You bring a little bit of the challenge, a little bit of the feeding, put it together, and that's considered one more. It's an 11th one. Challenge is 1, repeating is 2, challenge and repeating is 3. The mashmallah, the law, if you don't go like the Shimon, we only have 10 in our list, so the 2 of them together is not a place. You know, Santa Allah, so you must see this puzzle. Very, very important. Oh, let me see. Here. Let's not forget these charts. Here you go. Just oil. Lechem aponim gets 2 teaspoonfuls of the zikim. And here, these are the 3 that don't get anything. Which are slimes, the soisa, the fiscoisa, and the alepanis. The pasuk says, "Besides the covering with them." No, not this one. Sorry, wrong one. This one. Yidagim Minchas Bikurim L'Hashem, V'Nesato Oleh Hashem, V'Santo Oleh L'Voino, Minchahi. Shemen and L'Voino is from Shemen and L'Voino, Minchahi. So we're going to be dealing with this Shemen, we're dealing with L'Voino, and also one of these extra 2 words that are completely extra, we're talking about a Minchahi. Minchahi. 2 words from those 2 words. It says the word V'Nesato Oleh Hashem. What's interesting about today's sugi is very, very each sugi is like 3 lines, and you go on to the next sugi. The V'Nesato Oleh Hashem says by the oimer. This is referred to the oimer. You put it all in oil. So you learn from it. From here I know. How do I know that the lechem hapanim doesn't get any oil from this process? Allah Hashem. Only over here by the oimers you get Shem. Maybe there's a couple of oimers. Not that there's something from the Tuna and the Oimer to the Shem. We're going to go back and forth with these 3. Minchas Nesachim, Minchas Omer, and Lechem HaPanim. Minchas Nesachim is what? You bring when you bring a Shlomo Nari. Or the Shlomo, Minchas Nesachim. So my Minchas Nesachim saying, look at this one. This only gets the oil. There's no Levanim. With a Shemen, you see that Shemen oil has a special thing to it, this carbon. It doesn't even get Levanim. It gets oil. In other words, it's the basic ingredient. You don't even give it fragrances. So obviously, you have to give it a little oil. Else you're going to mix it. You need oil. There's a punish, it's all the wine off. And if it's all damage, like less than a punish. Get the 2 spoons of little wine off. So certainly, you should give it the basic ingredient of oil. And the wine are left. That's why I need a special word, alel. Only by the oil you get oil. Alel shemen, we are stuck with the secret. Well, there is a beautiful Amin Nezir from the view of connected. He says, why? But maybe I was thinking, this is one of these cleanest of prayer. For those who love cleanest of prayer, they're not going to like to chat so much because that's contradictory. I'll say it in the cleanest of prayer people, some of you like it. He says, why is it that Lechem HaPanim doesn't have oils? The way to remember. He said, what is Lechem? Lechem is prayer. Torah, you have to do, you can't just learn Torah. You also have to do Chesed. Torah Chesed. Shemen is Chesed. But on Shabbos, the Talmud says Shabbos is just Torah. Just Torah. Learn. Just to learn. So that's how funny was associated with Shabbos. That's when you started on Shabbos. There's no Shemen on Shabbos. That's right. I thought you were going to say no. You have to discuss it on Shabbos. When remember, the Sample of the Torah. Again, Nachamo, the same passage that we saw before. Now we're moving on to the next words over there. The Sample of the Torah. You should also put on the Omer in Levaina. I don't like the instructions. You're not going to say it. Levaina. How do you say Levaina? Levaina. It sounds a little Levaina. Levaina. Levaina is supposed to exclude the Minchas Nesachim. What's the Minchas Nesachim? Rabbi Rothschild. The Mincha that you bring together with the Shlomo and the Oil. That doesn't get Levaina. We have a Kapachaymer. Now we take the Kapachaymer to the opposite side. Look at the basic ingredient by the Lechem HaPanim is Levaina, not oil. Levaina to make a suffix. If you want a shemen, is that does need oil. This, Levaina certainly should have to give it a little oil, a little Levaina. Levaina, Levaina, something Levaina. That is the end of that. The left comes from nice, the Levaina from the suffix. Now, the last 2 words of that passage. First, the passage, Mincha, the word Mincha is extra over there, completely extra. Supposed to include the Mincha of the 8th day of the Minuyim, which is super interesting because we're starting right now with the Minuyim. It's one of these days, today or tomorrow. What is today? The basic. So the 8th day of the Minuyim, is what we're talking about here. We're starting it 8 days from now. It's the 8th day of the Minuyim. Shmini being a special carbon. So this Levaina, this Mincha that you bring on the 8th day of the Minuyim of the inauguration of the machine, it means Levaina. Now, what else could you do with this new the website? You can also, if you want, you could say that comes to exclude say, Mincha is coming to say that there's the 8th day, this part of the 8th day of the Minuyim needs Levaina. Maybe it comes to say that it doesn't need Levaina. Maybe see yes, not no, maybe it's a no. Nothing more than a yes. Right. I hear. Thank you. To be discussed after share. Okay. Why is my phone buzzing? Is that like something coming in or something? I'm sure it's going on. No, it is. It is exactly. Yeah. Not here, but practice and everything. I guess I have it on the wrong setting, even when it doesn't know. But it's important. It's like, oh, these people are told I have to rub it to the mamad now and after this. And you probably should have a. Yeah. Yeah, Rabbi Side. I forgot to mention this. Rabbi Side. 2 days ago, anybody in the Shemesh heard a sound that sounded like he was 5 feet away from him, wherever you were. So I thought my car got hit by something, and my wife calls me up 10 seconds later. She says, "Did you hear that?" And I was very far. I realized that what happened was it fell right in. There's an antenna, a satellite station. It's a massive field, giant antennas. Nobody knows what it is. They tell people that it's commissioned and some European company bought it. Some guy bought it for $50 million, and then he sold it to the European company. All they do there is they transmit. They need to transmit from Eretz Yisrael Dafka TV shows. So that's what it does. And it's decommissioned TV shows. It's reruns. Some guy bought it to show Seinfeld in America because they don't have antennas in America. They had to buy them here. I'll be on the name. And a missile comes in from Lebanon without any warning here in this neighborhood, and hits the antenna straight on. They're up. And then everybody realized, wait a minute, they have a device that could hit us without warning, and it's extremely accurate. It hits an antenna hundreds of miles away, or whatever it is, from where they are. And that every missile that comes in and doesn't hit people, doesn't hit the building, are Nisan Glues. It's disgusting, but this is the master. And then yesterday, Nachamo, a missile fell right next to, I think it was the day before, whatever. There's also people dying in the shir. There's a picture going around where the head, how do you say head up in English? The percussion, maybe. Not the actual metal or anything. Blew out the glass blew out a glass in the fire right over here. And it's in the guy's building. The guy comes to the shir every night and says, "This is my building. This is my front door. My building." It blew out. So that's what's going on. For some reason, they were targeting the channel. Easily. Maybe the guy is one of the Iranians watching the shir. They said, "You heard this from huh?" No. They say, what they say is that there's a very what? What? No. I had a better shot. There's something called the Kiryah here. It's like something on the very Yisrael. There's a business chassid in Ramat Bet who's a spy for Iran. And Iran asked him to take pictures of the Kiryah. He thought he meant Kiryah over here, but she's taking pictures. That's the chat that's going around right now. Destroy us. All those guys that are sending pictures go around. Hey, no, I was just trying to get to know what's going on. Some of the sounds that we hear are so powerful. Yes. We're living in a little bit of a. No, if you see some billboard in my head, you should know there's other stuff going on during the day. I'm not exaggerating. Part of that intent I prepared in the mamad, running with my car. I sat down there, listening to my steak and my wife. She's like, "Hello, I'm trying to prepare here." Anyway, what do we do with the word he from this passage? Now we have it all. It's all coming together. Now we know why Lechem Acharonim only as Ravina, not Shemen. Now the word D tells us that in Lechem, that was the tricky one. What mincha does not have anything with it? So the mincha site is kosher, the site is kosher. Lechem also, why? Because it says he doesn't get any, not Shemen, not Lechem. Omar Ma'ar, just learn the Lel Shemen. Only the Omer gets oil, but not Lechem. Emalech Shemen, Veloy Al Minchas Kohanim Shemen. Why did you pick? Where does it say anything in the passage to exclude the Lechem upon him? Actually, it's called the Minchas Defense. Any kind that brings a Minchas, the halacha is it goes all on the Mizbeach, you don't get to eat it. Maybe that particular Minchas should not get oil. It's one of the 10 in the list of 10. Okay, let's go back to the list. Let's see. Number 6 is a Minchas. Okay. Why does this Minchas Payim get oil? Maybe the Pasuk comes with it. Says the Gemara does a classic here 3 times in a row. We're going to make a list for it. Let's see. So what do we have? We have the Omer. We're trying to learn from Omer. It's either the Lechem Achanim or it's the Minchas Payim. It's very geschmack. Look at this. The Omer is in the center. The Pasuk talks about the Omer. I could either say that it comes to exclude Lechem Achanim, the Lechem Achanim doesn't get oil, or it comes to exclude on the right side the Minchas Payim. Why did we pick the Lechem Achanim over the Minchas Payim to exclude Lechem Achanim? Yeah, I hear. Right. Correct. So, thank you. I don't know who fixed this, but somebody got up and fixed it. 5 in the morning, I sent out a SOS. That's the crazy. Like, emergency. Because I was in the middle of the show, brothers. What? Save our stuff. Very good. Save our stuff. Interesting number 3. Look, I just sent it to people. Kobe and Yoshi. You gotta do because there's also animation that I couldn't fix it myself. So here it goes. There's a list of 6 things that the Omer is similar to. And there's a list of 6 things that it's similar to Lechem Achanim. So why did I pick one of those? So we start off. Yeah, it's very similar to Minchas Kohanim. That's why we're not going to exclude. So since it's so similar to Omer, it makes sense. It should be like them. It should have oil. The what? They're both sorry. They have the same measurement, whereas Lechem Achanim doesn't have that measurement. It has a double measurement for power. You have to use a kli when you do Minchas Payim, and it has Dusha the Kli. These like a book. We learned even the other day. You remember? By Lechem Achanim, we had a thing where you was doing it on a piece of leather. Got the value, whatever the word was over there. But these are done in the Azara. Where's the Lechem Achanim situated? In the Eichel. Surah is tricky. Surah means Tubar Surasa. Tubar Surasa means that if it's left overnight, it's you're over on Lino, get rid of it, throw it out. Lechem Achanim is 7 days, it's not 1 day thing. Hagasha, both of them, the Minchas Kohanim and the Omer, you have to put it on the Mizbeach and touch the Mizbeach and Yishim. There's a fire, you burn it. With the Minchas Payim, you burn it. But the Lechem Achanim, so the Gemara says, wait a minute. I have 6 things that the Lechem Achanim has that are similar to the Omer, and therefore it should be similar to the Omer, and it should have oil. Why are you excluding it? The both for the tzibur, the both Achayva, the both Tumas, Doifes, the both eating. Whereas the Minchas Kohanim all the way in the right, you don't need it, you put it on the Mizbeach. People, you cannot be Mefad the Minchas Kohanim. Why can't you be Mefad the Minchas Kohanim? You can't have a thought that can eat it after this man. There is no eating, there's no market. The only thing you Mefad is something that has a market. And the Shabbat, it pushes off Shabbos. Minchas Kohanim, I think Minchas Kohanim can't push off Shabbos. It's the Yochid, it's an install of the Yochid. I can't say, I want to donate today on Shabbos. Donate on Sunday. Give out it, so let's see inside. Easy stuff. Send them on the Stavro, huh? Yo, she's fixing one. Sorry, I'm throwing this stuff. Emana Shalom Kohen Shemen. The start of Nicholas we had him out of the voice. Okay, sorry, please. Of course, we don't have to explain because we just explained it. The surah, this one I'll explain again. It means Lina overnight because it's the luck of the Kuhubar Tsurasa. It's a funny way of saying Lina. Kagasha, he touched the side of his bath. The Ishim, he burned. Adarabba, the Ramaparim have a little Rabuye that the Ramaparim should have oil just like the Oimer, Shkin Tzibura, 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 you have to bring it. Minchas Kain, you don't have to bring it in Minchas Kain. Kamya, the Tum is Doicha, Rachel, you need it with the Minchas Kain on the right. You don't need it. Kula, Yifado, but the one on the right, the Kain doesn't have a mattress, there's no Pigo, the Shabsa. It pushes off. Says the Gemara, it's Tabra. That's it. Take a look over there just for a second. What is it? See over here? I like it. Push that away because of the allel takes away. And it makes more sense because Nefesh, we lost the word of animation because you had to stick it in and things come flying down. But the kids is the Nefesh. The Nefesh means it's an individual. You know what's causing the Nefesh. Not the Nefesh, the Nefesh. Individual requires oil. This oil does cause Nefesh. Nefesh. No. The oil has to do with Nefesh. I don't know what it has to do with oil, but when it comes to oil, it's the Nefesh. Not Lachapar, which is the seafood. Talk to Gemara. The neshama goes back to the neshama, the pneumius, that's what wins, nothing else. You have to come from within. So Gemara asks, I don't believe it. Bring it, give it to me. Bring it, give it. I gave this out to people. I guess there's no screens back then. Okay, let me see what it looks like. What is going on here? Oh, so I got. This is when Gary taught me how to do color. Where is Gary? You can even see there's already color here. The other one, thanks. You're the one that got me into the slides, the PowerPoint here. You want me to use a difference company? Looking at it, listening, right? PowerPoint is good. What? What was it called? Who knows? No name. Yeah. I overrode you. Look, Gemara. Come on, man. The owner has the Levina, but not Minchas Yisachim Levina. So we're coming to exclude. We decided it comes to exclude the Sachim. We're doing the same exact thing again. You go. You have the owner in the middle. And we said that it comes to exclude the Minchas Yisachim on the left. Maybe it comes to exclude the Minchas Kayin on the right. Now the same thing again. Maybe the Minchas Kayin is not the Levina. And we know that it's one of the 10. Minchas Kayanim is one of the 10. You have to look into that. It's bothering me also. Back to this one. Okay. So the Minchas Kayanim does get citing. Go up a little bit. Yeah, but you have each one depending on where you go. Right now, that was before we said it shouldn't have oil. Okay, so maybe Minchas Kehanim, which is one of the 10 that has both oil and then Levina, maybe this puzzle is supposed to exclude Minchas Kehanim. So that's why we started Minchas Kehanim having a refuah. It makes a lot more sense to say that Minchas Kehanim does have Levina. Why? In Sorry, volume below, it goes together. It's one Isar that you need it with one mug of shemen, whereas the Minchas Nesachim is 3 good. Mugar, you Agasha, where Minchas Nesachim is. This is Alexem because it comes by itself. Minchas Kayan comes all by itself without a partner. But a Minchas Nesachim obviously comes together with the Shlamim, the Oila, the Oimer. So it's Adarabba, Milchazidona, Rebush, and Sibura, Koiva, the Kame, the Shabsar, the 4 things we had before. That's 4 and 3. It's a Milchazibor, the first thing is it's going not. So Milchazibor is Shabbos is Goifa. So you know the stopping that once again, there's another color bracket, and the nefesh up now it came down like this. Yeah, so even though how many people I don't think we're going to use today, don't worry, we're going to get there, but not in this one.
Perfect example of the difference in translation analysis is power.
I don't know. No, I don't want to compare. We have minus and they have minus, but we don't have minus. The idea of what does it say? The idea of our Gemara, the point of that the Gemara was to make it very it's an MDY style. It's called MDY style. It's not a sophisticated English. Sometimes I use the art book all the time. Sometimes I need an art book for the art book. Just understand the word fragrances. Different words. You know what I mean? It's like it flows. It's supposed to be read almost like a newspaper to have this. Don't use it for the art scroll has a product like that. They have a balance in the Hebrew. The Hebrew writing is much easier to read. Enough people they know from the bottom. But they came out with that many years later. We're trying to do something. Whatever. Okay. Mincha, the rabbis mincha shmini l'ubayim. The word mincha comes to include that by the man miluim, the shmini miluim, they need l'ubayim. We learned at the Gemara of Emelai the obvious question: where does it say the word mincha to include it, maybe to exclude it? The Gemara is a very simple answer. How much? The evidence of the rabbis appear when it comes to include great. Eliyahu's life is not good. Why? This is a story we had a few times. Just recently. That was a one-time thing. That was the inauguration of the Mishkan. It's going to happen soon, but we're not going to have the same inauguration. It's a one-time thing in history. And there's no reason that I would say that it's divine. Okay? If you just looked at it as is, you don't learn the miluim from anything. Mela, the only thing I'm gonna learn it. Why would I need to say that not? If someone does something, I wouldn't. On my own, I wouldn't put it in. Okay. The Gemara, what do I do to it? The two breads of spores, they don't get either the oil or the ribono. Again, once again, maybe it comes to Luchas Kehanim is there every time. Maybe it comes to exclude him. So once again, here, we have the Emer in the center, there's Luchas Kehanim on the right, so nothing on the left. Let's see who's more similar. Maybe the style of Luchas Kehanim, the boys, things are very close, and sorry. You have to use a police. It's the measurement of the sun. You have to use it's masa, whereas shtea lechem is and the Michas Kehanim does not come with a carbon. Hagosha. Put it on the mizbech. Asian fire. Adarabba. Shtea lechem buyes from seaboard. Wow, look at all the skills. Let's see what we don't know. Let's read the list here. Tzibur Chayvet Tanya, the Achal, you eat it, Yigulo, we learned Shapsa, Matir, it's a Shalachan as a Matir, Michas Kehanim does not have a Matir. What's a Matir? That in order to eat the two breads, you have to put the Kavanas on the Mishpah. So this one, you have to mix it up, the others, that the produce has to be from our soul, the wheat, the man, certain times that you do it, you only do it on Shavuos, you only do it on the second day of Pesach, Chadash, it comes from the new craft. Okay? Let's say Tzibur Chayvet Tanya, the Achal, Bigul, the Shapsa. Matis, Nufa, Baret, Blanc, Chadash. Kahani Nefishin, you have 11 verses 6. This is really Nefishin. Now we're going to use that. Tomorrow, once again, at the end of the day, Nefesh always wins. The Neshama always wins. And what? Huh? Because it's much more. Before it's only one more. Okay? So we're going to cover Nefesh. Sponsored. Turn to the Dark Global. Happy Times all year, not just this month. The shout out that we have a shidduch today. No, you see that even though it's more, the Nefesh always wins. Says the Mishnah. When we're talking about the Minchas Choshen, the Saita, when you're sitting in the fossil, where did I put that? Fossil. Yeah. Mama's over here. Says in the pool, Lo Yosim Omer Shemen V'Leitin Omer Levina. This is the right to put oil or Levina on the Minchas Choshen. The Chayin Al Shemen V'Nei Atzman. You just put oil onto the Minchas, the plate of the Saita, the Chayin, the Chayin. The Levina is not going to be by itself. You're not supposed to put one, either nothing of Shemen, so. If you put the oil on it, it becomes possible. Levina, you can handle. But if you put the fragrances on it, all you have to do is remove it. Once you take the pizza, and then let's say you just wanted to eat it, you want to be, like the here in the show, especially they give you this olive oil, dip it in that oil, make it schmack, that's okay. And over below acid, I don't know if it's okay because it's disgusting. You just not over the research, well maybe it's completely okay also. No sense this is interesting. You take a bottle of oil and put it on top of a bottle that contains the milk of spice, like salt. You want to poison. Parava. Loyasim Aleo Shemen. What? Lucharia? Yeah, yeah, it's the same cousin. Loyasim Aleo Shemen. You shouldn't put any oil in it, in some, and if you did put oil, posa. Why? The thing about it, it's obvious, because there's nothing to do about it. Now it's already absorbed into the flour. You have to put a little Levina with nothing but maybe the same halachas that apply to Levina. Hamaloinar, he chata. When it comes to Levina, it remains a chata. It's still good. Look at the same, use the same, apply the same idea to the oil. Hamaloinar, no, there's an exclusion. But why? Maybe the taste of oil you choose in Levina or not, maybe the opposite. Maybe say it remains a chata when you put the oil in it. And when it comes to Levina, it's possible. Maria was showing that Levina. Why is it the Shemen? She has the reluctant. You can't move the oil. The Macha, maybe Levina is also reluctant. But the Levina you could remove. It's very interesting. I thought it was a Christian show because Duty Browning, when he spoke, he gave a nice shot about how Shem type, the Shemen type. He asked the question, what's the connection between a good name and oil? Or he's such a great guy, he's even better than oil. Like, you definitely, if it's comparing two types of oil, okay, this type of oil is better than this type of oil. But it has a good name. And then the end of the process of Yom Misa, whatever the lesson is, Yom Volta, you're my mother, you're my mother, you're my mother, you're my mother. He said that a lot of times, oil, by nature, is that, you put oil on the road, on the side, you get a slip on it. You can't, how do you pass oil? You pour water on it, it can get worse. The only thing that's good is oil is good. It says. So I told it, now today's down. This is what the Gemara says here. The thing that absorbs oil is flour, that kind of idea that you take a salad and it absorbs. But his idea was that sometimes people do chasadim, you think about chasadim during their lifetime, and you don't know about it. Or after they die, all of a sudden it starts coming up. Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow, boy, Rabbi, Parabun and Rabbi will ask me. No, so just for illustrative purposes, I don't know if you can see through the plastic. They're called, this I could have probably take out. You guys even know that this thing exists? I found this in my house. I don't know. It's like to make popsicles or something. Yeah. So a popsicle kind of Ziploc. Some guy, nobody buys it. It's a great invention. Yeah. You put a freeze pop. You put some whatever in here, and then you just close it. It's for kids. You know, you do yogurts. I don't know what. So then put it in the freezer. Now you have a. I found it in one of the drawers. Anyway, this is schmacking of vinyl. Look at the size of this. It's gewaldig. So this is good. This is, we'll call this a spice. You know, round up the spices. It's the same. This is also. Oh, let me show you this video first. There you go.
Maybe like 5 minutes. Then another siren went off. The whole night like that, running from the bed to the shelter. I'm exhausted, but I'm functioning 100%. I know the whole avoid that.
Even his eyes are his eye bag. Look at that. Oh, it's minus 2. It's the same size. Then I pull back. Okay. Boy, rather by a good immigration. Nothing on level, very spook amount. What's his name? Time Plumby's show. What's his name? Benji is very into the AI. He's very involved. He does what he does. Yeah, so he told me that on his groups of AI, he said that MDY uses AI. It's better than anybody else out there in terms of integration as well. Our AI is on a very high level. So boy, rather that's another very spook amount. Yeah, I'll give you a marker like today. If you do a Casino, they have like one of these little things that says if you throw confetti at the Casino Tower, that's to pay $500 fine. You ever seen these things? Yeah. He says, "Oh, I'm going down the cross. Cleanup fee, 1,000 shekels." Yeah, it should be like maybe the death penalty for the guy that invented glitter. I hate that guy. I hate him. There's no Muslim. If you have daughters, you know what I'm talking about. They know you're Russian Marusha. Anyway, but confetti, yeah, it's hard to pick the stuff up. It's hard to. So you have this. You have the vinyl, just like almost like a spice, ground down into the thing. You're not taking it out of the flour. So the flour is possible, but it's possible. So no, why? Because the way to look at it is maybe the point of the vine is not something you can take it out. It's not that it's a cause you can take it out. It's that oil gets absorbed. It's a prop. When it gets absorbed, it becomes one with the oil with the flour. The vine doesn't get absorbed, even if it's very, very thin. It's not absorbed in the flour. It's together mixed in with the flour. You can't get it out. But it's not absorbed in the flour. It doesn't come one with the flour. Oil goes into the flour. And maybe that's the problem. So says tomorrow, time to have to. Why we have enough of the spook about? It's an extra leftover. The whole extra leftover. At the end of the day, you can't take all the small spices out of there. Or Dilma, you shouldn't deliver Mivla. Or maybe the thing is because she enjoyed the fun. It doesn't become a absorbed. The whole Nami learning balance. This is not going to be absorbed. It's going to be in there. You can't take it out. You don't have the device to take it out, but it's not absorbed. Tashma. Maybe I can bring a riot. It says in the portion of the Mishnah that you could take the vitamin right out of the farm. Mashma, if you can't take it out, it's possible. No, it's not the main reason the Mishnah is the fact that the Levina doesn't. What's a good lesson of like when you get married? It's pointless. When a Jew get married, I don't know. Okay, next. So maybe simulators you can do it, but I guess not what I was thinking about. Like, but when you put part of it, the problem is that the oil becomes part of the flour. That's the problem. Integrate maybe. Integrate. Oh, that's a good. And now it's going to say integrate. And now it's going to say chone. That's it. What? Yeah, 100%. But these yeah. L'chayra. Yeah. So why? No, but is it considered Levina? Is it considered Levina? It's not there. I can just take it out. The Mishnah says it's far, not me. We didn't make it up. Here, the Mishnah says Levina, Yul Ketana. What does it mean, Yul Ketana? It says take it out. But the Gemara is now saying that that's a side thing. It's like a simple reason. You want to be a balabatish reason, Yul Ketana. The main thing is that it's not absorbed. The nikuda is that it's not absorbed. Sorry. I'm saying the Levina is kosher. Why? Because I could remove just the larger pieces. Same answer. So you see that you don't remove the pieces. It's possible. No, it's not possible. I'm telling you, don't grab that word luxury. That will give you a to tell you to get out, and it makes more sense. But the point is that there's no clear. You have to understand not the pasuk. You have to understand what's behind the pasuk. One thing that oil is no good. Now it's like Rabbi Rothschild said, oil is no good because it gets absorbed. And if you have oil, it doesn't get absorbed. You have a device, it doesn't absorb. Then you have a flour, you locked it out, then it's not possible. What do you do with this question? Again, what's the question? You have very thin levina. You got this mamish like a powder, fine levina, and you put it into the flour. There's a possible. The lock-in is a levina shade. Listen to this. If you have the levina on top, all you need to do is remove it. Eventually, we can live in a yeshiva level. What if you had a bad thought? What are the bad thoughts in touching? The machshavas core, the man, the muffin, bigger. Also, listen to this. You cannot do. Why can't you do a machshava of kutizman over here? It's only possible. It's not the real kutizman. A real kutizman, you get kares. You don't get kares over it. Why not? Because every sound does sounds similar to that bomb. What is it? Because you cannot do pigul when you have another issue involved, right? You can't do pigul when you have another machshava, another problem. Over here, there's levina on it, it passes it. Oh, what do you see? No, you see that little pieces of levina passes it. It's not good. It's not good. I usually be like it, you can remove it with a freezer, but right now you didn't. And right now you didn't, you cannot put a pigul on it. Pigul doesn't go on top of something that's puzzle. You see, there's a problem with even very fine levina. Well, the man goes, it just goes on to say that afterwards you took it off, you did. Right now, it's clean. Then the machshava goes on. Because it's like, it's impossible to record it, because man is people, the Kalim is hard. You stop right over here. Okay, let's stop right over there. Both sides have a wonderful day.
Learn to discuss the spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. Beautiful, big Mazel Tov, the famous Stroud Kreinberg. Take a look. Bar mitzvah. This guy, how many times have you done with us? There. All of a sudden, he doesn't know. All of a sudden, there's one thing he doesn't know. The Arab. Okay, so you do the math and get back to me. 500 daf as a 13-year-old. Probably more. And he knows it. He's the one. That's what you see there. What's the claim? I'm serious. He's very good. I asked you about, I said, this guy has a really good voice. And then you told me, like, he's ready. That's what I thought. Oh, that's what you said. Okay. Yes, you wrote this that night. He started doing the shear, doing the daf after meeting with Ellie at the shear. It's that night. Now he's a bigger full shleima and it hasn't stopped. There's a machine and raise the full shleima. Nothing, oh, what is it? There's actually a video that's fine. This I said already. This one is a really good. I like this one. Ephraim Graver. New journey and accountability and a big thank you. Please send my biggest thank you to your belly. I'm only 9 days into my journey. Usually I wait a little bit more than 9 days before I read the email, but it's a good one. Using the MDY shit to hold myself accountable to continue learning consistently. It used to come second nature to me. Going back to 2012, I finished shots when I was 20 years old. I was on a roll. I got married, went to Pearl, and school doing the daf. Brought the shots for many years. And these things driven by actually remembering a lot of students speaking from the first time. Then life hit me. Don't I had a baby, started working, very hard to keep up with the diet. I would miss days, and then not go back and continue on because that was the best way to stay on track. Mark down what I missed on paper. Years went on like this, and my learning is very inconsistent. I finish with 7 here and there, but there's no consistency in my learning. Funny enough, fast forward almost 14 years. I always see you share all the time. But now, I listen to the interview with my friend Dr. Langer. You mentioned it at one point about the network that people who love learning and know how to pound but have just not opened the Gemara in a year. Even though that wasn't quite the extent of my history, but it made my eyes well with tears. I was listening to the Bible while shopping in bingo. What crazy stories of people in share says lives I wanted to save my consistent learning. If you yourself have the whole Masechta blank, I'm going to check this starting this page. I went back to bingo, grabbed my iPad and grabbed the page. I started that page. More than a week later, that's just the top. And bingo, I finished page and move on to my next one. Only checklist. Thank you. On my check. Okay. Yeah. I feel like it's already making me a better person, as you said. I feel like at least I'll keep you posted throughout my journey. Okay, so looking forward. Huh? I like the fact that I cried in bingo. This is the first time I made somebody cry in bingo. There's other places I thinking, the first time. Alright, this is interesting. Because they did this during Shir. During Shir, we had a warning, meaning like these missiles that left Iran, we don't know exactly where it's going to hit. Get ready. So there you can see the typical thing, Baruch Hashem. It goes usually all around. We're like in the center, and this didn't really affect us. We didn't have a siren. But we forgot there's over 1,000 people that watch the Shir live. And we're realizing that they do have to go to shelters. Here's Rehovot, empty. The place had to leave to the bomb shelter. And the guys in Bnei Brak, they took a picture in the bomb shelter. So I don't know what we have to do. Maybe we have to stop, pause for 5 minutes just to let them get back into the room. I don't know. But we weren't thinking. It was like, oh, we're good. Okay, but other people with you at the time. They did say, yeah. They're taking with them, right? This one is in the white shots, themselves by the Iranian Levy families, Perik Anonymous, the Lishmas of the Moyer of Chaim, and the Joyce of Colonel Rocha, the Daf, Naftali Solomon, the Rebellious Defense from MDY teams. Thank you for changing my life and so many others to refer each day. First time I'm reading them. David Solomon, dedicated to different Solomon. Solomon with O's and then Solomon with A's. David Solomon, dedicated memory of Obi Moyer of small farms and tiny trees, very Colonel Rocha. Joel, the guy who's doing this was my father. This guy's talking about it. Somebody? Huh? No, but it's annoying. The leading Nishmas, my father, Jackie Dali. Anonymous, and Slachah Baruch of Gospel. The Politics Family Foundation, the Zecha Nishmas, Rabbi Goyen, the Shlomo Politics, the Metz Filu. Anonymous, before Shlomo Moshe Ben Izah. Anonymous, for complete before Shlomo Aritzion, for Leah Basesta. Joel Malk, the Pimp, the Pimp, Malk, the Zov, the Chesed. So proud of you, like a Mordechai, keep sighting. So the Grozen family can be island in honor of rebellion changed my meaning of life. Tony Almoni, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all those in Turkey and UI, I confirm some Skara. Ari Simon, the full slave of Mary for Miriam. Jimmy Azulai, the full slave of Esther Basmuna, Moshe Aaron, Miriam Land, the other Simplification of Pastor. Anonymous, for the very full slave, for all the five slave needs full slave. So Fishy Fisher, in honor of Moshe, is putting on Philip. Sounds like I'm not even David Tzibor. And Papa Yonamay worldwide, the Nishmas Chaim Shobem Tzal. Yoni Tali Spiegelman, and urgent for Shlemo for Ayelen, Chaimapol, Ben Sora, our dear nephew. Anonymous, the Shlemo from Yentik, Reiner, Bas, Aliza, the Regizel sees the Stinks like Simcha Ben Pego, and Ripke Yudis, Bas Rapachaya, Simcha's my son. Rather, it happens to be, I don't know if I should say this to Rabbi, but this morning, I got a text message from him. Love this. It might not be. It might have been the first time. And Punkti writes here. So maybe it goes together. Love you. Good night. Daily sponsors David Kreinberg. In honor of my grandson Yisroel, Bar Mitzvah, Mazel Tov. Joe Goldstein, Nishmas Yaakov Gilad, Ben Yosef, Bala, Alevi, Ve'ela. Ben Yosef, Ve'ela. Yosef, and Ve'ela, Alevi. Anonymous with the murder of Lucille Ben Shifra, Mitch Mandel, in honor of the bliss of the Abshachar, Mazel Tov the parents Gabby and Gina Turner. And the way are, the Shlomo Yonatan Egan of the Shem Bracha, the Shlomo Morcha Ben Esther, the Pus Hayel, Daniel Seven Hayel Esther. Remember those days when I didn't read all the sponsors? Remember those days? Zok Teheli Gemara. Like 17 lines from the bottom of the Zion Momo page. Rabbanon, 7 minutes in. Minayin l'malam of sarkatos. There are parts of the animal that you put on the mizbeach. There are parts of the korbanos that you eat. The parts that you are permitted to eat, and you put it on the mizbeach, it's a big no-no. We call it lav. How do you know it's a lav? How do you know it's a isa deraisa? The cutting is a portion, you can bring it home and eat it. Now, you can eat it in the Bismillah, whatever. Usually. Sometimes you could bring it home maybe. How do you know that you put on the mizbeach you're over? Menayin l'malam is sarkata. So do the math with me. We're talking about touching here. So chatos, you know, part of it, you're trying to see. You put that part on the mizbeach, no good. Star Osham, get to eat a little bit of the Osham, no good. What's left from touching? Oilo, you can't eat. So now, what's the next one? If you know the phone answer, if you're looking at the shot screen over there. What else is touching? What else is on the list? We did most of the list already. We did Tatas Asham Oila. There's only one more. Shani Tzibur, Shani Tzibur. When do you give Shani Tzibur? On Shavuos. On Shavuos. So that's the fourth one. So here we go. Here's the list of Kachikasu. Tatas Asham Oila is not counted. The entire thing goes on his back. Shani Tzibur, that's the only one that's left. That's called Kachikasu. Now, on the Kachim Kalim is the whole list on the left. Shwan, because you know, for Meiser. These are all, obviously, the Kohen gets to eat from it. So if you put any of the Kachim Kalim on the Mizbeach, the Oimer, the Meiser, Oimer, and the leftover, the Oimer, it goes, again, Yohanan, the Meiser, Shkia Lechem, the two breads and Shavuos, that you get to use. The Lechem Aponim, they get to eat in Shabbos, you can have them. You take the Lechem Aponim and put on the Mizbeach, no. U'Mashiarim and Akos, and all the leftovers of the Mincha, the Kmitza goes on the Mizbeach, but the leftovers goes to the Koyanim. If you put the Shirayim on the Mizbeach, Shiru Beloisa, so you're over in a lot. Talmud Loimar, and we had this, if you're with us in Zvachim, you remember this. Talmud Loimar, the Kol Se'or, the Kol Devash, Loisa Kir Imenu, Ishel Hashem. Kol Se'or, all the leavening agents, the sourdough, the Kol Devash, the voice out. Who here knows what Dvash is? What's Dvash? Date honey? Oh, date honey. What else? That's it. So you're not allowed to put on the Mizbeach date honey. What about an orange? It's not honey. You're allowed to put an orange on the Mizbeach. Oh, Dvash over here means fruit. Typically, Dvash means date honey. Because of the Shivas Aminim. Dvash, not today. Now it means Dvash, we call Dvash, and now put any fruit. You can't put grapes, you can't put apples. So the Gemara Darshans in the middle of the drasha. Anything that you put onto the fire, whatever's left over your on Batakiru. As long as you put some of it on the Mizbeach, then the leftover, your oiver, you put on the Mizbeach on the Batakiru. Says Gemara, wait a minute. Part of the list is the bread. You don't put any of it on his back. You don't put a little part of the lechem aponim on his back. So it doesn't fit into the system. This is if you put part of it on the mizbeach, that's what you're supposed to do. Take the katos, you put the murim on the mizbeach. So whatever's left over, you're not allowed to put on the mizbeach. But the few. The lechem aponim, there's no part of it that goes in his back. Huh? They're lechem also. They're lechem aponim. Yes, ma'am, Yishim. No, it's focused on lechem aponim because people recognize it more. So Tanya, we learn. There's a few things that you could ask people. This is not fear. This is like a unfair thing. But yesterday I was the barber. That's where I try to put every time I get it. At least one guy should agree to come to the shiur, but they don't come. You say they'll come. Who's coming up? Really? He's going to join today. Okay. He told me as a... Okay, fine. So, there's a guy sitting in Dingy. So, I said, I'm going to do that. He had a good voice, the whole thing. I said, listen, I don't want to hear any excuses about you. You have to go with your daughter. You have to drink. You got to come to shit. Why do you say daughter? So I got nervous from maybe something happened to his daughter. He says, it's my daughter's bas mitzvah today, and I'm going to tell you, I can't come because it's my daughter's bas mitzvah. So, because you're coming to that end, I'm going to come to the shiur. So he came the next day. He came for 3 days, and he dropped out. No, I don't have a big talk over them anyway. So I asked the people there, I said, I don't want to do it. The whole thing, I said, just if you can tell me what Trumas Meiser is, you don't have to come to the shiur. Just Trumas Meiser. That's the simplest thing. Trumas Meiser. Guy in his 30s, no clue. He starts telling me Most people don't know. Ask them, go to shul, ask people, go to the doctor, they don't know what Tumas Meiser is. They barely know what Truma is, they barely know what Meiser is, because they're still confused usually. But Tumas Meiser, yes. What is Tumas Meiser? It's the 10% you give to the Levi has to give 10% to the Kohen. At least, like when you go ask that question, ask me, what's Tumas Meiser? At least you should know yourself what it is. But ask them what Agosh is. Agosh, forget about it. What's Agosh? So Agosh is basically, most of you know, is to take, at least you know what corner it is. You might not know what it is, but you know what corner it is. What corner is it on? Developing. Southwest. Southwest corner, you take the, whatever it is, the Purim, the Mincha, you put it on the south, you touch it. You touch it with that. So now we're talking about Agosh over here. There's no Hagasha when it comes to Lechem Aponim, you don't bring the bread to the southwest corner. You don't touch it. Why? It says before us, there's nothing that goes in the fire. If nothing goes in the fire, then we have a problem. Look, there's no Hagasha because nothing goes in the fire. So there shouldn't be an Isser to put it on the Mizbeach. If nothing goes in the fire, you need to start with something that's part of it goes on the fire, then the other part cannot go on the fire. Then there's an issue to put on the Mizbeach. But let them upon him and share, let them have zero that goes in the fire. I don't know. It says by Hagasha that the reason why there's no Hagasha is because nothing goes in the fire. So nothing goes in the fire. It shouldn't be a big issue to put it on the fire. Or Rav says, he says, you're right. When it comes to Hagasha, there's nothing from within the Lechem Aponim. You don't take any part of the Lechem Aponim and put it on the Mizbeach. And therefore what? There's no Hagasha. But what does go on the Mizbeach when it comes to the Lechem Aponim, Rabbi Yisai? The Bezichim. The Levayna that's in the 2 spoonfuls. That's enough to consider it Shirayim. In other words, when I'm looking at the Lechem Aponim, there's a matter. The Lechem is a matter. The Korbanos go on the. So since there's a matter, what's a matter? Something that allows you to eat the Lechem Aponim. What allows you to eat the Lechem Aponim? When you put the Levayna, you put the fragrance. Maybe even have some of it. Here it is. You take some of this, 2 spoons of this, and you put it on the Mizbeach. That allows you to eat the Lechem Aponim. So the Lechem Aponim is the leftover of this. In terms of the pasuk that you should not put the leftover on the Mizbeach, that's enough to be over on Lechem Aponim. In terms of Menelishim, it's good. In terms of Hagasha, no, it doesn't work for Hagasha. For Hagasha, you need from its own self. Another subject. What about if you don't put it on the actual Mizbeach, you don't put it over here, you go up the ramp, leave it on the ramp. Is the ramp considered the Mizbeach? We don't know about fire. The says the ramp is considered like Mizbeach, the Rebbe says no. The Rebbe says fire, Mizbeach, and the other Mizbeach. How do I know the ramp is considered part of it? There's a double lashon basically. Because if you look at the pasuk, it says the pasuk Yidal, you shouldn't put it on the Mizbeach. And the pasuk Yibes, it says lo yalu, but the Mizbeach lo yalu. So why does the Torah say it again? To teach us that the Tevish is also considered. My time is over across Sa'ir Bash. Part by race is like by some only the Sa'ir Bash, which is how do you translate Sa'ir Bash into a carbon? Which carbonos are considered Sa'ir and Bash? Sa'ir is the Shea Alechem, as Mo's going to say in a minute. And the Bash is the Bikurim, the fruits. It's not just the dates. The fruits. So I think the Rabbi Rothschild, Kevesh, Be'ah, the ramp is considered part of the mizbeach for those two things. But not other things. And the main thing says if you put anything else on the ramp, it's not considered usual. He says, oh, he's Maiba. He's not Menai. So what does Isam come to be Menai? What does it come to take away? Or somebody over there. The bottom line is Bisanya. Oh, if I okay, I'll say a second. Yochel is not the maybe you're going to go. Maybe an individual guy comes to the ministry and says, so beautiful thing is these reds on schools. I also want to bring these reds in the double. The color he thought, not just now he's forced to bring his license for some Krishna Vasisa. You have to keep your word. I'm allowing my partner races to free who. It's a plural lashon. The free who only Tzibor reminds me of the Yachid, the individual cannot bring the two lashons. Yachid, maybe. You know what? Okay, so you, as an individual, you cannot bring it. The rest of us together. Maybe MDY can get together, and as a community, as a mishpacha, we'll bring Shtei Alechem. Shemei Kavasi G'Yotzibah, because once the community brings the Shtei Alechem on, maybe not MDY, maybe all Klal Yisrael, bring it on Shavuos. And we learn how Isam. So the Rebbeinu does learn the word Isam as a meal. No, you bring the Shtei Alechem as the Shtei Alechem Shalom Tzibur, or the together Shalom Tzibur, but that's it. It's part of Shavuos. It's making it. Not in what exactly are you going to bring from the Sa'ir of Dvash? Yeah, I'm nothing in the Sa'ir will be Purim in a Dvash. I want to show you a beautiful video that Shlomo did. It covered the Purim. Notice, also, this is important for the Gemara, notice what's on top of the fruit basket. If you look closely, you'll see. You guys see what's on top of the basket? That's all it's really. Stand up.
פרמי עובד אבי וירד מצרימה ויגר שם ומכי מעט, ואיש שם לגוי גדול עצום ורב.
Very nice. Okay. B'ezeh Hashem B'Purim. So B'Purim. That's the Gemara out there. That's what they just told me as an individual, you cannot bring two breads. Why not? Now, without looking in the article, please, without looking in the article, without cheating. What's the Gemara asking right now? What's the kasha? Look in the regular. Simple kasha of the Gemara. I asked these ladies last night, he got so confused. They were nervous. They thought maybe there's a trick there. I'm not asking a trick question. I'm asking just a simple, just to make a lane easier. Very, very simple. What's the Gemara's kasha? Huh? What's the Gemara's kasha? Huh? Cole. I see you cheating over there. You're looking in the... I said not to cheat. You don't listen to me. I gave it a clear rule. No cheating. He said, but I want to cheat. You want to go by? Okay, fine. Yeah, that's the Gemara's kasha. Now let me explain why I was bothered by this. When I read it, let me just. Can you tell me what's bothering me What's bothering you? I understood what's bothering you. You're gonna ask, why does it say kol sar and why does it say kol kvash? What do you mean why? Because one is sourdough and one is honey. So it's two different things that you can't bring on the mizbech. If it said kvash, I wouldn't know you can't put sourdough on the mizbech. Look, the Gemara's question is more on the word kol. Why does it say kol sar, kol kvash? The word kol is extra. Never kol kvash. Never kol sar. See, one kol is enough. Because each one has positive, and therefore I need the salt. Why? Sar with the mikdash. I would think you're allowed to put sourdough on the mizbech. Why? Because you see in other situations in the Beis Hamikdash, you put sourdough on the mizbech. Now, if you pause here for a second, where do we put sourdough on the mizbech? Where? There's only one thing that I can think of right now, and that is shtei lechem bin the individual decides to reach shtei lechem. Why? Because that's sourdough. It cannot be. 1 minute. That's the Gemara's kasha. Why are you telling me that sourdough that two lechem is also for individuals? Over here, you're putting sourdough on the mizbech. Now, it cannot be the sourdough that we bring on Shavuos because that doesn't go on the mizbech. That's the kohen meat. So what sourdough ever goes in the mizbech must be the two shtei lechem. The individual decides to donate it on his own. Huh? What's the difference? Why? No. The Gemara's asking. You're saying the Leaker does on the Tzibur. Why? Because the Gemara decided it's not only. No, the Gemara on the Tzibur said no. I don't know why. Okay. Why would you jump the Tzibur? Let's see for a second. Because there's a meaning for preparation for Kivu and the Tzibur. So you pay down to one thing and then. He's saying it's stronger to say we want to get rid of Yaakov for 100% and not Tzibur. Right here, okay. Let's take it. Fine. I'll go with you. Tzibur. Call the 11 called Sar. There's the Sar, Mashaim with the back. The Yesh with the back, Mashaim with the Sar. Sar, who's what called it in the Gdash. You're allowed to bring you're allowed to bring sourdough in the Gdash. I mean, there's Bash, there's no English, but fruit, you never see fruit on the Gdash. Bash is the Shiar in office. But on the other hand, you see that food is mutter in the leftover of the mincha. Sorry, the wicked Shiar in office. You don't have sourdough in it. But this is the Sar Hashem is back. Sorry, since each one has its own special thing. It's a point of cold soil. It's a point of cold vash. The Gemara is actually talking about a half a shear. The Gemara is going to say soon. Cold comes to say even a part of it that's the bottom of the oven. So here also decided on a half a shear of soil, a half a shear of the seed. Now we're going back. Sorry, we're going to go over this minute. What did you mean when you said that once in a while you could bring sourdough to this amigos? Loud, stay left on the cover of the oven. Obviously, you're talking about the two bread leaf. Someone decided, the team decided to bring it as an adult. And Rashi just points out it real quickly. It cannot be referring to the Shei Alechem that everybody should be pleased to bring on Shavuos. You might have to play with what's in there. You don't have to so it's terrible with bad. You don't put it on his back. The only thing that I can think of that goes on his back and the sourdough is on the dogma of the Shei Alechem. And you're telling me the Shei Alechem is also to bring. No. What I was trying to tell you is, since the Shei Alechem come together with Korbanos here, like the famous picture over here. Lufa, Avi, imagine doing on two. You did on one, barely moved. Two. With the Shei Alechem. Now, I want to go over there. So Mamela, I would think that you're not allowed to put these two korbanos on his back. Why? Because they come with comments. They're associated with the Shtei Alechem. The Brisker Rav says over here, you see that the Shtei Alechem and the sheep are actually one. The Gemara only asks from this. The Gemara doesn't, let's say, ask from Taita. Taita is 40 bread. They have a part of Taita. There's no There's no zika, so to speak. There's just funny enough, zika. What? The power of love, yes. Over here, because you do the things are together and everything's together, they become like one. They become one unit. And since you cannot put part of that one unit on the Mizbeach, why? Because it's common. You're not allowed to put soil on the Mizbeach. So perhaps you can't put the carbon also on the Mizbeach. No, the carbon no. Yofi has the Gemara because but guess what? Fruit is also put in the flawless. It has like it comes together with the carbon. It comes together with birds. With solids. Remember? I told you to pay attention in the video. There's a better picture actually than while I was watching. But here, these guys are all they have birds. Say the same thing. Says Gemara. It's not like the solids. So that we have sound. How you oil the birds? They're oil. But sound should be other than the cheap baskets go to the place. The Gemara over there says that Basar and Yusa has a something like that. That in English they say the opposite. The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer. That's what it means. The poor get poorer. The wealthy they bring a nice a golden basket, so they get it back. The poor that come with the cheap basket, they lose their basket with the honest. Okay. That's really I don't know if you're allowed it. So I'm not sure. I think it's easy just to give away your cheap basket and start borrowing from the beer, the golden basket, which he needs anyway for his thing. Okay. Yeah. So tomorrow. Oh. Hanu says the Gemara, no, these birds are not connected to these birds. Hanu after becoming the awesome. It's unbelievable. Listen to this. The birds that are on top of the basket, those birds, they're there to beautify the Bikurim. Like the shofars, like the what? Yeah. I'm gonna get used to it when the Beis Hamikdash comes. They're cute. The white, all white pigeon, little, okay, whatever it is. Without a stain. By the way, Derech Agav, you're talking about that. I have a pigeon on my porch now that has broken wings because we have glass space. So every once in a while they fly into it because they're very smart, these birds. So they go head first into it, they break their neck, they break their thing, and then I get stuck. I don't know what to do with it. It's like it's sitting there on my porch. It hasn't eaten in a few days. And if anybody wants a free meal, please, you might get. So, it's a sound, not to be good. Listen to this. Rabbi said, this is very important. This is a very, very important site. I thought about it this morning. You know, it's a new book. There are people that go out there and they look for esrog. They look for hours, for days. They go from here to this, to this, to this. And you can look at them a little extreme. And then the other guy that from his dining room, he goes on Amazon, sits, Reagan, comes the mail. Broken tip, no, bro, it's not important right now. I got it from the guy, he told me it's good, I'm good. So what's the vart? What's the vart? It's unbelievable. It's even this Gemara. La'at bikurim. I give you a mashal. I thought this is the mashal I thought in the morning. My good friend, Noam Fitz, wrote in Akada. He has a safe on the Akada. What's it called again? Where can we get it? You had to think about it for a second. I didn't ask you how many kids you had. It wasn't that difficult. It was a simple dialogue. Exodus of the mind. Oh, look at that. Wow, Exodus of the mind. Imagine I tell Noam, call him up, Noam, I'm getting up an hour early today. I'm getting up at 5. Therefore, you Akada. What would it do to him? I'm just like, wow. The Mashim Agada, getting up. You tell the Rabbi Rothschild, I'm getting up an hour early to learn the Daf. I'm getting up an hour. What does it do? I am going out now. I'm traveling traveling from here to Yerushalayim. I'm going to search for Esrog Sakim Mitzvah Esrog. You can tell your wife, look, I'm stepping out for a minute. I'm going to the Makol. I'm going to get you a present from the Makol. Here, I got you something for Yom Tov. Here, I got you a new iron. I got it down the block. Or I went over there, and they didn't have it. Then I went over there. I went to Mendy, you have a special guy over there. And she copped. I spent 3 days to get her the present. What does it do? Well, it's a different cook. It's a different. You sugar now. You want to look at the look for hours. What a weirdo with those American. No, I went. I did for you. It's the mitzvah you told me to do, and I'm working at it. I'm working more than the other guy. It gives a certain chashivas to the devotion. Wow, look at this guy. He got up early for it. He's not me. There's this idea of being mechav the mitzvahs, of going after some mitzvahs. I'm putting pigeons on it. I'm bringing music together while I do it. The mitzvah. No. In addition to Bikurim, not their mitzvahs. I heard a very nice story last night from the Dudu Rabin going that Rosh Neiman said he asked a kasha on Rishon Bar Yochai. Rishon Bar Yochai was in the cave, came out, they started killing, they looked at these people and they started doing. So Basa came out, the Hakan said, "Love me, you came out just to destroy the world. Get back in the cave." He went back in for another year. Comes back out, and then the sun started destroying. He started, hoping. And finally, they met a man, an old man that had 2 things of Adasa. He says, "What's this?" He says, "Echad Zachar enough of a shaman." Rishon Bar Yochai was so inspiring. Wow, look at his children. He says, "Where was the so strong from?" He was inspired from the Chavivus HaMitzvah. He wasn't stopping with this. He went one to Zachar, one to Shaman. He says, "Look how much I love you. I'm doing it. Look at my love. Look at my people for you. Zachar, Shaman, more Adasa." He says, "Oh, these are the simple Yidden. Simple Yidden. He's going out of his way for the mitzvah." Don't give me I just caught it today. This idea, like I always feel like I spend many hours back when I was a kid searching for striking. Today, I've got much time. This and that, but I started laughing. Hey, there's something to it. There's a lot to it. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. You don't have to don't choose. Don't choose. There's certain parts of it. In the Bikurim, the last, they wore like special, underway. Yeah. The whole thing. Bikurim. Boy, wrong, Rafam, and Rafizdo. Kamalim Sartaku Soy, Bagavim is bath mouth. Right here. Make it for Dave, do you see? Oh, who's up there? Nothing. Sorry, Gershon. Do you see a fast button, like a speed that you can double the speed on the video? Because Mark is telling me this morning he has it on his PowerPoint. I can't find it by us. No. It's on the screen itself. When you go to in the bottom right corner, if you hover your mouse, I was thinking maybe in this program you have it. No, this is similar to what I have. Interesting. No, sometimes there's a video, it's too long. Fight it, let's go. Let's do it. 2-speed, I can take it. Okay, so I have to figure out how come they don't have a 2-speed, they have it on every device. I don't have to worry about these guys. All right. Sometimes, yeah. But sometimes I get the video too late. Like a lot of times, some of these videos, I get caught off guard. They sent me last night. They sent me a video, 1.5 minutes. I didn't see it before. They're working. It takes a long time to make these videos. They give it as a middle share, pops up on my screen. Go show. They tell me what it is. This is in the studio. Push play. I don't know if 1.5 minutes I'm sitting with, and it's not even to my taste or whatever. Okay. This guy is young Valai on his back. I thought I had something. Oh, here, it's a back. Right over here. I didn't even talk about this. Seriously. Here, this is bad. If you send the word tafrit, or how do you do it in English? A menu, and then it gives the whole thing. You could ask it for all the songs. It even has Shrots in there. It has Tzur Sadaf. It has Shema Yisrael. It says on the side over here. No, it's Shema. I'm just kidding. However, Pesachim is on it. There's a lot of stuff on this pack. So that is downloaded. So, what? The back matter. Here, there is the back matter. The Mavis, I don't know what he does like that. Well, Rabbi Rothschild knows how much of a carbon of this. When you bring a bird patos, to try and get speed from it. How much of the bird patos goes in there? Nothing. What if you bring some patos bird and put it on the mizbeach? You're not supposed to put it on the mizbeach. That's similar to the sugi we just had. Until now, we're talking about a patos sheep that you're supposed to eat it. Instead of eating it, the guy puts it on his bath. This is the right. What about the bird? Instead of the guy eating it, he puts it on his bath. This is the right. What's the shiloh? Now, over here, none of it goes on his bath. You all decided, and you were right, that none of it goes on his bath. So it really can't be the time that possible. What's the possible? What says if you put part of it on his bath, the leftover you're not allowed to put on his bath. But over here, by the bird, the entire thing goes, it doesn't go on his bath. By Dilma, by Nami Shmoy, over here, the Torah calls a bird a carbon. What does the Torah call a bird a carbon? Look, look, carbon, isn't it flourish? It's funny. Gershon, you see the menu is still on the screen. You'll think, oh. It's called carbon. By Nami, Shmoy carbon, therefore it's called carbon. Maybe, put it on the map. I'm related close to Shmoy carbon, yes. By Nami, Shmoy carbon. This, in fact, is considered a bird called carbon. Itanoi, but that's Oimer, Koshim, you should know, I have to be strict with this rule. Part of it I've done is that in order to be over. Give on the close Shmoy carbon as long as it's called carbon. Imagine and what would be the opportunity to Shittas? One of them is what we just said on the Pista. Is it Chatas Oiv Givinayu? Chatas Oiv doesn't go on the back at all. It's according to Rabbi Eliezer, you wouldn't be tired. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's called the carbon time. Rav Amar Lo Yikshem in Mitzvah Givinayu. The oil that goes into Mitzvah, the oil, obviously none of it goes on his back. So, according to Rabbi Kiva, you over why one of them is called Karbanim the rabbis like Shemesh and Mitzvah because it's called the carbon. According to Rabbi Kiva, you'll be over you put the Mitzvah's oil on his back. Sorry about that theory. Ainly Ella Kula. How do you know that if you put part of the sourdough, a half a shear, or even a mashu according to Abaya, how do you know that you're over? The limit called anything. Oh, sorry. Sorry about the theory. Ainly Ella Kula. It's also even part of it. A ruben minayin. How do you know if you mix the sourdough with matzah, let's say? It's a mixture. How do you know you're over? I'm learning my key calls. The word key. Mike Omar, what's going on here? I'm not buying Omar. Sorry about that thing. Ain't a lot of the shear is a kazak. I don't know half a shear, which, by the way, according to Abaya, half a shear means even a nothing. There's no such thing as a half a zayt. Half a zayt means a kosher. It's either a zayis or less than a zayis. It's not a half a zayis. I'm pointing it out because by Rava, when he starts, his starting point is 2 zaysim. So half a 2 is 1 full zayis, which is a full shear. But according to Abayah, our starting point is a zayis. So half of that is a mashu. You put a little how do you call it? A crumb a speck of so'er on the mizbech, you'll be over. I'm like a and Ruben and I, how you know, a mixture. Tamaloi Mar, Kiko. Robo Mar, very similar but different. Public Kava. It's all about the same word. Ain't a little pipe. Instead of saying Kazais, he says it's pizza. How do you know what happens when it's a pizza? You go like this with your finger. Tamaloi Mar call. And Ruben and I, like Kiko, same moving, same everything, but instead of saying the word Kazais, he says pipe. The right community, so what's enough to mean if you call it a Kazais or pizza? Don't get excited, Rabbi. That's not on the base. We're doing Tosis Ikidam soon. The way you read this Gemara is, since Abaya's starting point is less than 2 Zaysim, less than 2, how much is half of less than 2? Let's call it 1 3/4. What's half of 1 3/4? How much is it? What? 1.875. 0.875. You're right. 0.875. 70. 875. 0.875. Yeah, not 8. 0.875. So, see, the way you read it is, since your starting point is visualization, it is 1 3/4, let's say. So, Mamela, the Torah tells you to do half. So, half is less than a full Zayis. It's 0.875 of a Zayis. The Yeshak Torah Zayis, you see that to be over an Akara, you're over even less than a Zayis. The Yesh means, and therefore, Rava Omar, go with that. Rava, any claimants called Mishnah Zayis. No. Your Kmitza must be at least 2 Zayis. There's a whole, because in over here, you see that their hands were larger. How did the Zayis fit in all of that? Kmitza has to be at least 2. So when the Torah says Kol, which means half of 2 is 1. So you have at least 1 Zayis. In order to be over, an Aktar has to be at least 1 Zayis. Therefore, the Aktar is a Zayis. If your starting point is more than 2, so the half of 2 is 1. Turning to the Daf, that global happy clients all here, not just this month, the Shabbat.com. Please read it today. I hope the Olam and Shabbat tells me they give us some good news. They write us an email that because of this Shabbat.com thing, somebody got engaged. Or at least somebody went out. Let's hear about a date. Zokti Gemara, Itmar. I'm not living the story with Vas. I'm not living this. Listen to this. Now, think about it for a second. Without looking at Gemara, just entertain yourself. What if? Not funny. What happens if you put Sa'ar and Vash on the Mizbech? Yours. Don't worry about it. When I went to Yossi Klein's Passover, I found the Gemara in my house. I'm a sifter, mamish like yours. I ripped the pages out and put it in my jacket, and I used it. It actually helped me before shit. I wanted to go over the Gemara again. To me, it's fine to rip pages out. It's not you've never done it, but I do it. I did it this week. I'm telling you, within the week I've done it. You saw? I ripped it out of my Gemara. Why? Because that's what I need now. I don't need my small masifta in my house. I never use it. Ripped it out. So now it's good. It's all relative. It's not mine. Donated to MDY, it says over here. You're just? Hold on. Fine. So listen. It's very geshmak. The Torah says don't put sourdough. Don't put funny food on that. What if you put both of them with that? How many labim are you over if you put both? So everybody's gonna say you're over 2. The one says no. You're gonna be over on either 4 or none, none, zero. Or, talking about in terms of malchus, how many malchus you get? You get 4 malchus. Why? Says the Gemara, I'm not on the side. I told you, if you just read it, it wouldn't be so much fun. But if you thought about it for a second, it makes it more interesting. Cool. I'm not on the side of the Pasha, not in this day, like in the Shum Sar, that's possible. You get a malchus for Sar. You're like in the Shum Dash. Oh, like in the Shum Ruvi Sar, in the Shum Ruvi Dash. We established on Amad Aleph that you over. Oh, what was the last one? Kiko. You over. Yeruvi Menayim. I'm learning Kiko for the key. So a mixture is awesome. So the Meilas is a mixture going from the Sar to the Dvash, but also from the Dvash to the Sar, which is super interesting. And the Meilah, that one mixture, you over on 4 things. First of all, in the mixture you have Sar, that's 1. In the mixture you have Dvash, that's 2. In the mixture you have Sar and Dvash. You also have Dvash and Sar, 4. So we're like, from Dvash, from Sar. By Omar, in Loiskin Allah, something called Lash V'Shalos. Do not worry, because first of all, the Sug is over in 2 lines. There's a Mishnah starting in the indefinite test. But look at this. See if this helps. Oh, this is
Okay, Yonkel, your first day.
Yonkel.
Do you remember everything you need to do?
Yes, Reb Kalman. I know everything perfectly.
Here's your Minchas Chinuch.
A Minchas Chinuch, our boy says, the first time he's doing our boy, he puts a Minchas Chinuch.
What? Such a simple Kurban for something so special? I think I can do better. I'll have 12 of those to go, please.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I had 1 or 2 of those in my life.
Hey, what do you think you are doing? Are you aware that this
The Malchus thing.
Since this Kurban is a mixture of Seor and Davash, it's a love Chevy Clovis, and there's no Malchus.
No Malchus. A Lash V'Klovis. So what's a Lash V'Klovis? A Lash V'Klovis means it's not a straightforward love. It has other stuff to it. Is your man? You like his teeth? Don't tell anybody. Okay, hey, look at lots of the flawless. I don't know if he does it on purpose, that's just AI. AI is a stupid off on his shoulders. I go on him. If the Torah says, as the Gemara is going to say, the Torah says, don't put a, how do you say fasim on a muzzle. Don't put a muzzle on an animal. It's very straightforward. It's one knob. Boom. That's it. When you start telling me, don't put sourdough on these guys. Oh, and don't put sourdough together with, that's already too much. Now you're being general. You're starting to say more stuff. Lots of applause. So what does that mean? So when you don't get anything, or you get a little bit, no, you'll get the malchus that the persons don't put sourdough, you get. But sourdough with a mixture of that, you're not going to get 2 for that. That's already too much. Listen to this. You don't get any malchus at all. Listen to here. Look at the Torah. The Torah says over here, malchus. This is another thing you should ask people, and it's kedai to teach you. I'm serious. You give somebody a kick in the shin, you punch him in the face, give him a smack, all the things that we do in Shiva, you over on this possible gimel. This is their right to hurt somebody. And if they warn you not to do it and you smack a guy because you're mad at him, you get malchus for it. It's this is the right thing. Yeah, it's this is the right thing. Yeah? People don't stop. I don't know why the Rabbeim never told us that. Maybe they didn't show you. They didn't say. No, that's what they're doing. Even if you're not supposed to, because they'll hit you back, but they're allowed, you're allowed to fight. At the bottom, look what it says in Pasuk Dawit. Pasuk Dawit says a section. So we make there's a comparison. Just like the Saxon is very cautious, forward. The Saxon servant Disha, when he's treading on the wheat, you shouldn't put a muzzle. So too, any other lav has to be very cautious, a straightforward lav. Once you start mixing more things and giving it more, you're not gonna mix the sorry with the dvash and the dvash with the sorry, then you're not kind of anything. Just a short. These are our new guys. His name is Nachman. He did Harisha. It's not really Disha, it's Harisha, but the idea is the same. He makes the music himself. That's it's really good by himself. The kids are selling this short. Okay. A whole point open. We can call the the Miyachid Lave is not a single lav. The lav the Casimo Rabbi Rothschild have a wonderful.
Merit exclusive spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi March Rickness, Rebellion. I've had the privilege of attending this year live in RBS. The path to the exit is narrow and crowded. The steps going down were very difficult when I was only 75 years old. Now that I'm 76, I would not consider coming to this measure if I knew that I might have to get out in a hurry. You're 100% correct in limiting attendance and advising Social Security people to stay away. There's still a problem. As I was coming up the stairs, I see all the Social Security guys going down, and they gave me a half a smile as I. It was a polite smile, like, you're a jerk. If it is a Kiddush Hashem to probably place protecting lives at a higher priority than in-person attendance. Thank you for having me straight, and thank you for a wonderful share. I started with Basra at age 74, and I'm coming up on 2 years. My wife sometimes likes to watch along with me. Mark Nicholas, Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's a yid from Elizabeth, New Jersey. What is a yid from Bnei B'Chayna? In America, she has a passion. There's always this thing that says, from a passion you don't die. Here's a passion that you guys have. It says, if in America they're more into safety, health, life expectancy is much lower in America than America. It's a great passion, therefore you don't have safety. Unbelievable. Now, about letting people into the shir, in the yeshivas, they just learn normally, according to Daily Yisrael. I don't know, because the Daily Yisrael said it said by Megillah reading, if there's a thing you're supposed to stop in the middle of Megillah and leave. I don't know, I didn't hear anything close. So why is the shir different? Maybe, and also because this is the only learning some of the people do, so you have to understand Torah Magnum Matzah. Torah says, Tzaddik, Koyen, Shekoyach HaKol. Oh, he's the bouncer. Oh, it's his first time? First time is different, yeah. First time. First timer. Stand right there. This is Shmuel Kleiner. Shalom Aleichem, first timers. Shalom Aleichem. Oh, it's a whole million of first timers. Shalom Aleichem. Gary, you let it go on this thing. You know how to do it? Hello, hi. Manishma? You stuck in this? Oh, okay. No, wrong camera. That way. Let's see. Oh, very good. Very good. Say hello to the new guys. Okay, look, it's the only in America wants to know who came. You know what I'm saying? They're not interested in Shmuel Kleiner right now. Now we're going to go back to Shmuel Kleiner. I'm just showing you how you... Shmuel Kleiner, okay, very good. Now, last night when I showed the video and I read the email from David Hefner, so I asked the question, I said, if he opened up a minion for Shabbos to these boys, and one of the boys didn't even open up the siddur the entire time, what was the policy about talking? Was there talking or not? Is he right? Of course there was no talking at the MDY meeting. You get a big thing by featuring us, we hope to take up your offer to come for Shabbos. You have my number. I offered him to come for Shabbos, I don't remember. Oh, he invited me. Oh, we hope you take up our offer to come for Shabbos. You have my number. Yeah, so we stopped the video. I wanted to ask him a question last year, and we went back to the video with number. We played it 3 times. We got the number, and then everybody started calling him. Belshir is Givaldi. Zokted the Halegi official edition of MDY Shas. There's some response about the Rally and Movie families. The parrot, anonymous. News was Rabbi Murray or Rabbi Chaim. Ben Rabbi Yosef was in front of the Rock. Today's daf. Yocheved and Yaakov, gratitude. With gratitude to Hakadosh Baruch Hu for our wonderful family. Thank you, Hashem. Sometimes you have to stop and pause and say, wow, I have a wonderful family. I have a family, I have children. In the last week, at least 3 people told me they don't have children for a while. One guy just told me for 8 years he's trying. The seven sponsors, David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Baruch, the retiring Tzvi Goy, the Colonel Zracha. The sponsors, Joey Vidal, Sini, Sosma Fal Jagadas, and Anna Sassan, Rogan, the Kids of the Gashmias, the Palchi Tower of the Nation of Hitler, Shmuel Sarava Goy, the Truman Palchi, the Mesh Tzidin. And Anna was the Shlomo, the Nation of Zah, and Anna was the full Shlomo, and Arifah Siyam, the Leah Pas Esther Amain. Show them out, the Philly Bears, Peter Matas of the Festival, so Pradi, Yakamortai, keep steiging, sending girls and families, and the island, in honor of that, change my meaning of life. Money on my knee, Yossi Markin Benny, and all the Eastern Mitzvah and the wife, and Prophet Shalom Skara. Harry Simon, the full Shlema of Murray, Baruch of Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, the full Shlema Estevas Yuna, the Sha'arim and Randy, Hosna Shemkitoy, Kilo Fazler. Multi sponsors the second one, anonymous, for the merit of full Shlema for all of Klai Yisrael needs of full Shlema. So Fishy Fisher, in honor of Moshe, is putting on tefillin, Sanders.com. You guys remember? Fisher came here from his here Sukkot, and he gave one of the breakfasts, helping Yidden David Tzibur with Papa and Yonim anywhere worldwide. The Nishmas Chaim Shalom Ben Betzala. Weekly sponsors Yoni and Tali Spiegelman, and urgent for Shlemo for Ayala and Rafal Ben Sora, our dear nephew. Daily sponsors Yom Kester for the merit of successful surgery and pain-free recovery for Simchaliza Bas Clara. Marvin Schnee, in honor of Scranton. It's one of the things that me and Ellie are really into. Schnee. Those who don't know. In honor, Schnee means snow in Yiddish. Marvin Schnee. In honor of Scranton Yeshiva dedicating new base measures and buildings. Borkars, Seder, Matzah, Bakery. Shimon. Boy dishes have more visions if telling goes to Roch Moreno Arav. Boy Shushaven, Moreno Arav, Time Mayor if telling goes to Roch. She's much. So what is it called now? Borkars, Seder, Matzah, Bakery? It's not called. No. Look covered Mordechai's deposit on his Sima Shafra Boisai. From Elkons, Bills, and all the staff. Big. Mazel. I got an email from her. Okay, I forgot to read. Mordechai now, my grandmother, Razel Bas, Yisrael Shloimeh Adar, and Mazel our children, Ruben and Buna Levin, on the Levin. It's part of Stan Levin. So Ruben and Buna Levin on the bris of your son, Israel Rafal, from your proud parents, Yaakov and Tzil Shulman, Peretz Chaim, and Zahav and Zvi, Mazel Tov. And the way are, before Shlomi Yontan Eitim, Bev Shabbat Bracha, Bezer Shalom will see it in the bedroom soon. Durch Muslima Mordechai ben Esther, it was Ayel Daniel Zev, then Ayeles Esther. What is that? We're holding up the bottom of the base, 4 lines from the bottom. Omar Rabbi Ami. We have a new sefer from Rabbi Rothschild. It's Haggadah Pesach. Mida connected to Mida. Chelik Beis in the Haggadah series. There's 2 of these Mida connected in the Ezra, and like 4, 5 Svarim this large of Mida connected Mida of the whole Torah and the whole Yiddish guy is based on Mida connected Mida. All my Rabbi Ami. Iniach Sa'ir al Gabi Isa v'Holach v'Yoshem v'Yitzchak Tzanei. There's a sugya of starting an act. When you start something, does the whole Maisa, what's the word I'm looking for? Do we consider the Maisa? Do we give you credit for the Maisa? What's the word? No. You put the starter, the leavening agent on top of the dough, and then it became clumsy. You didn't mix it, you didn't do anything. That's considered chayav. These are the two that we said you have to be careful with the minute and not to make fun. The Maisa Shabbos, we see something very similar when it comes to Shabbos. Shabbos, you put a steak on a grill and you walk away, you're chayav. So too over here, you put the leavening agent in the flour and you walk away, you're chayav. Ask Gemara, let's see if this is true. Well, Maisa Shabbos, are you actually chayav when it comes to Shabbos and just put it on the grill and walk away? If you put a steak on top of a grill, keep it for chayav. If you flip it over, you're chayav. And if you didn't flip it over, you're potter. You see that you have to take more action. It's not enough just to put it on there once and walk away. So, 2 things here. First of all, there's a sefer, I didn't even know this. There's a sefer by the Rishonim called Basar Agapi Gefallen. That's the name of the sefer, and some say do it in the Talmud. He writes over it, he has a whole list of halachas that are to get to the Shabbos, but not in the Sefer Shabbos. And this is one of them, right over here. And now we're suing when you put the leavening agent, the fire, it's not enough. When it comes to Shabbos, you have to flip it over. But when it comes to, because that's, in other words, it's enough just to put it on for that half. You don't have to sit there and stoke the coals, I don't know what. You put it on, you fry for that half. Yes, you have to flip it over, because that's how you make a steak. Otherwise, the other side is going to be raw. But when it comes to the leavening, all you need to do is put it in once and walk away, you're chayav. It's the same idea. By a steak, you put it on once, you walk away, you're chayav for that half, and then you flip it for the other half. You have to have both halves in order for it to happen. But that's just the way the steak works. It's 1-to-1. The only way a steak, as you're going to see soon, if you do one half of a steak, it's not edible. It's not something that people eat. You don't eat. Have you ever eaten from the top of a steak that's well done on this side but not on the other side? It doesn't work like that. That's not the way you do it. Yes, it's not, you want to call it official, not. It's not how you eat a steak. Steak is on both sides. But when it comes to leavening, it's enough just to put it in and walk away, and it'll make it promise. Over there, you don't have to, right? No. The opposite. We're trying to show. He's saying that they decide for theirs, but I'm bringing a case that you're not chayav until you flip it. Why is it different there? You're right, that's a good case. But what happened by steak? You need a flip. You need more involvement. Somebody else also should need more involvement. You're saying it's more simple at the end of the day. It's more simple to reduce the past. Okay, we have to go through that. We have to get to this. We just said, we're repeating, if you put a steak on the coals, you can put chayav, you flip it. Chayav, wait for my partner. If you didn't, you partner. If you don't, you want to pay. You don't have to pay no partial. If you can't eat, it's not edible. Of course you're not. Everything is not made. Now you have a partial, but if maybe even without flipping it, it's also edible. It's not as good. I might have time. So why do you have to flip it? Why do you buy it without flipping it? It's retail. The helpers may have a bushel with that ethod, not a ben. There's a concept called Michael ben Drusai. Michael ben Drusai, he was a robber. His name was Drusai, and he would eat it raw, very, very rare, very rare. Rare to the point it was a third. I don't even know if that's what rare is today. 1/3 of the typical cooking cook time. One third. The Michael ben Drusai. The Hina Habak Bay, what is it called? Blue? Not even red. Blue. Don't argue with the meat guys. It's like I once went on a boat here in Israel. Guy said, "You want to go tuna fishing?" I never fished in my life, really. It sounds cool. I'm gonna go catch some tuna. Take a yacht, go off the coast of Israel, go for like an hour and a half off. Then you throw the thing in. Right, Ellen? You've done it. Every week he does it. And sure enough, we caught a tuna. No, it wasn't a real, not the blue tuna, not the blue fin that are worth $10,000. It's this size, I don't know, like this size. I have a picture actually. And aquamarine, okay, this size. And the guy, the captain of the ship comes. The thing is still flipping around. He takes a knife, and he goes. He makes like a triangle in it. Also, this is you want a piece? So this is very good. Soy sauce on it. Ate it. Shma. Tuna you eat raw. It was, it's normal. So what? It was flipping around a little bit. No, it wasn't flipping. It was dead. It was dead. It's dead. It just died 30 seconds before. And it was like, no, I don't think so. No, it's not even no. As a side note, I bring the tuna home. I tell my wife to cook it. I didn't realize that regular people don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. It's this part. You don't know where to begin. Like, so bring it to the store. No. And another guy, I found a guy that knew a little bit. He knows how to do it. Fillet it. It's like a whole thing. Like, you don't know what to do with it. It's like, what do you do with the kishkis now? Now what? Open up. It's like, So what? It was not delicious. Now yeah. Okay, anyway, so that's Gemach ben Drusai. The Gemach ben Now, this Gemach ben Drusai, if the only way to do it is you got a third on one side, and if you flip it over, you get a third on the other side. Yes, there's a concept called Gemach ben Drusai, but that's only if you do Gemach on both sides. One side Gemach ben Drusai is garbage. You can't help literally searing it for a second. That's garbage. There's a famous Maisa from the Gaelic school, the Sapni Road. He told us Chassidim wants to tell him about Chassidim Maisa. Famous Maisa, I said it a few times before. It's involved in Maisa. I saw last night, I have to do it in one story. It says there was a Chassidim Maisa. You know what's Chassidim Maisa? There was a band of rock. And they went out every day, they go rock, and then they had a couple guys stay back in the camp and make sure that everything's good, protect the camp, protect the wood, and also cook shmak meals. So one day they go out and they rob like a thing, and they have tremendous atzlach about Hashem, Siyat B'Shmai, Shem Shemoyu, millions of dollars. And on the way back, and this you see this Avim as this happens, there's no honor by thieves. They're saying to themselves, why should we divide these millions of shaitim that are sitting in? All they did is cook some meals for us. Doesn't make any sense. We risk our lives. So the plan is we're going to come back and we're going to kill everybody. And I know you take everything to ourselves. You've all a good plan. At the same time, the chefs and the things are thinking to themselves, Why shouldn't we take everything? Like, who are these guys? Well, we sit there, they have all the fun, it's exciting, it's guns. We're going to put some poison in food. When they come back, Shema Yisrael. Sure enough, they come back with all the loot, and they kill all the chefs and all the. And then they sit down with the Shema Yisrael, and they eat, and they all die. The Pesach says, the Mari, the Maisa. Why is this a Pesach Maisa? The Pesach Maisa because who told you the story is true? Who's there? Who witnessed the story? Who knows what happened? People came with the virus and found it. Yeah. But we don't know that they said this and they said that. All this. It's all the Ruach HaKodesh. I saw. I witnessed it. Something about it. By the way, Stam is a side note. I typically don't say over these things, but these are Chaim Vital, and I saw it in a few places. I'll say it over. He says that Yusai, this Yusai is a Gilgal of Chachmi ben Eli. He's the son of Eli HaKohen. And Eli HaKohen, they used to chop the korbanos from Klal Yisrael, and they would eat it raw. And in Mela, that's it was a midah connected midah. Okay, I have a thing here. I'm gonna put it on here. It's more of a. I wasn't excited. This is from our new guy. I was super good to show it to you now. Maybe I'll just show half.
You see that? I'm Ben Drusai. I'm an outlaw, and this is a robbery. But the meat isn't ready at all. Maybe you should wait a little? I ain't got time. I'm getting out of here before the sheriff shows up.
The kids are okay. That's all I'm showing you today. He likes it. We're not here. We're here to learn Torah, not to watch movies. We're going to go. Omarov. We're getting there. Omarov. Mitzvah going to Gurgaris, not a Kazakh. A Gurgaris. If you are able to roast one fig's worth, dried fig, mitzadeh, the Mokum Echos, Kayo. There's my figs here. Oh, no? Okay. Sorry. But there's no lady here. Okay. Fine. But I'm sorry. Okay, it's very posh. We don't need figs. You know what? I have one dried out. What do I have here? I had it dried out. Gone. Okay. On one side, this is one fig. Okay, this is a fig. It's a fig in your man. It's a fig. Yeah, this is a fig. On one side, the mitzvah of Gurgaris, if you have one fig's worth of nicely done, more than a tobacco ben Drusai. Tobacco ben Drusai is blue. This is already red. Yeah, real. It's already the next level up, but it's the size of a fig. Even on one side, in one area, you're good. That's it, the highest. All the areas. No, we're not doing. this. We're not doing this. One guy decided to start this off. It's not a thing. It's not a thing anymore. We're stopping this. The Rabbi is stopping it. Now what do you think he had to say? We're stopping this. All my lay Rabbeinu Ravashi b'mokim mechadin b'shnayim b'shloshim becomes slow. I don't understand. Take this fig and break it up into 2 or 3 areas and show Yisrael. Why can't you have three spots? Okay, 1, 2, 3 like this. 3 spots. Gemara. What's not? And I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. There's a concept called seal. I could take 3 different areas and put them all, pretend they're all in one place. What's not? Hakidea koshu piles. If you take a drill, take a small little drill bit, and you drill a little tiny hole, you're kind of on Shabbos for boy, you build it. So it's more academic, you have to understand what the case is. If you drill a tiny hole somewhere, closer to my cousin. You didn't accomplish anything with small holes. We're talking about sometimes, I don't know if you ever built anything, but it happened to me many times. You don't have the right drill bit, and you try to make like a larger hole. So let's say you try to poke something in a piece of concrete. I don't know what. So you make 1 hole, 2, you make a few holes, and then you pop it out. No, a pilot hole is something else. Pilot hole is when you make a small hole, then a larger hole, that's something else. You're making, like here, we have a little bit of video.
I'm all wet. I need help. I'm already coming.
Based on a true story, everybody. So when I first moved there to Israel, I didn't know. It was like, okay, so people came to the house of Purim, so we gave them a little bit. I didn't know that they have cell phones. Minibuses were pulling up to the house. We got that loser, that American dude. The rich uncle from America is here. Okay, anyway, so because of the tzibur. So you see that you can take one drill, one little hole. In other words, times 3 equals 1 giant hole that together is considered a hole. Yeah, it by itself, 1 small hole is nothing. Over here also, 1 little piece of a fig is not enough. But 3 pieces of fig in 3 different areas of the state that are well done, or more than Michael ben so, that you can start to 1 fig. There's only 1 small hole. And also, like, when you do construction, a lot of times you use a small little bit. Those little bits, they do things. It's good for something. It's good for aklida, like hakideh koshu. I thought it means this. Like at the end of a key, there's like a little piece that sticks out, so you need to drill a little bit more. You need a little hole. Anyway, fine. The ocean's recorded on it. Fine. The point is, sometimes you need a small bit, and that's why you're over. But you can't be right. A fig's worth of well done. Rava holds that if you have a total of one fig's worth well done, even though it's spread out in 3 places, but the total amount is a fig's worth, that's also considered. This is a freebie, man, 5 lines, a freebie, word for word. We also learned that if you drill a very small hole, and Shabbos, if you done it, if the case, if you did it one time only, close to my cousin, what could it accomplish? A lot of times, because it must be 1 or 2 places. Okay, I'm going to say it's down, why not? There was a guy that came for dinner, you know those Keter cheers, the classic Israeli cheers? How many people had a situation here where you had a guest come over, you gave him a chair, and he ended up on the floor? It happened? It happened to one of our guys here, Aaron, what's his last name? Aaron Garrett is one of the Chashuvim in our shir. He's a Rebbe in Seder. He said it happened to him this year. He sat down in front of his class, and he flat down fell on the floor. And the kids were laughing. The principal came in. He said, the voice side, you all have to fast. You all witness to say to her fall on the floor. I like that. No, he was joking. He just wanted to make light of the situation. That was the famous fight where the guy came, the dinner on the read his place, and he gave one of these Keter cheers, the ones that have like little holes in it, and he sat down and he fell on the floor. So the MC got up and he said, look, what happened was, all the holes were fighting which hole you should sit on. That's a real story. That's a real story. Yeah. There's a time called Herbert Samuel. Sir Herbert Samuel. Today's his yard time. Herbert Samuel came to visit Yosef time. In his house, he gave him the chair. He fell down, and his time said to the high commissioner, that's the house that you it makes a lot more sense. Why would there be a Keter chair at a dinner? Okay, now it makes sense. Oh, you mean they have those little, like, yeah. Little chair with little holes. Yeah. He said to him, he fell down. The guy, yeah. So the vision was important. Yeah. Yeah. And I haven't thought, we had a relative that was a little upset at my parents. And they weren't really speaking to him for a while, and they came to make shalom. And even when we lived there in Israel, he came, and my mother made a whole dinner. He sat down and he fell down on the floor. And he's like, "Oy vey!" Like he finally came over and finally put him on the floor. Huh? I don't believe it. You mean so it's designed with that to break so you can sell more? Oh my God! Oh wow! It's the originator of the date of Yitzur. This is crazy. But listen, not in these cheer.com doesn't have expiration. That's the same thing. Who says the same thing? Dave, it's the same thing. The date it's manufactured and the expiration date, same date. Very nice. Okay, now we're gonna get sued. Oh. So the word loy echad, he only drilled one hole. We're not talking about tziruf over here. The chazal above that tzida, this is for the door of the key gewalt. New sugya. So for this you must see this pasuk. It's very, very important. It says Kala mincha shekafir Hashem. Any mincha. The Gemara says, what if you would remove those 2 words? Kala mincha. Just start shekafir Hashem. So the Gemara says I learned 2 things. I have 2 words, and I'm going to learn two limudim from these 2 words. There's a pasuk that says, don't make comments. This already saw in the Mishnah and the Gemara also. The Gemara, when we're learning the Mishnah brings a pasuk. How do you know you're not allowed to make comments? I explained over there. The Mishnah explained. talking about before by the Kmitza. And then the Gemara talks about after the Kmitza. On the Shirayim. Now the Gemara is saying, I would think when it says a comments on the comments will buy. How do I know if I combine the two things before the Kmitza? I have the Kmitza in there, I have the Shirayim in there. How do I know that it doesn't, that there's an Isser to make it comment? So that's one word we got, Mincha. The entire thing. This person is talking about a Minchas Macheshes. How do I know other Minchas? The word call. All Minchas. What I do is take the creation. This is also very interesting. Allah. This Isser of making a mincha of chametz is only when the mincha is kosher. Let's say you took it out of the Isser. Let's say the mincha is tamei. No Isser chametz. I just saw an interesting chaf from the Brisker Rav that says, what do you mean tamei? Tamei, any carbon that's tamei is really not tamei. If you put it on, it sits in the ratzah. We learned it sits, gets rid of the tumah. He says, yeah, it gets rid of the tumah when you put on the mizbeach. But over here is before you put on the mizbeach. Over here, you're over Isser chametz when it's tamei before you put on the mizbeach. So it's like a yeah. There's a kind just to explain the kinds of when you put it on the mizbeach. If you cannot do chametz, there's something that has a psul on it. If it went out of the Beis Hamikdash and it's possible, then you're not over on chametz. What about Kimsa v'yatzas v'chazor Kimsa mal? You created chametz. Now we learned yesterday. What does it mean? Just the stam, pashup shot. What does it mean chametz and then you made it chametz? Did you make something chametz twice in a row? The answer is not really. You make a different type of chametz. You do one of the four things. You mechametz by the lisha, by the aricha, by the ktifa, by the afira. You do another. So you did chametz. We did learn yesterday. That's exactly what we learned yesterday. That was yesterday's sugya. That works by mom after mom doesn't work here. Okay, but there is no chametz. You yourself cannot make chametz twice in a row on this with the same action. You know. Think of the yachts is because of the think of now. What if you did chametz and it went outside of the Beis Hamikdash? So now there's some sort of psul here, and now it comes back into the Beis Hamikdash. You told me that once it's possible, you can't make more chametz. So then, what's the question, the problem? Now, even the yachts is possible. The yachts it already became possible. The simple understanding is once it went out, it's yachts. So once it's over and it went out, it became possible. You can't add another. That's it. It's locked out for making it chametz. You just told me. It has to be something that's kosher or not possible. Once it went out, so it's possible. You can't add another chametz. But listen to this. Even the you're not chayav for a double. That's it. You're locked out. You can't make more chametz. But Dilma, even the himtza, so yoytze the mahanim. Listen to this. This is Rashi. Once it's chametz, then it doesn't have kedusha. Lost a little bit of kedusha to it. You can't make something possible yoytze if it's not 100% kosher. The yoytze is not halal. And if the yoytze is not halal on it, then you could do chametz after chametz. What locks out a second chametz? Something that makes it possible. But it's not possible. Why? Because it's already possible from the chametz. Again, I see Abby looking at me as if, wow. Nothing. Somebody took a mincha and made it chametz. What happened now? It's possible a little bit. Once it's possible, you can't make it possible by taking it outside of the Beis Hamikdash. It's already possible. I take it out of the Beis Hamikdash, what do I do? I took something that's possible, I made it more possible. So if I can't make it more possible, now I can add another chametz to it. If I take if I take something that's totally kosher and I take it out of the Beis Hamikdash, I made it possible yoytze. Possible yoytze, I cannot make chametz to it. It's already possible yoytze. But if yoytze doesn't apply to it, why does it apply to it? Because it's a little bit chametz already. And if it's chametz already, I can't add another psul yoytze. So now I can add another chametz to it. Time out. Let's go back. Let's go backwards. We learned yesterday, it's in the Mishnah. You could add 4 chametzes to 1 mincha. By me kneading it, I was over on chametz. Then a minute later, I grate it. I'm over another chametz. Then I add water to it. I'm over another chametz. I could add chametz on top of a chametz. We just learned the halacha that if I take a mincha outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it becomes possible. So I took it out. Now I can't do chametz to it. It's done. It's possible. It's garbage. It's straight, chazer, whatever you want to call it. It's garbage. What do you want me to give me chametz? I'm not even on chametz. Now, what happened was, I made 1 chametz. Great. By making chametz, I made it a little bit possible. A little bit possible. A little bit possible to the point where if I take it out of the Hamikdash, it's not. I can't put yaitz on it. I can't do pigel to it. I don't know what. I can't do anything to it because I made it a little possible by making it chametz. A mincha can't be chametz. So since the yaitz doesn't apply to it, I ignore. So that's like a regular mincha that I could add another chametz to it, and then another chametz. I could add 4 times chametz to it. No, because it's a little puzzle, not over on anything. That's sad. It's the second sad in the Gemara. It's 2 dozen. Look at the Gemara back here. And therefore, the Chihodim Mechametz law, you want to see, you should really see Rashi inside. Where's Rashi inside? Oh, here. The lad Zusha Gemuri, says Rashi. It loses some of this. Then the only thing that you can put on it is 1 psulk chametz. And then the 5 Kishar Chametz, on the chametz, then you could add another chametz to it. But the psul of the Yosh doesn't apply. So Mela, no. But that we said that you could add chametz to chametz to chametz. But the Torah says that, the Mishnah says that we're not arguing with. Oh, that's not Makasha. That was just sugya of the chametz after the chametz. To do things. Hello, that was yesterday's sugya. The yesh. Woman, you want to listen or you don't want to listen? You want to talk? You want to listen? Yesterday's sugya was that there's mechametz after mechametz. That was the sugya. That I could take a guy that has a saurus, he's a saurus, and I could add saurus there. I have a chametz, I add another chametz. That was yesterday's sugya. What we're saying today is nothing to do with that. Once it's possible, the psul yotzei. Well, once it's a little possible, then I can add a psul yotzei. That's different thing. Then I sing lumdus. Okay, that what? Yeah, okay, I'm listening. The yotzei takes away from the kedusha. I hear. So I'm willing to explain it. There's only an issue yotzei when something has full kedusha. When it loses some of kedusha, you don't have the psul yotzei. The chametz, and what's inside chametz? Chametz is in the actual carbon, in the actual mincha. Yeah, but we're still discussing it lost part of its kedusha. Nevertheless, you can have chametz. Right. Right, but there's a lot. You still have to understand. Since there's 4 integral, in other words, there is a little bit of kedusha left. The Rashi even says it's not gomer. In other words, we have to say that the Isser Yoitz is only when it's 100% coverage. 50% coverage, you're not over on Isser Yoitz. Very good. No, that's something else. That's a machshava. It has to be 100% machshava. Okay, fine. And Memela, at the end of the day, take the boy Rabbi. Kinsa Baroshim is back now. If you took this mincha up the mizbeach, up the run, but you didn't put it onto the fire, you took it up. What did I say? The mincha? Yeah, the kmitza of the mincha. Mao, are you locked out of making chametz? You made a chametz on top, but maybe it's already too late. You already time what you had to be with time. You brought it up. I think that cream was even a lotion of to bring closer, and you did. And you did so. Oh, you did well, the fish actor, you can put some ice on it, but at the end of the day, you have to put it on the flame. You didn't put it on the fire, and since you didn't put it on the fire, you still have the ability to make a chametz and be over the iser take. Says more the hashish and after the kol hamincha. That was the kol hamincha we learned before that even before you did mitzvah, you're over on after the Kriyul Hashem, which is a step later, being matching it on his back. Normally, what do you need that for? The boy like this after the Kriyul, the rabbi has this stuff in the chimos. You reverse that. The people over the rabbi is looking upon the chimos. Wherever the choice is here, there are two new items that are possible to make chametz. One of them is a minchas esachim, which is a mincha that we brew together with the oil and shlamim. Bring flour, bring wine together with the dalia. And is there a chiyuv to make sure it doesn't become chametz? And Rabbi Kiva says, that's what Rabbi said. Rabbi Kiva says, no, it's referring to the lechem hapanim. That there's an isser to make lechem hapanim, 12 breads, and we bring every Shabbos on the shulchan. There's an isser to make chametz, the same as we were learning up until now. This is on lechem hapanim. Which the Gemara is going to flip. The Gemara is going to say Rabbi Kiva doesn't say lechem hapanim. Rabbi Kiva is the one that says minchas esachim. The Rabbi Kiva is the one that says lechem hapanim. That's the whole year. We're not getting there yet. Minchas esachim. That's the Gemara. Minchas esachim. What is minchas esachim? There's no water. Minchas esachim may parents say. It's a bunch of oil. There's a lot of oil. There's 3 loads of oil, and there's no need for water. Sometimes when you put a little oil, so if you ever take a lot of flour, put a little oil, it's impossible to knead it. But if there's a lot of oil, then you can knead it, and if you knead with a K, then you don't need water. You don't need to introduce water, and may parents say machmitzi. Fruit juice doesn't create chametz. Now, don't take this literally, because it points out in the beginning of the parak, he says over here at Rashi, and it says over there that it just means that it's not full chametz, but it's chametz luksha, it's a inferior type of chametz. Okay. But I think that the Sfardim actually hold that may parents what? But okay. But the question is, what's the question? The question is, how could I, if nothing about Kodim doesn't even have water, how could I even make it chametz? There's no way to make it chametz. Well, I'm using oil, and oil doesn't make it chametz. I'm a shlokish. You're permitted to add water if you want to. And in that case, that you add water, not only do you water, some say it makes it worse because it's a stronger chametz. It's together with oil, and water is kosher. So that's the case. You're talking about he added a little bit more water. Says the sponsor, turning the dot for our global happy clients all year, not just this month. Shabbos.com, please read the shidduch today. That's the Gemara Kasha. Lechem hapanim midas yoveshi. How do you? Hold on. This is mikvah. This is for liquid. This is for liquid. This plastic one is for flour. So it says in the Gemara, I don't understand something. Lechem hapanim midas yoveshi. You're trying to measure an isara with this. This, the boy says 0 kedusha. This is not a kedusha. This guy is the difference between liquid and solid. The solid, according to Rekiva, doesn't have kedusha at all. It's plastic. It's garbage. So what's the question? As you're making the lechem hapanim, at what point are you making chametz? But by putting into this klei, it doesn't give kedusha. So stop. You're making chametz at home. It's not a problem. No, this is the right. When does it become kadosh? On the table. When you put it on the table, it becomes kadosh. Kadosh. Here. At this point, when he puts it in, boom, it's already too late. You can't make comments. You can't make a dog bread. You can't make comments. So you always got so we have to do this, one of these famous things. So it's a little confusing because we're talking about the bottom. So let's start with the bottom. It's not confusing at all. I'm just saying, usually I go with the top. But my Menchie guys only work on the bottom. Rabbi Kiva says that this pasuk comes to say that Lechem HaPanim we can't make comment. And basically he says it's coming through Minchas Tzafim. The problem is Rabbi Kiva holds, and we're going to stick with this. Rabbi Kiva holds that this kli doesn't become public. This kli doesn't become public. How in the world could he say that Lechem HaPanim you shouldn't make it comment? There's no way to make Lechem HaPanim comment. It's only when you put it in. So it may have to switch it around. No, that's why I'm switching it around. It's Rabbi Kiva that says that Minchas Tzafim you shouldn't make comment. And it worked out beautifully. Because if you like we're going to show in a second, he holds Yavesh has Gdusha. This has Gdusha. This has Gdusha. Oh, if this has Gdusha, then I have to be careful with the Lechem HaPanim not to make it fun. People, so the people that have Lechem HaPanim, the people, they're like Gdusha. The people the Rabbi's Minchas Tzafim, the people, okay, it's Rabbi Kiva holds it's Minchas Tzafim. Now, Va'azor Yochanan Tamei, Gomer Yochanan. Rabbi Yossi Aglili. Now, how do I know that Rabbi Yossi says that dry goods, the dry measuring cup for dry goods is kaddish? How do I know? Because Rabbi Yossi Aglili holds that one of the Talmidim, Rabbi Yishmael over Dover Echad. Rabbi Yossi Aglili and one of the Talmidim Rabbi Yishmael holds one, and not Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi Aglili are in the same. They're in cahoots. They say the same thing. Then what? The Sanya. Vayim Shochim Yikadish Oisam. You should be Mekadosh the Kalim. Moshe Rabbeinu takes the special Shemen HaMishcha, he smears it, and he makes with this Shemen HaMishcha, he makes the Kalim Kadosh, become Klesharis. Yes, I man, you just halach, nimshach, bein mibifnim, bein mibachim. I'm going to get some of these guys out. Sorry, what I found. Okay. Yeah. This goes over here. This is the sheet we're looking at here. Here's another. What's the plastic Rabbi say? Yup. The see-through thing is liquid. Okay, so we have 3 sheeters here. Very simple. 3 sheeters. Here's the question. The way you should do it is not 100% accurate, but it's hard to describe in a picture. The question is always, when a kli has kedusha, let's say this kli has kedusha. This for sure has kedusha, right? The lacho, according to everybody, has kedusha. The question is where? Where is the kedusha? Only in the inside or on the outside as well? L'maynat kimina. What if I pour water on the outside like this? Did the water now become kaddish? It touched only the outside of my kli. How? Because I filled it up very high and it fell over the side. And it touched the side. Kaddish or not kaddish? That's machlokes. So we have one shita so far that says that this is 0. We have a shita that the lot, the liquid is going to be kaddish on the inside and the outside. And then we have in between shitas. Or shita. Let's see. Midas halach. Nimshach bein mibifnim, bein mibachutz. According, this is Rabbi Yoshia, and this is Rabbi Yossi Aglili. Rabbi Yoshia says that this guy right over here is kaddish inside and out. So I don't know how to do that. I'm going to put a sticker inside and outside. I don't know if this is going to work. Okay, like this. Boom. That's Rabbi Yossi Aglili. That's Rabbi Yoshia. Midas Yavish, Nimshach mibifnim, bein nimshach mibachutz. He holds there's only one Gedusha over here. And this guy, 1. But outside is nothing. Only 1. And now you have a second shita that holds that this is a liquid, only 1. And this guy is all by himself. Oh, I should really remove this. Nothing to these items. Okay, so we have this. This. And now we're waiting for a third shita. According to Yonasan, the only douche is inside the liquid kli, 0 in the dry kli. This shita says there's inside the dry kli, and he's the most machmir. And the liquid kli has both inside and outside. So Mela, if we go back to this, you're going to say clearly holds like the Rabbi Shia. That what? That the Yavish has some kedusha. Look, it has kedusha inside the kli, according to show this here. Okay. The sibling was Satan by the two breads. We're going to come back to this also. There are two breads in the Satan. If you look at the Stein, you have to bake the bread. When does it become Kodesh? Bikurim Hashem. After Teyafena, once you bake it, then Bikurim Hashem. Putting it in a vessel, in a measuring cup, doesn't give it any kedusha. The most in Hashem, not Hashem. But my commitment is what's my focus. The word Oisam. Rabbi Rothschild saw the Oisam Lemute Midas Yavish Bachut. It's mashma only in the inside, but that the dry one doesn't have any kedusha on the outside. That's why there's only one sticker here. There is kedusha on the inside. This is, look at this. This is a piece of plastic that has 0 kedusha, not in the inside and not in that. Outside, you don't need to talk about it at all. It's a book. It's a garbage. The only person I need is some that the liquid kli only has a kedusha on the inside, but not on the outside. Oh. So if you look over here, this is a very rudimentary thing, but on the top it says, Rabbi should say the same halacha. The what? Yavesh has kedusha on the inside. And that's what we said. That's why lachem apanim that you measure with this dry kli does have kedusha, and you have to be careful not to make it vomit. And when it comes to liquid, it has kedusha on the inside and the outside. So what does Rabbi Kiva say? Rabbi Kiva says, we saw before, that's why Rabbi Kiva can't say that lachem apanim you have to be careful with, because this is 0 kedusha. Oh, but Rabbi Kiva says something else. This is 0 kedusha, but the la has kedusha inside and outside. 2. So we have a third shita. This is different than this shita, because over here the yavish has little kedusha. Over here the yavish according to Rabbi Kiva has 0 kedusha. That's kedusha inside and outside, 2 stickers and 0 kedusha on this. So Meila says Gemara later Rabbi Kiva ve'echad l'tamid Rabbi Shmuel Omer Dover Echad l'man Rabbi Yonasan. We spoke about Rabbi Yonasan. Rabbi Yonasan is this shita right over here. But look, they're very similar because the yavish, they both hold 0 kedusha on the yavish. So maybe they're saying the same thing. So what's the answer? It's obvious the answer. Over here it's very different. In the liquid is different. According to Rabbi Kiva, in the liquid kli, there's kedusha on the inside and the outside. And according to Rabbi Yonasan, there's only kedusha on the inside. Right. As the Gemara Lemon Nami Rabbi Kiva Vechel Talmidei Rabbi Shmuel Omer Dover Echad, the man of Rabbi Yonasan, Mishum G'loi says Gemara. The answer is Mishum G'loi Shabbat V'Midas Lach La'Adati. They're not saying the same thing because they're very different when it comes to the liquid kli. One says there's only kedusha on the inside, and the other says the kedusha on the inside and the outside. The pasuk. So it's not a svara. It's how do you learn the word oisam? It's the starting point. Do you say this is nothing, should be nothing? There's no even half a minute that has kedusha, and we may have the word oisam to add to take off something else. Or no, this does have kedusha, and have to remove here. This has kedusha. Just the word oisam comes to tell me that there's no kedusha on the outside. But therefore, lach for sure has inside and outside. What? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Says Gemara, you forgot something. How do you mix this? How do you mix the lachem apanim? Look at this. You mix it in a mixing bowl. That mixing bowl is a kli sharet. The lechem upon him. You have to mix it somewhere. And if you mix it in a bisa, in a bowl, that bowl has tremendous kedusha, and therefore you have to be careful not to make it fun. Even according to Rekiva. Okay, Rekiva says, you see this? No kedusha when you measure it. Yeah, but what do you do after you measure it? You put it into a mixing bowl, and that mixing bowl has kedusha. Says the Gemara, the lafu, and it's considered a liquid flea. But it could be so the lafu, it's a liquid, and that has kedusha. It's kedusha. No, look at the right side. He did the lisha. You're right. If he did it in the left side and in bowl, he would have kedusha. You have to be careful not to make it fun. Funny about that he put it on a piece of leather or something. A second ago we learned the Rebbeinu says, "I'll prove it to you from the two breads of Shavuos." There's no kedusha. Thank you, Gandhi. How you be sorry the phone? You know why over there is no kedusha? Because he used a weekday kli, something that doesn't have kedusha. But maybe there is a kedusha. Okay, actually says the Gemara. Over here, by lechem upon him, we could be doichik and say, oh, he did the leash on a piece of leather, not on a kisharis. Why? The Torah never said, I want you to knead it in a kisharis. You decided to do that. There's no isser to do it on a piece of leather. But when it comes to the shtei alechem, when the Torah says mefurish, v'isar and silas, what that means, use a measuring cup. You know what and measure it inside the isar. So inside the pleasure, the bottle, you can't answer. Oh, maybe use a vachatika thing like a piece of leather. The Torah says mefurish to use the kodesh and the mailer Rabbi Rothschild. I have a wonderful
Merit the of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Clear that road. We're back in these measures. The Lushma Simi Merasi was Mordechai. The item should be more for me. Whoever couldn't make it into these measures, the doors are locked right now. We're trying to have as few people as possible. Last night we did a dry run. The oil is not getting to the mamad as quickly as we would hope, but the rules are you're allowed to have 50 people, young, able people who can get to the mamad on time. So I'm asking Makila in advance. I'm asking Makila those that I heard. On Shabbos we had a very large million. It's really for the youth. There were a bunch of talisim here, and boys that woke up late. I couldn't let them in. I could have, but I didn't want to. I want to set a precedent. Look, we stick to the rules, and we have a few haters now. Might have lost one or two people to the shear, but I'm not so. We're in a tough spot. I don't like this, and I want everybody to come, or I could just go back home and do it and read them with consensus, but it is what it is. I hope so. I think it's Michael. Nothing starts us out, even a Purim, from recounted since Zvacher, Daf, Lamed, Lufi, Lefian, Manchester, England, even on Purim, is learning Torah. John Luke Griffith, Rabbi Stepansky. All right, Nishlach. I always say in our satellite location in Toronto, they had shots fired. Anti-Semitic Friday night. Anti-Semitic incident in the kollel that I gave the shear in right next door in Thornhill. What? Yeah, somebody drove by with a gun. Kids from Hashem. On Thursday, we Team Berla were zoic to make a Kiddush Hashem in the Batim Air Force Base. Since the beginning of the war, we have been in touch with an F-35 Adir pilot, literally between flights, who made a barbecue for him and his unit. As a token of his gratitude, he drove us to the runway to see a couple of F-35 Adirs take off. Adir Bamorim Hashem, Sim Berlin, Kefasenu, Bachusenu, Moses Zach, famous Moses Zach, Moshe, Moshe, how can you invite me? There's a few of us that needed to be there, not for the whole barbecue. I mean, just the drive to the runway part. One time, I got onto a base, and I wanted to take pictures, and they said, "No, we have the official photographer from the army. We're gonna take all the pictures." And they were taking pictures with the drone, with the F-16s, the whole zap. And they said, "Well, what's your email address? We can send you all the pictures." They never sent a single picture. They just baloney. You're not allowed to take any picture. We take all the pictures. We're going to send it to you. Huh? So Rabbi said, you remember this video, right? You remember this or not?
So what's your name? My name's Robert. You don't remember? What the reason you stopped me was to sit in all on the screen. Show them for a second. I'm in my showroom, and I see the empty white all over this tender, blocking the road. I'm like, I'm going to say hi to this guy. And we want to say about, So you said, you opened up a million Shabbos morning, empty white Shabbos morning.
Okay, but anyway.
Empty white.
So it goes like this. I'm sure you've seen the clip. It's taken me. I just want to share the background of the impact you have on our minion and how our minion gets hired. I'm sure you have millions of stories about the change of new eyes and those enjoying the dapper. But our unique story of impact he shares and learning has, it's how being an MDY is an identity. I work quickly with Bachar and Telzion. As in all communities, there are those who are less connected. My good friend Ayah Shadmi started MDY in Telzion. We have a dedicated caravan that visits the Shir and all its paraphernalia every evening. At the Siemens Bachar, I realized we were sitting on a pot of gold. Your inimitable style and charisma is, of course, what brings them to the Shir each day and gives them a geschmack for learning. However, I realized that the identification as MDYers could be channeled to something much bigger. I initiated launching an MDY Shabbos morning meeting. Many of the refugees didn't daven on Shabbos meeting at all. They just don't feel connected. And home in shul, however they feel connected. Yeah, you wanna get a head start? Good. Those two Shkoya. It doesn't mean that there's going to be 90% of the time there's not going to be for those who are watching. That's an early warning that missiles were sent from Iran. It's from Iran, not from Lebanon, and that means that it could hit here. It could go somewhere else. Most of the time, it's not our city, but you never know. We already had one this morning at 5:45. A real one. Had a real siren that we had to go into the 5-minute warning. I can't walk. Okay, hold on. Take I initially was in Shabbos morning. Many of the attendees didn't daven on Shabbos with the minyan, if at all. They just don't feel connected and at home in shul. However, they feel connected at home in MDY. We took the MDY identification started in MDY meeting. The meeting is the talk of the February. MDY is their lifeline. One boy on Parshas Zafar came to davening from beginning to end. He didn't open up his siddur, but he still came because he felt that, listen, I got to read the sign again. One boy on Parshas Zafar came to davening from the beginning to end. He didn't open up his siddur, but he still came because he felt at home. We see the change the MDY identification is having on these boys, and we're working on strengthening that identity to bring them close to Hashem. I invite you to join us for Shabbos and see firsthand what it means to be a real MDYer. All the best from David Hefner. Official edition of MDY Shas is accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Perik Anonymous, the initials of Imar Rav Chaim Ben Rav Yosef. Official edition of MDY Shas, Kobe Moses and Perry Moses, Shlomo Yaakov Yehuda Moses Olav Shalom, Shevarivko Bas David Moses, Kovez Elo. The Masechta, the one and only, and you can also be a corporate sponsor. It's $10,000 a month. David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel Baruch for time Tzvi Doig Zechel Bracha. The boy said, "Get your stuff and leave copiers." Oh, your office is just ready for them because you saw it over here. You weren't even involved. But it was a good choice. Look what he does with his money. He takes his money. He sent me another video. I can't even show these videos every day. There's like 30 people sitting in Miami. But he gives them food and he makes a whole bunch over there. We set the sponsors. Joe Fidelis, the Nishmas and College Jacket guys. And I was talking about Brooklyn's the Positive Family Foundation is like a sponsor. Rabbi Rothschild, Shlomo Palachik, the Mesh Zilu. And I was reading Shlomo the Mesh Ben Zah. And I was reading before Shlomo and I was Yom Kolei Basessa. This one, I'm not going to lose me. I'm always over Chazir. So proud of you. I'm going to keep steiging. So the Grossen family can be island in honor of rebellion who changed my meaning of life. Tell me how mighty. Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all those in Tzorchi, MDY, from Spoken Shalom Skaro. Both these sponsors are Simon before them off and Mary Buff and Mir and Jimmy Zulai before them answer the spoon. I'm rushing through this because I want to learn some prayer before if there is an Azakah. It will be very embarrassing if we got through half the emails and then we have to leave. Bush Aaron and Miriam Land, the English from Kitay Kilo Chazdo, Anonymous, the Mary before them for all fights for Windsor before them saw Fishy Fisher, and Anna Moshe was putting filling on Centers.com, helping even down the Tzibur with probably on anywhere worldwide, the initial time showing them Salah. Weekly sponsors, Yoni and Tali Spiegelman, and Urdu first name of Ayel and time reform, Ben Sarah with your nephew, daily sponsors, Charlotte's Goods for the special occasion of Ashi and Rugla. Is that you? No way! Wow! Ashi and Rugla's anniversary. Hashtag Ashi and Ruchi approved. How many years? No way. How many kids? You got to think about it. I was there for one of them. I was a Sadik. Unbelievable. My yard month before Shlomo Yom Tanitim Ben Sheva Bracha. Before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayel Daniel Zeb Ben Ayel Esther. Rabbi, let's start learning Torah. The way it's going to work today is we have a sugya. What do we do with the word Oisai? It's actually broken up into 4 sugyas, 4 small sugyas. Once we get through that, what do we do with the word Oisai? Then we have a shmaka sugya of can you, let's say animals a balmum, it's already balmum, can you go ahead and make another mum on something that's a balmum? And it's applicable to many things in the Torah. If somebody is chametz, can you be over again on chametz? If somebody is a saris, can you make him a saris again? Like after he's a saris, can you do more of an action and make him more of a saris? So that's that. So yeah, but we have to go through this oisai. The hashta, 5 lines from the bottom of Nun Hayamates. The hashta. The nafkele mivashachad is a habas. Oisai mitzvah. The way I have mean that the word oisai comes to say that the Nasi, the king, his carbon goes in the north. But at the end of the day, we learn it from the pasuk of Shachar Zachatas. So we have this word Oisai is completely extra. What do we do with it? So there are 4 options, 4 small sugyas. Perhaps the word Oisai comes to say Nachshon. Nachshon is the Nasiv, not the Nasi, the king. It's a little confusing. The Torah calls the king a Nasi. But we know that the Nasiim brought Korbanos by the Chanukas Habayis, Chanukas HaMishkan. So those are the Nasiim. Now it's called Nachshon. Maybe not confused. The Gemara calls it Nachshon. It's not the only one. All the Nasiim. Now what? That he has to, the Nachshon carbon has to be in the north of the Beis Hamikdash. And then you have a sugya of the Shachar. Shachar means that you could the shaytek doesn't have to stand in the north. You can have a long night, and that's the end of this. That's actually how we finish off. That's what the Isaac comes from. Ruining the end, but it's good to know. Isaac comes that the shaytek doesn't have to be in the north. And then we have about the birds and the Malika. They have to be in the north, not. Oh, you heard that boom? Okay, but we heard it. It's far, Baruch Hashem, big boom. Baruch Hashem, they were able to intercept that missile of about 1,000 pounds of a ton of explosives. That thing. All right. So even though it's like in a different city, you hear it over here. It's crazy. And when it has the ones that separate, And they have many small ones that are like 15 pounds each. Clusters, here it goes off in second after second. So it can take 30 seconds. Boom, 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 like many explosions. Okay, just letting the Americans. You're sitting there with their Lexuses and their beautiful homes. And oh yeah, we feel so bad for the Israelis. Never. Gotta tell them. Gotta tell them what's going on over there. Zog the Gemara. They're gonna start coming now. They're gonna start coming through barbecues. It's gonna be Givaldic. It's gonna be a lot of barbecues. What's his name? Mufti. Mufti's gonna be very involved. Zog the Gemara. If you do a barbecue by the Adir, F35, let us know. You want to be Mustafa. Zog the Gemara. So we're starting with the first one. We know Carbon Pesach. We can Carbon Pesach. Safran or anywhere? Anywhere. That's the last sugya. Then we're going to go back to that the shaycha doesn't have to be in the north. I call upon him. We're starting off. Sugya number one. Oh, what? You're able to hear the boom on Zoom. It's hard to believe, but okay. I believe Mark. It's one of these, like, it doesn't pick up. I tried it even on my cell phone. It doesn't come out on a video on the cell phone. Interesting. On the Zoom, fine. Yeah. Says the Gemara. What do you do, Daisa? The first one is Lemute Oisoi Batzafain. Only the king, his carbon is done in the north. Let me just show you this older picture, right? This is the layout of the Beis Hamikdash. This red box is the northern part of the Azar. So I would think that only a king chefs in the red box. Right over here. But in this area, no, not allowed. That's the south. This is the line, dividing line. Anything past this line up here, not allowed. So I would think the Ein Sar National when the Nisim got together and they brought a chatos, and this is the only chatos. This is an adava, right? The Nisim wanted to bring something to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They didn't do they weren't fighting. There's no sin. A chatos comes from a sin. This is the only time in history that you brought a chatos as an adava. And a chatos, which is kachim, we're even going to talk about it a little bit. Kachim is always in the north part of the Azara. More says, you don't have to chef this chatos in the north. Now, why would I think you have to chef it in the north? So the Rabbi didn't smicha. That the Nisim, the naksha, is similar to the king, where you have to lean on it, put your body weight on the head, the smicha. So it's Rabbi not only in Southern, so you would also have to chef it in the north. Kamash Malon. So if we pause right over here, the Gemara says the only reason I would think in the north for the Nisim is because you lean on it. And if you don't lean on it, then I would never think you have to chef it in the north. In a second, we're going to see Rabbi Yehuda that says you don't have to lean on it. So according to Rabbi Yehuda, we wouldn't have a Hava Amina. I'm just a little Chazara, a little Adama to the Chazara to what we're going to learn in a second. We're speaking of the phenomenon, and how do you know that the Nisim have to do smicha? The Sanya v'samach yodai arosh asayir. It says by the king. It says that he leans on it. The rabbi started after the smicha. We learn from there that also the Nisim have to lean on it. Divrei Rabbi Yehuda, Reb Shimon Oimer. The rabbi Sira Avodah Zarah. I messed up. I said Reb Yehuda. Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon says no. It's one of at least two machlokes we have between Reb Yehuda and Reb Shimon today. Reb Shimon says no. It's coming to say that when Klal Yisrael does have a desire by mistake because the Sanhedrin told them to do so, and they bring a goat, you have to lean on it. Mas l'Ravina, Penach l'Rav Yehuda. Reb Yehuda says that you need smicha. So if you need smicha, I would think that you have to chef, right? The Gemara says, why would I even have a having when you have to chef in the north? You have to do smicha. Okay, Reb Yehuda says you have to do smicha. Penach l'Rav Yehuda. Reb Shimon Reb Shimon says you don't have to do smicha. Why would I have a havamina? You have to chef in the north. The real Nami. But wait a minute, even according to review, it's not so yishma. Why this Rabbi is Rabbi? Why this Rabbi is I don't understand. The Torah said that the Nesim have to do, when you have a limo, the Nesim have to do smicha. And that's it. Make a face to jump from there. Since they have to do smicha, they also have to shut the limo. Okay, you know what? We have a binyan we can learn from not showing the Nesim we're going to learn from a regular fact. So it's different before just to come, So then why do you have to learn that the Nesim have to do smicha? Well, how do you know this? You learn from the king. No, just learn regular binyan from regular fact. Hello, why not? El Shama Thursday, Hasanami Shama Thursday. That was a one-time thing in history that they seemed like. But you can't learn the scene from not smicha and not suffering. Okay, so that's it. So I have no reason to believe that a Nasi has to shepherd and suffering. I don't need Oisai. So now what do I do with the Oisai? Another sugi. So we're going on to the next sugi now. Huh? No, first of all, it took him a long time to get up, but maybe you should sing it back. Just to go through here, it took him a long time. Okay. He knows. Okay. I should take this opportunity. I want to take this. The Rabbin. Ask Shaya Mechila. Ask Mechila. Oh, better. It's hard for me. I'm very close to him. I'm very close to his family. And I had this dilemma. What do I do? Now, there's other couple there. I can't come with. It's like some games. See him yet now. I made the wrong thing. I messed up. What should I do? I'm asking Mechila. Okay, you go back. But tell him to sit in the back. It's a good idea. If he sits in the back, it's going to take up the spirit. It's going to be okay. Anyway. You say, Mendy, I know I'll meet this and everything. Come back. Let's go. It's the best answer. That's better. We're in the middle of a war now. Weiter. It's been a Shemayim. All right. Weiter gegangen. Listen to this. What do we again? We have the second word. What does it come to exclude? The animal must be in the north. Not the shaykhah. It's big finish. Those who learn tzvachim remember this. But what? The long knife here. Yeah, actually we have the long knife. Bringing it back. It's new and improved for this sugi because that long knife goes outside of that zara. This is goodness. This is a very cautious Mikdash. Okay. So you have a very long knife. You don't have to be standing in the north. Only the animal must be in the north. Big chiddush. Ask the Gemara, I don't need the word oisai. And the Gemara is going to actually say, you're right. I don't need a special word to tell me that. Why? Because I have another oisai that I can learn from something else. This higher of here, the shachad oisai. Oisai over here is like the oila. Higher from the jet to oila. It's not the malay. In addition, it's in the makadosh of the tzafai. When you see the blood over there, the person has to be standing. The kohen has to be standing in the north to receive the blood. If he's standing in the south, no good. That's why it's a massive kiddush by us. But shchita you could. We're going to use this pasuk twice, but it's interesting that you take the word velaka and you could read it, not read it, but it's meram is to lo yika, loka, lo yika. I don't know. Picture. It tells us that he must be standing when he does. That's the sign that noise you just heard is the sign saying it's all clear. We heard all clear like 3-4 minutes ago. Who knows? Okay? The Mela. Sorry. So Oisoy Batzafon come back. If he was standing in the south and you see the blood where he's standing, no good. Toss up. Out there, when it comes to Shkid, also he cannot be standing in the south. He must be in the north. Or it's a little tricky because it's the same word. We're trying to figure out what do we do with the word oisai. Then, so we thought oisai comes to tell us that the shaytan, that he doesn't have to be standing in the north, he can be standing in the south. Well, it's true. That's the real halacha. But I learned from a different oisai. That's oisai by oila. So once again, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do with the word oisai. So, and by the way, we're going to come back to this. This is what the oisai is. Oisai is to teach us that you don't have to be in the north. And what was the question? Why did we go away from it? Because I can learn from Rabbi Rothschild. And what was going to say? No, I can't learn from Rabbi Rothschild. Okay. Hello, so we're trying another one. Hello, I said, something, then ois put something. You don't have to chef, you don't have to do malika to a bird in the north. So for that, they said, we got a chaymer, ben son. The chayra, I learned, it's passion that you have to do in the north. Why? Well, not ben son, when you chef the regular animal, you don't have to use a coin. Anybody could chef an animal, even in Israel, even a woman. Then all you should probably tell you, and you didn't really talking about a bird, it's so caution. Only a coin could do it. So maybe, not maybe, the fire, of course, only in the north. The Mepharshim say, what's the shot that only a coin can do malika on a bird? What's the difference? An animal, you bring the money along, when you show up with your stupid. But a bird, no. Only a coin. Why? Never thought about it? Okay, so you go to special skill school. The Israelis have a special school that teaches how to do malika. Okay, you're right. So, but why? Why did the Torah say no? Previous Torah. I want the previous Torah. Yeah, okay. So they say the Mepharshim say Svar. Then they ask where I don't know. It's in many different ones, many different Svarim. Svarim say no, it's not me. It's Babasa. It's not. No, sometimes they say the Svarim. I mean myself, not this time. They say because who brings a bird, a poor person. If they give him chashivas, they say, you know what? It's not like oh, you brought a bird, can of tuna. No. This bird, only a kain can do it. This chashav, this bird. So can give a little bit of because I was yeshivas. He loved it. He was jumping out of his seat. Things are tired. No. You heard better. Oh, so where are we? Says Gemara, don't bring me a raya. Mala ben son, you're saying that when you ship a sheep, it's very weak, and therefore certainly a bird needs to suffer. No, sheep is not weak. Mala ben son, you can cover like flea. The only way to shept it is with a flisharis, with a knife, not even a stone that's sharp. Usually you could. You need a flisharis. And when it comes to a bird, you don't. So you see, the one counteracts the other. There's no weakness in its side. If there's no weakness in its side, there's no having in our thing, then you have to malika the bird in the north. And the oisav itself, so what am I going to do with this oisav? Again, we're back to square one. I have extra word oisav. What do I do with it? Oisav itself, you don't have to chef the Korban Pesach in the north. Baruch Hashem, you don't have to, because you need a lot of room. A lot of animals. It's like up to the knees in blood. It gives us extra room. This is what I learned from the word oisav. What are you talking about? You don't learn it from the word oisai. I learned it from Rabbi Rothschild. I learned from Rabbi Rothschild once again. What am I going to do with the word oisai? I'm stuck. I don't know what to do with it. Well, I think Rabbi Rothschild not. It's not Rabbi Rothschild. You have to phone something. Dang. You must check your phone Facebook only in the north. They didn't. Uma oisai, they cover this. Mamish kitas, they cover that something. As you cover this, mamish kitas, and you put your cover the something. There's a special chumrah about Korban Pesach that only happens once a year. First is a specific date. It's a certain chumrah. Says Gemara. So certainly, if the oilah that you can bring oil every day, bring oil every day. Come it. you need to do it in the north. So certainly, Korban Pesach, that has a special day. It's a mamish miyuchad. Certainly has to be in the north. Says the Gemara, Ma'ala Oyla Shekei Mikolu. It has a chumrah. Who learned Hashem? The fire things on the mizbeach. The fire doesn't get to eat anything. The Gemara Mechatos. Okay, so I learned from Mechatos. The Mechatos is not chumrah. Mechatos, part of it, the fire gets to eat, and it doesn't have his man either. Then what is it? But it has a chumrah. It has the ability to bring forgiveness of Kapara to those who are fighting Kapara. It's more Masha. Masha wants to bring forgiveness, but not in Kapara. And it doesn't have a particular time. But so finally we get to that everybody knows this. Whoever learned Svachim knows that Asham is kachi kachi, meaning Mikulut Nami Shiken kachi kachi. All the other ones, the Oila, the Chatas, they're all kachi kachi. And if you're kachi kachi, the level, I should have shown this chart. Maybe the editor will bring the famous chart. We have a list of all the kachi kachi. What's missing from this list? The Shlamim, no, the Shalmei Tzibur, the one that you bring on the Shavuos. And then everything else is on the other side. You have a Paida, Shlamim, Nazir, what else? Bakar, Pesach. So Kachi Kachim must be done in the north. That's why it's in the north. The kids are, I don't know, so I learned this idea that Korban Pesach is shechted anywhere in the Samidas in the Azara from I don't need also. Oh, wow. Dave is mamish. Shlamim Toyd Nazir Bakar Meiser. How did you find this so far, Dave? He does this all the time, and it's crazy. Okay. Last night I said, Mamish right over here. We were holding over here, I said, we need a song. So I was like half asleep. So the Daniel's thing, and some he puts on his own song. Oh, sorry, I skipped. We need the Oisai to tell us that the one that shechs, the shechter, that's a word, new one, the shechter could be also the south. Or the Ashla. But we already, I don't need the word Oisai, I learned from Raphia. No, you learned from Raphia wrong. Even though it doesn't matter the word, you learned the wrong word. Raphia, a lot of people show you the Southern with us. Raphia wasn't going to say that the Kohen could stand in the south. And I don't know. Ain't I showing the Southern? That's partially, I'm going to tell you that the one that receives the blood, he must stand in the north. Not that the Shoy could stand in the south that I learned from myself. I'm coming to say here that the one receiving the blood, he must stand in the north. Says Gemara, wait a minute. The Kavim, the Lagach and after. Here, this possible. Let's go back. Remind the Lagach. Loika. Says Gemara, Lagach, to learn this Loika. This Rosh doesn't learn. Memela. What do I do with Isai? Isai that the carbon. This is moving on the carbon. The carbon must be in the north, but the shaykh had to be in the south as well. Huh? Go on. No, but he learns the opposite because I already know that the shaykh is in the south, but the Makabel cannot be. That's Gufu, how is he learned? That can't go in a circle. How do I know that the Makabel down has to be in the north from the fact that the shaykh is in the south? He's in the south, but the Makabel has to be in the north. Says the Gemara, the Chayiv on the Shosal and Chotzav al Rafiyas, Omer Apapa, Afa Loikishtai, big Chiddush. We learned in the Mishnah that every one of the major avodas of baking bread, Yechai Malchus, which included kneading, grating, and kituf, which is basting. He said basting with water and putting it in the oven. Comes Rav Papa and says, "Oh, putting it in the oven, you chayv two. What's up is two? Achas alari koso v'achas alari. Putting it into the oven, you're creating a form. You're forming the bread. And by putting it in the oven, you're chayv not only for baking, also for forming it. That's the Gemara of Amish Ma'atim. It doesn't fit into everything we learned. We learned that baking is its own action. It's a chashuva thing. Yichidi. It's on its own. One thing. The chayil olev v'niyasi. You chayv one malchus. That's what it says. That's what we learned. Huh? No, basting doesn't have to do with the forming. A form is a form. Whatever form. It doesn't even mean braiding. You put it into a box, into these, hollow boxes. And you put it in the oven. Now you made a square. You put it in a round. You made a round thing. It's the form. Doesn't like action. If a person forms it, he braids it as when it's chametz. So he's chayv malchus right away. And then he puts it in the oven. So if you're putting it in the oven, how many are you chayiv? One. Why? Because you already chayiv 5 minutes ago on braiding it. I can't make you chayiv twice for braiding the same thing. Ruben braided it, he's chayiv malchus. Then Ruben puts it in the oven, he's chayiv malchus for putting it in the oven. You can't be chayiv malchus for putting it in the oven, and I also formed it. You formed it 5 minutes ago. Wow. The Araf Chavrei. But when Shimon braids it, and Shimon gives it over to Reuven, and Reuven puts it in the oven. Then he's chayiv two. One for forming it and one for baking it. Shimon braided it already. How could you be chayiv on something Shimon already did? That's the whole sugya now. That even though Shimon did braiding, he already formed it, you're also over on forming it. You hear, Randy? You with me? Why? Because that's the sugya. There's braiding after braiding. So it's you. No, Taisa also is in one maisa. In one maisa, two people do one maisa. There's no one maisa done. Each person did 50%. You're not hired. No. He did a whole braiding. He did 100% braiding. He did 100% braiding. Now you put it in the oven. You did 100% forming. It's like I'm going to say a case. You have an animal who's a balmum, missing an ear, balmum. Then you come, you chop off his foot. He chopped off his ear, that's 100% mum. And you chopped off his foot, it's another 100% mum. It's mum after mum. It's braiding after braiding. Here, listen, in another case, the Gemara says, chametz after chametz. You braided it, so you tie on braiding chametz. Then you put it in the oven. So what do? You didn't add anything. You did chametz after chametz. That's the whole sugya. Could you be over on two chametzes? It is. It's a fascinating sugya. So this brings us to this sugya. Listen to this. A person has a firstborn animal. Firstborn animal goes to the kohen. Now, if it's a balmum, then you get off the hook. The kohen doesn't have to bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. Eat it as is. Now, this animal has a major disease. It's about to die. Those days, bloodletting was like the answer for everything. The person's about to have a heart attack, give him a bloodletting. Bloodletting. And then it wasn't stop bloodletting. They drained them completely, like dry, almost no blood left. And then today also they do bloodletting. In certain situations, like certain people need it. I don't know, like they have too much blood or something. I don't know. In certain situations, they do bloodletting. But okay, whatever the reason is, they really believed in it. But this animal is about to die. Okay, this animal, let's call him a balmum. He's a balmum. So what are the options? Rabbi, you're not going to believe it. Typically, we have a machlokes. We have three sheetas in a machlokes. We have chatzil. We have from extreme to extreme. It's 100% mutter, 100% off. So then you have something in the middle. Now we have 4. So let's think about it. What could the options be? The worst case scenario is you make it a balmum. By letting blood out, you poke it in the eye to let the blood out. That's like the worst. So you have one man that says poking knife. It doesn't matter. It's dying. Save its life. It's Balmum anyway. Give it another mum. Then you have a view that says, no, you can't do anything. The Shimon says, do whatever you want. Make a mum. Not only that, and then you could actually say, oh, it's a Balmum, so you get to eat it as it. Rabbi says, no, don't touch it. Let it die. We don't care. Let it die. And then you have in between. You have Rabbi who says, do bloodletting, but make sure it's not in a place. It's a moment. Do it in an area that's just going to heal tomorrow. It's not a moment. Huh? It's like, yeah, it's a little lick. It's not a moment. And then you have the fourth. What's the fourth sheet the Rabbi said? The fourth sheet that you can make it a balmum, just make sure you're not going to be able to eat it because of that. It's not a mum that, later you say, oh, it's a balmum so I can get to eat it. No. You'll make it a balmum, but that's it. You can't eat it. Don't touch it. So those are the four sheets. Let's see inside. You have a firstborn animal that must have bloodletting to live. It says Remeir. You can do bloodletting, but make sure it's in a place that doesn't cause a mum. But you're not permitted. The only available spot is where it causes. Well, you can't do it. That's what I'm saying. You could do another mum. Why? What's the pshat? Because they hold there's no mum after a mum. This animal's about mum. It's a dying animal. It's about mum. So what did you do? You didn't do anything. You made another hole in the artery somewhere. Okay, so you made a hole in the ear. Big deal. It's already about mum. But actually, you can't use that mum as an excuse to shecht it outside of the something. No, but not based on this mum. You have to, on that one, if that's a real mum, if it's going to die. But the problem is, it's not going to die because of that mum. Right now, you made it a mumayva. Yeah, that's not the one. Rabbi Shimon over there. Let's see if I. Yep, that mum. You're asking, but you should use the other mum. You didn't answer your question. Rabbi Shimon over that from government days. Mishkat aloy soy mum. You could even use that mum. It's not a problem. Chef it. Use it. It's not a part anymore. You create a mum, and then it's not a part. Hold on a second. So you don't have to go backwards. You have to turn the page back and see this Rashi. Rashi says fascinating thing. In Shimon Tamei, the all my dover she'im is skaven because Brazil is skaven. I don't know. I'm not sure. Shimon says that you have to have intent to do something, and since you didn't have intent to make him balmum, you didn't care. You didn't want it to be balmum. You wanted to save its life. Just so happens to be now he has a mum, so maybe I'm allowed to even eat it. What's the question on this? That every no, segregation. That's segregation. It's called segregation. Right, let's use the right term. Segregation of the meaning you can't say I'm going to take blood from its eye. I'm going to stick a needle. I hate to say it, but that's one of the things that the actual eye, the ear. I'm going to poke it in the ear, pull blood out, but I didn't have intent to make him a balmum. What do you mean? There's no other way to poke an animal in the eye and not make it a balmum. When you poke in the eye, it is balmum. You can't say, I didn't mean it. For instance, we just had it, a little while ago. What's the classic example of Dovshan and Skavin? Dragging a bench. You're not allowed to drag a bench in Shabbos, it's going to create a furrow. But if you're not sure, then you're allowed to. But if you know 100% it's going to create a charetz, you're going to dig into the ground, then you're not allowed to. So here also, 100% sure, you're going to create a moment animal. So this is not a double shame scout. Okay, so we're trying to talk about it. And now we go to the sponsorships. Turning them down. You weren't here last night. Last night I was famished. There's the sirens coming in and out, talking about all these people instead of me. Kitzer, my head was not 100. So I say the turning of the daf. In the beginning of Shir, a dark globe will have the clients all year round. The shot of this. So he started, this is turning the daf. A dark global. Happy clients all year, not just this month. The shot.com, please read. What happened? Oh, I'm so confused. Unbelievable. Okay, I have Karata. It's not a dark global. It's not a shot. Okay, the boy side. Let's learn some Torah. Exactly. Beautiful, beautiful. Huh? They didn't. They really did? What part? Why? Really? Yeah, this is line. What? You gotta talk to him. Huh? Review the Omer. Okay, remind me to speak to the editor about that. He's not allowed to edit anything unless I give him permission. What? It is a fire method. He doesn't know. Review the Omer. Afilu meis ein makizim leisadam. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, I've Karata. It's not a dark global. It's not a shadow. Okay, the boy said, let's learn the Torah. Exactly. Okay, let's see. Now you found what's going on in the Hebrew. Okay, he's on top of his game, this guy. Review the Omer, Afilu meis. Review the Omer, Afilu meis, ein makizim leisadam. Review the far extreme. Rishon says you can create a mom and you can even check it on this mom. He says don't touch this animal. If it needs to die, it dies. Why? Because there's something called Adam Bel Amamoina. Person, he goes crazy when he wants to save his things, and if you say you're allowed to save it, just don't make a move. He's not going to differentiate. One time he's going to make a move. He's not going to. So he say, you know what? Better. You can't save anything. Show my Yisrael. First there's a fire on Shabbos. What do you do exactly? People don't know the halachas exactly. They start going crazy. Oh, I learned you're allowed to save your money, so they start pouring water on the thing, next to the thing. If I tell you, I don't know what the halach is. I'm not saying halach is not. I just say, run away, get out of there, whatever. Let the fire department decide. So then you don't get involved in any halachas because it becomes complicated. Where you allowed to put water? Where you're not allowed to put water? Saving human life, saving your resource, different halachas. Or No. So we have now 4 shittas. 4 shittas. Again, what are the 4 shittas? Yeah, I have an animal that's about to die if you don't let blood. But it's a bukhar. You're not allowed to create a movement of bukhar. One shittas review says do not touch it. That's the far extreme. One shittas says touching, put the needle wherever you feel like. Not only that, you get the shefted. It's not a bukhar anymore. It's a bummer. Then you have the mayor that says you can only do it in a situation in a way that there's no mum at all. Then you can do bloodletting. Make sure there's no mum. Chacham say no. You can make a mum. Just make sure that you're not going to use this as an excuse to say, well, it's not a part. It's a very similar idea. That's our sugya. That you're over on comments, even though you were over on comments 5 minutes ago on the same minute. This is it's 2 things that I'm over on grating this bread because it's a smincha, because it's comment, forming it, and 5 minutes later I'm over again on the same comment for putting it in the oven. So this is also a hell of a good thing to castrate an animal. This is, I'm going to mention it again. So my son went to the Sustenance Yeshiva. He called me and my wife in once. I need to speak to you. It's very important. He says, he needs a dog. A lot of people, kids need dogs. He needs a dog, and he needs it desperately. He needs it right now. So we're not getting a dog. You're getting a dog, whether you like it or not, you have to get a dog. Okay, Kitzer, we had no idea. It's okay, get a dog. Dog. We didn't realize. But whoever's thinking about getting a dog, come screws with me. It's a very cute little thing, but it's not so cute. In the morning, 4 in the morning, it ended up like every morning that he'd come, jump out of his bed, come and make me hold him. So I'm learning there in the morning with this kill of shite down my lap, hits it, and if you don't, barks makes him sugar. Then he wants to eat your food on Shabbos. Barks, stands there, begs for food. I just thought, okay. This thing I should have just bought. Simple sussman and dog is in the club. Anyway, so now they decided, listen, this dog is a male dog. And they're very aggressive. You don't do the fix it. It's called to fix it. Basically, castration. It says in the pasuk. Look at the pasuk. But because of another pasuk, there's a feel Hashem. We're right from the sassy. This is the right to fix your dog. This is the right. I went. I looked him up. There's no way to get out of it. No header. So some people don't. I say, yeah. I go to the guys are Arab. He knows. The guy tells us, don't worry about it. Here, I'm buying the dog food for 5 minutes. I'll sell. There's no head of Akira on the dog. It doesn't work. Nobody said what? Male. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know about female. Male. The picture somehow after we sent the dog back to Los Angeles, my son found some sort of header. He's a very different dog now. Very different. He doesn't bark at every person that walks by. It's a different taka. It helps a lot for the owners. But I don't know of any heter. If somebody knows of a heter, let me know. A lot of people don't even know that there's an issa. They just go. They don't even do the heter makir. They don't even know it's a problem. You don't do the daf. You don't know. So listen to this. The pasuk says 4 things: the mouth, the pasuk, the nusuk, the paris. These are all 4 different ways that a person is a saris. So you're chayiv one after another. The siv, the mouth, the squeeze, the pasuk, crush, the nusuk, sever, the chorus, cut it. The paris you chayiv, basically pashkim. If you the cut is a lot less than severing completely. This, by the way, I don't like talking about it, but the other has to know. One of the hard things, one of the very, very difficult things to understand in the Torah is this halacha right over here. This halacha that if a human being becomes a saris in any way, let's say he's in a car accident, nothing happens, nothing, it's fine. Just a little bit of a serious going on. He's not allowed to be with his wife ever again. Ever again. It's a tough halacha. And if it happens now, he's not allowed to get married to Yisraelis. He can get married to Jews. Yep. I mean, it's being with your wife. If he wants to be in the same house, whatever, I don't know, everybody in their own right. But here's an interesting thing that's Negel Maisa. I know a person, one of my good friends, he was born with a certain thing. He needed it's a small little surgery. The way the surgery works is they disconnect and they connect it back. That person cannot get married to the Israelis. I'm not asking, I'm just saying, based on what I know. Can't get married. See, you run to Rabbanim and say, how do you do it? You have to do it in a way that it's mutter. You want to get married. What do you do? It's an easy surgery. But disconnecting, disconnect, even if you reconnect in surgery, person is a pastor and asking, disconnect. Connect. That's why I said it's hard to fathom such a thing. It happens, unfortunately, and people should be aware of it. If you see a guy marrying a Giyaris, maybe. Huh? He was like this? Okay. It says a Maisa Shaya. Okay. Doing it to sever. In other words, listen to this. If there was a prisa, which is it was cut. Now this animal can't have children. If you go ahead and you sever it completely, you're over again. It's a pella, isn't that a pella? This animal's done. It's out of the parsha. It's a source of the pulau. But if you do another, you take more action. There's a lot of fits in that with sugya. Comments after comments, mum after mum. But you didn't do it by source. It's something in the source already. From source volume. Okay, to me, it's a tremendous condition. Yeah. Says Gemara, but in our sugya we have machlokes. That what? This animal is dying. It's a dying animal. If you don't do bloodletting, it's going to die. The word call any mum ever, meaning even if it already has a mum, you're not permitted to add another mum to it. No. This you're making about mum is only on something that's complete, that's whole. This animal is not a whole animal, it's already dying, so it's not a problem to make a mum. Just don't use it as an excuse. What he's going to do, it says in the forest that the disser of the mum is on something complete. Hold on a second. I don't want to. Oh, this one video of Mumri Karo.
We've received a report of a strike in the central region, and
somebody said it looks like your kid.
Exact location yet. We have footage of the incident. Let's take a look here.
It's a moment about mum. If you know it's a strange thing.
This is my car. My car was destroyed by the missile. It's above the top. I'm requesting compensation. Compensation for what? This car was already a total wreck before. That's exactly the point. I hold that Matil Mum Beval Mum Chayab. Looks like you're right again. Even though they wrecked the wrecked car, according to your Sheboyre, there's some decent compensation. You see? It's safe to learn. The dog.
The Gemara. Oh, sorry. If an animal was born with a mum, that's how it was born. So it never had a chance to become kadosh. And then you're allowed to put. You're allowed to make it another mum. Says Gemara, I don't understand. It's a palm tree. What do you mean about mumikar? It never had the juice good. Maybe it had juice dominant, but not juice good. It's just a palm tree. If you're an artist, this makes sense. But mumikar, Ella, the sometimes you have a carbon that became you can't bring it as a carbon. So what do? You redeem it. So after you redeem it, you're allowed to you can put a mum in it. Why? Some of that I mean last year because about that. How many you're not allowed to give it a mum? Why? Because it still has a little kusha, you know how to shear it, you know how to work it. Maybe you know how to put another mum in it. Come on, show you that. But what do they do with the word whole mum? I only buy it like the sign. Call mum boy in the English but mum. Minayin. You know what? Put a mum in the animal in a but actually even loyal to that thing. Or what if you don't do the mum itself? The mum, you do something that's gonna cause it to have a mum. Shouldn't put any dough on its ear or something else that's the look. If you thought there's no video for that.
Oh man, why did I even dedicate him as a sacrifice? It's such a long walk. Wait, I have an idea. You look tired. Let me smear a little chocolate on your ear. It'll help. My grandma's remedy.
I'm going to step out for a few minutes to grab some food, and I'll be right back. No problem. I'll be waiting right here. Come on, let's go. Oh, where's your ear? Oh, what a disaster. We won't be able to sacrifice you. We'll nip at you and eat you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Good night to you, too.
Rabbi Rothschild, if you ever went to South Africa or to New York for that matter, there's very amazing. If you walk around, if a woman walked around with diamonds in her ear, she might come back home without an ear. No, it's or without a finger. They'll chop your finger off, take your ring. As I is the vela. It's like what? No, that's something else. The vela got me always into this name. That's what we do with the word kol. Omar mum, omar kolmum. You're not allowed to inflict a mum by yourself, but you're also not allowed to pour some chocolate on the ear so that another animal or something should come and take it off and make it warm. But boy side, have a wonderful
Emeritus. Plus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDYback.com.
Welcome to all the guests. We have two brave Gerach Chassidim over here. I don't know. Wow. You allowed to say your name? So, like, what's your name? From? And you? Dennis? Well, these are the first DNA clone twins. Wow. You got your come. Wow. Okay. Yuval, Menachem. Who else do we have here as a guest? What's your name? From England? Where do you live now? Welcome. Da, Sharon. Alaikum. Wow. Good to see you. Wow. Okay, you back to work and everything? 100%. Wow. Okay. So, I don't want to go on a rant or anything, but I'll go on a stick of rant. No, I didn't prepare a rant, but we went to Shabbos here, and the door is locked, and after asking the feedback from a lot of people, last time we did it, we have people come from the Shalayim, and they make exceptions, and sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But the idea is, the rule right now is that you're allowed to have 50 people in a place, provided they can get to a mamad safely. Now, this week in the Shemesh, 9 people were murdered. 9 people in the Shemesh, less than a week. Mamish over here. But we don't think about it, we don't care, it doesn't matter, we don't, It's over there, it's down the block, it's not by us, it's not going to happen over here. You can walk around the streets. I'm not one of these nervous, I jumped out of planes, I scuba dived with sharks, I owned a motorcycle for a long time, I flew a single engine plane. Gil will tell you it's not the same thing. I'm not one of these, but I think the Muslim knows, they understand, and pieces fall. All those people that died in the Shemesh, they were all outside of the Mamad. I think all, 7 out of the 9, or all 9, pieces fell on this block. Pieces fell in the shul that I used to learn in, and they could kill, and they do kill, and they injure. I don't know if you know, but there's about 1,500 people in the hospital. 1,500 people in the hospital from the last week. So we try to do what we can do. I know that it's not so acceptable to, show some yeshivas and the Haredi Olam, but that's how I feel. People want to make fun. They can make fun. I got a lot of hate this morning. Some people are not talking to me right now. Some people cursed me out. I had to sit by the door and explain to people, I'm sorry, we went a little over. We are 50, it's like came out 60. But the truth is, in this room, and you all know, it's going to take 5 to 10 minutes to get out of here. I hate to say it. So, and I asked that the older people shouldn't come, and they're not listening. But hopefully they let the younger people run out first. They lived a long life. Let the young guys. Sometimes they don't hear. They literally, physically don't hear. But I'm asking if Casa Shalom, there's actually a Hatra right before I left. Nothing happened here in the neighborhood. But if it happens, people, please, get out. Make a right. There's 2 mamadim here, kosher yosher. But I was watching today after davening, just to get out of the church, taking about 4 minutes. Okay. So they're scrolling out. But there's only one exit, unfortunately. We're working on another one. There's only one exit. And so we always, from day one, we stick to the rules. We have a lot of people that watch this year, and we have to make a Kiddush Hashem. And as soon as you start breaking rules, you start getting emails and hate mails this way, that way. So I'm explaining it. And as time as I know that when start being zalzel in the rules, and it's very acceptable in our circles, they don't know what they're going to tell us when to wear masks and when not, and who to go and where to go, and how to make it possible. What happens is, then by Levias we start pushing, and then 2 bucks die over here. Then over there 40 people die, and then they start climbing on walls and on cranes, and it becomes like a thing like they don't know what they're talking about. They're going to tell us about safety. They don't have. So anyways, just listen to my rant. I'm just explaining why. What are you laughing? Okay, anyway. What do we have here? Come watch together. This is the first time I'm seeing this. Basilo. Where is this? This is in Antwerp? Uvalde. Okay, Motzei Shabbos, 9:30 p.m. Okay, come watch over there. This is from Tzvi Pinzel. He says this is the best noshi she ever had. I don't know, he had some luscious over there, whatever it's called. What is it called? What? So you have to know how to say it. Kolshes, yeah. So, I don't know what it is. No. No, it's the overnight cooking with the meat in the bottom. Yeah. No, I forgot the word. I know what it is. You tell me. I forgot the word. A lot of forget. Rabbi said the official edition of the White Shots, accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Perik Anonymous, the English was every Meir, Chaim Ben Rabbi Yosef, Lavet Hamas. Official edition, Da. Ruth and Ilana Kessler, Chaya Basitzo, in memory of Chaya Bas Yitzchok. Rabbi Yosef is sponsored by David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, of Shmuel Baruch, and Frank Doizer Bracha. Joe Vidal, Nishmas, my father, Jack Vidal, anonymous, and some workers with the Gashman's Policy Family Foundation, Zisha Nishmas, Ravador, Shlomo Polichik, the Meshach Se'ilu. Anonymous for Shlemo Namish Ben Nizah, anonymous for complete for Shlemo and Arika Sion, for Leah Bas Esther. For me, Yisrael Malki, Pogder, Speaking Malki, Zot, Chesed, we're so proud of you that the Mordechai keeps steiging. Senegos and family, Cami Island, Kay in honor of Eli, who changed my meaning of life. Boni Almoni, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Iskim, B'tzochem, the wife, spoke from Shalom Skara. I was signing for Shlemo, I'll be married both by Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, for Shlemo, Esther, Basluna, for Shahar and Miriam Landi, Hoydla, Shem Kitoy, Ki, Loilam, Chazdoi. Now, we see it every day. It's hard. I'm telling you, it's like, you live in Nisan, and those countries that don't have the shooting down machines, the amount of damage. They had one of these places that had $1 billion radar system. You heard about this? $1 billion radar system, and this little girl just went into $1 billion radar system. I don't know how much damage it caused, but it's like. No, I think some of it is left over. It's like there's only 3 of them in the entire world. That's one of the issues we have. Baruch gave them enough seichel to invent the arrow and the sling and the this and the that and to have these planes that America helps us. It's decent that imagine if Kamala was the president now. He puts his mouth against it. I mean, it's just ness after ness after ness. Whoever sees it, sees it. If you don't see it, feel bad. The monthly sponsor is anonymous for the merit of Full Shlema for all Klal Yisrael who needs a Full Shlema. So Fishy Fisher in honor of Moshe is putting on tefillin. Sends.com. You have a president in America whose anal wears stitches on the outside. There's a picture of him going to shul, stitches on the outside. This is grandson. You imagine Sends.com helping Yin down the Tzibur with Papa Binyanim anywhere worldwide. Linishmas Chaim Shalom B'Mitzalel. Somebody sent the email, I didn't put it in, but if I'm really saying centers, he says centers should have in their app, they should have where the pop-up Dafyomi Shiurim are, meaning MDY. Yoni Tali Spiegelman, an urgent full name for Hayelet Chaim Rafal Ben Sora, our dear nephew. Urgent. I realize the leaders must give me Mirosit Gili Chevet Bas Yehudo Zipon Bracha on her second yard side. Baroness did prayer on the occasion of the wedding of her grandchildren, Pino Meyer with Ari Guthron, Meyer with Ari Guthron. But before Shlomo Yonatan Nitam B'Shem Bracha, before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther, before Sayela Daniel Zev Ben Ayela Esther. We had this Givaldic video the other day of this Egel. I don't know if I'll show it. Okay, why not? Just to get in the mood here. We saw it, but it explains the Kamois. What Kamois? It's also covered with Yossi Klein. It's worth a second view. Even in this room, there's a bunch of people didn't see that.
Go ahead, put it right here on my plate. I just remembered I have a wedding today. I gotta go make the bride and groom happy.
I'm pretty sure I sat next to a guy like that. All right. Givaldi. So, what do we have? We have 2 things. We have Likta Moshe, like it was back then. What it is now. Okay, so then that's just the Shiloh in general. When you have an item in front of you, do we go look at it now? Right now, it's a kibetza, so it's a kabakuma, it's a kama, or no, yesterday or 5 hours ago, it wasn't half a betza, no, it just got wet and it blew up. Do we view what it is right at this moment or what it was before? Kemosh means Kemosh right now. With the noise and the back is buried, the Kemosh Hoyu, that makes it easier. The Kemosh Hoyu, like it was, used to be. The Lamed plus the Hoyu, okay. So Rabbi Omar, sorry. We're holding over here. Umino. 2 lines from the top of Nun Hamina. Umino. Omer Elizabeth goes. So we saw yesterday. Rab is the one that says, what does Rab say? Kemoshe. We go by what it is right now. And then we have a question from Rabbi Lozer Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Lozer Rabbi Yossi, we had the story yesterday. More Abba Yenoitel Eser Grigoro Matsua Al Tishim Shebek Al Kola. On Friday, we used these dates, but it's actually fixed. I didn't have fixed on these dates. So over here we have, these are basically, they're all, we're going to pretend that this guy is a regular fig, right? Just, here, this is a regular fig, even though it's not, it's more like a dry fig. This is a regular fig. This guy's mouth is dried up, you see? It's all, you see, this guy's half the size, shrunk, shriveled. If you look closely, it's a shriveled or something. Okay. So this is what it used to be, and this is what it is today, right now. So my father used to take 10 of these, 1 for 10. 10 of these for 100 of these. What's the problem? 10 of these are half the size of 100. Each one is half the size of a normal fin. So how could 10 of these work for Meiser on 100 of these, 90 of these? That's the question. So what's the answer? The answer is that we don't look at it now, oh, yeah, it's shriveled up now. But yesterday or a week ago, before we put it in the sun, before we went through the whole process, if this is the same size as this, so you're allowed to use shriveled up figs as Meiser on the regular size fig. Why? Because we go likimois, shahoyu, like they used to be, not what it is today. How about we know the lesser version of Tzah? Tishim Shebek HaKolah. He happens from the Likimois Shein Amrina Shapir. It works great if we go back to what it used to be. But it's going to be literally, this is half the size of a regular one, let's say. So you gave Meiser half the amount, 50% of what you're supposed to give. You're supposed to give probably 20 of these, not 10 of these. 10 of these is not good for 90 large guys, or even 1 of these for 10 of these. But there's probably 10 of these in here, right? 4, 5, about that. 1 of these for 9 of these. It's not good. You need 2 of these for 9 of these. So we must say, hello, I don't know if they use it in the army. I spoke to people in the army, even the Israeli army. They use like these MREs. What does it stand for? They use these meal replacement something. Okay, they take like real food and they condense it, and then you add like water to it. It blows up. You know, they use it on the space shuttle or whatever. Right. They take out the hydrates. I'm sure it takes Givaldic, but that's one of the things you have to suffer if you're an astronaut. So he says, all you need to do, it's not a big deal. You're looking at it as all shriveled up. It's not a big deal. Here, take a look. What you do is take the shriveled up figs, and you put it in hot water. Since it's only missing one little thing, look, they blow up to what they used to be. So maybe we could view this guy as a large guy. Maybe you can take meiser from it. It's not a problem. Okay? Happens to be that, especially in our Yisrael, there's an awareness about eating raisins. Yeah. A lot of raisins have like bugs and different things. So one of the really need to eat raisins, they say cook it up. They blow up. Basically, you're eating like really bad grapes. Especially if you see the grape. It loses the whole geschmack, that crunch. The cracks, what do they call it? The cracks from the how do you, the what? The cracks from the raisin. How do you say raisin in Yiddish? You know? What's your name? From? And then you okay. Okay. Rush. Whatever. Okay. Yes, sir. Rush. Yeah, it's Yiddish. No, what's the last one? I might not be full, but I'm more Heimish than you. You know, you're on a roll today. I'm surrounded. You're meeting the fall, and it's maybe the real. Also, I've seen the Omar of the Moses kind of rejoice. Maybe you can show them on Zoom commission. Hold on, guys. Carbon saying in Halag rejoice. So now we're discussing whether or not you can take these shriveled up guys and use them as Trumas Meiser. Again, what's Trumas Meiser? Trumas Meiser. I'm going to do a video. I should have shown you. I found what I did 8 years ago, 7.5 years ago, on one of these documents over in New Haven. I'm talking about Trumas Meiser. Just with magic marker, Trumas Meiser. What's Trumas Meiser? It's one of these things that a lot of people don't know. People know Truma, Meiser, Trumas Meiser to get all confused. Truma is what you give the client, like 1-2%. It could be anything. You typically give 2%. You start off giving the client. Then whatever you have left, if you have 100 apples, 100 grapes, you give 2 to the client. Then you give 10% of whatever you have left. You give to the Levi, just to make it easy. You give 10 out of the 98. You give 10 to the Levi. He said it's a little bit of time to give too much, but it's very thoughtful. And the Levi takes from his 10 grapes, he gives 10% to the Torah. That's called Trumas Meiser. He takes Truma off his Meiser that he already received. That's what we're talking about right now, because otherwise it's going to be problematic. Based on what we learned the other day. So pardon to any like Gregoros, the nothing to regimen, lastly to any Gregoros. In a place where it's a partner to dry this out. If you take grapes and you leave them on your counter in the kitchen, what's going to happen? They're going to spoil. To make them into raisins, you have to know what you're doing. To make this into a dried fig, you have to know what you're doing. Not everybody knows how to do it. It's a process. So in a place that they take this nice juicy fig, which is not, this is already, definitely finish. How do you say geschrunken? Okay, nicht geschrunken. Anyway, if it's in a place that eventually it's going to turn into this, they know how to do it. So you're allowed to take the large ones and use them as Trumas Meiser. The ladies are allowed to give 10% of large ones to the client. We're not concerned that it's going to go bad. They know how to do it. They know how to take a nice juicy fig and then make it into a dry fig. Because look, let me just explain before we even start the sugya. There's a mile at the bowl. What's so good about this nice juicy fig? If I'm talking about giving it to the client, it's geschmack, it's juicy. What's the mile? Everything has a mile. So what's the mile of this? Long lasting. What's the chesaron in it? It's not juice, it's not Geshmak. What's the Chesar in this? It's not long lasting. Each one has a mile of Chesar. So I can use this as Meiser as long as I know how to, make it last. But this, you can't use these guys, these shriveled up ones, on good, nice, juicy figs. Why? What's the svar? Why not? But if you're doing it by counts, there's two ways to do it. I'm doing one for every 10. I can't do it because this one is a shriveled up guy. How's it going to work for 9 juicy ones? If I'm going to go by weight, that's something else. Weight, volume, okay, that's a little different. But we're talking about numbers now. 1 to 10, I can't do it. 1 to 9, no good. Too small. Well, like regards out there, I feel like we should realize that it's not going to work. Why? Because I'm giving two little mice. I'm giving half the amount. Oh my God! What do you just see? Turning saying my Gregoris and making sure getting lots of saying Gregoris. I'm allowed to use the nice juicy ones for Meiser as long as somebody knows how to use how to put it away and keep it for a long time. Now, why? If you think for a second, why do you need to put it away for a long time? I'm giving it to the client. No, but the client's gonna eat it. I give it to the client's gonna eat it. So what's the parent? The client went back to Manchester to do his truck thing. He's not here. He's not here. You gotta wait until he comes back, right? You came back to Sharm El-Sheikh? Oh, now you go to Sharm El-Sheikh, take a seat. If anybody needs to arrive to Sharm El-Sheikh, yeah, put him on the screen. What's your phone number? No. You want to say? What's even the news to say? All right, Sharm El-Sheikh. What does it cost to get from here to Sharm El-Sheikh? Oh, Sharm El-Sheikh, you're able to go through the. Oh, Givaldi. Okay. You come with the. You got the whole gear. Givaldi. Okay. The Mogim Sherigilim in. The Mogim Sherigilim loy. If it's a place that they don't know how to do this process, you're not allowed to do it. Why? Because it's going to spoil. Taking dummy as a Gemara, you either get clay and Mogim Sherigilim on my life. I understand. If there's a place to give it to, why do I have to be able to shrivel it up? Give it to them as is. But now, Mogim Sherigilim, here's the question. Typical classic case. Your wife just took a giant onion, cut it in half. So now you have half an onion that you can use for tuna. What do you give to the kohen? This half an onion that's juicy and geschmack, or one of those tiny little onions, but it's whole? It's better to give to the kohen. Rabbi says, the kohen is right here. Huh? He's right here. The kohen is right here. You give him the half juicy one because it's juicy. It's geschmack. This one, I don't know. It's too small. Says Gemara, if there's a kohen, you give him the better, the juicy one, and over here you should give the kohen the nice juicy figs, not the shriveled up ones. What do I care? Says Gemara, if she's not like a kohen. Obviously, we're talking about a situation there's no kohen around. Oh, now it's classic Gemara. So now the race is talking about there's no kohen. So the Seifa obviously also has to be talking about there's no kohen. But the Seifa is talking about there is a kohen. So now we have a problem. The race is talking about there's no kohen. The Seifa is talking about there is a kohen. What do we do? One says, the race is talking about there's no kohen. The Seifa, but it's not so good. Okay, so that's classic. That's really hard to like it. There's no kohen. And the Seifa, what do we do about the Seifa? It says related goes out there, and you cannot use these dried up ones for Meiser on juicy ones. Why? Because they're half the size. It's not the right amount. It's going to go by number, right? If you go by weight, the fire, it should be okay. You're going to go by weight, by volume, you can use, because now you're giving enough Meiser. But if you're going to go by numbers, one of these guys is not equal to one of the juicy guys. How could you give Meiser on one of these on nine juicy ones? But they're bigger in volume. They're 1 to 1. 1 to 1. Here, check this out. Sorry, hold on a second. Does this make sense to you? I'm going to give nice and shriveled up guy on these guys. Right over here. Does it make sense? Juicy, not juicy. This is small, and these are nice and light rice. And there's also a shriveled. Yeah. It's hard to shrivel it. It's a shriveled. Look, it has the seeds inside. This is a shriveled. Can you just work with me for a second? Not 100% accurate. These are also kind of dry. But pretend you're not. This is shriveled and these are not. How am I going to give mine from a shriveled guy? Now, if you give me enough room, 10% of what's here, that's 5. So if you look at my numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, there's 9. I'm going to take this shriveled guy and put it on against the 9. It doesn't work. This is not a good thing for these 9 guys. So you have to say that it doesn't work. Why? Rabbi Rothschild asks his payment guys. We can like a kohen, but if there's no kohen here on my law, it's great. If there's no kohen, but now I'm saying kohen, don't even have a kohen. It's better to take something that lasts long. Now all of a sudden the shriveled one has more value than these large ones, these juicy ones. Why? Because it's gonna wait there and not get ruined until the kohen comes back. And just so happens to me, just reminds me that this, if you're a kohen, I don't see David, but somebody, we have David, he did us a favor, he moved from the first minute to the second minute. So at least we have a kohen, 90% of it. When you go to America, sometimes you have 60, 70 people in the room, and not a single kohen. Oh. Yo, you're showering chef now. He's already flight from now. I don't know if it's Zog Gemara. What's not? What should go there? I look, she's a big coin. The safe must be talking about there is a coin. So you have a problem. Raise the like a coin. Say the big coin. You're going to tell me in one mission 2 different cases? Yeah, sometimes that is what we have to do. Raise the like a coin and say the big coin. All right, Papa. Shema Mina. This is interesting because we only have this 2 times in Shabbos. The Republic comes along and gives us the insight. Because this idea, it's classic. We have this all the time, all over. This question, how could the ratio be like this and say like that? The answer is yes. But over here you see, you saw it in the Republic, the Peter and the community of Snisim and 3 times. It's better, it's more, it's a top, I agree, because we like to put everything in the same case. But it's better to do 2 cases than 2 different Tanoim. But with community of 3 Tanoim, you saw it in Shas. We rather say that the mission is talking about something we don't like to do usually, 2 different cases, then say that's that. Scared us. You woke some people up, you scared us. Okay? It's better than saying that it's 2 different times. Okay. Wow. But these are the juicy ones here. This is what a normal steak looks like. By the way, I don't want to confuse everybody. It does not look like this. It looks like this. Yeah. These are regulars. These are potatoes. It's supposed to be the same thing. They used to put it into they used to press it, and then they would sell it like all mush. No, it's the same. It's very similar. Yeah. Okay. What else do you have? Oh. Here, your voice says. We got a video here.
Soon they're going to take Teruma from us for the Cohen, and you probably know who they take it from. They take from the one who's beautiful. From the one who looks good. Mr. Cohen, how are you? Oh. You've left town? You're only coming back in a week? Okay, good to know. Good luck. Did you hear him? The Cohen isn't here. And where there is no Cohen, open, we donate from what lasts. Have a great day. Excellent. Let's put it down here.
Okay? You learn the halacha. That if it doesn't, no kohen, you give from what last. If there is a kohen, you give what looks better, or is better. Zok the Gemara, says the Mishnah. Kol hamenachos, the loisha is the kohen. There's three halachas here. Every mincha, most menachos, you have to knead the dough. So that's halacha number one. Halacha number two is the kohen. It has to be in warm water. You don't want to do it in hot. You don't want to do it in cold. Kohen. You have to make sure that they don't become funny. What do you do that they don't become funny? It's not just watching it. You have to actually move it. You have to, it has to be in constant motion, constant kneading. A lot of times these the private chaburas that they have, that's what they do. One of the chumras that they do is that the dough is constantly in motion. Not every time do they do that. When there's a private chabura, that's why people use chaburas. One of the reasons. Me too. And if you didn't know, and if you allowed it to become chametz, 11, shioreh, it means shioreh. Take the shirayim. What is shirayim? Shirayim means after you eat so the kodesh fruits or whatever's left over is good for the kodesh. Afterwards, you over lo sasa. Shenemar, it's interesting. The Mishnah is going to go back to before fruits. Shenemar, kol amincha shetakrivu l'Hashem le'siyosafan. So now we have a source that before fruits is done, Hashem takrivu, what you are going to put on the mizbeach, you have to make sure le'siyosafan, you cannot make it chametz. Every avodah, every stage of the process of making a mincha, if you're not careful that it should be chametz, you're over. You get malchus. You get malchus on kneading chametz, on braiding it, making it a nice shape, and also on baking it. What? No, exactly. Each action. You did a lisha. You did a this. That's the. Let's say also chametz. You're saying, how do you make it chametz? But the Torah calls it an asiyah. He's asking if you stop doing anything, you just went like this, and it became chametz since the last thing you mentioned. The Torah says that's what you're tired on making sure. What? Yeah, but it only happened 5 minutes later, 18 minutes later. So who gets the water? Who gets the lot? The person that put the water in, the person that there wasn't shomer in. Yeah, but if you're not sure, if it becomes chametz by itself, before the appeal, before the kmitza even, you get a lav for like also chametz before the kmitza, before the leaf. I don't know. Okay. This is only a joke for the Americans. The guy who said it in Hebrew, obviously. This guy tells his wife, "Why don't you make bread like my mother? She makes such good bread, such good challah." He says, when you make dough like your father, okay, whatever. You're not immediately. Omar Ish Lakish, Omar Kura, they saw comments Kalkom. Now the Gemara says, we're not immediately on after the Kmitza, after the second part. They saw the comments Kalkom. What does that mean? I feel Chalgim was off, even the part that goes to the coin, the Shirayim. How do you know there's an Isser to make the Shirayim comments? That's from Chalgim. Shas tomorrow, I love it also. I never like this. This possible. So the comments Chalgim comes with something completely different. So it's not available to tell me that if you make shirayim chametz, that you're over. Or what? Well, you saw the chametz matal doima. I look by nema. We already know that you shouldn't make chametz. Right? So the se'afa. So you have a general. What is this called? This is a cloud. We saw the chametz is a cloud. A general halacha. Make sure it doesn't go chametz. Then it says there's a chametz. One part of the process of the baking, you shouldn't make chametz. So why did the Torah tell us to talk about baking? It already says make sure it's not chametz. The vision of also maybe only chayav on one mouth. On all four actions. Lisha. What do we have? We have aricha. Well, actually, right now we only have three. Afia. Maybe chayav one line. The what? Afia the following. Baking is included in asiyah, making bread. One of the things, how do you make bread? You have to put it in the oven. Let me ask you, so why did it come out? Not? To make a hekesh to the other things in the process, the other avodas. Afiyah is special. It's a nice choshev. It's something important. Otherwise, you're going to be eating dough. Obviously, you have to put it in the oven. And you 5 malchus just for putting it in the oven as chametz. So any maisa, there are maisa that are not so important. Let's say putting the sesame seeds on top of it. I don't know what. Huh? What? 4 things. Yeah, coming up. Last week, what does that mean? Hold on, here we go. What was this? I forgot to show this puzzle before. Let's see some of the tape. Everything is telba. Telba means you have to give good mindset. Okay, here we go. You guys can start this in seconds.
Okay, I still got at least 5 minutes. I'll have time to shape the dough and get it into the oven.
Turned the Nessa into payments. You're gonna pay for this.
Fine, just give me the fine and let me go. I've got to get to the safe room.
Not so fast. That's 3 separate fines. One for kneading chametz, one for shaping chametz, and one for New York taxi driver.
But it's just one thing to go. One dough. But the poster separates them. For every action, you get a separate punishment.
Okay. Now, what's kittul? Kittul is important. This is what we're just saying. Kittul, right here. It's like basting. Women do it today with the egg yolk, whatever, putting the water on it. Everything, any choshev ma'aser. What did we miss? There's something called kittul. Putting the water on top is also very important for the making of the milk. It's an individual ma'aser. The chayavim was a choshev ma'aser. The chayavim was miyatzma, and you're chayav to each and every one. You're chayav. You're chayav 4 malchus over there. You could be chayav. So we made no, so we forgot already. After all the videos and everything, we're in the middle of a question. What's the question? Question is, chametz doesn't come to tell me that if you make shirayim chametz that you're over. Chametz, we're learning that you're chayav on each and every one, just like afiyah is an important ma'isa. So too, the lisha, the aricha, the kiva, they're all important. We're learning something else from the pasuk. So how do you learn? How do you know that if you weren't careful with the shirayim and it became chametz, then you're chayav? And now the Talmud comes in. Pointing down, the Talmud means from the part that goes to the Kohen, that's where I was learning, not from the Yosef Hamed, but rather from the word Mechalkom, that even in Shirayim, if you didn't keep it, matzah, it became Chametz. That's Gemara, but if the word Chalkom is referring to Shirayim, maybe the entire pasuk is talking about Shirayim. How do you know it's talking about everything? You can't look at Chalkom into the Chametz. The word Shirayim, you see in the word Chalkom. Chalkom refers to Shirayim. So how should you say it? Shirayim l'sof chametz. My l'sof chametz Chalkom. You shouldn't bake chametz Shirayim. Shmai's monotarki. You see from here, since it's written differently than it should have, plus the word Chalkom, you have two different meanings in there. Shirayim and the Chayav of each and every one. The Chayav. Oh, sponsors. Adar Local, happy Fine School Year, not just this month. The Shadach.com, where they should have today. Ask the Gemara, the Torah, maybe the Torah said specifically, from all the different things that you can do with bread, the Torah spoke about baking. So maybe if you bake a bread, you bake the mincha, you chayav, the comments, you chayav one. You know, if you do all three, the chayav chodav kuli. If you do the lisha, the aricha, the tifa, you should be chayav one additional one. So how many of you chayav total? The guy did all four. How many of you chayav? Two. One for the afiyah, and one for all three other avodos. So the Gemara, the bar chayav chodav, you know, chayav chodav kuli. So here we go, trauma time, but not an empty wire. If something was in the generalization, the Torah says, what's the lesson over there? What's the lesson chametz? You shouldn't make chametz. That includes what? Includes afiyah, lisha, everything. So why does the Torah specify one of the avodah? Let's see. Afiyah is let me ask you. Lahakishi leo. Ma'afiyah mi'chadish mi'maisi afiyah. Sorry, I skipped. I went backwards. Oh, you should have a double shave. Some of you say this in Karbonis once in a while. Who says this every day? Anybody here? Every day? 5 people. Who else? 6, 7. You say it every day? Okay, anyway, what does it mean? You say it. Yeah, what does it mean? It was in the generalization. It's in the whole cloud. The cloud is anything that has to do with faith. And then you can pick Dafka, Zafia. Pick on it. So now you pick. So where's it coming to guys? The Yotza came out. Where the Lamed Yotza didn't come to talk about itself. And the Lamed Yotza. The what? The Mela, each and every one gets a lav. Just like Afiyah has its own lav, so too every single one of the 4 things gets a lav. The other 3 things, each one is a lav with ne'atzah. Now, if you do all 3, get 1 lav. If you do all 3, get 3 lavs. It's 3 different mountains. Ask Gemara, the email is also cloud. What's the offer? Crap. This is very simple, right? What is that? You shouldn't make. So make is a generalization. What does it mean? Everything that includes making the mincha. But then the Torah talks about, it goes down to one little thing called loisei offer, don't pay, crap. So what's our halacha? Now, if we do this palpeh, it's very, very simple. When the Torah talks about a generalization, it's everything, and then the Torah talks about one little thing. What just happened? The Torah says, forget about the generalization, we're just going to focus on this one thing. We're not even going to go to another flower thing. Because what happens when another flower, then the Torah opens it up again, but it has to be similar to the middle guy. But we're not doing that. There's a cloud and then a crop. Think about it, it's very important now. Yeah? The Torah generalizes, and then the Torah says, no, only this. So it's only this. What does the Torah do? Torah says only this, and then the Torah says, and then everything. So what happens? No, it's everything. Not even like that. Everything. Everything. That's stupid. Okay. There's over Brach. Call brother, call him as you Brach. I feel in here. So as the Gemara Veima, they say it's a cloud. Here, we just show it to you. I don't know if this is, I don't know if this helps, it doesn't help. The Dom Shem Fabio is going to call Lavender, and Yossi on Lavender, call two Yossi. Oh, okay, good out. Now we got it. But this, Loisi offset, don't make, includes all four avoidance. Yeshua, Ribot, Sifa, and Afia. It's a cloud, generalization. But then the Torah narrows it down very much. Loisi off, but don't bake. You take all those three things, you put them on the side. The cloud was very, very specific now. It's only talking about baking. We have a problem here. Maybe you don't get malchus at all for those three guys on the side. Since they're very far away from each other, they're in different parshas, says Rashi. One is in Vayikra, one is in Tzav. You're right. You should have a cloud prat, but it doesn't work because they're far away from each other. Some people say without a name. So what's they're far away? Even if they're far away, you see, you could learn it. But we're talking about the chatos of the Nasi. Nasi is the king. If a king sins, he doesn't bring the same carbon that everybody brings. He brings a soil. And where should he bring it? It should be like an oil. Where do we shep the oil? We all know. Where do we shep the Rabbi say? In Safon. What's Safon? Here. Like this side of the Mizbeach. Safon. Abzeb, it's Safon. So too the Nasi. Yeah. We can finish. Oh. Hold on. Let me show the Americans what it looks like. Okay. That's that. A lot of people, extreme alert. You can zoom in on this thing. That's it. Extreme alert. Now what? Alert to extend a few minutes, find the best protection around. What? You want to go? Go. You go. Or anybody that has a hard time walking, should start walking out now. We have a few minutes. Okay, so I was going to say this word from Mario Biskin. I'm just going to try to finish the daf now. So the place where you shep the oil, you shep all chatas. Why did the king's chatas? Why is it different? Look cover. What does the cover mean? We said in Kachim, anytime the Torah says something twice, that means Shona al-Makassim la'akiv. We learn from here that if you don't chef, it's a kibbe. If the Nasi doesn't chef in the north, it's possible. Maybe it's going to say this is the only thing that you have to chef in the north. Other components you don't have to. This teaches us, you learn from here that every single carbon, we learned in Tzvachim, not everyone, but that you have to have the chef in the middle. Time to cause of Rahmana, so the Gemara continues. Time to cause of Rahmana, you learn from these words, that you have to chef the Nasi's carbon in the north. I think after the kings, but no other carbon. My time because we have a cloud doctrine. Even though the cloud two different parties, but I'm going to say that the Torah said we should chef in the north. We're talking about one thing only. When you have a cloud generalization, then a specification, a very specific thing. Only the king has to chef in the north. I'll tell you real quickly the morale mission. I hope there's no thing. But this one says, and I said in this box, why do we have to chef the carbon in the north? This is really, you should chef a carbon on the mizbeach. The reason we do it is because Avraham Avinu, we put Yitzchak on the mizbeach, and Avraham Avinu told Avraham Avinu, go chef the aisle. See, when he chef the aisle, where did he chef the aisle? He chefed it next to the mizbeach, the north part of the mizbeach. Why did he chef on the mizbeach? Because Yitzchak was still laying there. Why was Yitzchak still laying there? Because he was hoping that Hashem would regret and say, he wanted so much to do Hashem's Ratzon that he didn't want to take this thing off his back. So if you remember that, and Hashem liked it a lot, remember that Hashem said, Shep Okar Ganes on the north. Okay, Akaponim. Maskiv lo Ravashi. So Ravashi is pushing off this kasha. Hi, what are you talking about? Hi, Klalu Pratu. The Nasi, it says, what do we say? The Torah says you chef the chasas on the north, and they say, well, maybe it's very specific to the king's chasas. But guess what? King comes first, chasas comes second. What is that called? Nobody's telling. What is it called? No, king first, and prat the cloud. King first, prat, and then everything else. Cloud. Okay, no, come on. It's a pratu cloud. What's pratu cloud? We have the king comes first, then comes a generalization, all chatois. So what should the halacha be? All chatois should be in the tzachar. If it was the reverse, all chatois, so then the Torah explains, not all chatois. It's only referring to one specific chatois in the world called the king's chatois. Okay, so then it'll be specific. Ask the Gemara, what are you talking about? We're not even talking about a cloud and pride, we're talking about a pratu cloud. Similar words, they are the same word, but they're reversed. It's not a klal and then a prat. It's a prat. The king came first, and then the klal. So what happens if the king came first? So that's a very specific thing. But then it opens it up as a generalization. Generalization is all Elotano, so obviously we're not talking about a klal prat, we're right, don't ask me kasha that we see. What was the Gemara asking? See that you can do a klal prat even though they're very far from each other. It's not a klal prat, it's a prat of klal, and it's not even a question. Elotano, how do you think guys? There's a question that says, "Oisoi by the king." Maybe Oisoi. Only the king's carbon needs the north. Why? Because Rahman Oisoi. I guess we should stop here. Rabbi Oisoi, have a wonderful week. Psuras toivas, no sirens in the middle of the night.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Tony. Yeah, Tony, he reminds me of, Tony here,
Good morning, Rab. Oisai. English Massimo Morosis was one of I check to see if Cassis. So he did the no, it's only in my house. Now he's back to his bedroom. So it's not a joke. Baruch Hashem is back. Chesed Hashem. Nice. We're back in the middle of a war. The Israeli government feels comfortable that we are safe now, although there are missiles coming in still, but not at the same rate. And if Chas v'Shalom, there's a warning and we have to leave, we have two mamads, really good ones right over here. You make a right, go in, that's one option. The other option is to go to the building. It's not a real mamad. We're going to ask all the Social Security receivers to stay in their place with the canes ready to go. And we go out first. The young guys go out first. Okay, all jokes aside, yesterday we were at. So yeah. Abby doesn't like this. But Baruch Hashem, I didn't hear any signs at night. Maybe there were. I don't know. I don't think there were. In the middle of the chasana, so we're going to talk about the chasana a lot. Yossi Klein, our CEO, when he's determined to do something, he does it. And we all told him he's not going to be a chasana. You can't get in, you can't get out. I'm coming. Kids, when he got here through Turkey, through Egypt, and then like somebody showed me a video yesterday of some Hasidim going into transit in Turkey, and a bunch of Arabs surrounded them and started screaming, "Death, death to this, death Palestine, free Palestine!" Mom is chanting and being very obnoxious. So that's in Turkey. Then you go to Egypt. And then we all saw the picture. He got to what looked like Eretz Yisrael, part of Israel, I guess. And he fell down on the floor and kissed the floor. There was a tremendous simcha and relief that he was here in Eretz Yisrael. His whole extended family wasn't able to come because of the matzah. His mother, his father, his brothers, the whole mouth. He came with just the core, just him and his kids. But Lamaisa, he had real mishpacha last night. MDY came in, people came from all over the place. We had Nishami, Ireland, what's his last name? Ireland came in with the Steiner, the whole thing. You guys with the whole thing. Come in without the Steiner. Mishpacha, with the whole thing. And people stayed the entire class and I would say. One person stayed through the mitzvah time and did a mitzvah time with the top. That was unbelievable. So I'm going to show you some of the Mazel Tov to Yossi Klein on Shminin's Chasana. This is my Rebbe, where you did the prayer, you got a bracha on the Chobah just to show how. And then Yossi sent me a voice note. He says, "Look, you changed my life and my family's life. You're my father. Father, I have to give bracha frita." So I got bracha frita in the first times in my life. And then, after the chuppah, so this is the chuppah. No, this is not, hold on. This is the process thing. It goes in order. These are process things. These are all MDY guys. Now, under the chuppah, I went over to him. I was already there. I was the first person there, basically. So your mouth lifts. He says, "I'm not letting go of your hand for the rest of the chasana." So I tried to shake him off by dancing. It didn't work. Here goes. I'm trying to shake him off. I can't let go of your hand. So he's going to go with this. But we did under the cover. We had a whole record. Ariel put together something. I think it was, let me see. These are all MDY news. He's not letting go. Not letting go yet. Can I go back to it? I don't want to miss that video. Okay. Oh, Shamshi and Shapsi. Oh, this is it. This is the one. This is the one that Ariel put together. They did see that over there. David was mamish into it. I noticed that. Another thing, you see, there's no video guy there. So Avi, he was the official video. Nobody asked him, what did he You see, no, he's taking it. No, man. Just to give back to Yossi, he has something. Hold on, is this it? I don't know. I don't want to pour the other one. Oh, it's not it. This is it. If the soul keeps on going in the other areas, then you know it's that's it. It's something else. Yeah? This is it. Those are the sound guys that came in. This is Abby coming on to the video, official video, guys. Right, that's the last thing. Mark and Morty and my car, Benson, and Son, all these guys are supposed to come in. Very good. There, these sound okay. Oh, Rabbi side, don't let this go viral, please. Yeah, and you have to give me breaks. First, she tells me you're doing a mitzvah challenge. Like, what is that? Explains me the back forth. You hold the guy, you don't look at the cowl. You dance, it's kissing around the cowl, but you don't do it in front of the cowl. It's like to the side. Hey, this is the whole drasha. And it says, but you're first. So I can't go, I have to at least see how somebody else does it. It's okay, fine, you're second. Who goes up in front of me? All 6 brothers together. It's a different amount. It's different. They're in a church, so it doesn't count. I'm thinking the way I put down this guy, a lot of cover. Yeah, no, no, I did it after. Then I did it after. Yeah. Like to give cover to the guy. I know you don't put the guy like that. You throw it down. I know. I'm adopted. It's like this is if you didn't grow up, if you're not from birth. So freaking birth first will smell you out in a second. When you down to the Ahmed, let's see. Your Aliyah, let's see. They say not Torah. So like one little, no matter what, you put on a 10 strike, don't see. So the shear, we don't pass when we left, we went to Beitar, and we were in Beitar. We did it in Ari Simon's house with the Israelis, and we had a special guest. We had Nachman Seltzer as a guest. That's why he's not here today. And they had a massage chair right there, and I take a look in the middle of the chair, and he's out. Gary is out. I mean, here's the massage chair on the right. There's the balloons. That's where the massage chair is. Just understand. There is. He's up. Yeah, I was making it. Whatever. Rabbi side. What? Zoom in on the screen. There, you can see what? Oh, this? Oh, he's doing the shear. He's killing doing the shear like he does. Oh, there's a screen on the chair. Okay. I don't know. Let's zoom in over here. Where is eyes pointed? No, I don't think so. Not today. Anyways, cool chair. In Tom's River, on Boisai, there were 17 people that one night by Purim, 10 the next morning. They have another shir there in Hebrew. Unbelievable. All covered land. This is Eli Kamiansky, the one who got us onto YouTube when we were in the beginning. He's stuck in Los Angeles, right? Oh, he's the guy that dressed up like. Gates. We also have big bottles in England. That's the size. You tell me, Dov Eisenberger. This we're not going to do because it's not true, but I wanted to just read it. If I could do one email real quick because it was a good one. As corny as it sounds, how MDOI has changed my life. This is Deli. My name is Yoni Spiegelman of Baruch Hashem. I live in Ramat Shemesh. I'm not reading 10 emails. Travis, I see the clock. Not too far from MDOI home base. I've been part of MDOI family for almost a year. So I guess a long-time listener, first-time caller. I just wanted to share with you the tremendous impact that Yomi Shir has had on my life. I always loved Torah. I love learning it, hearing it, reading it, writing different Torah, but I've never really felt capable of my learning. I moved to day school and she without ever truly gaining the tools or confidence to learn on my own. Over the years, I tried to Kavusis and Shrim, but nothing really ever stuck. When we moved to Israel a few years ago, I left my love and Kavusis slowly stopped learning altogether. I thought I was saying my brothers and I, listen to this. My brothers and I took on putting tefillin daily. He likes learning. He writes different Torah. He's taking upon himself to wear tefillin every day. Something that's been a tremendous struggle for me for years. Then, just before basically last year, towards the end of Sanhedrin, my brother, Dovey, well started Pikesville satellite location, encouraged me to try MDY. I had actually been trying for a few years, but I had all the classic excuses. I finally did it, and I've kept going ever since. For over 3 years now, I've been putting on film daily. No, it goes before. Okay. I've been putting on film daily, and now for almost a year, I've been learning the daf consistently through this year. That's something I've never thought I'd be able to say. I made 5 in the past year. Thank you for making Gemara accessible, clear, and genuinely enjoyable. It was because of all this that when my 21-month-old nephew, Chaim Fall Ben Sarah, suddenly became very ill, I found a look for ways to support him, his parents, and our whole family. My first thought was to sponsor a week of learning with this is complete and speedy with full shleima. Couldn't think of a greater skill than having thousands of people learning to in his letters. Thank you, Rebelli, and everyone else who works so hard to make him be wise and accountable as it is. Deepest gratitude, Yoni, the voice side, Venus Septa, the official edition MDY shots, accepted by the Iranian and Levy families, current anonymous, the interest of the murder of Chaim Ben Reb Yosef, the Daf, Meyer, and Chaya, Rivka, official. Nishmas, Imre Menachem, Boy Bishes Admor, Rav Menachem, Rav Moshe, Zichar Koshki, Rochem Alexander. So, official and Meyer himself sponsored the Daf and the Shas. And the second sponsor, David Salomon, dedicated memory of Abu Meir, Shmuel, Pork, Time to Speak, George, John, Rocha. Jogidalis, Nishmas, and Paul Jackdalis, Anonymous, Asaf, Ruthless, Gashmas. The Palchi Family Foundation, the Nishmas, Rabbi Rothschild, Shmuel, Palchi, the Nishmas, and Ilu. Before Shlema, the Moshe Ben Azar, Anonymous, for Grieve, before Shlema, and Arukis Yom Kalei, Bas Esther, Yishon, Malki, the keep from the Alki, Zol, the Festival, so proud of you, Yakamon, keep steiging. Sending growth to family, Candy Island, K and Art and Rebellion, change my meaning of life. But now I'm waiting, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the instant surfing UI from Turkish Sparrow. Monthly sponsors, Ari Simon, and Kush Lema, Avi Mari, Baruch Miriam, Jamie Azulai, with Kush Lema, Esther Basmuna, which are Ari Miriam Landi, Hod Russian, Kifay, Eloy Love Hazard. Anonymous to the member of Kush Lema for all advice on music of Kush Lema. Saw Fisher in honor of wishes, putting on filling, Sentence.com, helping you down the seaboard, helping you anywhere. Worldwide leadership is Chaim Shomben, but Salo, weekly sponsors only Tali Spiegelman, and urgent. Oh, that's the only Spiegelman with the filling. An urgent report, Shlemas for Ayelet Chaim Rafal Ben Sarah, our dear nephew. Daily sponsors, Spinning Town, the famous Spinning Town from Staten Island, the memory of my mother, of the Shem Fredo Bas, Chaim David Ari. David Buskila. For the marriage of Tamar Bat Rachel. Hey, Paris and family, happy birthday. Good morning, Paris. We love you so much. Get a Rivka, Jaffa, memory of Lisa, Mariana, Viva, Pas Pinchas Zevelas, and Mazikov, David, and Shona Sharfman. The famous is Shver, I know, on the birth of Adina Lisa. And the way our months, before Shlema, Yonatan, and make it to the Bracha. Before Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. Once Ayelad, then he said, and then Ayelad Esther. Rabbi Rothschild, we were holding 6 lines from the bottom that we were given on the days. We had in the Mishnah Machlokes. How do you introduce the starter, the leavening agent? I would have done it different, but okay. How do you introduce the leavening agent to the flour? You have a mincha that has an asarna flour. Do you remove part of the flour and make it a leavening agent, and then you reintroduce it back? The problem with that is that it won't be very, very strong. If anybody's right, the sourdough, the starters in the fridge, the whole process, they feed it, and they this, and it's a whole, they pet it, the whole matter. No, but they feed it. You know about the feeding it? You have to feed it, you have to this it, that it, the whole. It does. It comes with your own trips. You put in the seatbelt, the whole thing, involved. Right. So you get this some flour, and all on the side. Oh, we're gonna make some starter. It works a little bit, but not the best. The other idea is to take starter that you already have, this leavening agent. I don't know if it's called starter leavening agent, and put it into the flour. That would say it's problematic because since it's moist, it's going to reduce the amount of flour. The volume, it's going to reduce the volume of flour. So, and the Mishnah says, oh, it's going to be chasera, yisera, it's going to be more or less. What is it? They didn't reduce this in slide. What is yisera? What does chasera mean? It says, my chasera, yisera. What does it mean? It's going to be less or more? He says, sorry, all that depends. What are you doing there? If you have very little water, so a little amount of water is going to reduce the volume of the flour. When you reduce water, the flour is going to go down. This is a seira, so that you're going to want to add more flour to get to the yisara part, because you just drop the level of flour, so you add more flour, and you have more flour than necessary. Rako, now if you do the reverse. In other words, you add a lot of water, so it becomes very, very thin, very like pancakey kind of dough. Anybody make pancakes, like almost like making an omelet. Very what? The batter, very good. This is chasera, so you're gonna have less flour than you need. Says Gemara, what do I care? So you saw keep your pile, you start your pile. At the end of the day, when I measure it up in a measuring device, I'm gonna have an isar. Who cares? Water this way, water that. So what's the obvious answer? What would you answer? I would answer like, why you Mazda Possum? Still in the showgrounds? Not really. Good, Donnie, good. He thinks he is. Listen, this is by Possum also. Lahavin Olaf Abdullah, it's very similar to Shiva. There's the day of, that's the Einim. Then you have the Shevet Brachos, which is very powerful. Then you have the 30 days. And then you have the year. The Shana Rishayna. It's very similar. I'll call upon about them. As the Gemara, put it in a measuring device. But a measuring device has water in it. Not a measuring device. You don't have full amount of flour in the measuring device. The Gemara asks, no, right now you have the sun. So, Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef, they both answer the same thing. This is what I did this morning. Yoshi, I guess, because I didn't see that Yoshi did anything last night. I looked today, I didn't see it. It just popped up in my screen now. So I'm gonna. There's two words. It's the same word, but one has a llama in front, and one doesn't. Kamois means as of now, right now. What do we have now? I look at it now. Right now, I have water, I have flour, great. I take whatever I have, I take a measurement. I take in the sar, develop it. Likamois means, and that's pretty much today's sugya. So let's get these two words. Very simple. Kamois means right now. It's like in Hebrew, kamoshahu, kimoi, and likimo, like it was yesterday. So if you're gonna go like yesterday we had a bunch of flour in, or it means like 5 minutes ago, whatever it means. Like like it was. Maybe it's not even the right type, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to shorten it up a little bit. Like that means that I have to start with what I had in the beginning. I have to take a measurement off the flour. Whatever you introduce later, whatever happened later, I'll give you a mark of the Gemara stuff. Let's say you have a half an egg's worth of meat. And for whatever reason, it blows up the kibetza. So now, today I have a kibetza. Today I have a full shear that can become pumpmate. It can be metama. So what do I look at? Do I look at it as what I have right now? Right now I have a shear of a kibetza. Or no, where did it start out? You can't just jump to today. What was it 5 minutes ago? 5 minutes ago, when I got it off the animals, I have a kibetza. It blew up because I don't know what. It got wet and it exploded. What about the opposite? You have a kibetza, and then later on it shrinks. That's natural. After 2 days, it becomes that stuff that what's his name sells it? Beef jerky. It becomes half the size. The stomach. So that's the question. That's today's basically sugya. Do we view what we have right now in front of us? And right now I have a full shear, or I don't have a full shear. Same thing over here. I have a vessel that has water, that has flour. Well, let's take the start of whatever I have in front of me. Let's go. Or no. It actually started out as dry flour. I need dry flour. I need to take it in the start as dry flour. When do I freeze frame it? Okay. When is it going to get to us? Right? Do we view it like what we have in front of us, or no? Everything has a history. You can't start from now. Rabbi Rothschild, I don't care about you. Likimois shehein hoistim sharinon. There's different girsa here in the back, in the official edition. They put the girsa in there. It's kimois shahoyu. He says shahoyu. It's even easier to understand. Shahoyu as a what or shehein? Because the word shehein is a little confusing here. Because the word uses it on both words. Okay. That's the Gemara. I have a practical answer. Well, what's the problem? All I did is I have a sarna flour, so I take some flour and make it a leavening agent, which is very difficult to get it going and to make it strong. Or do I add a leavening agent to it, which is also problematic because it reduces the flour volume, etc. I have an idea. So let's take some flour out of the shear, but instead of putting it right back in, with a tantima bro, do a whole leavening process. The way you need to do it, warm it up, put it in a nice warm place, put it next to other leavening agents, do whatever you need to do to make it very powerful, then put it back in. Now you have the exact amount of flour that you started out with, and there's no issues. The chachma here is that you're going to do it in a good way. You're not going to start from scratch. You're not going to just add water to it and wait for it to ferment. That takes a long time. You're going to do some ulterior, exterior, whatever it's called, things that make it happen. The ladies in the Lucia Badger is one that's a great idea. The problem is very good. Also, about seeing now, people will see that after 5-6 hours, you come with this leavening agent in a starter bottle. You know that it says on it starter, the whole thing, the whole kit. He's going to bring his own from a different place. Not. And what's the problem? He's going to add new flour to the already perfectly sorrow. When you bring leavening agent from your refrigerator and add it to the starter you already have, it's more flour already. Whatever kind he's working with. No, he doesn't know. He's a new client. He sees his father bringing agent. He's the top. He put on the side and stuff. Color up on which has to do with obviously. You cannot use fruit juice as a leavening agent. It doesn't work. It says this time. So the Tanakh says it doesn't work. It doesn't do a good job of leavening. It does work. There's a song, I thought the story is true, then yesterday I said it, and Ari Simon said, yeah, he knows it in my song. There's a song that's going around, and also there's stickers everywhere flying at a certain point. So the background of the story is that a bunch of Russians got pulled over by a cop in a truck, And the guy came over. So the guy says, so the guy says, "Let me talk to her." He says, "What?" He says, "I thought that for." Allah is the studying a whole drasha that we're all laughing, and the guy says, "This guy's a shigana," and he let him go. So as first I thought they were going for they made a whole nigget out of it. And the stickers, bumper stickers everywhere. It is, it's a nice show when you 24 years, 25 years. So Rav Chanina comes and says, no, the apple juice is a good leavening agent. Rav Chanina says that apple juice is a good leavening agent. So now if I tell you this halach, you have to tell me who said it. Says the Mishnah, you take truma. What's truma? If I have a bunch of fruit, I have, let's say, 100 apples, and I take 2 and I give it to the kohen. Whatever, you can really give as much as you want. You're going to smaller it. You want to be average, give 2% to the kohen. So now I have a truma apple. Shuriskoy, I made it into applesauce. And I put applesauce into the dough. And through that it became leaven, became whatever it's called. Became dough. Harezi asura. The dough is us. Why is the dough us? I only put in 1 ounce of applesauce to 200 ounces of dough. And we know that truma is batal b'meya. The answer is because this truma created something new in the dough. It created the dough. It's not just another small amount. Without it, without the leavening agent, you don't have dough. So, but who does this dough for? Because according to the Tanakama, Maypeiros, the apple juice, and the applesauce, it's not a leavening agent. It doesn't do anything. It shouldn't make it also the flour. So it must be that this goes according to the two, either of Hanina ben Gamliel, or they said it in the name of Hanina ben Tradin, but the Mandama that holds that Maypeiros is a leavening agent. Come on, Lemo, the Hanina ben Gamliel, the Lera Dono. No, I feel the same up on nothing okay there. They hold that, and that you probably think to yourself also, like, what's going on here? Does it make it, does it leaven it? Does it not leaven it? You just told me you can't leaven it, and it did leaven it. No, it leavens it somewhat. It becomes called, this is what we spoke about yesterday, neither comes gomer lo yahavi. It's not 100% punished, but nuksha miyahavi. It's considered punished nuksha. Nuksha means it's a low-grade punished. It's a shvach, a very shvach punished. As we said yesterday, there's a muslim that it's punished. Because if you eat it, you get malchus, you don't get punished. So it's another level of punished. And I heard a part from Rabbi Rothschild. He said this 20 years ago. I don't know if he said it since then. Somebody that heard from him 20 years ago said that like everything when it comes to Pesach, so if you're like a brisket or whatever, it's very much when you say this is mamish chametz gomer. He said, imagine if you had a mitzvah to eat chametz. Let's say on Hanukkah, you have to eat chametz. Those same people who say on everything, this is matzah gomer. It's matzah gomer. So he said, they asked, so he said yesterday, oh, here it is, I need to pull on. It's a real thing, I need to pull on. What? 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 Bad thing. No, somebody told. The answer Rabbi Goldstein. Somebody came over to Rabbi Goldstein and said, is Rabbanik mamish straight? So he told him, if it was a mitzvah to eat, he said, if it was a mitzvah to eat treif, you wouldn't be yoitz on that. Same idea. It's the right answer to that for the person that asked the question. Yeah. Oh, before I forget, one of my very good friends from Chicago, Little Hassan, and I saw that he texted me on the day, like a few hours in Hassan. I didn't answer him. So I want to say Mazel Tov. The Shur Ray Mazel Tov. You know, you're in Shur? Omer Rabbi Yehuda. It's an interesting word. It's kosher, like the word kosher, it's hard. What's the hardest thing to do in the Beis HaMikdash? We've discussed there's certain things that are extremely hard. To throw a light feather 40 feet, you have to be very strong. To even do knit on hard bread, you have to be strong. Now we're saying something else. Question with Knitza, this is more of a technical thing. You have to be a buckley and how to do Knitza, Yoser and Minchas Choyte. What's a Minchas Choyte? Minchas Choyte is a mincha made out of just flour. So imagine you have a bunch of flour in your hand, and now you have to go with your thumb. You took 3 fingers worth of flour, and now with your thumb, you go like this. With your pinky, according to the Rambam, and include the pinky. Okay, we were going the whole time like this, right? From a life. So you have to go like this. Now you go like this. What happens is, a lot if it's flour and very loose, it pops out. You know, like there's an indentation over here. You want to make it it's perfect, laser, flush. Perfect, that's the word, flush. Because if it's indented, then you took out too much. If it pops out, no good, too much. That's the perfect laser. That's a lot easier to do if you introduce water to it, if it has some consistency. If it's flour, it's not, you lose control over it. So it's Hasha, the Kmitzi, this is. The Minchas Choyte is the hardest thing. Minchas Choyte megav of Maimuk Shera. He says, no, it's not a big deal. You can use water. Use a little water. Then they say about Kosher is doing Shalom, Yosim Kriyas Yamsuf. Kikriyas Yamsuf. Yeah, Kikriyas Yamsuf. What's the. It's very easy to chop the water. But to keep it in place, that's what's hard. Everybody can chop water now. You just take your hand and go like this. But to make sure that it stays right over there. Everybody can get married. But to make the marriage last and be a good marriage, I'm thinking about Yossi Klein and this water. The water, okay, fine. Go far, let me just show you this. The idea of this thing was like you have a driver teacher, not a driver, the guy who's doing the test. Now, in America, you're not going to know what we're talking about. But anybody who took a driving test in at Stroll knows that you're going to fail on the first time and probably on the 6th, 7th time as well. I have friends. There's a guy here. What's his name? The blonde, the little blonde beard. That I would say, Mutty exactly. I would ask him every day, like, how come you don't come to show? He goes, my wife has to take a driving test. I said, but she did that last week. Yeah, she failed. And I'll see him a year later. Where you go? My wife is taking a driving test. I said, but that was last year. Yeah, she failed. And like 26 times later, people, mamish fail. Okay, now it's normal. Mamish normal. So, yeah, they charge. It's a disaster. No, people, guys here in Ramat B'Shemesh that drove their whole life, they have a license for 40 years. Yeah, you failed. What failed? I can drive better than you. No, you failed. There you go.
I think you're ready for the test.
What if they test me on a Minchas Choyte?
Just that. You should have my flow.
The Misrad the Rishri Koyanim.
What are you here for? I'm here for the Ebola test. Okay? You need to show me how you to prepare a menachal chokah. אחי, אחזור אליך עוד כמה דקות, יש לי פה בחור What? I've never seen anyone do kamita so good like this.
This is exactly what.
What? Cold in the water? The Rambam posting that water is fine as long as you don't pour in oil. You learn this in the base for Kohanim? No, I learned it in today's dog.
All right. Oh, like the Kulei Alma, I think his teeth went back to normal in the middle, no? Listen. By the way, I see Rabbi Rothschild is here. Shkei Rabbi, what was up with this Shachmanis? I have. He got me a Magnum Pastel, 21. You know what I'm saying? Azoi goes. Shkei Rabbi. The quiet ones always get you the loudest Shachmanis. All right. Zog tomorrow. So maybe this is our Machlokes. The Marsovar, the Moshe Misharina. That now we have a Shiloh. How do you do pizza? Do I go by what? What do you? What's the frame? What do you call it? Freeze frame. What's a freeze frame? Now or before? So if it's like, if you go by now, so now it has water and cooks. I can do pizza like that. Right now, so right now it has water. Great. You have to go what it was back in the day without the water. And it's not a good pizza if you do it with water. No, you go with what it is right now. Right now. Now. So what's the different side of it says in the Torah, look at this, they call Mincha B'Lulav Hashem and the Chareva should be dry. Dry from what? I mean, if you don't allow any water in it, so you're literally bringing flour out of the Mizbeach. It's a little interesting. But that's the Machlokes, my Chareva Hashem, and maybe it means you could add water, you just can't add oil. And therefore, I could do pizza with water in the flour, and it's easier. Myself, I really don't even have water. This is the side of it. Not us. Now we're going back to this idea of use something right now or was before. The Sarah Egel, you get a young meat, it blew up a little bit. It became the size of an egg, a kibetza, which is the size of what you need for tumah. Now, Rashi kind of contradicts himself. What does it mean? We're going now that this itself, the egg itself is, the meat itself is coming. In other words, Rashi says it's with time or other things. And it just so happened to be that my Shabrusa, he told me yesterday, of Vart, Shem, with Ari Simon. First time I ever told me Vart is there, because the Ari learns there on Sundays the whole day. And he told me, it's not shy. To me, look at, sometimes you see Rashi says one way, he says another way. It's not shy that Rashi made a mistake, or he's catching out. It's not catching at all. It goes by the sugi. Rashi is explaining the sugi. He doesn't grab a sheet. This is mitam other thing. No, it's coming from himself. He goes, he's explaining the sugi as it flows in the sugi. So it's certain sugi, so he has to explain differently. That's how Rabbi Ari Simon explained it. He heard from someone. Who's he hearing from? Okay. I don't know if it holds up. Right now it holds up. What? Yeah, exactly. Here it holds up. And then you might have had influence on him in the way we go in the official edition. But sometimes it's very problematic. Rashi in all of Shas says like this. Okay, but we always go with what he has now. But I'll go upon it. So if right now it's an egg, so you have a shear of tumah. Because our skin is not the opposite happens. You have an older thing, an older meat that condensed became a truck. So now it's less than a shear. You start with the moist shehain, you go backwards. What's the commotion here? This is that's why I wasn't ready last night. I'm confused with the clocks, but anyways, Moshe means right now. Look at Moshe like it was. Because there's a video. There's a video that through the video I guess we can understand. Okay, you see the video in a second. Ram, you start with Moshe. You go review. What do we have now? Right now we have a kibetza. Boom, it's covered. Right now we have a chati beitza. So what if yesterday was a beitza? So it's not mitame. Because you didn't listen. You have to see the video. Here, let's see the video. I didn't see the whole thing, so I'm not exactly. I saw the beginning.
She's already back in Chicago.
It's a restaurant. 1,400 shekels is prime deal. Euro. Oh, euros. I don't know. It's bone. Oh.
Go ahead, put it right here on that plate. I just remembered I have a wedding today. I gotta go make the bride and groom happy.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Very close. I really didn't see this. I did not see this. I did not see that. It was ready last night, I think. I didn't show it. Wow. Because MDY did get a giant sign, like 6 feet tall with all these. Maybe we should have a sign there. We should put the sign. And a massive dessert thing. Okay, fine. What? See that is a put it in somewhere. Okay, you held it. Anyway, so now okay. Now let's go back to this picture. Now I understand this picture. Yeah? There was Kemoshe Hain, Kemoshe Hoya. It was bigger than the small one used to be big and the large one used to be small. Got it. Okay, fine. Now it all makes sense. Yeah? It's a little bit better. So okay. So we have a machlokes. We go with what we have right now or what it was. You have this mouse reminds me, like sometimes the months of Shabbos you go on the scale. You have a little bit of puff up, you go up 6-7 pounds, but then it's stomach, like Tuesdays. Basically, you had this how do you say again? No, veal. It was small, with tava, and it blew up a little bit. Now it's the size that has the volume of it. Tar the shava. So until the point that it had the shear, it is tar. It's from now on, we count it as a full kibetza. So what do you see? That we go not make the moist. We don't go about what it was back in the day. So what is it right now? Right now it's kibetza. We view it as tamei. Says the Gemara, son of good raya, midrapon. I'm going to tell you it's only midrapon. I thought about that answer. So how are you going to explain it in a sefer? It says, so we stop right here, we know the question. We know Pigel is a Doiraisa. So how does this, the Rabbanon Halacha, working in Doiraisa? The Gemara is going to answer, there is Pigel the Rabbanon. There's a concept some people that's the Rabbanon, that's how it works. It still fit in. So what's the question? The Pigel, the Noisar, that if you have a Kizayis, and then whatever the shear of Pigel is, if it blew up like Kizayis, you're over on Pigel, you get Paris. If not, if it's shrunk, you don't get Paris, it's the Noisar. Yeah, so the right, so I'm going to get the Noisar. I can understand why guys get Paris, though. Like he goes, oh, you have the Rabbanon. I'm told the Rabbanon, people the Noisar, the Rabbanon, do we have a country of the Rabbanon? One says yes. The Tumas Pigel, the Tumas Noisar, this always fascinated me. You have a Kohen who hates his neighbor, and the neighbor shows up with $1,000 sheep. So the Kohen in his mind goes, we're going to eat this carbon in 6 days from now. What did he just do? He made his neighbor lose $1,000. What did Chachamim do to counteract that? That he shouldn't do that. They said, if you do that, your hands are going to be thumbing, and have to wash your hands in the sink. That's how much people hate washing your hands. That's why in America everything's Mizonis rolls, Mizonis pizza. You can eat a whole 14 rolls. You don't have to wash your hands. Don't worry, you don't have to wash. Because washing your hands is the worst thing. It's not pellet, yeah. So everything's that different explanations. It's a side thing. It shows you. Okay, anyway, I hope on it. Yeah, to make the food is the whole thing. But if you eat a certain amount, you have to bench. Okay, fine. I'll go pardon. So we have Tum over here. You know, Gary, I have a great idea. I'm going to buy you a massage chair for up there. You can do this chair and massage. That's unbelievable. But you can only use it on Motzei Shabbos. Yeah, those who know. I need it on Motzei Shabbos. That's all I did. I need him to be in the Motzei Shabbos. That's what I said. That's what I meant. The guy, whoever's in Motzei Shabbos knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm doing something right. So am I right or not? I'm doing something right. So I know they can think of the noise. It's not a joke. A guy in America donated 2 or 3 of these relaxing chairs. He gave it to me to bring here, but they don't fit up there, and they never shipped it here. After speaking about it, it's like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And he opened up. I told him, there's going to be people lounging, but I didn't stop. It's too small. He donated it. All right. I was just on the right, so I don't think you can noise everything when we said this already. So we're going to the first noise we're upon it. We have the Rabbanon, the other Rabbanon. Out there, we're talking about the Rabbanon here. So when there's no shear, they didn't enact their theory. Come on, Shlomo. Toshma. Besides getting started like the shear, but someone comes with the shear. Yeah. In the same case, we have an older meat. It was a Kizayis, and eventually it shrunk a little bit, and now it's looking at shear. So what's the halacha? Coming to Shavar, when it had the shear, so everything's coming then. But from here on out, it's not. What do we see? Shemois or Nikomois? Kemois, what we have right now. Right now, it's less than the shear. It's not coming. So what we do? Omarabo, he says, Gival. Whatever it was, and today it isn't, if right now there's no shear, then there's no shear. It's not the time even the Rabbanon, nothing. But if yesterday it was a half a kazak, and it blew up, then it's with the Rabbanon Geyser that it should be mitam. Now listen to this. This is Gishmak. Keep ligi. Listen to this case. With there's 3 stages. There was a full kazayas, it shrunk to half a kazayas, and became a full kazayas. Like Rabbi said yesterday, a mushal, like you have a kli that's tummy, and you take a hammer and you break it, so it loses its tumah. Now you put it back together, you glue it back together. Well, l'chayra, the tumah does not come back, and that's the question. Did you push off the tumah that to the point that when it came back to the real size, it's too late. The tumah was poikeya and it went away, or no? In other words, is this dichui? Do you push off Tuma. The Marsava is Dichu Bisur, or Marsava ain't Dichu Bisur. Shmuel holds once it's pushed off, so even though it got back to the original size, it's nothing. Umar Sova and Rab holds ain't Dichu Bisur. No, this is thing. Here it is. Beautiful Lashon here that you guys are trying to put together. Whoever wants to read it, read it. See, we have a ton of Ma'argin, the Chokma, the Cholirim, Mamish, the Guzmo, the Socha Machima, the Mar Yezek, the Chol of the Torah, the Shemayim, the Hod of the Torah, the Shul, the Mayim, the Morris, the Orange, the Tertumim, the Yazim Kosh, and the Yad Yosef, there's the Suit, the Man, the Torah, it's devolved. Beautiful. Okay, anyway. But where's the food if you want to see? That's a different picture. Okay. Going to get my when we get around all of the Yeshua and Surim, how could that be? Does anybody hold that's pushed off? But now we have an enforcement mission. Kibetza, often, you have something that's food that's coming. Shenicha Batama, you put it in the side, if it's not too shrunk, so they have less than a kibetza. You have the flesh of a dead person that's Batama with the hour's worth, and now it's less than an hour. Each item with its shear, the lentil size sheret, because I is nicer here. It says over here in Furish, Tigul is because I is Caleb, since it lost its value. You're not chayiv, and now the third stage is that you got it back to the original shear because you put it into water, introduce water to the bitafu, and it blew up. Right. What do you explain? I thought it's gone. It's gone forever. No. The someone comes back. The chayil is the but it's Caleb. This would be a contradiction. So Shmuel says, "Yes, default." See over here, no default. So we continue to say what? Oh, Diokta. I thought you were saying turning it down. Diokta, Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. The Shabbat.com, please rip the sugar. That's not carbon taking us very good dominion. So we have here dates. And we have, see this guy? It used to be this size. You have a nice machine, and this is what happened after you left it out for a little bit, yeah? This is a very shvach compared to this. This is a mitzvah. It's literally half the size. We actually had to get out of the car yesterday, then he jumped into my car and bought this. Did you buy one? You had to buy a whole box. I asked him, oh, okay, this is from my house, from the Jew. I'll call party. Here's the problem. You have a box of these giant ones. You have 10 of these in the box. If we go by the count, one of these is good miser. When you need to take 10% miser, it's good to 10 of these giant ones. Why? Obviously, we go by what? Lickimois, what it used to be. That's it. That's the whole idea. Tarmin Tainin Alagregos. Biminion. Oh, so it's the opposite. The opposite. You have a whole box of these. We're gonna have that case also. First case is you have a box of 10 of these bad guys, and it came out nice, bad guys, but I meant they're bad because they're in stomach. Tarmin Tainin Alagregos Biminion. Says Rashi, we're talking about Meiser. What's Meiser? So to see this, I just want to show this again. It's a beautiful video that we just did. We had it's a whole. Those who follow the shir know we started out with a chart with boxes. People got used to that, then we upgraded and we're finally to this. Just pay attention. The beginning is Kuma, then goes Meiser, then goes Kumas Meiser. That's what we're talking about today. It's also about Kumas Meiser. the Kohen is taking 10% what's left over, 9.8, 10% that he's giving to the Levi. Now the Levi, who has 10 apples now, he's going to take 1, which is 10%, and he is also going to give it to the Kohen that falls Trumas Meiser. He's giving Truma from his Meiser. So, according to Einim Alagrogis Dominion, if you have 10 small guys, how much the Meiser do you take off? 10%. You should take one small guy for 10 small guys. What did he do? He took one giant guy. What does that teach us? That we go with what it used to be, because these small guys used to be large. Because otherwise, you have a very big problem. You cannot give more meiser than necessary. Right now, it's not fair. You're giving one of these for 10 of these. That's actually 20%, because these are double. This is double this. How can you give one of these for 10 of these? That's not 10%. It's not a fair 10%. Unless we go of what it used to be. These used to be just as large as this. So it's perfect. But if we're going with what it is today, it's halakhically problematic to give more meiser. Why is it halakhically problematic? Because part of it is meiser. Half of this guy is meiser. Half. But the other half is not meiser. And the other half is tevel that you never took meiser on it. Part of this nobody took meiser on this. You're using this to make meiser, but you never took meiser on it. Now the part that's meiser, you don't need to take meiser on it. But the part that's not meiser, I don't even know where it is. Somewhere in this date, 50% of it, and you're going to start doing that. You already gave it to the okay. Problematic. If you don't, you just gave it to the client. You gave it to the Levi. You gave it to the Levi already. Okay? You can do it right. You can do it half. I already thought about it. Anyway, something about it. Let's just see this quick, because we have 5 minutes left. Less. If you go, but these little guys used to be large, so it's perfect. I took one large one for 10 small ones, but they used to be 10 large ones. It's Givaldi. Misharino and Shapir didn't work for it. But if you're going with what it is today, right now, how can you take mice from one large one, and 10 small ones? Or 9 small ones, whatever you want to call it. You give too much mice. It says the Mishnah, it works in terms of whatever's left in the box. But this actual date is bad. So what do you do? LMI. So what do you want to tell me? Okay, so we're going to go. So obviously we go with Likkamosh. We take mice on what it used to be, and these little guys were very large one day. So you would say, but it doesn't work in the opposite way. Then now if I'm going to separate from the small and the large, the opposite. Before it was large and small, but I'm going to separate one small one on 10 large ones. You have to do it based on volume. Let's call it even weight. 10% of the weight. So I don't care how small and how large it is. If I have 10 ounces of dates, so I take 1 ounce of a small one. I don't care. You have to take 10% of the value, not of the amount. Now, the question is why? Don't we go on what it used to be? Now, this used to be large. It used to be large, so why can't I just take one of these on 9 of the other one? If it goes with what I have today, so today you can't take from a small one on a large one, so you have to go by weight, by value. Shafir, word. But you told me that you already established goes with what it used to be. That's problematic. Now you're giving too much. These little ones are actually big ones, and now you gave too much meiser. You know what? We're not even talking about meiser. You said we're talking Rashi explaining we're talking about meiser, but it says toshma, termim teinim, truma. So when it comes to truma, there's no shear. You give as much as you want. little as you want. We're actually buying off. But the second buying off, we're just telling you how to do it in the proper way. If it's small, you should do it by weight. If you're taking the large one, do it by numbers. But that's how you give a lot. You have to even say, if you're talking about truma, it's a problem. You have, this is a maktsua. We had a maktsua as a kli, but let's say maktsua is like a certain vessel that you hold the figs. So you used to take 10 and put it in a basket. The question is, where do you get the number 10 from? 10. 10 is not a number of truma. If you tell me truma is as much as you want. So we know 2%, 4 maybe. What's 10? Nobody gives 10% truma. So it doesn't work. Maybe truma doila, that's my everything. That's why I showed you the whole video. With trumas meiser skino, we're talking about 10% of what the Levi gets. The Levi gets 10%. Then the Levi removes 10% of what he got. He gives one apple out of his egg back to the kohen. Now, on that, you can give as much as you want. That's not like regular meiser where you have to be careful in the amount. Over here, you can give more. The Avalazar ben Goyim, because it goes according to Avalazar ben Goyim. The sign of Avalazar ben Goyim, but that's what I'm talking about. Shtei trumas that goes with David, the Torah is talking about two different trumas. After truma doila, after truma meiser. There's a truma that you give to the kohen, the 1%, the 2%, and then there's a trumas meiser that the Levi gives to the kohen, which is 10%. That's only that one part. And now to make a heckish. The shame shot, truma doila, and tell us kohen is a machshava. Truma doila, a person walks up, there's no shear, but just grab as much as they want. Without a kohen, without measuring, only machshava means. Right? That's trumas meiser, and tells kohen to do machshava. Now, so too, trumas meiser, the 10% that the Levi gives to the kohen. Now, this is what we're looking for. Just like Trumas Gedolah, you can give as much as you want. You should be large and give them nicely. Trumas Meiser B'Yava, so too the Levi is allowed to, permitted to give Meiser from his Meiser, Trumas Meiser, with a large guy. Rabbi said, find out what's in Shabbos. For English, a quarter to 9, changing by 15 minutes, a quarter to 9. And for Hebrew, a quarter to 10 or 40 minutes to 10. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. A good Shabbos.
Merit the Schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Jesse, so that's all true. What made you know that's true? What made you know
Good.
Wow, I mean, your answer, you're like,
Good morning, Rabbi Sai. This is my senior Russell Mordechai. Good news. The government is changing the rules today at 12 o'clock. In like 5 hours from now, we could up it to 50 people, but still need to be in touch with better because we want to make sure it's up to 50 people in one place gathering, but next to a mamad, which we have a very good mamad right here by the church. But we have to be able to get out of the church quickly. So we're most likely what we'll do is we say if you're eligible for Social Security, then you're not eligible to come to the Medrash, and we're going to try to keep it probably under 50 people to speak to Benny how to do it, but it's great to be back. The reason why we're back, it's very different than the technology and everything that we have, in terms of the shiurim, the internet, the cameras, and everything else. So we'd like to be in the Medrash, and now we're holding it to like 12 people in the Medrash, and we're next to Mamad. And Be'ezer Hashem, we shouldn't hear any sirens. The doctor we had here in Eretz Yisrael depends where you live. If you live in Bet Shemesh, we had one at 4 o'clock in the morning. If you live in Beitar, we had 3 or something. I don't know what they had over there. The kids are, Baruch Hashem, the numbers are going down. We had yesterday probably more sirens than we had the entire thing. So who knows? The government believes that the danger is a lot less, and you're allowed to have a gathering. Baruch Hashem, Yossi Klein made it there to Yisrael, and maybe they'll by tonight they'll allow more people to gather to Hashem. Who knows? You never know. You have a lot of email things, a lot. You know what I mean? A lot. So I'm just gonna see how whatever we get through. Detroit Satellite launch. So Rabbi says check out the Detroit launch in Shushan Port. It did launch. Oh, wow. Nice. Rabbi said, woohoo! I didn't see this. There's a lot of it. Yoeli Elkan sends a picture, and I was wondering where was he for Shabbaton? Maybe he was there. I don't know. Photo from an average in Tom's River with that foldable phone. It looks like he has. No. Hi, I want to bring to you attention that now that you're sharing your house, you can use my official silver cup. Thank you very much, Shalom, for your comments. Since Menachos Dav Beis, trying to see if I can get this 60 days straight so I can make a habit. So because he sent me this email, this individual, I actually used my official cup yesterday to use Chazik to get into 60. Good morning, Hollywood, Florida. Yosh Markel and Michael Chessel. This is the year. This kid, I guess he's trying to dress up as myself. Okay, Givaldi. Rabbi said when Yossi Klein got to Eretz Yisrael, this is what he did. And very similar to Dave Sharpman on the right. Hey, Mushtachim. Yeah, it's exactly. That's interesting. He kissed the floor, Florence. No, but it said Israel. Seriously, he was. You know what it means to go through Turkey at this time, and people don't even fly through Turkey when there's not a war. Through Turkey, through Mitzrayim, it's not possible. They had terrorist attacks there, so he felt like, wow, I'm safe. This we showed. This is Schlanger. We showed. This is Kobe Sella. I was on Zoom with this. I didn't see it because Zoom was after this year, but he sat like this entire year. It's a very nice getup. I don't know. Purim. Oh, it's backwards. We attend IMA. This I showed. The Rankin Kamenetsky was the one whose kid was dancing on the table. Okay. Official edition MDY shots. By the Iranian and Levy families. The pairing is by anonymous. Lilish Masavi Murray. Chaim Ben Yosef. The daf, today's daf, by Yitzi, Naomi Hollander, Nishma Sarah Tzira Bash, Dois Bear, Shalom. The Misafta sponsor for David Alvin, corporate sponsor. We only have one corporate sponsor so far. Dedicated in memory of Avi Murray. The Shmuel Baruch for Time Tzvi Dois Bechol Livracha. The Misafta sponsored by Joel Gedalis, the Nishmas, my father Jack Gedalis, Anonymous, and Spoken, looking for the Gashman, the College of Family Foundation, and Zika Nishmas, or have a very external college of dimension Seilui. Anonymous for Fush Lehman, Lamush Ben Zah, Anonymous for Fush Lehman, and so to Lega Basester. The strong amount of David speaking about himself a festival. We're so proud of you. Akamortai keep steiging. Sending growth to family, can be island, UK, and honor with Eli, which changed my meaning of life. Pliny Almighty, Yeltsin, Mark, and Benny, and all the Eastern Circle and the wife, and Kokosham Skara. Harry Simon, the Fush Lehman of Mary Bark, and Miriam, Jimmy Azulai, Refuah Shlema Esther Basluna, Missionar and Miriam Landy, Holy Lashem Kitoi, Kilo, and Kaz, the anonymous, for the merit of Fush Lehman, for all kinds of needs of Fush Lehman, Selfish Fisher, in honor of Moshe's putting on Tefillin. Senders that come up in David Tzibur with Papa, Brianna, many worldwide, and this was time so David Salah. Daily sponsor, Ayer Hershkowitz, Mazel Tov, Yossi Klein and family on the wedding tonight. Only Simcha Benachas, Berichul Kemokoim, Ubekiru late. There are many people. He had tickets to come. Mark Ashkenazi, official from Baltimore. Spiro, Betsy Friedman, Nisano, Gans, T. Pinzel, a lot of people had tickets to come, including Mishpacha, Yossi Klein's Mishpacha. Only the core Mishpacha, but brothers, sisters, mother, I don't think his mother's coming even. And I was in Mary Malka Miriam Bashim and Zev, seeing her, she learning Daf is a huge nachas that he has our Mishpacha. We should all try to go and keep the rules, go in a mamad van, Yaakov status. Before Shlema for Chaya. Yeah, sometimes I don't know. Sometimes you gotta break it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Before Shlema for Chaya Yachid Bas Rango. We'll take that. I think it was but no. I said this story just recently that they asked him. Because I said I have a I haven't broken it from here to there. I have a streak. That I've never missed a million in my life. Never missed a million. And if I stop now, I'll stop me. But if I stop now, I'll miss the football. And we drove all the way to wherever it was to do the Samach. He said, go to the continent. He says, yeah, but I have a streak. He says, Yiddishkeit is not about streaks. Sometimes you have to... Okay. Yoni Valley Spiegelman. Enter the Refuah Shlema for Hayela, Chai Rifol Ben Sarah, our dear nephew, Nizra Refuah Shlema. Hayela, Chai Rifol Ben Sarah. The whole character. The memory of Bartley Yitzchak Mechel and Yitzchak Mechel Ben Pesach Shimon. Parents wanted to be Mazel Tov to our CEO, Yossi Klein, on the chassan of his son Shmili. May the couple give him much, Yiddish for Nachash. Amen. Here you are. Mom, Hashem, you want to make a little bit of a drop. Hashem, won't take it as this. Who's a yell at the Neo Zev, then I yell at that. That's when the shear started 7 minutes ago. What is it? It says 8 minutes. Okay. That's all. Okay. Rabbi Rothschild was starting in Brandon Ferry. Yeah, he's saying this first, right? I'm not this. Rabbi Rothschild definitely based on the phase, brand new in this beautiful Gemara. Anybody have the other one? I want to show how different it's really. It's like 25%. No. Okay, let me show you. So there's a bunch of Kiddushim here, including that the Pshat is tighter and easier to read. So that's a big one. But also, there's a box around the Gemara instead of it being highlighted in to show here. So in the original version, we have a darker thing, and over here, it's a nice box. That's a border. See the box? Now, the other thing is that there's less words to it. It flows easier on the new one. Let me just show you the difference between the two stars. One is much thicker. This one is thicker. A lot thicker. I don't know, you can't see so much on this, but no, it's the same amount of dafim. Actually, this one has more dafim. The thinner one has more dafim. This is from daf base to nun base, which is 51, and this is from nun base to kuf yud, which is 58. More, and it's thinner and has more pictures, more things in the back. It's thinner. The kids are. We try to. We're getting better and better. I thought part about it says the Mishnah. When David Feinberg came to the house to deliver Shachmanas, he came at the same time as the Belgian. So I told David right before the Belgian was waiting. So I told this guy, he knows Pastor, he knows every word, the whole thing. So I said, let's do a test. So I told him, open up my Gemara. So he opens up, he got the Daf on the face. Open up the Daf on the face, okay, here, where do you want to go? Tell me, where's she at? See the Mishnah, okay, Mishnah. Here's the noise, it's talking about the Omer. So his grandson that comes to Shir all the time is there. And then the Belgian comes in. So the grandson says, where does it say about Omer? You have to grab, you have to do this. I think we're not going to have a face. So he says, it's over our face. Over our. So then he had something from his old school. He did. I didn't hear. Anyway, so the Belgian told me, they were just saying, you were impressed, right? And then he asked him from his school, he told me he's I think one Sukkah Yudalef, he told him. Sukkah Yudalef. And in a second. Before you finish, he doesn't think. It's like before you can ask the question, it just goes. Anyway, because even if you know it, like my Chavrusa also could do something similar, but just the thing, it makes a whole cheshbon. You're like, boom. So he tells me that there's only two prophets. It's a great question to ask Shas even. I guess they ask it. There's only two prophets in the entire Shas that are mentioned in Shas. One of them is this. Paul Menachem is mentioned in Shas. He told me, what's that? That's not a faith. It's mentioned the Pirkin, the Paul Menachem. And the second one is Hamaskid. It says in Gemara Bamutziah, the Pirkin, the Hamaskid, they call the name. Not because a lot of these names maybe were made later on. I don't know, by Vilna, who knows? The only two mentioned Shas, I trust him. There's not a third one. No, the Gemara brings Perik Hamafka. That's what he's saying. The Gemara brings Perik Kalamanaf. Anyway, that's the side point. Kalamanaf is boys matzah. The mincha, all menachos, 90% of menachos must be without chametz. Can't let them, no leaven, no chametz. Mamash like that. You're supposed to start talking about the space of 30 days before. In fact, it's brought out in Allah that by the Su'ud of Purim, you're supposed to mention Allah about Pesach. So here you go. Chut the Chametz Shabbat Toiva. There are 40 breads that we bring to Toiva. 10 of them are Chametz. Shtei Alechem, and the two breads of Shavuos that we spoke so much about in the last paragraph. Shtei Alechem. Shem Boyschem. The two breads of Shavuos, Chametz, they are Fano, it says in the Pasuk. It says, Mamash, you should make them Chametz. Those are Chametz. Now, here's the question. There's two options. How do you make something Chametz? You have to introduce the yeast, the sour, whatever it's called, the sour. How do you make it? Water, whatever it is. You have to do Chametz. The leavening agent. So, do you fill up a fully sarna flour and then add to that the leavening agent? Or you put the leavening agent on the bottom, and then you add up as much flour that can go into that vessel, which is going to be more or less than what you need. Why? So here's a question I didn't know, but I asked the guys in the Hebrew. Everybody knows. Anybody that bakes knows. But let's say, here's the question. See this guy? This guy has a full bowl of water and a full bowl of flour. When you mix the two, you have a liter of water and a liter of flour. You put them together. Are you going to have 2 liters of a substance of a dough? Or are you going to have a liter and a half? It's going to blow up. Or are you going to have 1.5 liters? What's the answer? When you put a liter of water with a liter of flour, are you going, and you put them together, you mix it up, are you going to have 2 liters of something? Or are you going to have 1.5 liters of something? Or are you going to have 2.5 liters of something? 1.5. 1.5. Everybody knows. Okay, it sounds a little shaky now, but okay, great. 1.5. What's the shot? I'm going to absorb as much as in between each flour grain. I'm just saying there from ChatGPT. There's a pocket of air. It's the round, it's like a bunch of balls, similarly. So when you introduce the water, the air escapes and the water goes in between the things. I also thought it absorbed. Maybe it does, who knows? I have a button. There, so you put it together. He can work in any matzah bakery. Okay. So now, so here we have a machloikis. What goes in first? The flour, then you put the full pisarif, and then you add the leavening agent, you guys call it? Or you put the leavening agent in the bottom, and you add flour. You fill up the 1 pisarif of flour, or whatever it is. Let's say with the yansari, with the snail up, and it's 2 pisarif for each bread. And then you take from that a little bit of the flour, you make a whole leavening agent, and you put it back in. I'm sorry, I'm going to tell you in the concept. That's not very good. To make a leavening agent on the spot, it's not going to be enough comments. I need a serious comment. Like these women that make the sourdough, they have the leavening in the fridge. It's a whole Torah how to keep it all schmack and sour. A starter. Maybe it's a sorry, but nice little bit amida, umemalis amida. What you do is first you put the starter, the leavening agent inside the bowl. Then you fill up the bowl with flour. This is a problem because when you add flour to water, the flour is going to go down. You're going to have less flour. Then now you're going to add more flour. And now it's going to be a mess. You're not going to have an isar. It's going to be either less than isar or more than isar. You're never going to get to the right amount because I don't know how much flour gets absorbed into the water, etc., etc. The bayati, you need to have exactly an isar. Boy, Minay, Rabbi Freda and Rabbi. Rabbi Freda asks Rabbi, the famous Rabbi Freda, who had a lot of patience, he learned with his Talmud over 400 times. How do you know that a mincha must be matzah, in other words, no chametz? If it says before in the Torah that you have to make it out of matzah, there, one of the psukim it says, Soilus chalas matzahs, purificate matzahs. What kind of question is this? How do you know? State very base concept down, open up and you'll see. Elamah, chalas is your chalas doesn't mean anything. The like tzivah, if it doesn't say it in the first, tzivah. It also says in the first. Why? Because it says in the first in the pasuk, this first mincha, a rule for every single mincha. And it says many of a lot of matzah is the opposite in the first in the pasuk matzah. Oh my leg. Mitzvah like it. I'm not asking you if it's a mitzvah because the folks that we had you decide many times in culture. That in order for something to be ma'akev, we still don't have the word. It's probably the number one word. Since we're getting shots that people send me in emails to explain what the word means. And still, I think the best word for the word is the word ma'akev. No. You say that. You says, I'm not asking that time. So you're saying we're having okay, fine. Anyway, we're gonna have to sit down and talk about it. Omar lay mitzvah and barley. For boy side, in kachim, if the Torah says it twice, then it's market. And if it's not kachim, how many times do you need to be market? Once. You made a mistake once. This points out. The rest of the Torah only one time is market. In kachim, you need to do that. Ask the Gemara. It doesn't say twice. It says one time that you should do. You should make master. Like everybody, you do I see the shana on the lakiv that you have to say twice in order to be lakiv, and maybe some out really just a At the end of the day, the Gemara is going to say it's the word tia. It's just tia. But in order to get to that word, the Gemara is going to go through all the different possibilities because perhaps the Torah is not very serious about this idea that it should be matzah. Maybe the Torah means something else. Tia means market. It should be just so. That's the end of the sugya. But the Gemara wants to tell us why we need this word tia. Yeah, maybe you can drill this way that way. What do you mean? It says we're self comments. Period. It says don't take it comments. Meaning yalamat is the Let's you have a great question. Say what's the comments for some second question. So pay attention over here. Sa'ar and the shield. Two different things. Sa'ar is the leavening agent. Si'ur means that it's slightly common. It's on the way. It's very little. It's on the way to becoming common. And I'm not telling you what that means exactly. So just it's hard to see. I'm going to show it to you anyway. I'm going to show it to you better than this. You see how the dough is very yellow over here? Stage number one is that the dough turns from yellow to white. It just happened. Hard to see, but it happened. I'm going to show it to you where you can really see it. And stage number two is called karnit chagavim, where it has these cracks in it. It's starting to crack. Now, it's a little bit better now. I'll show you now. Here we go. So Yoshi did a cool thing here. He made a chagor. He made it like the two antennas coming out. Okay. This is for now, you can see on the right. Now it's much better. Yellow and pale. When it starts like drying up and turning a color, that's stage 1. Stage 2 is kind of chagor. So Rameir holds this out. Stage 1, according to Rameir, if you eat that on the right, where it's pale, you get malchus. If you eat the stuff on the left, sedek, which is the next stage, you get paris. According to review, you don't get anything for any of them. Stage 1 is 0. It's mamish. It's matzah. On the right is matzah. On the left, it's not a good thing to eat, but it's nothing. So says the Gemara is foul. Very simple. What you're talking about? Maybe the Torah is telling us that if you eat the siur, the partial, it's on the way of becoming punished, maybe the Torah is saying that it's okay. But what are you talking about? Siur the man. Either of Meir, the Rabbi Yehuda, maybe you're talking about the one on the right, that looks at now, it changed colors. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's nothing, 0. It's mamish matzah malyi. It's really, it's complete matzah. Maybe it's also in the Rabbana, but it's matzah. Either of Yehuda, the Reb Meir, if you're going to tell me that seal is going according to Yehuda, it's the karnei kagav, and it's the cracks in the dough, according to Reb Meir. Well, Thomas Malyi, according to Reb Meir, you get karas. The left one with the cracks, you get karas. Either Meir or Reb Meir. So you're going to say, it goes according to Reb Meir, that's Hitzah Panel. According to reviews, it said it's mamish matzah, but it's the pale one according to Meir, which you get malchus. You can look at it, it's pumice. You get malchus for it. Why do you get malchus? You get malchus because it's real pumice. Now it might be a different type of pumice, not a real pumice, not the usual pumice that you get cards for, but it's a type of pumice. So we just eliminated 3 out of the 4 possibilities. We thought one possibility is Meir, it's 6 according to Yehuda. The other possibility is Yehuda, according to Meir. It's confusing words, but the idea is very simple. If you look at the picture, is it a change of color according to Yehuda, or is it correct according to Meir? Or maybe it's a changing of color according to Meir, because according to Meir it's really bad to get malchus, and that can't be because it's malchus. It means it's something. Yes. What are you eating as this? You never ate dough when you were kids, or maybe you cook it right, you bake it right afterwards. You bake it like that. Okay. Either way, I think you get parts of the dough. Why not? They sell cookie dough. Not as specific they do. No, it's you. It's you. The voice I forgot to tell Doyle. I forgot. We're doing a lot of gathering today. There's a lot. There's a hundred and a half of gathering. Seriously. Should have warned you beforehand. Okay, so maybe the pasuk is coming to say that according to review what happened to my screen, we're talking about karnei chagav. We're talking about that it's cracked, and according to review, what does review hold in this crack? That it's okay. Who just walked in? Of course. How did you know? He said that he was found on the roof. It's chilly out there on the roof. So we're talking about Rabbi Rothschild. We're talking about that there's cracks in the dough. According to review that says it's not. You don't get malchus either. So what? It's like chametz nufshitz. It's own new muslim. It's only new. And the pasuk is saying that if you eat such a thing, you're okay. Maybe that's what the pasuk is coming to tell. Who told you that the pasuk is saying you should make sure it's matzah? Maybe the pasuk is saying that if you eat siur, what's siur about? It's a new muslim. Siur is not sa'ar. Siur means It's in the process of becoming chametz, and maybe that's okay. But I don't want to hear that now. That's what it says about me. Not going to Yitzchak. Another question: who told you that the pasuk is saying that you shouldn't eat chametz? The mincha shouldn't be chametz. Should be matzah. Maybe it's coming to say. Let's have a chametz and a challah. You should make sure that you here. This is challah, also known as revuka. The Gemara going to say in a second. Cooking in the water like a bagel, like a New York style bagel. Challah. Says the Gemara that can't be. Challah revuka. What does challah mean? Challah means what the Torah calls revuka. Here it says in the words of the Bible. I'm not going to show you some murbechet to be added. So anytime the Torah wants to do that, make it challah, the Torah tells you the murbechet should be in the water. He the ikar revuka, tzibur revuka, and by us, by these two, by the lechem, the shnei lechem, and the Torah doesn't say revuka. Perhaps the tzibur revuka, mitzvah revuka. The loy tzibur revuka, revuka leisi, boy matzah leisi. The fact that the Torah doesn't say revuka doesn't mean that you can't do it. Maybe if you want to do revuka, it's okay. And the Torah is saying if you did revuka, if you put it in water, it's okay. Another question. In other words, we're attacking this premise that if it says it must be matched and it can't be chametz. Maybe the problem is something else. We're making gadol b'lav dalma. You're not allowed to put chametz on the mizbeach. But maybe even making the mincha, just making it, you get an issur. But it doesn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with the actual. You get an issur, fine. You get an issur for making it. Like so, the chametz, you're making gadol b'lav dalma. You still a mitzvah, but it's still good. Who says that it's possible? The bottom line, how do you know that you need matzah? You can sign your matzah, your mitzvah. I think it's just a nice idea. I'm going to see a possible cover fiber. The Torah is telling you from the word tzia that it's ma'akev. You have to do it as so. When afraid of Ravams, afraid to ask the questions of them. The nine of the column in it says in the Mishnah, you have to knead them, in warm water. So these are two halachas. You have to knead, and how do you knead it? In warm water. And you have to make sure that it kneads it. In other words, you have to constantly move the dough. Keep on kneading it so that it doesn't become chametz. If you keep on moving it, it won't become chametz. So how do you know this third halacha that you have to be the shamer, they have to knead it until you bake it? You learn it in Pesach. You learn it from Pesach. It's super shmaiz and matzah. The matzah in Pesach, it says you shmaiz it. The king to make sure it doesn't become chametz. You have to learn from Pesach. It says before by the mincha matzah siyah. I take the word siyah and I make it chayah. I take the sof, I make it a ches. You have to bring it alive. You have to be misasik with it. You have to constantly move. Move it so that it doesn't become vomit. So, but tomorrow about ma'akev, I already used that word a minute ago. See it to be ma'akev. I asked you, I know I have to make a mincha, matzah, not chametz, because it says see it to be ma'akev. So tomorrow I'm getting look to draw matzah. He instead of the word see it should say he. My see it. Shmas minotai they can learn two things from it. The boy said, here goes that guy. I'm only rabban on the Rebbeinu. The boy is over Rebbeinu. There's a knock on the door. Who's at the door? Rabbi Yezra bar Berei, the Rebbe of Kurs. His name is Rabbi Yezra. He's a grandson of Rebbe of Kurs. Who has series of Rabbi ben Azariah. He's a 10th generation from the famous Rabbi ben Azariah, from the Agadah. Who has series of Ezra and Rabbi ben Azariah is 10 generations direct Ben Achaben from Ezra. Koya Baba. It's just tremendous. I'm so excited to learn the Gemara because a few times in the last few months, this guy, the Enoch from this Rebbe or whatever. What about you? You did this out. Might not be mean, like if it's a shidduch, you turn to yes, my son is shidduch, and the girl is the granddaughter of the. Okay, so when it comes to shidduch, but how does it make a human being better? Because he's a grandchild or whatever. It doesn't make you better. More says it over. It doesn't make you any. There's no difference to who your grandfather is. Unless you're a special person, and you have something great. If you're one, you're something. Yeah. Says Gemara, Omar, my city high. Why are you telling me to share the secret? If he's a common kafim, Givaldi. And if he's a common kafim, then he's also the son of common kafim, Givaldi. But why do I need to know 20 generations? In other words, which one has a miler? If his father's an Amoritz and he himself became a tremendous common kafim, wow! I'm so impressed. I want to meet a person like this. If his father's common kafim, he's going to has other milers. Each one has a miler. But if his father's a big time of coffin, but he himself is a nothing, a fire should consume him. This is our new artist. First piece for us. One of the best parts about this, I love the music. It's instrumental for Purim. And also, I had a shot. You don't have to say in the middle of the video. After the video, because I don't want to ruin the video. In the basement, on the front wall, there's a diagram, and I thought maybe he meant to do like a tree, Yichus tree. I don't know if that's what he meant, but it's an interesting diagram. Here we go. There's pictures of his grandfathers and everything, all big Yichus, and he. Did that picture over there? That's the spirit. Jesus Christ. So much more noise than the original Johnny. Yeah, and we find out how loud he can actually make things when he wants to do something. Meanwhile, it's third place. All right, I like it. You slept, no? There's potential. There's potential to get. So, a question that needs to be discussed a little bit is, Rav Preda had so much patience. He taught his Talmud 40 times, and one time the Talmud lost focus, and he walked in, he taught him another 400 times. And he lost focus. So Rav Preda was such patience. He talks like this guy didn't have patience, and who's at the door? What's this? That is that when a person is supposed to be brought up with Torah and he leaves Torah, he does comments and then YouTube instead of Torah. It's perfect. Even with Preda, with all that patience, it's very severe. But the question that everybody asks me, we spoke about it back then, the Preda got rewarded. So the answer, you want the generation to be saved, or you want to live 400 years? He said, I want the generation. So question number one is then they say, okay, because you said the generation, you yourself is Zoyta. So one part that we must say today. Why did it come in Zoyta? Why everybody around him? It's reprayed in this Talmud. Why everybody laughs? The answer they say is because all the Talmudim that were there, that he was teaching 40 times, not a single word said Vayter. Not a single one said Vayter.
I guess so. Afraid they never sent any emails.
Those who don't understand that emails are Torah, why? Ace Toichle. It's all. How many people did it bring to Torah, these emails? Another question. We prayed it was over for 400 years, which I saw somebody bring down that maybe that's why they told him the Beloz Ben Azariah. He knew the Beloz Ben Azariah. He lived 10 generations earlier. He was with him in Yeshiva. So he happens to be. He lived in the old Yeshiva Dali. Remember Beloz Ben Azariah? But I thought funny. But why did we pray to get 400 years? What about a Talmud sitting there and listening 400 times? How come he doesn't get 400 years? So he says if this, it's not much important to say. The Basco was scared to even say something. Talmud, you want 400 years? What did you say? And you have to repeat itself 400 times. But the real answer is that a Talmud is mechuyev to learn. He has a chiyuv to learn. He has a chiyuv to Torah. So if he has to listen 400 times, 800. But the Rebbe doesn't have a chiyuv to teach him 800 times. He go, and here's another thing. If you think about it, every yeshiva that I know, they all start off. They say, I want to make yeshiva for simple bachim that struggle, and I have a special mahalach, a gang for the ADD and this, and we're gonna do standards, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do that. Within 2 years, it's Yonim only. And over here you have Reb Preda, who could have had Mitziyonim only, but he didn't. He took this kid 400 times. Verstopf the cup, they say in English, yeah? 400 times. What happened to Mitziyonim? I'm Panovich, our yeshiva. Yeshiva town of Panovich was called Mitziyir Mitziyonim. That's the name on the thing. Yeah. Everybody wants Mitziyonim. You know who I am? I teach only the top million. It's Taka Paiva for that. No. I'm teaching this guy. I'm a Kohen, talk to Gemara. I'm away. Where are we? That we're in the middle of this. Don't worry about it. No, he himself is a big time of coffee. I want to meet him. Tell him to come inside. Replace the notice is going to this trap. One shot. He notices that Rabbi Ezra is in a bad mood. He wasn't much of his yichud. He told something about yichud. The crazy tells him, Amar Hashem, Adonai also. You're my master. But Rashi says he's referring to because Baruch was saying it. That's why people could even say Hashem's name. Hashem is saying it. But the Gemara Darshan, the Amar tells Israel, the Tanakh is Baruch. Rebbeinu Shlomo. Perhaps we told us the Ticha Boilam. It does Israel tells Rebbeinu Shlomo. I want you to give me credit, so to speak, that I told the world about you. I made you known in the world. I told you also. Oh my Lord. Rothschild says, I'm not going to give you credit for this. Any Matzit Toivel or Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, they're the first ones in Matzit Toivel. I read shot that somebody has, I don't understand what it is. So they're the first. So I'm second, so I don't get any credit. Zero. Nothing. I know only Matzit Toivel for him. Okay. I have to understand it. Keep going. Only the first in the world. No, I get it. I get it that you can't compare it to Avraham Avinu. I have. Okay, so 1% of the world. Why zero? But zero credit? Something. Okay. That's fine. Shanema. But I'm saying, you're keeping it up in this world. You're bringing more people to your Rebbeinu Shlomo. You're telling people, every generation, new people. Shanema, the Doshim and Shabar, came about you, Kontaktibam. I'm only grateful to those. In other words, Yichus counts. The Schus Ovid, you say Schus Ovid. Schus Ovid means the Schus Avraham Yitzchak Yaakov, that they understood me first. They brought my name to the world first. Given the Shamay, so Rabbi Ezra heard the word, the Adirei, Adir is the lesson of mighty. Even the right, yeah, we said last night, Adir, why the F-35 is called Adir, and guess it was the first time in history that the Adir knocked down another plane in a dogfight, because the Adir, as I understand, Gil will tell you, Adir, the Adir is, it's an invisible plane. It's great to go into a country and unload its ordnance and the bombs, and it gets out, nobody knows it was there. But it's not really designed to fight other planes, although it has the capability, but it never did. It's not an F-16, it's nimble and it's not. So yesterday, the Akishbaruch gave Gaiva, I'm not going to call them shaitan, Gaiva to the Persians. They're not, Gaiva blinds the person. They decided to take a Russian base, a yacht, and go fight against F-35. Okay, the most advanced plane in the world, really advanced plane. And Maisa Shahaya, a young pilot, a very young pilot, maybe in his early 20s, is flying to drop this thing, and he sees this plane, pushes a button, knocks him out of the air, and below Haya, instead of celebrating, going back to base, I just knocked out a plane out of the air, which any normal person do. He continued on and dropped his main bomb on the target. They came back home and Shoma Yisrael. So, yeah, and his Mufaked, they have the recording said, take a little rest. We already have your next mission is ready to go. Given the Shavi the Kama Adir, so Rabbi Ezra heard this word Adir. He said, Yovay Adir, Yisrael Adir, Madirim, Badim. So we're gonna have a bunch of these lines. We look at it by ourselves. What does it mean? Yovay Adir. Yeah, it's coming up also. Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah. Yovay Adir. Yisrael Adirim, Me Adirim, Badim. 4 words. Yovay Adir. Adir is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Simat Diva Morim Hashem. Yisrael Adirim Eli Yisrael. This is Klai Yisrael. Shnema Ba'adirim Kochatzivam. Me Adirim Elu HaMitzvah. Adirim are the mitzvah. B'ksiv. Sol Kaiferes B'mayim Adirim. 7.5 years ago, when I learned this Gemara, yeah, you do? I went through Rav Yashin. Because to me it was a chiddush, and I know there's other people that's a chiddush. There's two ways to read the pasuk. Like most people read it, Sol Kaiferes B'mayim Adirim. The waters are great, but the better way to read it, probably, the better pshat, the Mishnah Berurah passes like that, sort of. He says, if you look at the Tikva that read the thing under the word Mayim, it's a stop. That tells you to stop over there. So the new guy says, the Mayim Adir. And he even says to pause between the Mayim and Adir. So since that day, I pause. Not only that, since that day, I say as Yosef. So even if I'm this is not a halacha. I just made it up myself. It just tells you what to say if you're late. On a typical day, after Shir, there's pictures and the selfies and say hello to the guests. And then I schmooze with Benny for 5 minutes. So I get very little time to say Tzidizimos. You have to say, but Shama, Ashri, Shabbat, and say, because it tells you what to do. Tell on Shama. If it's a one-time thing, don't make it a minute. Well, the Yashra I say every single day, no matter what, even though it's not part of the list, because I learned it, whatever, whole thing. So anyway, it could be the Olam should stop to put a pause. But first, the Mayim Adir is referring to the mitzvah, not to the water. What? It's a nafkaminim shot. Adir is the mitzvah. So first, the Mayim they sunk like lead in the water. Who? The Adirim, the mitzvah. And that's this. The Gemara says right here, straight out, that there's Adirim, water. It says another passage that the water is Adir, but this passage is referring to the mitzvah. You have different things. You have the Noyah. You have the mitzvah. Is Yom Tov. So I give my oh, that dear. If you had understood that, you would be great. The one. No, go. We have a lot of songs. We have a lot of songs today, and we only have a few minutes. Oh, another one. So do we say it? Talk about Mayim Adirim. Badirim Elu Mayim. Shenema Mikoilot Mayim Rab Madirim is very young. The water is also cold, but not in that puzzle. Not told you there's Mayim Adirim. Yova you did, then you did. The evening you did, the Chalkish you did. The Skapper, but you didn't. Also, like a riddle. It's a riddle. Yova you did the Shlem Hamel. It's hard to, this one is harder than the other one. Because you wouldn't know right away. You did. My beloved, my friend, so to speak. Shlem Hamel. See, by this time we had nothing another. You did your Babur Hashem. That, you give me a base. You know what, let's just do sponsors. Adar Global happy clients all year, and not just this month. Yeshadik.com. Please read the Shidduch today. Ben Yedid Zavron. The city Ben Yedid Basic. The evening you did the basic. Never Yedid Basic. The evening you did the basic. And what is the Shlomo Melech going to do? The basic. Consider. My Yedid is Mishkan Tzach. We did 2, 4. Who's doing the basic 4? That is Baruch. So we should know the Yedid. The Chalkish you did. The Yom we learned it a number of times. The Mizbeach, is very upset. A little skinny part of the Mizbeach is on his chalik over there. That's why there's no base on that side. Shenema the Yom and Oma Yidin Hashem. You could also sing this one if you want, but then okay, fine. Maybe you Oma Yidin Hashem in the Challah. Scapping boy, you beat him. Hidden still. By the way, as a son, they always say that when you daven to Hashem, if you daven as if you daven to a king, it's a lot harder. If you think of Hashem as you did, as a person who talks to a friend, not that he doesn't know a friend, but he's getting better. He's getting better. There's like 3 episodes of this stuff. He talked to Hashem as he did. You should tell him what's going on and what you need. It's everything in the show. The Sadi is not the top of your next. Yobel Toiv, this is easy to figure out yourself. Yobel Toiv, the Yikabel Toiv is going to receive the good. What's the good? The Torah. Who received the Torah? Moshe. Me Toiv from who? From the Shbach. La Toivim for who? So this one is easy. Yobel Toiv is Moshe. The Siva Torah is the Toiv. But it's Bnei Yehuda. Beikabel Toiv is the Torah. You like a Toiv, the Sadi Lechem. Yesterday we said you like no time now. Me Toiv, exactly for who? The Siva Toiv Hashem La Toiv. La Toivim for who? Eli Yisrael. The Siva Yitiv Hashem La Toiv. Yova is the Kabel Zois, Nizel, Amzu, is also easy. Yova is a Moshe. Moshe will come. The Siv is a Moshe. The Kabel Zois, Zoy Torah, the Siv. So Torah is a Moshe. Nizel, so Baruch, he takes the Torah from his Baruch. He gives it to the Siv, Keri Vanveyu. Amzu, Yisrael, Shanema, Amzu, Kori. All Mary Yisrael. The Shosh Chorvis, Amigos, the Tzad, and Baruch, Avram, Shal, Oimed, Grace, Amigos. Omar Loi, Medli, Didu, Zesi. What are you doing here? Omar Loi, Aliske, Bonai Bossi. I came to save my children, my grandchildren. Omar Loi. Too late. They sinned and I had to send them out of here, ship them out to go. Just like he did with his dying. He's trying to do Lam Tzvus. Maybe they sinned to show you. I saw Simon Zimasa. No, it was amazing. Maybe it's only a small amount of you. Now, I have, again, another issue. Maybe you guys can help me out. Maybe somebody that sees this can send me an email. But he's dying. Like, he came up with a side thing. Maybe say he's dying for 10 people. But how do you tell if he's broken? Maybe they did the shaggy. I mean, you don't know if the shaggy amazing. If it was shaggy, you think you punish them. What are you trying to be with? It was amazing. Of course, it was amazing. And even think you're not coming up with a prompt. It's either black or white. Maybe it's black. No, it wasn't black. It was white. Maybe it was some of them, not all. No, it was all of them. What do you? The next one I like. Not I like. I understand. Here, the first one. Maybe you forgot. They're all the time bris milah. Hey, that's coming from the side. Listen to what? Yeah. No, he's saying, but maybe this 10 tzaddikim, you didn't think to say for 10 tzaddikim. I'm trying to do the chadish. For that also you should say. Oh yeah, I'm trying to tell you. But the Metzius was in Shoigin, when the fact is amazing. Yeah. You could. Yeah. Okay. You should consider it choice. Even though it wasn't 100% halal show, you consider it choice. Okay? No. Okay, I like that. At least we take a shot. Yeah. The two of them together. This comes for Smila, Malay, Psak, Kodesh, Yabram, Malay. We say by the passage by Yudam, it's Oira, the Simcha, the Southern Yakar is referring to Torah, Oira, the Torah, Simcha, the Siga, Yakar. They ask why, just say, Torah, Suda, Tefillin, why does it say the Yudam, it's Oira? No, Chai shall always have these mitzvahs. It was never like Yudam, it's Oira, it was never the Simcha. So Oira, the Simcha, it came out. No, one of the words over there is Sasan, I think, is Mila. Yeah, Sasan, I think it's Sasan. Amalai, Shema, down to line while you're present true, but why don't you wait a little bit? That also, this is something I can understand. Wait a little bit, give them some time, patience. Amalai, you're safe, the more they have simcha, the more they're bad. With the simcha, it's a word for word. Yeah, then you have to know about Rosh so good boy. So Avraham Avinu puts his hands on his head and starts crying. What? Never, my sons are never going to get out of this. The guy sounds like an owl. At the end, that's where it's good. So I looked it up. I probably looked it up once before. I think I remember something about this. I couldn't believe it. When you plant an olive tree, when are you going to get produce? How long is it going to take you to get a good shmat olive? About 20 years. 20 years. So it says today, not. Let's say about Horov, the boxer tree, it's like 70. ChatGPT, first I have used 0. Then comes something that's not very edible. 15, 20 years. Oh, so I put some beside phone. Shlomo did something here. I forgot to remind me to show this. You go back if you like. It's not even like so wait, yes. At the end of the day, Klai Yisrael is going to do tshuva. Klai Yisrael tshuva then. The Koil Amula Gdoila. Where are we holding? We got a few minutes. No, I'm just looking at the clock. The Koil Amula Gdoila. The tremendous. It says in this Gemara. Tumah. I wonder what it says in the article. How does the article type this word? Do you have an English, somebody? It's I don't know if Tumah is Tumah. Yeah. It's more like a Yiddish word. It's confusing, like a Mamsha Talagan. The branches will break. The word Hamula means word. The Kohen Shemiragim Bisrei Au the Israel, the branches of Israel weakened because of the Miragim. He spoke a big thing. He said that the enemy is stronger than us. Our people don't read it as the word Mimeno can be. It's written the same way, but there's two ways to understand it. Mimeno means we. Elo Mimenu, he. They're stronger than him. Chaim says in the Miragim, I understand. He just saw the video. He was able to split the sea, and Faisal saw it. And he saw, who was it he saw? Exactly. Faisal saw these things, so now I'm worried about a few giants and their control. What's the problem? What are they thinking? Yeah, because we can do anything. We just go in there and then we'll be fine. Go into the water, it's going to split. Go there and you'll be okay. What happened? Well, Stein says what happened was self-confidence. That's the problem. They doubted themselves. That's their idea. Why? Because they did the Eva. So, as we do that, we're not right. We're not right. No, a Jew shouldn't say, I'm not worthy. You're worthy. You have to have the confidence that if the book says go, go. Don't start doubting yourself. Huh? Exactly. And we said it last night also. That's exactly that. Somebody scream out. They're worried about losing their position. Well, what? What do you mean? That's right. Dr. Gemara, real quickly. If you tell me the word Amula means words, the words of the miraculous, the Kol Mila Mevoile, you should have said Mila, not Hamula. Elo Amar Lo Yavid Vokel Avram, Kol Shamati the Kamalti Amen. I accept your argument, and I'm going to have Rahmanas on Klal Yisrael. Instead of Hamila, it's Kamla. You take the Hey and make it a Ches. Kamalti is the lotion of Rahmanas. And you're going to be Pavel, Yavin, Koras. And they're doing we're living in historic times of Mashiach. You see, Nisim Glim, Babama Kuz, Klamas Vakas. You see it already. We want to see the final list, but we see in Nisim every day. Babama Kuz, Kalachas, Vakas, Kishir, Abam Kuyos. Each one, the Paras is going to be like Pavel, Yavin, Koras, Edom together. Might be possible. But now, because of the Rahmanas, it's not going to be 4 times 4, each one on their own. Because there should be consecutive one after the other. Actually, the Masachas, they're all happening together. In other words, we're saving a lot of time here. A bubble is happening over there, parts is over there, but they're happening at the same time, and maybe the will have less sour. Mazayis in all Noishrim. They'll never. There's always leaves. There's always Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Rothschild is a very powerful thing. We're in darkness now because that's the only thing we can understand. In order for us to do tshuva, we have to go through Yisurim. The boys side have a wonderful Jewish Torah.
America's Swift is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Jim Norton to save the show again. So we're getting back into it. Jim, I don't think I told you this, Sam. Every week these two, there's one who was at the same time. But they rank performance rating minute every single week. We had two ranking one that did for 2 years. These two both well, it's a mix and match now, but they do it every single week.
Freilichen Zuschauer, Rabbi Rothschild. Good morning, my child and my wife. That all of a sudden this has been happening. In the Bismedrish, it's but when the Oilam was sleeping in the house, why is it loud? Rabbi Rothschild, what a Kiddush Hashem. Tov L'Hoidus Hashem. I feel it. This year, when we read the Megillah, at least I felt it, and I'm sure many other people, the words of the Megillah popped out. Mama wanted to kill Anoshim B'Taf. Shalom Lovos, in one day. What's in one day? One day. We know what one day means today. Then I don't know how it was. Took the Nazis a long time to kill 6 million. But today, one day, one nuclear, one thing is one day. And the same Russia, the same Rishis, the same sinner. Nothing. What did the Jew do to the Persian? Garnished. It's of son of Yaakov. And seen Mamish, the Chush, Nisim in front of our eyes. It's a big mess that we had yesterday. And of course, I'll tell us something. But we have to see the Nisim when they happen. We're able to have the Megillah reading both at night, in the morning. And the kids were able to go out and enjoy, for the most part. We had, the challenge, I don't know about the rest of it, so we had one siren in the middle of the day. We had one siren this morning, right about 6 o'clock in the morning. But it's unbelievable. The war just started a few days ago, and they're down to 20 missiles a day. And Bezer Hashem should just keep on getting less and less. It's not going to, it's going to take a while until it gets down to zero. But we're happy with what it is. We're in the maximum with the powerhouse. What was the strongest nation in the Middle East? 90 million people. And we're sitting here, we're learning Torah. We learned Torah 3 times here in this house. 3 times in one Torah. I have to say, I have to give a tremendous respect to Benny and to all those behind the scenes. This was the most productive, is that the word? Productive. Yeah, productive, that's the word. Yeah, I'm still hungover. Yeah, I can blame it on the most productive Purim that I had, learning-wise. Just I was able to hide a little bit and learn a little bit more than usual. I complain a lot on Purim. It's a difficult one. The Chaverim come over, and each Chaver is 5-10 minutes. And it's great. I was away for Hashem, and a lot of people that usually come didn't come because of the massive. So anyways, Tov L'Hoidus Hashem. It was Givaldic. We were able to learn Torah. It was a Kiddush Hashem. People were here. I got to tell you, I didn't say this in English here, and I felt bad afterwards, but it all comes together. We know that Dave Sharfman, he had a baby daughter just a few days ago, and she's yellow to the point that they had to bring her to the hospital. We had to bring her to the hospital, with the baby being there for a few days. He was here, he never missed a year. English, Hebrew, never missed a year. Last night, he shows up to the shir. I want to show you. He shows up to the shir. This is how he shows up. And he's like, I don't want to embarrass myself. I'm going to behave. We saw that it's not working. We didn't have enough tomorrow. So we give him a siddur. We put him on the olive base. Here it is. Here he is. And he's looking. He's learning the olive base. Everything is good. Everything is good. But I want to tell you something. Seriously, I'm not messing around. This is how he was. He's learning olive base. The Rebbe Kim also learned olive base. But here's the kicker. Seriously, Rabbi said, I'm serious. If you see this next picture, you'll have to Dave Sharfman is. Where did he come from? Where does this guy come from? He plots in and he's learning olive base. He couldn't. This picture. You have to see this picture. He's very upset. This is what he was 3 minutes earlier. This is where he was. This is matzah. And with all this, his brain. Then we had Baruch Shabbos, his brother, Yaakov Shabbos. He comes here. I'm not making this up. He comes here completely. You could ask him, no, I'm drunk like a skunk. He's not as drunk. He's going in and out of the bathroom, throwing up. And he says, listen, he tells me in his drunk state that he says, listen, if I go home now, I'm not going to learn Torah tonight. Can I stay here until Shir? It was 2 hours before Shir. I said, yeah, stay here. So for 2 hours, he's going back and forth to the bathroom, and he stayed here. He stayed, and he went through the entire Shir. He made his son stay with him. His son didn't say a word. This is what we had. Hashem. We have such Givaldic Tevra. This is the world famous Menachem Koger. He's one of the biggest celebrities here. This is what he dressed up with. On Purim, he's wearing this is from his status, the father. BB Barash, MDY in his heart. That's what he said. I'll show this. We're running out of time, so I'm going to show Gesandte. I want to show you something. This is a typical size of a wine bottle, right? This is a 750, right? So the Reuben Schwartz bought me a bottle. Never received a bottle like that in my life. Just to show you the difference in size. I can't even hold it. It's 5 liters. It's 5 liters. Look at this thing. You're gonna have to use it at a special occasion. Open it up. This is like it's more than 2 magnums. A magnum is 1.5 liters, I think, and this is 5 liters. It's 3 magnums. Anyway. The kids are. All right, I got it. Where are we going here? Gibraltar, a boy side. Gibraltar, MDY, Mordechai Tzaddik, arranged by local MDYers. Oh, I missed MDY. I just gotta go. Shimi Leafman and Gigi Mechlowitz. Look at that. I love that. The MDY. I don't know what he's wearing, jacket or something. This is Rabbi Shekinah, the fire. Of course, he has something on his back. I can't even read it. Kol HaShrotzim, all the Onotasim, the Heimtasim, all the good. Go to MDY.com, guarantee to change your life. If I can do it, so can you, Givaldi. This is Yisrael Goldstein and Eli Deichmann and Avi Kamelar. This, how do you have to play it? No? Oh. It's in Hebrew, but I'm not going to play the whole thing. It's miraculous. I heard it the whole Purim. People came in and said this is the second Purim in a row. So this is the third Purim in a row. And here's the guy, the first Purim in his life, he's 31 years old, and he's learning Purim. And he says that then I'm completely drunk now. But this is us. Favorite thing, cheering for me.
Go on Thursday, not Shabbos. I was in Beit Shemesh for Shabbos. I was going to be Sunday morning, just the Mamash miracle by Egypt, Cairo. I was going to go Sunday morning to share. I was all the stage to go to share. And the check was there on Friday or Thursday. Kids,
there was a whole thing that he said. I'm not going to repeat the Chavodah because he's a big honor. And he said he didn't want to come and sing Shir because he didn't want to take the wind out of Yaakov Shloki Seah. Like he was being considerate. It was a very, very nice thing that he said. It's not sure. It's not. What's this? This I didn't see. Oh, that's Yaakov Shafman. Oh, that guy, Friedman guy with the white hat. Maybe we could put it in, Tackle. It's a good. He asked if he could speak. He doesn't really speak much during the year. I guess he says, listen. He said that in yeshiva, it was like Chafalem Harkegigin. And over here this year it's Kibulu, Kibu Mahava, the whole yeah. Palms River had 17 Sever last night. This morning another 10 joined. 17 Sever, a boy's side, on a Purim night. They usually have a nicer place, but they said they had 2 room over there. So they had to go to the Jimmy Azula real quickly. I didn't read the whole email at the beginning. I liked the beginning, so I put it in. Why I donated in honor of Moshe Landy, the power of the New Family's personal, no need to read publicly. Okay. That part I really didn't read, but it's too late now. President Ford Rebbe, I remember when I first started the daf and heard the slogan "Indy White's family," I'll be honest, I thought to myself, nice line, very cute. But now after learning since then of the Gemara Hurrias, I understand it's not a slogan, it's an Metzias. At the Shabbat, I saw this with my own eyes. Look at it, it inspired me. Like truly young old, everyone came as one. No labels, no divisions, just tired, just after. Just a sheer wanting to grow. Created that. We brought that to Klal Yisrael. My wife and I were working RBS a month ago. We were overwhelmed. I mean, overwhelmed by the care. Philip, Benny, Mendy, the kinds of messages. Calls, you need meals, you need anything. Even when we were out hiking, a message came through, just checking in. How you doing? Didn't stop. That's when the idea of Indy White's family really began to settle in. This wasn't networking. This was the genuine rise from everything. And then you see it everywhere. You meet a stranger and say, I learned that from rebellion, saying there's an increasing connection, a bond, a brotherhood. It's real. But where it hit me the most is around Tu B'Shvat. Moland is posted on status. There's time to give shiurim on Megillah. I've learned Megillah many times. It was actually the first Gemara I ever finished at 18 years old. Fast forward 18 years later, because of the shiur, because of the Indy White family, I'm making a seal of my Purim Suda. Enhanced learning to carve out more time for prayer. To grow because someone in the family inspired me. Yes, one can network through Indy White for business, shidduchim, etc. It's beautiful, but when the network revolves around the number one thing in our lives, fire, it's something almost unattainable in this world. That's real not actually going forward. That accomplishment, thousands of growing Muslims across the globe, is because of your selfish twice a day, every day. With Klal Yisrael, you need to change the spiritual trajectory of Am Yisrael. So when you see tomorrow's daily sponsorship, this is the reason why I do. Not what I see the kids, and he didn't want me to read them in public. So anyways, when you see tomorrow's daily sponsorship, this is the reason behind it. You don't even need to read this email publicly. I left the anonymous for a reason. Just speak about the power of MD White family, that's enough. Thank you, Rebelli, and Hashem, to be the benching, the family, Admev, Esrim, Koyach, Brachim, Kusim, Sakayim, Grelchem Purim, Jamie Azulai, otherwise known as Anonymous. MD White's anonymous cover gives a personal toy to the Rav of Chabad Shul that posts the satellite. Manchester Live in Zoom. This is the picture I showed, but this is the picture that they didn't want to show. And this is Schlanger. No, what's his first name? Anybody remember what's his name? Okay. And this, he says, the story I said about jumping on the table is not the Brisker Rav, is Rabbi Kamenetsky from With Hearts Full of Love. Okay, we got a official edition of the White Shots. The Masechta by the Iranian Levi families. Eric, anonymously, this was Avi Moyer, Chaim Ben Rebbeinu. I had a schus speak official yesterday on Purim. The official edition of the White Shots. The Daf, Rabbi Yaakov Bleich, in memory of my father, Reuben Ben Rebbeinu, Bishop Bleich, Nifta Chafei Of, Hashem Pei Hey, the Shonish and Ivan Aliyah. We accept the sponsors. David Salomon dedicated memory of Imoy, Shmuel Korach, Baruch Chaim Tzidoy, Joseph Dalius, the Nishmas, my father Jackie Dalius, Anonymous, I still listen to the Gashmi, the Palchik Family Foundation, the Zikr Nishmas, Sarab, Abdoy, Shmuel Palchik, the Meshach Tzidu, Anonymous for Shleim, the Moshe Ben Azar, Anonymous for Shleim, for Shleim, and the Ricky Sion, the Leah Basetzer, Yisrael Malki, Tevin speaking Malki, Zov Chesed. We are so proud of you, Yaakov. Keep steiging. Send the girls to Family Family Island, UK, and honor. Rebellion changed my meaning of life. Only Almighty, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the Eastern Turkey and the wife, and Kosh Sham Spara, Ari Simon, from Shlema, Vimori, Borgman, Miriam, Jamie Azulai, from Shlema, Esther Basnuno, Misha Aaron, and Miriam Landy, Further Shem Kitok Kilo Kazi. See, Jamie Azulai and Mo Landy are together here in this one, the monthly sponsors. Monthly sponsors anonymous for the merit of Rufur Shlema for all the Klal Yisrael who needs Rufur Shlema. Saul Fishy Fisher, in honor of Moshe, is putting on Philin. Send us that comment of the David Tzibur. Hip-hop anywhere worldwide, the interest time Shalom Ben Salo. Weekly sponsors Calvin and Axel Rod families with the Shlema 4. The next time we got Tikva, Basal Shevachaya, Anonymous, in honor of Molandi, Shkoya for Yechizo to finish Megillah Ampurim by Anonymous, otherwise known as Jamie Azulay. And Megillah, I believe, was the Masechta that Molandi learned from Monsey to Israel on the plane, which encouraged hundreds of people to learn and maybe thousands of hours of Torah so far, and it's just going to keep on going on planes and trains everywhere. Yecheskel Isengard, sincere wishes for safety and security of all those in Israel. Amen. Anonymous, since welcome Daf 2 Bays, in honor of the brave Israeli Air Force pilots for important work you are doing. Moshe Ben, in honor of Moshe Eliezer Ben Brindel, Shnas Hatzlacha, the Paul Mashiach now. Thanks, Rebelli. That's a new one, Rabelli. I was thinking I don't want to say. Well, before Shlomo Yonatan Eda Mebashem Bracha. Before Shlomo Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayela, Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Esther. Rabbi Sai, here we go. How many minutes is that? It's like 20 minutes of just. It's still pouring, Rabbi Sai. Okay. So Baruch Hashem, we have an easier daf today. We started at like 15, 16. Okay, good. We're holding all the way in the bottom of the Nun Aleph on the days. Mamish 50 daf into the Sefes Menachos. Today, Be'ezer Hashem, we're going to finish the famous Perik HaTchelos. Be'ezer Hashem. One of the things, we're talking about the Chodesh Chachamim, and this has nothing to do with the sugya, we're just finishing it out the sugya. We were talking about the Kohen Gadol and his Chavitin and what happens when he dies. So one of the things that the Bezdin was misaken, Baal Para, when there's Tumas Mace, the person goes to Levi, because the person, he cannot become Par unless we sprinkle him with Para Aduma ashes mixed with spring water. And Chachamim, Baal Para Shloyu, Moyalim Be'efrod Doiraisi. Sorry, Be'efrod, period. So the Para Aduma is Afer, the ashes. Chachamim were misaken that if you use it, and the one's going to say soon, they used it on wounds, they like the ashes are good for different things, you're not over. That's what the Chachamim were misaken, you're not over on Megillah. In other words, you don't have to bring a carbon, you don't have to pay 25%, etc. Ask the Gemara, what do you mean it's kind of the Rabbana? The Torah says that there's no Megillah, there's no Isser. You probably shouldn't do it, but you don't have to bring a carbon and everything when you use the ashes of a paraduma. How do you see it in the Torah? The actual paraduma itself, if you use the paraduma itself, you're over on the ilah. If you have an Alizayis tomorrow, so a reminder to bring the next volume tomorrow. It's actually going to be the same amount of dafim, but it's thinner and it's a different. It's noticeably better in shot also and everything. The whole style, it's tweaked, and we keep on tweaking. It's a work in progress. It's getting better and better both. Omer Ravashi. Stay, and I didn't speak to Yossi about this. I just saw it because of the flights. We printed in Eretz Yisrael. I think Leon is printing it. And there's no flights out. There are no flights out. You know what that means to our Gemaras. Alizai Gemaras. Baya. We have to tweak that also. Be'ez Hashem, we are tweaking that. This is volume 3. So it's actually much thinner, lighter, has more dafim, and more pictures and more stuff in the actual yes, yeah, color pictures and stuff like that. There's a glossary. I want to remind the oil there's a glossary. So a lot of people, if you want to look through all the Musagim and Shas, it's very cool. Things like that. Okay, fine. We spoke about it. We keep on speaking about it, but Be'ez Hashem, we're going to get ahead and we're going to print and ship way in advance, not less 7 days advance. That's all part of the work. I'll call upon the oil. It says in the Torah over here that the rice, it's not Bezin that said that there's no Me'ila on ashes. The Torah says there's no Me'ila on ashes. Omer Rav Ashi Shtit Upon Having, very similar to what we said yesterday when it comes to the Kohen Gadol. The right Sabah, Merlin, the Ephra, a Merlin, 100% right. In the Torah it says there's no concern when it comes to the ashes. There's no Me'ila. You don't have to bring any carbon if you use it. Given the Kazu, becomes Zazal again. People were mamish treating it disrespectfully. Why? How? Because they used it for their wound. So Chachamim said, the right the Torah says there's no Me'ila. We want to make Me'ila. Here, this is a thing of Purim. You can imagine this. Our guys did this on Purim. The guys are working on Purim.
It's made with red heifer ash. So, what exactly is this ointment good for? Burns, cuts, back pain, hair loss, fatigue, low confidence, even neighbor problems. Neighbor problems? Yeah, you rub it on them. Boy, babe, what am I going to do about my parnasa? And what am I supposed to do about my neighbor problems? For neighbor problems, try this ointment I mixed up. It's made from mosquito tails.
Oh, mosquito tails. Okay. Well, I was. Yeah. What else? The ashes of paraduma are available. It's something that we use. We take the ashes. I know, but who's using them? No. That's not me. That's already that we could throw it out and this is safe from. I don't know that you could take. I don't know exactly. I hear what you're saying, but I think it was more shkia. Oh, this the cover point I said is doesn't enjoy because I have a friend. A nice story with my friend that his wife told him on Purim when he went to his first Swedish. She said, "You better not come home drunk. Whatever you do, you're a mess when you're drunk. Promise her up and down. Nah, I'm not gonna come drunk." Because he comes home, there's he's in Dave's mountain, and he looks in the mirror. And he says, "It's good. There's a scratch over here, thing over here." So he takes out the band-aids and he starts applying the band-aids. He wakes up in the morning and all of a sudden he hears screaming from the bathroom. He says, What else? You were drunk. Tell you not to get drunk. What's up? I was not drunk. She says, if you weren't drunk, why are the band-aids all over the mirror? He is pushing the truth.
I could tell by his lips, his pouty-ass lips. All these guys with the big nose have the pouty-ass lips.
So, there's Amal used this paraduma in those days. They believe he had a whole thing about this actually. You could take the aether and put it on your wound. It's a problem of tattooing, that sort of thing. He said, no, it's not such a problem because you're doing it just for cool. But it was a thing in those days. You put the ashes on the thing. Okay. So so the Chacham said this is not good. This is not good because people are disrespected. So they said, okay, it's also to use the ashes. Give the ones that go perishing. But people now are so scared to touch these ashes. Every time you use a little bit, you have to start bringing hundreds of dollars and then the karbanas and then running to the Beis. So they stopped using the Suffolk Hazoy. When a person had some sort of Suffolk Puma, bring one Suffolk Puma. So I guess anybody can go with the Suffolk Puma. If a person walks underneath a tree that is some sort of Puma source underneath, and you think that halachically it spreads, but it depends on how wide the tree is, etc., the branch. So now he's like not so cautious. It's interesting when you're learning Torah. It says like you shouldn't stop and say, "Wow, man, not eating Zen and this." In our day and age, we have people getting up in the middle of shir looking at the F-16. It's a different. F-15 equipment to head. A tree new, but a marvel of science, like a two-engine thing that could go 2,000 miles an hour. You have a thing the size of this table, basically, that dominates another country. That's it. It's one little thing. I said yesterday in Shir, and I hope I'm right. And I just after I said it in Shir, I saw it like at 1 a.m. I said the Israel Hashem is going to go in on foot. You're going to hear crazy things. They're going to go in. They're going to walk out with the uranium. They're going to go like this. We got it. We got it. But first, they have to soften them up a little. We're going to go in. And all of a sudden, now, so guy tells us. This guy that said that word about that now when we're talking about Bahava, he says they already did it. They already went in. They're looking at us. Did you hear this? He says no. He says he's traveling with these guys. There's a lot of Hasidim and stuff. One of them slipped him a little. They were already in there. I said we made fun of him, but after Shir, they popped up on the news. There was some sort of thing. I'm not talking. I want Bereish Gala. We go in. We make a little seder. We blow up their nuclear sites from the inside on the ground. We take the uranium out, and then we say, behave. Okay. But I hope they don't watch the Shir, because then they'll be anticipating it. Okay. What is that? Satellite location. Yeah, we need a satellite location in Iran. Yeah. They say that caver is gonna have more people than Humam next year. Because there's Zaki. Mordechai. We spoke to the Mordechai time. Zok. Yeah. So I don't know if I said this. Given the Chazal the Papash Masavik Hazoy, so one of the rights is the wind. So again, the Torah says no Milan Afer. People started disrespecting. Chacham said there is Mihila. That's exactly. And then once we saw that people are so scared to use it, when they had a suffix, we stayed away from it. So they said, you know what? There's no Mihila on Afer. So we had we had the whole the Horius. When Bezdin decides that a certain type of chaylim, let's say, is mukam, they make a mistake in halacha. So the all applies together, they have to bring a full. And if they say the certain avodah is okay, then all applies have to bring a full. The question is, where do you get the money for the book? Where do you get the money for the book? There's two options. Either you take it from the regular Tumas Halishma, which is the money that we start collecting today. The Master Shekel is collected today. On Shushan, that's when we start putting up the tables, and we start doing the Makish today. And then we buy the carbon comment and all the carbonates for the Mizbah. Or perhaps there's a brand new collection just for this book. And we force every single given price holder to be part of it. Special. I don't understand how that works, let's say everybody gives 25 cents, like you're gonna have too much money eventually, you know? Okay. However it works. So you make a brand new the Kilo Magman says reviews of a brand new entity. You collect money just for this. No. You don't make it brand new. You get it from the Master Shekel. So I got to tell you, this is fascinating. There's we had a machlokes between Yeshua and Hugo yesterday. I'll remind you the chart I showed, and the chart was wrong, and I was supposed to fix it. A guy in Hebrew Shir pointed out to me that's reversed, that Reb Shimon and Rabbi are reversed. So okay, I'll fix it. Of course, I didn't fix it, and not only that, instead of learning normally like learn before Shir yesterday, I didn't learn. I didn't wake up in time. The kids are without the sick in here. I didn't learn, so I didn't fix it. So I come to Shir, it's backwards. I thought it's perfect because this Gemara says it like this, and it kind of explains. Reb Shimon and Yehuda were backwards. That's the Gemara with Tanya Yipcha. It's the reverse. Your Rabbi and Rabbi Shimon are backwards. This is more of a ta'av alayad mashitah. It was a mamish mistake. So here we go. So it's backwards. So what do we do when things are backwards? This is Gemara. Oh, gonna happen. So this is like the clowns. What do we learn? That it's Reb Shimon that says we make a brand new collection for the bowl. So that's why I don't think they're in there, not in there, no? Those no focus. It's Kudin. It's not. Yeah. I hear, but make the place you have to be. It's place will bring. I hear. Good point. But I do. So now, if you notice on my chart over here, I put under the word review the ratios. I put the pin along. It's fascinating. We all know Rishim by Chai. We all go to his caver. By Chai wrote the Zoya. No, I love the review though. When he argues with Shimon, I love the review. So now we need to know what did review to say. That's all we care about. We want to know what the halacha is like. So Haman I Risa. Which one was said last? The one that was said last, that's the one that the Tanaim decided, review decided, I'm going with this one. So I'm going to come with the Ravashi. Let me come back to the thing that we just, this rice that we just learned before, that it's reviewed that says we make a brand new collection. That's the last one. That's Allah, we make a brand new. Why? Because it makes sense. We said yesterday, the Shimon is concerned about the Yisraelim not paying up the sorry, their father, the Kohen Gadol who died, his milka. We're concerned that people don't care. So how are you going to collect money from all the price? They're not going to pay up. Or Ravashi, after the payment, that's right. He said, no, it's not a good I know Reb Shimon. When does Reb Shimon say that people don't pay up? And let's go. When people are not connected to it. When the business says you have to pay for your father's savita. Why? Make you think so. You know why? Because it was costing the base of English too much money. It's not my problem, it's your problem. Figure out. Collect something else. Why do I have a price in my father? My father already gave us his son. Why do I have to pay my father's price? Oh, but listen to this kapara but obviously every yid wants a kapara. A yid is a yid. And he ate chaylev by mistake. He wants to get the kapara. There's nothing going to prevent him from paying up. My Havayla, at the end of the day, you make a brand new collection, or do we take the money for the parallel government from Tunis and Ishmael? It says 3 times about a carbon. What is this? This is a famous passage. Where do we say this? We should say it every morning. I try to say this every morning, at least if I don't take a bonus. At least this. Parshas Tamid. So there's a lot of korbanos here. The rabbi's parallel double shall see verse here. Rabbi Rothschild should buy the Tunis Alishka. Just like Tamid comes out of this collection, comes out of the Tunis Alishka. Is Reb Shimon. Reb Shimon is the one, the final one, who brings a pasuk that it goes. So Mamish is going to say like this: the Tunis Alishka is Reb Shimon, and a brand new collection is Reb Yehuda, and that's the end of the story. Brand new. So I forgot. Of course, I'll tell you. There are many people that said themselves money. First of all, I didn't even think that a lot of people, there's a whole list, I have it on my desk, of people in America, around the world, that pitched in to get us a beautiful meat board. Another meat board, I got like 3 meat boards. But getting all put to use. We had a whole yeshiva here, small yeshiva Zera. They did the Purim thing the first night. So they had the meat board, they had the Suda here, meat board. You shred to them. They got a bunch of bottles of wine. Bunch. Four shopless. More people to quiet time. $1,000 bottle is the stone. Not dollar, but the shekel. 1,000 shekel. The shekels. The kids said a lot of people gave me Castells, and straight after Castells, and straight after the wine. It's beautiful. That giant big shovel. That was this big with napkins and zapping stuff. Let's say it. I have to get you this stuff. Now it's going to be the chulu. So respect to all the people, respect to everybody. Venice. It's too much. And then this bottle of wine. Okay. I'm all stocked up. Rabbi said, I don't need Castel for another year or two. Rabbi said, even next term, don't. Say the go. Oh, Yishkoya, you also get your Castel. Yishkoya. Wow. The Walter got me the beautiful benches. Beautiful. The box alone, I'm not joking. The box is like $150 box that it came in. The whole thing with don't close. It opens up. I should bring it. Give it back to me if someone wants to get it. Anyway, you getting it? The one right next to the all guest rooms over there. The first guest room. You don't have to worry going into somebody's room. Now, we said, I already pointed this out in the Mishnah, but okay, when a Kohen Gadol dies, and we don't have the replacement, then we're talking about, I don't know if I said this in English, that I didn't, I don't remember anymore. They're looking for a replacement, maybe they found one already, it's the opposite extreme, but they're looking for a replacement. So they convene to make a replacement, and poof, they got a Zetin cup. Hopefully they killed a bunch of them during okay. But they said they have now, in his son, but they don't want to announce it. They don't want to say he's official because they know that they'll kill him. So he's unofficially the official Nachshema. Huh? No, that's a different son. They have another. No, trust me. That's Evan's the replacement. Evan's going to be your replacement. You should know that. It's a good one. It's like they're not coming down. They're the face. Evan's your replacement. Cool. Okay. Ready to go. No, I'm just going to. Right here. And if they didn't find him, he's in America. I don't know. Are you sure those are given? I don't know. No, but he's right. There is a replacement. There's somebody. He's saying something. Okay. Let's go. Rabbi said, how much time is it? Wow. Okay, we gotta move. You hear the Shiloh? And we know the answer. When we said that there's no point by the name. So you bring the holy sword and you don't divide it in half. You said it's a pasuk, you don't divide it in half. You bring the entire sword. When? No. He's bringing it out something one after another. Okay, so do we do this twice? A full Yisrael? And the answer is going to be yes. A full Yisrael twice. One in the morning, one in the evening. Perhaps you bring it once and you don't bring it in the afternoon. So we have this, you all remember this. There's, by the carbon comment, there are people, look how beautiful Yoshi did this. But how do I open it? Wow. Yeah. Okay, here you go. Show me your broken cover. You have to go like this. Go like that. Okay. Then you take this off, and it reveals this. So look, each one says Mishpachat Stefanski on it, and the back has MDY logo and both. It's like embossed. Is that a new word? That's in here. You better put an epic someday. Yeah. And then a whole beautiful settlement there, Zmiris thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing we sing a lot here in the Swedish program. Very sad. Yeah. We're showing the people all in one. No. Zang. Oh, thank you. So Rabbi Zai, the carbon comment, 13 guys took care of the carbon comment. Take a look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. And we said that the cuts of the meat, you have to put it towards your body so you don't see. It doesn't look ugly. It looks beautiful. Okay. Carbon Qayyim number 8. What does he do? Qayyim number 8. You can see over here. Zoom in on him. He's in charge of the chavita. Of the breads of the Kohen Gadol. Do me a favor, seriously. In the back room, I'm serious. Back room, that's where I hit out. There's a shafmanis on the table with bread. Bring it over, I want to show that over. Because some people were smarter than others. I asked Mendy, who gave to me in a second, he said. I asked other people, they didn't have bread away. What he does, he's after a second, as he, whatever, when we were on the video thing, I said, I showed him, he's after a second. Let me show it to you. You guys, let's see how fast you are to say who gave me that shafmanis. Anyway. So it seems like this. Maybe you should learn a little bit, no? Wow. You just walked a lot of people to that competition one. Nothing but the dot. It's going to be a short one. Okay, so, you hear the raya. Chaya number 8, he brings the chavita. And if it's true that you don't bring mincha chavitim, the Kohen Gadol doesn't bring, not the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is dead. So we don't bring instead, we only bring it once a day. So when you bring the carbon palmade at night, instead of having 13 Tehanim, you're going to be missing number 8. There's nothing to do, number 8. What is he going to carry? No chavitim. Hechid Dami, the mace Kohen Gadol, believe me, no apatachim. In a case that we don't have a Kohen Gadol, what's number 8 going to do? Thank you so much, man. Bemis, thank you. I don't want to be mishtamish with the coffin. Okay. Take a look at it. I just want to show you. The chavitim right over here. These are the chavitim. Maybe I'll pull it out. Here's the cup. Here's the wine. There's the shemen. There's the mustard. The melach. Who gave me the shafmanis? Okay. Anybody? It's obvious. Yoshi is an artist. He's an artist. I love his shafmanis. He did the whole Yesefta over here. I'm going to pull it out and open it up. He's talking about Tavita now. No, can you open this up for me? Just to show you, Tavita is beautiful. Look at this. Look at this. We're talking about Tavita. He's not a Tavita. Unbelievable. Oh. I can't touch my Gemara now. Here, take this from me. You know, take this from me. Beautiful. Everybody wants some. It smells good, actually. Okay. Thank you. Is okay like Gemara? If you don't need the main spring, so we don't have egg. Now we're going to learn straight. I remember I bought a kameh there every year meal. So they sent this over to review me. Listen to this. Omar, these people that live in Bavel are stupid. You know why they're so dumb? He's talking about other Amorai because they live in a dark land. It's a land of darkness. And when you have Marsh Chiron, when you're depressed, you can't think well. On the flip side, we have Avir that is so mafti. Without, I don't want to get canceled or anything. Eretz Yisrael is considered one of the highest IQ countries in the world. Supposedly, if we just take IQ from the Yidden, we would be number 1 easy. But oil that we have our cousins, they brought down a little bit. But Eretz Yisrael, machkim. What's the question? Well, we asked him what to do with the number 8. And what are you going to do with number 7 and number 9? Number 7 is the one that holds the flour. Number 9 is the one that holds the wine. And you don't use them every day. Well, every single day you have to have somebody holding flour and somebody holding wine. in this game, it says in the Pasuk, 2 words. What do? We learn from it, Kalida. Because in this game, I feel nothing. Then you could bring, if you don't have a wine that day, you bring it the next day. But the Koyanim weren't stuffing it. So sometimes the Koyanim, you don't have number 9, sometimes you don't have number 8. You don't always have 13 Koyanim. That would be like funny. We're not talking about if, some situations, the Kohen doesn't die. You're right, you're not going to have number 8. How can I be like funny? Sometimes, if you bring the mincha the next day, the soilus and the yayin the next day, you're gonna have two less kohanim. And if the kohen gadol dies, you're gonna have 1 less kohen. I took under the Rabbi. So he say this over to Rabbi. Omar, mibishusin amikamayu, mitivusin amikamayu. And this is something I can relate to. Sometimes you have, these status people or status haters. What are they going to say about the shir? They're going to take the bad stuff from the shir. Look what he said. Look at him. What about this thing? What about the good stuff? Yeah. If you're going to say bad, say it. I get you. You have to get it. Say the good also. Isn't there somebody say the good also? He says, Rabbi, you make us look bad. You can only say over the bad stuff. What about all the Torah, all the Shema stuff that we said? How come you don't say that? V'hodar, Omar Rava, and then says Rava, you know what? No, I was just thinking this morning. I did learn this morning, and I was thinking that maybe sometimes the Abba is hard to say something bad about somebody. So it's not even. That's why I didn't want to say it. But when you say something negative, or you say, okay, let's talk about this. When you give a order to somebody in your family, your child, let's say, but you have to say, before you say, you have to say kivusah. You have to give him 10 shvachim before you say 1 not shvachim. Oh, this. So the boy said, "So how can he ask you your type today? The show should have an aliyah." Shmayos of Chaim. Then Yaakov Yisrael. This is an Amerikamayu. This is an Amerikamayu. V'hodo Amarava. Hani nami tuvusin. Usually very smart. Today you're dumb. I hear. Omakro. Says Mincha says Rava. No. We were right. Why? Us and Bubble were right. Says Mincha we saw the passage the other day. It says by Chavitin. Says Mincha Harei Ilacha. Treat the Chavitin. Treat the Mincha of the Kohen Gadol like a carbon tummy. That what? It's Daf Yomi. It's every single day. It's morning and evening. We never stop. Do we bring in the Sarim in the morning and the evening twice, or just one Sarim and Shalom Yisrael when there's no Kohen Gadol? It's in the forest. Bring one fully Sarim in the morning. Typically we take your Sarim and divide it. Half in the morning. And when you don't have a Kohen Gadol, it's a new thing that the Torah says. A fully Sarim in the morning, fully Sarim in the evening. Let me ask you a question. When we bring in the Sarim and we just divide it in half, we also divide the frankincense in half, the Levina. Yeah, we take a kmitza, and we do a half of the kmitza for the morning, because it's half of his son, and half of it in the evening. Yeah? When do we bring a full kmitza with 1 isar, and then in the evening a full kmitza or no? That's kmitza of the Levina. The Levina, you go like this. How much Levina do you take? A kmitza worth. So do we divide? Typically we divide it in half because it's only half of Yisar. So we give half of a kmitza for the morning, half of a kmitza for the evening. But today, that we don't have a Kohen Gadol this particular day, so we're going to do a fully sorted flour and a fully sorted flour. Does the fully sorted flour require a full kmitza, or still the kmitza we're going to go half? Or we're going to think about Rabbi Yossi ben Mistoy Rabban. We have a place. Rabbi Yossi ben Mistoy Rabban. Mamish lo shnei k'matu shel vayna. Chol misharim kodesh leben arba'im. Sorry, I messed up. Every single day, when the Kohen brings his mincha, every day, says Rabbi Yossi ben Mistoy that you do a full kmitza here. I forgot. I don't know what I did with. Maybe it's the next one. Much back in training. Agabon says you're getting inside, you need two amounts. A full amount for the morning, a full amount in the evening. Rabbanan say no. One amount, and you divide this in half. Chatzikom Shachas, Chatzikom is Ben Arba'im. Half and half. We might have to go to Machlokes. I mean, this story, some of the Asher Chatzikom, what Yashke from Chatzikom is the Torah. Says we don't never find a half a shear. The shear is a kmitza. Who told you to divide a kmitza in half? Rabbanan said we actually started the book taking matzah. We never found a situation that one sar of flour requires two kmitzas. It's one kmitza per every sar. Now, obviously, that you divide these sar in half. You have to divide the kmitza in half. The Torah says dividing. The Torah doesn't say anything in particular. The Torah doesn't say specifically about the Levina. You do what the Torah says. And the Gemara is going to even use that lashon too. It says Gemara, let's take it one more step further. Now we're at that point. If the Kohen Gadol dies, and we don't have a replacement, that means days on days. We're at bottom. Yes. Oh, I forgot to show you this. Okay, let's just do this real quickly. I showed it in the past. The idea of the I like this because I told you also to do the graph.
Next up we have. Look at him. He can't even read it. Get on with it, you fool. What a genius I am. I should get a Michelin star for this meal. How am I going to get out of here now? I'm so smart. Look how fast I'm cutting here. I've got great genetics. Must be good genetics.
We must make sure no one sits on the bench with the fresh paint and gets dirty. I'll wait here and make sure no one gets dirty.
You are the winner. You have won the title of Sage of Babylon.
Okay. What's up to do? Oh, I don't know if I'd like to show you. So where are we? Oh, well, we're not there yet. Well, sponsors is the different ones. Oh, no, I want to show you Rashi. Says Rashi. Without focus, sorry, this name. The Rabbanan who live in us. Shiobi says Rashi, famous shackles of things right. According to Rabbanan, the shilas, do you bring a double commute or not? The Mishnah Malavi Yosi, Lama Boyle, Lola Yukba. Shiobi Shnei Kamatz in the Cholak Torah. Lola Shnei Kamatz in the Torah. Says Rashi beautifully. The question is only according to Rabbanan. Because it's impossible to have a question according to Rabbi Yosi. Why? Because what are you going to say? They should bring two mitzvahs? What does he say? He says that every half do a whole. Rabbi Yosi, the story, where's my team? This is Rabbi Yosi, the story. Every day, two mitzvahs. One for the morning, one for the evening. Now we have a situation, no Kohen Gadol. She bring a fully started in the morning. So we're supposed to bring two of these now. For every started, you divide it in half. Half a started goes this way, plus a full amount of kmitza. Half a started this way, full amount of kmitza. Now that we put these started together, we make your golden started in one shot. So what? You're going to do two bags of the impossible. Yeah. So the question is going on. Yeah, I'm hearing the question, we say, hey, look, we already started. So you're going to bring a whole start in the morning, a whole start in the evening. So maybe you should double up the levina. So instead of having one scoopful of levina per day, you're going to have two because you also double. Look, that's what Rabbi said. He's doubling up the sardine, splitting the sardine. Let's mimic the levina with the sardine. Whatever the sardine requires, that's levina. No. The Torah said, bring the fully started in the morning, fully started in the evening. But the Torah never said how much Levina. Let's stick with the Levina, the original Levina. The Torah didn't say double up Levina. B'Shemen, but what about oil? Double up oil? We have a question according to everybody now. We're on the Shema. It says that there's 5 times that you do mitzvah. Now, why doesn't it bring anything about a special mitzvah that's done for the Kohen Gadol? If it's normal, regular mitzvah, great. But if it's not normal, it should be in this Mishnah. Sometimes when the Kohen Gadol dies, we bring a full mitzvah of Levina in the morning, a full mitzvah of Levina in the evening, and that's considered 2. Because anytime you divide it, it's brought in the Mishnah also. Even if it's in one day, it's considered 2. So the word the E, like funny. In one case, if the Kohen Gadol dies, you have the base. And if not, you do have to bring 2 Levinas in. But it's not a shiloh why it's not in the Mishnah. It doesn't belong in. What? Regular normal cases. Correct. No. So he said no. It's there. The Levina is there. Yeah. In fact, it talks about the Vizichin on the Shulchan. And the Vizichin on the Shulchan is considered 2. We count it as 2 separate pieces. Sponsors, thank you on our global. I'll be clients all year, not just this month. The shot of .com, please read the shit of today. Yes, Rapapa, the woman of Shmaita, says Rapapa. Some of the regulations by Shmaya, the Rapapa says, so Rav says back to Rapapa. The Mala claims the hood, the Ava Kukani. One of the things over there in the Mishnah is what if somebody brings a pizza outside of his own Mishnah? That's not a normal thing. It's very unusual. Okay, good passion. How much Levina do we need when the Kohen Gadol dies? Omer Adnachar Yitzchak Kashma. Let me prove to you. Zayin, Kohen Gadol Shemeis. Here, our case, Kohen Gadol dies. We don't have a replacement. Shlema Shabbos, Shlema Ben Abayim. You give a fully start in the morning, fully start in the evening. Omer is what Shnei Kamatzim. Over here it says Mefurish. This answers our question, but we don't know who goes according to. You give 2 committees. Kohen Shabbos, Kohen Ben Abayim. So it would be very easy to say that this goes according to Rabbi. Let's see. Why does Shlosh is moving? Actually, it has been, I forgot his name. But why does Shlosh is moving? Only 3 lug of oil, which means that we don't change the oil in it. It says 2 meters of Levina, but only 3 lug of oil. Look at the Shabbos, we divide it in half. Man, either Rabbanon, it's a big crowd. Maishno Levina, Maishno Shamno Levina. According to Rabbanon, you're doubling up the Levina. Double the amount. According to Rabbanon, there's only 1 bag of Levina every single day for the Kohen Gadol. Every day, only 1 bag. Now that he's dead, you need 2 bags. That's doubling up the Levina. The problem is, if you double up the Levina, how can you double up the oil? How can it remain at 3 look? It should be 6 with the oil. So something's wrong here. It can't be Rabbanon. But if you say, Ella, Abiyotzi in the story, this is perfect. According to Abiyotzi in the story, how many bags of Levina do you use every day? On a regular, normal day, for every Kohen Gadol, 2 bags. 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. And that's what it says over here. You're not doubling anything. It says you bring 2 bags of Levina. That's perfect. I call it bags. It's pieces of Levina, yeah? What about Habib going on about? Yo, every day of the year. When he's alive and well, you always bring 2 pots and 2 bags. Well, Levina lo yuchta. So we're not doubling up Levina. Over here in this Brazil that says you bring 2 bags of Levina, it's not double. And also, the Shem lo yuchta. We go with 3 loaves, that's not double. Everything's normal. So what do you see from here? Go to the Shem, Rabbi Rothschild is going to yuchta. We're not going to Shem, we're not going to yuchta. Rayla, since nothing's doubled up. So according to Rabbanon also, when the Kohen Gadol is not alive anymore, we don't double up anything. In other words, according to everyone, nothing's ever doubled. The only thing that's doubled when a Kohen Gadol dies is the flour. But we don't double up not the levina and not the oil. And with this, we're going to assign the parent, that every morning and every evening we bring a full amount of levina. So it'll be 2 bags of levina, let's call it. That's the halacha. That's the Gemara. Remember, we have an halacha. Okay, did you say this? Remember, we have an halacha. It's not Mishnah. That was like a regular, like a Mishnah, anonymous Mishnah. It's not a Mishnah name. And it doesn't talk about anything about 2 types of knitzas for a minchas chavidah of a kohen gadol. Very right. I'm running. I'm see. Is it machlokes? Whether or not we're building passion like our Yosi the stoic. Haganah Chattelas. Haganah Chattelas. Haganah Chattelas. Your Koisai. Have a wonderful Shushapurim. Serious Toivers.
America Scots. Spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
That's why we need Japanese toilets. Japanese toilets are the way of life. That's why we need. Yeah, you gotta get a more Japanese toilet. Shower. Yeah, Pat has a question. Anything else funny or weird? Good question. Yeah, it seems like that would really. Yeah, no, I think it's really.
That's gewaltig, but I just want to say one word. This is a year that we all feel it in a different way. We sang the song hundreds of times, but this year it's very, very different. This year we really see the V'nahafachu Asher Heimu Yishletu B'Seineim. gonna wipe them out. We're gonna wipe that enemy out. And when we wipe them out, it means that there's no more Hezbollah, no more Putin, no more Hamas, no more Syria, no more ISIS. Shimon is the beginning of the Gula. Yishkoyach Yaron, and who else? There's another guy, Jeff something. Yishkoyach. I want to make a l'chaim on wine, but this is what I have right now open. Oh, hold on, we got a shmaka bottle. Brand new. Grandin. Who wants to open this? I should make on Agafen first. I should make an Agafen, then I'm gonna make on your own. Look. Yeah, you're right. Square for your own. 21. It's strong. Triple the price. The boy says, what a Purim. The whole Purim happened on the 13th of Adar. 13th of Adar and the 11th of Adar. Amazing. Couldn't say his name. The Machshemoy. Hamon. Hamon. Kehamon. The Machshemoy. Went to meet Nasrallah and Daf and Sinawar in Gehenim. So, I mean, we're sitting here in the morning, maybe from the only people in our Yisrael that are learning after davening. We already at Kriyas HaMegillah, we daven, and we're sitting down to learn Torah. There's nothing like Daf Yomi, there's nothing like it. We're from the only people in the world, think about it, in the world sitting down to learn Torah right now. In America, I don't know what they're doing. They're sleeping, they're drunk, they're this. In our Yisrael, most people are just right around now getting up to go to shul. We're already sitting down to learn. Starting off the day, the amount of guys, ex-yeshiva guys, last night in Shir that said, one guy got up and said, this is the first time in my life, this is the third year in a row that I'm learning on Purim for the first time in my life. And he's 49 years old. So the next guy said, this is my second year since I started this year that I ever opened up a sefer on Purim. One after another. I know there's many people that this is their first, second, third time, whatever. Since that's the power of the daf. This is the day that I always talk about. Purim. On Purim we learn. Last night we learned. And today, Be'ez Hashem, we'll sit down and learn some Torah. Start up the day with all the mitzvahs hayom, but with Torah. Even before we get off months, we're learning Torah. It's unbelievable. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam barik. L'chaim. Rabbi saying, on Purim night, there's nothing like it. It gives me such a honor to see in Hollywood, Florida, in the caravan, doing the daf while fasting at Hans Esther. Purim night dafing Tom's River with the Miklat vibes. It's out there with the Heidelberg destroyed. No, there's a party upstairs, so they did it in the basement. But anyways, there's a Miklat vibe, Givaldic, over 10 people, more. I don't know how many people in there. 15, who knows? I've always said our good friend, it doesn't get old for me. In Miami, he's pushing like a machine. This is Purim night. The oil came out. Look at this. Beautiful. The oil's coming. Unbelievable. That man needs what's this? Surprise.
It's sort of a good idea.
Did you read her?
March 16th, it's a wedding. Someone in Edison is making a wedding.
Edison.
And if you come to the wedding, then you give a cheer for the island on a satellite location.
Avi, he was at the Sabbaton, Avi Gamlar. Avi Tov. What's making Casino? No, Avi's making a wedding, sir. Avi's making a official edition MDY shots. What are you munching on over there? My wife made it special for you guys there. Let me just show Doyle. Oh, Avi. Beautiful, beautiful. No. It's a good cake. Your boys say take, enjoy. Official edition of the White Shots, accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Eric Anonymous, which was living by real, Chaim Yosef, Holy Bracha. Official edition of the White Shots stop. Yossi Rosner, with gratitude to Hashem for saving me when the doctors gave up hope and to MDY. He was the one that last year at the Shabbat home, he had an Irua. How do you say Irua in English? He had an incident. He went out in the middle of the Shabbaton. Remember, Amor, Atzola, Zachin, and they gave up on him. And he said, he's giving a Shrak Midah of his Baruch. He's here with us, Baruch Hashem. David Solomon dedicated in memory of every the shots. Themselves, Reb Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch, Chaim, Tzvi, Doge, Brother, Bracha. More receptive spots to Joe Gedalius, the Nishmas, my father's Jack Gedalius, and I was at Sochel Rufus Gedalius, the Begashi of the Culture Family Foundation. Was there for Nishmas, Rabbi Goy, Reb Shlomo Palachik, the Metzitzi Ilui. Selfless concepts continuing in Irish, we're staying in the Moshe Ben Azar. When I was staying in every concern, to lay about Sester, you're strong and Malki, coming to speak of Malki's over Pesach. We're so proud of you, have the Mordechai keep steiging. Send the growth and family, Canby, Ireland, UK, in honor of rebellion, change my meaning of life. Rabbi side. Okay, I'll say it later. The thought just raced through my mind. I didn't want to forget the thought. You remind me about the 3 planes that went down in Kuwait. Please. Look at Almighty, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the places in Tzarkei, MDY, and Rabbi Rothschild, Sarah. Monthly spots. Simon, the fourth statement of Miriam. Jamie Azulai, the fourth statement Esther Basluna. But Aaron Miriam Landi, Hoda Shem Kitor Kilo and Fazday. Anonymous for the memory of the first statement for all the Fazday Chinese, the first statement. Saul, Fisher, in honor of Moshe, putting on filling. Sentence.com, helping me dive the seaboard with Papa Binyanim, anywhere we will drive English, was time Shom and Talo. Weekly sponsors, Catherine and Axelrod families, with the statement for connecting to the Galatico, Basim Shelachaya. Daily sponsors, Yoni Murzel, the English of his father, the Yo, Ben Yeshayahu, on his 23rd birthday today. And welcome, YKF sake to MDY. Welcome. More than surprising the English master, the young Benito Mayor, Staffeld, the Attorney Rafa. Anonymous, thank you, Hashem, for everything on my birthday. Kamiansky family, Lishmas, Miriam, Mingle, Ben, Zelig, I'm a Yorta today. Do you? Okay, you're right. I just read what it says. Lishmas, Miriam, Mingle, Bas, Zelig, honor Yorta today. Today we read from the Simkara, donated in her memory and on the mantle. It said this exact thing. So there's only the second day. It said Vas. The kids are the second day that we use in the Sefer Torah, and it just so happened to fall well. We use it every day in MDY. Moshe Rothschild, the loving memory of my wife, Malki Sora Bashir on her 10th yard side, doing other how our events thrive in the West in honor of our brothers and sisters in Israel after will bring to the Ula. For our time living as a source for the safety and fairly come forward from Mary Rabbi of Eli Shlita, his family, all in the wires, and all applies from Shkoya. Thank you. First time I'm reading it. Thank you. MDYR, Mom, Yehoda, Kadeta, Ben, Hashem, Bracha. Before saying Mordechai Ben Esther. Again, you heard the name. Mordechai Ben Esther. Big part of MDY. But he does MDY. Nobody will know if he doesn't let me say. But you know about him, and you've seen his stuff. Before Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Tayelet, Daniel said, Ben Ayelet Esther. What I wanted to say is, as we start the daf, I just the Chesed Hashem, and I'll take the chpeh. He's right. That's why I don't really want to talk about it. But I'll say, there's no such thing as this. But I want to point out. Everybody sees the Nisim. The Nisim are that the Teva Hadvarim, the Air Force understands that these are the most delicate machines in the world. These are super delicate. Obviously, they're robust, but they're very delicate. And they have every 100 hours, every flight, they have to go over it, and every this, and they take apart these engines piece by piece. It costs millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars, to take them apart. They have to take them apart all the time because they're so sensitive and this and that, and everything has to work as so. And the last time we saw Amazing Gregory, which we don't have. I love the name. That 200 planes went to Iran, came back without this. And what I'm trying to say is, without Chas V'Shalom, poo-poo-poo, as they say. But the Americans lost 3 planes in one day, 3 F-15s in one day. It just goes to show, I don't know what happened and how it happened, and it was a fluke, and it is, and that. Friendly fire, correct. But no, one of the pilots went down, but not the one that shot. The point is that we know what it is over enemy territory, and over this, the nisim of hundreds of planes going and coming back. It's the nisim shmoyim. When I hear them taking off, my heart, I stop for a second and say, "Go to Shloim, that you come back and save you," because every time it's an ace, every time, and they have anti-aircraft fire. It's not like they're nothing. They have what? The video, yes, I know, of the Israeli pilot avoiding anti-aircraft. It's all the time. It's they make it people, yeah. They go in, they come out. Every time it's an ace. And we have to know this in the halal of these nisim gluyim. Because seriously, if you ask the Air Force, they'll tell you they expect 10% not to come back. That's what they say. Because there's a certain number. We send it out, 10% not to come back. And to come back and forth, and back and forth. And me, I am Harov, and Yivu, and Yasin. It's all nisim the flies. It's not quite in the other. There's no such thing in this kind of stuff. Because the Americans, they invented this plane. It's their plane, it's their thing. And 3 in one day. So anyway, we have to, this is Mahalo and keep on going. We had just to keep everybody updated. We had one siren here in Bet Shemesh. I don't know what the rest of our Israel did. It was going crazy last night, but here in Bet Shemesh, one siren at 1 in the morning. It's very quiet for a Purim. Because both gave us a nest that was what? No, Bemesh. We're able to go through the Megillah. Everything's B'lei No, I listen, Avi. I take it as a tremendous compliment that you think that my words have any meaning here. But anyways, you have to. No, I'm giving shock myself that it was powerful. Then on Purim night, when our kids were outside in the street, we didn't know what's going to be with them, and this and that. All of our kids, we all had kids out in the street, and Filipinos went, and the fact that we all had to be nervous once. So okay, okay. With that being said, what are you showing me? The pilot got me a beautiful gift. This is the picture of Goldstein. Now, it's what's below the picture of Goldstein that. You know, when you were young, you used to go to your Rebbe's house and you were really put some things because you thought it's pulling a lot of you. So that's what happened over there. It says like this. They recorded him, and he said, L'maisa about Chelis. Zimachloikis you're showing him. But according to Ramah, that Chelis is made from the blood of a sheret. According to Ramah, that says that there has to be, Ramah holds that it has to be something that you can eat. Mamuto bebicha. So if the filazon is not the real thing, so it comes out that the filazon is one of the big shratzim. If the shmona shratzim, it's a bad sheret. So now your tzitzis has died, the sheret's blood, that's not a muto bebicha, so that could be a problem. As Chayes also medam sheret, if the shach shelo yossi the first tzitzis, the mice the very moment, so Chayes shayom, okay, kitzer. So we put it over here just for Purim. And the gift that they bought me was white regular tzitzis. At least you had enough. Nobody else had enough. Okay, it was okay for Purim. Okay for Purim. Our Bal Fire, on the other hand, did one of the best dogs that I ever heard, especially for Megillah. And when he got the Chelis, he took his pants out of his belt. He went and kissed him. He did a whole thing between his tzitzis and the Megillah. All that. Okay, Rabbi say, here we go. We are holding. You know what? We can do a little bit of review. It's not going to hurt us. 5 lines in the bottom of the moon. You guys will do it quickly. It's very simple. The Gemara says, everything that has to do with the making and the baking of the mincha that the Kohen Gadol brings every day, 2 times a day, every single day, he brings it 2 times a day. It all has to be done inside the Beis Hamikdash. The kneading of the dough, the the braiding of the dough, I noticed just last night I was saying this here that one of the things that's beautiful about a bread is that you knead it in a very nice way. It gives a geschmack to the bread. If it was a blob, so for instance, sourdough is like a blob. You don't need it. It's probably not good for it. Just put it. So what do? So all the women, they have these knives, these special razor blades, and then they have these designs. If you look on the sour bread, you see like flowers, trees, all these things. You gotta give it a geschmack. You look at it, it has a geschmack. It has to be enough. Now, I want to point out over here, there's a beautiful Ramesh Feinstein. I connected to it, and I think about my friends over here. That Ramesh Feinstein says, why does the Kundoga bring a mincha every single day? Every day. Why? He says, because the only way to get rid of a Kohen Gadol, he has a position very difficult to get rid of it. There's a way, like a president of the United States. There's a way. You go, this, that. The easiest way to get rid of a Kohen Gadol is like his brother to give him a mum. You knock him out. You knock him out. Your mum, make sure that he's a novel. Give him a zet, a nice zet, and then he's out. Because Moshe, that's why you have to be sure every single day. Tell Rabbi Rothschild, thank you. It's like a scotch, it's like a minchas chinuch every single day. The first time that he does that avodah, he brings a mincha. Every day. Hello, I'm here. I don't take it for granted. And I was thinking, especially, I think about it for myself. But I was thinking about my friends over here on the table. You have an author over here, wrote 50-something books. You have the guy that owns a seminary. The next guy, he has two successful companies, he's a lawyer, this, that, the whole thing. He invented who knows what. You have a guy that has the biggest change in America, in their show. Plus, he has every one of us has something. And then myself, I'm a Magid Shir. Gary, he has six. He's in charge of 6 different companies and stuff. At least 6. And then he used to be in charge of a company. I could talk for myself. And then you guys make your own judgment. For me, personally, because I'm a little bit more extreme than you guys, I could tell you the way business every single day. No, I'm just mentioning it the other day because, every day it's like I wake up in the dream and be like, what is going on here? It's crazy. Just the amount of people and the people that say that it changed their life, it doesn't get old. But for me, I wake up every day and say, what am I doing here? I'm a real estate guy. I don't really, it's not what I signed up for. I kind of signed up for it, but it wasn't the plan. It wasn't. So I can tell you that every single day, I say, thank you for letting me be here. I hope I get to be there another day. And every day, I don't take it for granted. It's not. Everybody knows. Like in my situation, everybody knows. Like, what are you doing here? Like, everybody asks. It's a legitimate question, and therefore I take the job every day as a gift from God. But then I thought about it. Is it like me? Is it what? Nathan Seltzer, like he should be the famous writer and write for people make what they say? No, it's a gift from God. You gave it to him. No, I don't know if every day you get up and say, "Wow, Shem, thank you. I don't deserve it." I do. I'm not saying with any guy with any I'm saying extra food. I mamish feel like that every single day. Take it as you want. Okay, fine. Enough said. But I mamish, I connected to this. You're a Kohen Gadol. If there's one to put you in that position, who are you? Why should you be here? Every day is another gift. Thank you, Hashem. I'm bringing a minchas kavitim. I don't deserve it, but here, thank you. I'm happy to be alive. Thank you for opening up my eyes and making me alive today again. Okay. So, the roof of the third place is Shabbos. Now, this is today's sugya, really. Not really. But one of the big things that it pushes off Shabbos. I know that you push off Shabbos to bake the kavitim. Do it on Friday. What's the big deal? And there's no heter to be Michal Shabbos. If you do it every Shabbos, you do it just every Shabbos. You have no right to do Michal Shabbos. The thing is, you cannot do it every Shabbos. So why could you bake on Shabbos? The reason is to finite the fenona. It has to be a beautiful bread. The afalam etmol in Nashville. And if you bake it the day before, it's going to blow up. It's not the same. Doesn't taste the same thing. Rabbi always said the aim of the comes of the yarko, but there's a way in the time of the Gemara. There's a way to preserve it. You put it in vegetables. In our day, it would be put it in the fridge, in the freezer, whatever it is. There's a way to preserve it. The very small fana. So therefore, we have another check. They also forget the beauty of the bread. It says in the pasuk they also you should make it, you should bake it. Ba'afilu b'Shabbos. There's no limitation. You do it every day of the year. You also ba'afilu b'Tzuma. You should do it even if there's no other way just to do it when you're coming. Abai Omar for another shot. Soilus mincha coming. So this is a pasuk you're going to see later. But it's good to see it now. Get used to it. You're going to see it one more time later. Soilus mincha. We're talking about the mincha of the Kohen Gadol. It says coming. You should do it every single day. Have it in an hour from an hour. Just like a coming, which is the minus our Daf Yomi. Minchas coming. Do it every single day. So too, the mincha of the Kohen Gadol happens every single day. Just an hour. As sad as it is, it's 50 that into the reception. Meaning, sad that it's going by so quickly. This is what a chaval on the liquor. Oh, I thought someone smashed. All right, so another shot. First of all, step by step. How do you make the chavidim? You have to put it into a kli sharis, on a machmas, on a frying pan. So Leila, if you need a kli, what does the kli do? The kli infuses kedusha into the bread. Once it's kadosh, it cannot be overnight. You can't keep it overnight. So if you did it on Friday, it will be possible already on Shabbos. Time to the Rava, you have a right to Rava. Not as long as you're doing kli, you need a vessel. A boy side, here goes. This is the key word for today, right over here. It says in the pasuk, let's grab the pasuk first. If I can, I think this is it. Yeah. It says in the pasuk, Bas Shemen. When you go to the pasuk, where you can go. Yeah. The question is, when you make this mincha, what does it have? Does it have oil or does it have oil? You make a mincha. If I tell you make a mincha, we already know from previous minachos that they require oil. How much oil? A typical mincha has one lug of oil. There are some that have two and some that have three, but a typical one is one. So the question is, why does the Torah have to say that there's oil in the mincha? Pashut, there's oil. The Mela, we must say that the reason why this Torah says Bashemen, it's not your typical amount of one milk. You have to add to it. Now, how much could you add? How much could it be? It could be either 2 or 3. That's the most we know. Name you there, Kama. I don't know how much. Already gone. So let's figure it out also. Let's learn what. So Rabbi said, Today we're learning about the Kohen Gadol's Minchas Tavitim. The Kohen Gadol's Mincha. So I need to learn how much oil in the Kohen Gadol's Tavitim. Perhaps you learn from the Nesachim. Nesachim means the carbon, the carbon that you do every single day, the carbon tamid, or any oil, any shlamim comes together with Nesachim. The Nesachim require oil. So it says by Nesachim shlamim, Malalam shloishes, lugin sorin, time, shloishes, lugin sorin. The Kitzer, let's learn from the Nesachim of the tamid that the amount of oil is three loaves. Again, it doesn't say how much. It says Bashemin. It doesn't need to say Bashemin because it's automatic. Why is it automatic? So Aryeh is about to ask, why is it automatic? He wants to ask, Nechoria is another mincha that doesn't have any oil at all. What mincha are we referring to, Aryeh? Soite Gnoi. Koiter. Mincha's Koiter. That's what he's asking. So he wasn't going to touch that. But assuming that there is oil, the minimum is a wood. The minimum is a load. So it says, okay, so now we got to but Hashem and Mela Bashem means let's increase the amount. How much? 3 is going to learn from yourself. The problem is I can learn it from another place that has a little less than 3. Now I have another way to learn it from the Dava. And over there it also says the problem the Gemara is going to ask on this is very, very strong. Why would I say it's one load? We just finished saying that it can't mean one load because it says Shemin. Without saying anything, it means one load. Automatically, I get the one load. It's just the fact that it's a mincha needs one load. It says Bashem, and Bashem means you have to add to the regular. No. You want to say, let's go back to one load. Let's learn from the Dava, one load. We're always going to touch that also. Just want to point it out here so we see the question. The Gemara does a classic. A lot of times when the Gemara does this, the Gemara says, let's see who do we resemble more. We have the Minchas Tavitim, we're talking about a Minchas of Kohen Gadol that's in the middle. Is the Kohen Gadol similar to Yisachim or similar to the Dava? And usually there's a list. The list usually goes, it's similar to this in 5, and it's similar to this in 3. And then the Gemara says, Nafishi, whatever the Lashon is, this is more, 5 wins over 3. The problem is now we have a tie. So what do you do when you have a tie? So, nearly me does. Doesn't have a shot. This that shot. I didn't notice. But, guess what? The Litvaks took out the bays. No. The Litvaks took out the bays because they weren't happy. They took out the Baba Chayva, and Mela became attached. I'll even show you what they did here, just in case you want to see. Attached. You don't like it. So what the top stands for Tadir, that's every single day. What's every single day? The Minchas Kohen Gadol, the Minchas Tavitim is every single day, and the Tamid is every single day. Shabbos, they both push off Shabbos. You bring the carbon Tamid every day. So to the Nesachim. And Tumah. If the people are coming, you bring the carbon Tamid, you bring the. Well, you don't bring a carbon Nedava when you come in. You don't bring a carbon Nedava on Shabbos, and you don't bring a carbon Tamid every single day. Nedava every day. So anyway, it's very similar to Tavshat, Tadim, Teichel Shabbos, or B'chayva, those who are very nice. Vein done in Tavshat, B'shein Tavshat. Turn Bashamtov from something that's not turned Bashamtov from a Chassid to Litzah. You don't do Chassid to Litzah. Vein done in Tavshat, B'shein Tavshat. Why you clock in there? Zeus says, Gemara, no, but I can learn it a different way. Let's learn, again, what are we trying to learn? A Kohen Gadol from something. Either from the Sachim or from the Dava. Let's learn from the Dava. Why? It's very similar. Dava is Yogil. What does Yogil stand for? Yachid. The Dava is an individual. Kohen Gadol is an individual. Whereas the Tamid is brought by the community. Yogil means it comes on its own, nothing else, all by itself. the Kohen Gadol's mincha can go by itself. The Nagava can go by itself. But a carbon common, no, there's an animal involved in it. You have to bring the oila. And so too with Levina. The carbon common doesn't have Levina, but Nagava and Kohen Gadol have Levina. When you done Yagel, sorry, did I skip? Done Yagel, Yachid, Glal, Axel, Levina. When you done Yagel, Shem Yagel. Great. Rabbi Shmuel, Benoy, Shor Yochim, and Brocha Omer. I just thought to point it out that I believe, I don't know, I didn't do a major study over here, but I believe this is the longest name in Shas. Rabbi Shmuel, Benoy, Shor Yochim, and Brocha. It's the full line. It's every Magic is green when you see this name. But the reason why I'm saying it is, what is the longest word? No. Right. That's today's word. But I don't even know how to say it. You said it so beautiful. What do you say? It's 11 letters. What does he say? He goes back to that puzzle that we brought before. Soyless. Soyless mincha hamid. It says over here that you should treat it like a minchas hamid. Should I compare the Kohen Gadol to a hamid or to a medava? The answer is like a hamid. 3 lug. Sorry, Azul Shlosh living in sorry 3 lug. Reb Shimon Omer, Ribakan Shemen, it says Bashaman. Riba Rikas Wasim Shemen, it says Banasafim Shemen. Malal says living in sorry. Okay, the bottom line is we got 3 lugs. Oi, Lapudelzu. And maybe go a different route. Ribakan Shemen, Riba Rikas part of the Elim Shemen. Let's compare it to the part. To the Safam of part. An Elim. Malal says living in sorry. After they living in sorry. It's 2, 3. Let's see. We have a nice thing that he did here. You bring 3 certain soils. It's really for later on. Over here, so it's 2 lug for Isarai. That's 2 lug for Isarai. Both the Elim and the part. 2 lug for Isarai. Okay. What else that might be? Oh, here. Carbon cover means everything that you put in all the time again. Okay. Alright. What about that? Let's see who is the Kohen Gadol more similar to the Parim or to the what it is? Oh, you put in the morning, you put in the evening, that's what it is. Let's see. Right, there you go. That's what he's doing, not in there, not in there. It's so small, the roll up is hard to see. Wow, it actually moves. The second hand is moving. Great, okay. There's like details that's, it takes a couple times to notice. I'll go upon it, my friend. I would say, moving his sword, nearly me doing it. Donna Mincha boy, sorry, the Mincha Bobby, sorry. In Donna Mincha, I'm going to stop here and say another Zach. You're talking about Purim and the Nisim. That's why I know that the whole MDY is a big mace. Everybody that looks carefully will see. The way it was set up, the way that I moved to this block, and we have this Kapura that started this year, these guys, Menachem Selson, Noam, and Avi, and Mendy, and all these guys, and Gary's there all the way. They built MDY from day one. It was their vision, the chachma, everything about it is guys from this block. And then everything that happened, what triggered me was Yoshi. That's when we got Yoshi. And we got Benny. We got all these Dave Sharpton and things right over here. And all these guys, it's just Mark Ashkenazi. The puzzle is Yossi Klein. It's like Hashem is saying, you just do your thing. You do your thing. Don't worry, I bring the pieces. I bring the money. I bring the this. Just do your thing. And it's not much like that. We never believe in our but everything goes right. You come to a Shabbaton and it's from A to Z, it's 100% well. Everything falls into place. They always say, well, where are you going to get the money for it? Or how are we going to do this? Don't worry about it. I don't do it, you don't do it. Hashem takes care because Hashem wants it to happen. I see it every day. Hashem wants it to happen. What? We're gonna say, how are you gonna do better in this seal? Better. How are you gonna do better in the Shabbat? Better. Yeah, what are you saying? Huh? Beis Hamikdash. What about Beis Hamikdash? They're talking about the Beis Hamikdash. I was looking in NDY at the Beis Hamikdash. And then it took me 3-4 years to stop. But the person that put the nails, the holes at the Beis Hamikdash shouldn't fall on my head. There's a discernment. And it's all, it has to do with the anything without the character. So what do you really nails in the thing? He's still upset. I'm not. I'm happy. It's beautiful. Shimmy Brown wrote that Mindy Yosef Babayit the Tzorek weiter. Is that he's doing it on Mendy? No, listen, it's a date to talk about Nisan. It's a nice. It's a nice goal. To me, it's a nice goal. Whoever sees it, whoever doesn't, never. Nobody wants. He's right there. Tell him to learn. Really? 4th year. That's so fun. Look, the more nearly me doing this. Don't mean five boys. Start the minute five boys. Sorry. Very, very here. Nothing. Not that's it. So we have an option. Rabbi, so we have an option. We can go, we can compare with this going on, which is on top. That's what we're trying to learn. How much oil does the Milcham oil get? We can compare it to Haman, we compare it to Apple. Which one? Well, it's very simple. What's the Shiloh about? Take a look. How much flour? Let's go back. How much flour does the Milcham have? We all know. How much flour does the Milcham have? One Isar that we divide in half. We spoke about this Isar all the time. The one has one Isar, so let's compare it to the Isar. That what? The Thomas and the Fangol are the same amount of flour. Which, by the way, that's going to be basically that line. Remember this line because this is going to be the final line right before the Mishnah. That's going to say the Chulu. So you have to remember this. Again, we're going to learn the Mincha of Fangol from the carbon comment because it's the same amount of flour, and therefore we're going to use the same amount of water. Hold on. I need to clear my throat. Mendy Oirva, right back. He's just jealous he's not here. Come, sit down over here. Come learn Torah with us. We're still going strong. Open for Gasha. Amos b'shemen lahoisim b'shemen. The obvious question. You tell me that without the word shemen, how much oil is necessary for every mincha Rabbi Yisai? 1 log. So therefore, if the Torah adds the word shemen, I don't need the word shemen because I already know automatically every mincha needs a log. So why does the Torah say b'shemen? Lahoisim b'shemen. It should be more than 1 log. The other time, you never can shemen. I pointed it out over there. So what was your comment to say that I should compare it to the dago, which only has 1 log? But that's automatic to 1 log. Why would I say that the word shemen comes to tell me that you only need 1 log? Not the word what? No, there's no such thing. No. I get what you're asking, but you have to correct. You have to compare it to something. It has to be similar to something. But there's nothing similar to that in the world. You need something that has something. You have to have enough. You be like a pirate. You have to do. No, but and then what? And compared to what? And no, so how much more? How much more? No. The Torah has 1. But that's not what we do. You never do that as an addition. You do it as a total amount. A total amount. You compare this to this. Shemen, like there is Shava. It's that 11 minutes is Canadian sort of. You're learning from this to this. You can't learn. It can't be more than what I'm learning from. Yeah. No, but he's saying that the word Hashem means extra. Omar Abaye, Mantan Hashemin, Loisip. So Abaye comes up with answer number one. Just very, very simple what's going on here. Abaye says we have a machlokes, and then we're going to say no, it's actually the same Tana, and we can explain it in the same time. What does Abaye say? Easy way out. Abaye Mantan Hashemin Loisip. Who's this one Tana that said that it comes to add? Reb Shimon. Great, Reb Shimon. So the dinner might come harder, and the one that answered Rabbi Shmuel, he holds that it's just the Bashem is not long. The Bashem is just the limit. How much? One look. Right. So don't ask me kasha from somebody that argues over Bashem. No, because according to one man done. And there's two pshatim in there. One Higama. Bashem and Oiz Hashem. Let's start slow, very very easy. Bashem typically means to add. Really, boy Hashem and the Gemara just explains it beautifully. Because if it means all like sorrow. I don't need the word at all. Why? In the tzibah of machvas, minchas damia. Every machvas, every mincha in the world, every minchas machvas has one look, and this is no different than a regular minchas machvas. But so the Gemara, this is Ari's kasha. But no, maybe not. Maybe I would think that without the word shemen, I wouldn't know it means any oil at all. Maybe it should be like the sinners, mincha, which doesn't require any oil. And that's why the Torah says the shemen, or we can eat some oil, which means automatically one look. Then he wants to no. Let's say it comes to say oil. But the thing is, I don't know how much. So let's figure it out ourselves. And we try to figure it out ourselves by doing the Baal Shem Tov thing, called the Shabbos Tumah, and it didn't work out. Why? Because I can go with Yagir. It's 3 against 3. 3 against 3 is a tie. Therefore, that's a cross, so it's Milchamid. That's why I went to another Pasuk that says Milchamid, that I need, like a Talmud, 3 mils of oil. That's how Rabbi Shmuel. That's how Rabbi Shmuel finished it. Rabbi Oman, who's the end of the sugi right over here. Rabbi Shimon, I'll tell you no. It doesn't go like what's his name? Rabbi Broker, the longest name. Rabbi Shmuel, the Rabbi Broker. It is like Rabbi Shimon. Let's explain it. Everything is Shimon, very similar to what we said a second ago. But with a little twist, he's saying, what if it didn't say the word oil? Reb Shimon is of the opinion that when it says Bashem, it means you have to add to the typical. In other words, more than one log. Why? If they say just one log, that I don't need a word Bashem. Then it's automatic, it's one log. But even if it didn't say, what he's trying to say is, even if it didn't say the word oil, I can figure it out myself. But don't know that I need 3 because of the Baal Shem Tov. Because of the shop. But no, that didn't work out very well for me. But don't because then there's another thing I can compare it to. I can compare it to the Nesachim. So Mela over there it's 2. We don't need a Loyasilay. That's why I need the word Bashemen. Now he comes out with a different outcome than before. Without Bashemen, I would try to figure it out myself, and that's why I need Bashemen. That what I'm going to learn now from Carbon Talmud. They need 3. Although I'm not having given us part of them. They said, why learn from Talmud? Learn from a part. Then you need 2. Then he said, Omar, Don a Mincha, Abo Yisar, and that's what I told you to pay attention to. If you have a choice to learn from a Talmud or a par, it makes a lot more sense to learn from a Talmud that has the same amount of flour than the part that have double the flour. So Mamela got different amounts of oil. Sponsor. Turning up the dial. Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. The Shidduch.com. Please read a Shidduch today. How long are we doing this for? It's in 48 minutes. I don't know what that means. Now we have easier Gemara, even easier than easy. Before it's easy, but this is even easier. Says the Mishnah, Loi Miru Koyin Acher Tachta. This is a tricky thing. Rabbi says, check this out. Question. If a Kohen Gadol has never performed an avodah of Karuna in his life, and he comes off the plane. Let's say he's the Gadol Adar. He flies in from Moshe Feinstein. He's a Kohen Gadol. He's a Kohen. He comes into Israel. The moment he gets off the plane, say, "You're the Gadol Adar." Sorry, you have to be the Kohen Gadol. So bring him to the Beis Hamikdash. What? Aaron Kohen. How many chavitin does he have to bring that very first day? No. Let's call the morning and the evening one. You say 2. 1 for, yeah. Very good. But that's not the right answer. Anybody else want to say? The real answer is 3. Because he's a simple coin also. He never got his minchas chinuch of a regular coin. You can't jump. First you're a regular coin, and then you're a coin gadol, and then you bring the mincha. What you said is right. What you said is good. I'm just adding to what you said. No. It's a special halacha that a kohen becomes mechunah. I'm just throwing this out there. Yeah, you have to. You can't. Yeah, it goes in order. First you get this degree, and then you get the next degree. Very good. So we spoke about yesterday that if a kohen gadol dies in the middle of the day, which happens, I was happy to see the article. I guess I got it from the article less Mechzor around. But Imam says those words. He says the Beis Hamikdash, the second Beis Hamikdash was 420 years, and there was over 300 Kehanim Doilim in those 420 years. So it's very, very shkiach that the kohen gadol died in the middle of the day. That he brought his mincha in the morning, didn't have a chance to bring it in the afternoon. So we learned that if they brought a second kohen gadol in, he has to start all over again. He cannot use the leftovers from the first kohen gadol. He has to bring a whole sarah, and half of it goes into the garbage. We burn it. Now we're going to say a murder decision. So we don't kohen after that. What if they couldn't find the right guy? They have $1 billion, mamish, the exact opposite. They're having a hard time to find their kohen gadol. As soon as they find them, a missile will find them too. Like Hezbollah. One of the best videos, I just remember, they gave us such a nod that in Lebanon, they walked over there was a bunch of guys together, and they go, "We are appointing you to be the next Australian." He goes, "No, it's their screen." It was like the best prank you can do on your friend is telling you the next Australia. You're the next. No. You don't cover. Like if there's a Rosh Hashiva Hebron, Simchas Torah, they put him on a chair, and they lifted him up, and some buffer one, and they punched him real good. So he said, enough cover, put me down. You don't cover. Sometimes it's not so bishmak to be in that position. Anyways, they didn't quite knock it down. They didn't have the chance to put the real one in there. So, but you have to bring this mincha. Which is, by the way, a kiss from Hashem. What does Mishal Tzibur mean? If you think about what it really means, Mishal Tzibur means from the money of the Lishkas HaTruma, from the Chatzi Shekel, which is something that you do on Adar. We did. Some of us didn't do it yet. Remind me after share, because we're in a private house that didn't have the Matzah Shekel plate. But the Sfardim here last night, this year, I don't know if we have a Sfardim here. But the Sfardim had to do 87 shekel per person in their family. They have to do the real amount per person in their family. Ashkenazim, they take a bunch of half a shekels and we go like this, and we pay $2. You'll use Sfardim. So, maybe 6, one less. Oh, you mean you did the whole amount? But for everybody in your family? Yeah, it's a little narcissistic, no? You did it just for yourself. My wife could jump off the bridge. I'm just kidding. I believe you. You did it for everybody? Wow. As far as I'm having a fun here. Rabbi Shimon Yishal Tzibur. Rabbi Yishal Yarshim. Mazel. You sent it to MDY. You did MDY? 4:30. Talk about so you take it from the tzibur. You don't even know. Listen to this one. Mishal Yarshim. And there's a whole middle here. It's 1 Yerush because you can't have shittas in it. It's one out of the Rabbi Yerush. So you're the Yerush. No. No, first of all, no. Aryeh, why did the Yarshim? He brought it to me some Migdosh, that's Dusha. He divided it half and half. No, Bakitom, you don't have a Yerush, you can't inherit it. You brought it to me some Migdosh, you divided it in half, and the Gemara said yesterday, I can use this half, use this half. That's Dusha. It goes back to the Yerush Bakitom. Done, finished. If you don't marry, yeah, there's one marriage. I say, I argue. If you don't marry, it's a Yarshim. But here's the Chiddush, Aryeh, this will also answer what you're saying. Full Shlemo is a kraver. Half is no good. You have to bring a full Isar right now. That's not. It's a possible. It's a possible. We're going to say in a second. Now, based on this, if you use your using mine for a second, Aryeh, this one you're going to like. A little bit of a, not a cheshbon, but a chaf over here. How is it possible, based on everything we just learned, should I just give it away? How is it possible that a Yisrael brings a Minchas Kohen Gadol? A Yisrael brings a Minchas Kohen Gadol. So stop, you don't say. No? Anybody? Then what do you say, Rabbi? Right. The mother was a daughter of a Kohen Gadol, and she had a Yisrael kid. And he's a Yerush, he has to bring. If he's the only one around, he's Mechuyev, according to the Rashad, he would be Mechuyev to bring the Mincha of the Kohen Gadol, and Yisrael will bring the Mincha of the Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, I know when to tell you to be quiet and not answer. I know. This is simple stuff, everything we just learned. Chazara. Caravan, Kohen Gadol Shemeis, the Kohen Gadol died and they didn't appoint another Kohen instead of him. In 9 statement, how do you know you bring it from the inheritors? You have to do it from the sons. Yochol! Yakrivena Chatzar. Maybe you should do it like a regular Kohen Gadol, half-half. Hamadova Isa. Hula. Hula V'loi Chatzar. Divri Rabbi Yehuda. So Mela. Yeah. You see, from here, you have to bring the entire thing. Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So it means that you'd have to bring the entire thing in the morning, the entire thing in the afternoon. Both. Rabbi Shimon Omer, Chok, Oiler. So we have to, it's a little not difficult, but just to how tough, I'm going to show you on the screen. These are the words that we have between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda. Not necessarily that they argue in the concept, but they argue from where do we learn now? From we learned it out. Rabbi Shimon learns Chok Oilam, that the mitzvah of Mishal Oilam, the mitzvah comes from the tzibur. Oilam is the tzibur. Somebody said yesterday, he started telling me, oh, Oilam means the ones that hold up the Torah. I said, no. Oilam are the Anti Adafayoimi who are holding up the world today on Purim. They're from the only people learning Torah Be'emes. I can't speak for everybody. I know there's always Yotzim in a closet and many people learning on Purim. There are Mamish Tzadikim that go to the Spanish and learn, and there's different programs. All I can tell you is for myself. But when I was a yeshiva guy, when I learned in Koilo, not when I was a yeshiva, I'm still a yeshiva guy. I mean, when I learned in yeshiva, when I was in Koilo for 6 years, I didn't open up a sefer of Purim. I could tell you, it's a dihav uvda. And I'm sure there's other people like that. Not everybody, maybe 2-3% of the Klai shows like that. But I was one of those people. You know, there's a lot of things going on. You have to bring your kids from Shachmanas. I'm very, very busy as a father, going here, going there, to this student, to that student, dancing over here, getting drunk. There's no happening to open up a Gemara. You know what I mean? So, who's the Olam? What's the Olam? Also, for sure, the people that learn on a daily basis, including Torah. Kol Takter. So when I learned from the word Kol Takter, they clue back Torah. This comes to exclude. Don't try to chaperai. You saw in the video, and hopefully this. But if I go throw 6 breads onto his back, you can't take anything for yourself. It's Hulul Hashem. The whole thing is Takter. You mock the entire thing on the Mizbeach. No. The Yehuda holds Mishal Yoshim. Mishal Yoshim. Says the Gemara, he agrees that it's whole. That one thing he holds. V'haya Koyra Mashiach. In other words, the puzzle that says Yasa Oisa. That the Lachu, the Asa, I'm a bird and so this is a typical Gemara where you get lost. Because the question lasts for like 15, 20 lines. I didn't count exactly. But by the time the question is over, you don't even know where you were. So I want to point out, the question is, over here, who told you that the pasuk that Hakayna Mashiach Yasa Oisa comes to mean that the Yarshim have to bring it if the coin is not there, Mubanov, that comes from it comes from something else completely. So what? I mean, by the way, I knew something else to do something. This is the carbon of Aaron and the son. Maybe they could join forces and bring one carbon, Aaron and the sons together as a minchas kino. It's extra. And the Mela, these extra words teach us Aaron b'fnei atzmai, one of b'fnei atzmai. The Kohen Gadol has to bring his own every single day, and the sons bring it one time when they have kino. So you see over here, you see the idea that a Kohen needs to bring his own minchas kino. It's in the pasuk. It's in the foolish pasuk. One of these are referring not to Aaron's sons necessarily, but a simple coin, a regular coin that's not a coin god. Who told you what it's referring to? Maybe means the coin gadol. Show him about coin on Mashiach. You see how you get lost? Just there, you go on and on and on. You forgot that there's a question before. But it says there's a coin gadol. Bottom line is, you see from here a different meaning completely. Over here you see that for generations, every generation you have to bring a carbon, but nothing to do that a Yerush has to bring a coin gadol's mincha. So the Gemara says you're right, and came with the crop, and I'm kept after one of Yasser. My new one of was there extra men. Last minute, from the extra men, I learned that a coin gadol's son have to bring the carbon. Reb Shimon, hi, oy, summer. I was like, what do we have over here? Manchester Live. Here she wrote, looks a little out of it. Yeah. What do I have here? This is a very, very simplified thing, but what do you learn from the word of Sa? Rabbi says, Minchas Kohen Gadol Shemetz Yikrev Shalom, that's what we just said before. And Rabbi Shimon says that if you appoint the Kohen Gadol, you're not allowed to use the first Kohen Gadol's stuff. So maybe here, so there's the passage. Answers the question again. You're allowed to mix wine and liquor and everything. For me, you never know. You can get drunk and we were at some sort of Shabbat, and my sister-in-law drank a cup of asti. She got drunk. She got drunk, like mamish, like you should buffer and pour. Like one cup. Rav Shimon Hayoy somebody of the lake. We're talking about one of the pilots. They interviewed one pilot the one that they ran. Last one of the pilots that bombed them. What? 30 then. What you say? Yeah. I don't think they do it for. It's not like the saying like, oh, you have to have the right amount and this and that. If you qualify, you have to qualify. You have to have a certain. One of my teachers, one of my pilot teachers was a film lady in Chicago. He's my flight instructor. One of them. One of the many. Rabbi Shimon. My first one was an Israeli. What a mishuggah. I just remember, I'm laughing because all of a sudden, the controls are mine. Okay? I leave go of the yoke, and he dives. Because start off. That guy comes to his house and says, why do you have a plane? He sits him and his wife down, and she starts screaming, you have a plane? It was right after 9/11. They came to interview, why is this scary looking guy? He looks like to the other team, why does he have a plane? Maybe he wants it. And then it turns out, and his wife doesn't know any of this. He's hiding it from his wife, of course. It's a crazy habit, it turns out. It turns out that he has a jet kit. He's building his own jet out of a kit, meaning he bought it in a box, and he's putting it together. And she doesn't know about it. He almost got divorced. The FBI notified his wife in front of him. So this Mishnah, he took me on a joy flight that he did. He's an aerobatic pilot. The stuff that he did, he was going to go into a tree. In the last second, he comes off the tree. Kids who were flying goes, controls on mine. And he takes it and dips it towards the ground. And last second, we're talking about a 172 here. It's not an aerobatic plane. And he lands nicely somewhere in the field. Hey, what are you doing? He's going to the bathroom. My sister. Anyways, I had to move on to other instructors. Rabbi Shimon, Hayo Shabay Ovenlay. So Rabbi Shimon, what does he do with this? Oisa? Hayo Shabay Ovenlay? That's literally the words used. The Goyalay, the Kohen Gadol, Shemei, Sumino Akatachto, Shloyovi, Chatzi Yisrael, Beisor, the Chatzi Yisrael Rishon, which we just said. We can learn from Oisa that you cannot use the maces, the guy you already brought it, it's convenient, it's already in the base of it, you can't use his cargo. Ask the Gemara, but David Blay, why do I need the word Oisa? You have to bring the whole thing. So he says it doesn't learn Vav like does, it doesn't learn from the Vav. It doesn't learn Vav. Rabbi Yehuda, I thought Goyla, my Rabbi Yehuda, so now we go to the next word. We just saw Reb Shimon learned, I think it's, didn't we just say, what do we say with Chakayla? They were giving me a hard time yesterday, and I didn't fix it. Tzibur. Oh, that's what Shimon says? So it's reversed. Okay, they're right. It should be for generations. Yeah, it's reversed. Okay. I don't know, you're not able to do it, right? Just the review the Shimon I can reverse. That's it. Exactly, do it. But Zagimara. Kolel Toktar. Lovely. If we already learn out from Oisa that has to be home, a holy Sarin, so what is learning with the word Kolel Toktar? Lovely. So it's beautiful that there's a pirush. If you look at some Gemaras have in parentheses, which doesn't really belong in some Tzimmenachas, but it's explanation. What does El Yoina mean? What does Tachtaina mean? El Yoina is referring to the Kohen Gadol. Minchas Kohen Gadol is up in the parsha, it's above. So, Ein Li El Yoina, B'Kol Tokter, B'Tachtaina, B'Loi Siacha. Very, very simple. There are two things here. There's the Issa de Raisa to eat from the Kohen Gadol's mincha. You can take a bite out of it, Derby Issa de Raisa. There's another thing to put it on the Mizbeach. Two different things. Put all of it on the Mizbeach. But if you eat from it, you get an Issa de Raisa. So how do I know that I have the Issa de Raisa and the fact that I have to put it on to the Mizbeach, both by Kohen Gadol and both by Kohen Hedyot. The Kohen Hedyot, his entire mincha has to be on the Mizbeach. And if you take a bite out of it by Kohen Hedyot, you get an Issa de Raisa. And the same thing by Kohen Gadol. Minai needs how much of Zeh, how much is Zeh. I'm like a call there. Show from the head of the Kohen Gadol. Never can call it an Alonka. I can't call it doctor. I can't call it doctor. Umar originally said salad. Philosophy, I can't really say salad. Philosophy is simple enough. Both the mitzvah putting it on his back and the Isra eating it go both to the head and the Kohen Gadol. Ask the Gemara of Sabra Shimon Mishal Tziva the Raisa that if a Kohen Gadol dies, you have to bring it from the community. But nah, no Shimon Bar and Tkilu Bezdin Vizeh Achamem. The Bezin was talking 7 things, which is super interesting. If you think about it, what are one of the 3 things that the Bezin in this world were Masakin and the Bezin in Malo they accept? They say, oh, good. Priest and Megillah. Kimu b'kiblu. Kimu b'kiblu. Kimu b'shazeh. So, Kimu b'shakiblu. Kimu b'shakiblu. Kimu. Shimu d'Rabbi Kimu b'Ezin. Zechaman. Oivik echavish shalach elasem in Medinas Hayam. If a guy sends an oila, not a shlamim, an oila from out of the country, shalachim or misafim, if he sends the money together with the carbon, then you bring the misafim, you bring all the side things from his own money. Bimla, it comes from the community. Now, the question is, which Yoshi wants to address, to show you a video, why in the world, or how in the world, did a carbon come from Chutz La'aretz? So here's the answer. Boy side, from the answer. The details, for sure.
A live unexploded ordnance at the scene. The area is not secure. Requesting bomb disposal immediately.
This is real. It looks a little bit like Yamin, you know? Alright, very good. So if a guy sends a carbon, Eretz Yisrael, an oila, if you send money, so it comes from him, if not, it comes from the tzib. V'chein ger shemeis v'nei tzvachim, a ger that died, he doesn't have yar, shemishin v'sachim, if you left money over, so you or even actually sachim, he's a ger, so his stuff is good. His wine, his flour is good. If not, you bring it from the community. And it says, Tonight Bezin. This is a Tonight Bezin, not a deraisa, but it comes from the tzibur. You're telling me that the deraisa, you bring it from the tzibur. No, it says it's Tonight Bezin. Bezin decided it. That what? Our case, Kohen Gadol that died, and they didn't have a chance to get another one instead of him. The community pays for it. Not a deraisa, the derabban. You should know there was 2 different zeros. Deraisa and tzibur. When we start off, the Torah says, bring it from the community. Even the they saw that it was taking a lot of money, 300. This is where the article says it was 300 kiyanim over the years. It started costing good money, 300 kiyanim times all these different menachas, a lot of money. The kid of the living room yarshim, you know what? Your father died, it's your fault. You pay for the mincha, the yarshim. You the possible, but and once they saw, so takana number 1 was that the yarshim should pay. That's the takana. But the rights of the tzibur should pay. But once they saw that the kids are not paying for it, they went back to the original. The Xera to go to the original is the deraisa. The Rabbanan said, go back to the deraisa, which is that the tzibur should pay for it. I guess we'll stop right over here. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
They're at the source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
I share a garage with another dude. I sleep on a futon. Homeless lady by my house, twin mattress, with the box spring.
Spotify live from the Shemesh. So big Kiddush today. I know that Mendy scream out. But what about you, Nathan? You did? Yes. Yeah. The voice that we're here in Bet Shemesh. So just a few minutes ago, we came out of the Mamad. The sirens, exactly when she was supposed to start siren, and they're saying that shrapnel from the missiles landed either on this building or the building next to us. We didn't go check it, but literally pieces on this block right over here. Yesterday, as you all know, was a very, very sad day, a very not good day for people in the chambers in all places. Well, nine people were lifted. Nine. It's a large number, and many injured. We saw yesterday, there was videos, also in Yerushalayim, 6 people were injured at night, and there were a lot of videos going around of yeshiva guys taking videos of these missiles, and I even saw a guy here today on the porch, as these things are coming, the boom, like the shrapnel here on this building, Bavis, and there's a guy on this porch that refused to go in. You have to be more careful, basically, you have to be more careful. I'm just talking to myself also because I'm also a little bit more relaxed this time around. Last time, what are the chances? What are the chances of a missile direct on the Maisa? The chances are, it happens, and people got hurt because they were outside. It happens to be in the Shemesh, they were in a Miklat, so nothing to do about a direct hit. But people got injured from not being in a Miklat, so we have to be careful. And I want to also remind everyone today is Ramesh Feinstein's Yortzeit as well as Levayo as a 13-year-old, I believe it was so it must have been 40 years ago. Wow, 40 years ago. Yeah, it was a tough day. MDY in general, we're in a sad situation. Everybody that knows our very, very good time with Yossi Klein is going through a tzara. It's a very hard thing to go through. Knowing that there should be a chasana this week, and the chances are very, very slim. There'll be a chasana. Chassan is in America, Hala in Eretz Yisrael, and even if they get together, you make a chasana now. If the halls are not open, and even if there is a hall, even if you can do it in your house, you can be running to the mamad every 22 minutes. Not a good matchup, and a lot of monetary loss, a lot of SAR. So MDY is with Rabbi Yossi, and we know Khalid of the Toivat, his brother has a plan, and we should hit serious Toivas. It's always good to have some humor, and I took a lot of was on the comma/humor Shein where I'm gonna say this, there's gonna be people I'm gonna get. I think Donald Trump is going to go down as the greatest president that America's ever seen, especially for the Yidden. He did a lot more than Reagan, and all of it. He's going to go down. Avada, he has a lot of enemies and people. He's going to go down. He's only 1 year into his job, and look what he did. But he said yesterday, we sunk 9 Iranian ships, but other than that, their Navy's doing very well. Thanks for the attention to this matter. It's Marzik. Other than that, they're doing very well. I think they only have like 10 ships total. 9 of them are in the bottom of the ocean. Other than that, the Navy is doing very well. Bezer Hashem. Other than that, their Air Force is doing very well. The 2 planes that they had left over were in Smithereens right now. So Bezer Hashem, in Yom Kippur, Hashem, each one of them, Bezer Hashem, they'll put another guy in charge and they'll eliminate him. State Zoe, huge shout out to David Solomon for hosting me this week at the MDY satellite location in Miami Beach, Florida. His positive energy and enthusiasm is electric. Packed room every night, unbelievable food. I came for the daf and stayed for the second helpings. An incredible flavor, true MDY style, all types of Jews united around Perry Ba'achos. Thank you, David. Best. Naftali Palchik. He's one of this, he's the Palchik family I got it. Based Harlow. Anu Boynim, the Haim Boynim, Anu Boynim, Buba Shelling, and Filling by Mir Shma. The Haim Boynim, Buba Shelling, Greece and Satan. Lizzie Longer, I have an idea. So these guys, I really enjoy this idea. It's a simple idea, and I think we could incorporate somehow, Gary. So the first one is that he's like, if you go to another location, you want to know where the satellite location is. So we actually have it on the back. You put it where you are. It tells you where. Maybe he's talking about more directions and all that stuff. But that you have wage. If you go anywhere, it'll tell you where the closest location. You all right, Dave? If it knows where you are, you just guide in Miami, it'll tell you where the location is. You send your location, and the bot will tell you where. Just get the bot. But the second idea is very cool. It's a simple idea. He's saying that, sometimes I have the roll-up at the English and I put it next to me. So why do you need a roll-up? Today everything's digital. You take a nice screen, put it right next to you. It's there next to me the whole time. One of the things that people used to complain is I used to hold charts, I used to point, and it's very hands-on. Now you can do both. You put it on the screen, maybe it's on wheels even. It could enlarge the screen that you can touch. You did? No, but right next to me. And I go like this, I could show on the screen the chart that we have. The one that everybody has over there, I could have you next to me. So basically, you never have to do a rollout. You don't have to pull it out. And, okay, today we need this. It's on, it goes on, and I can go like this. Right, okay, but, right. It is a touch screen. We're going to do a touch screen. Get a touch screen. Gets there, we can do it. It has to be on wheels, I think, and it has to be secure somewhere in the furniture. So that's Lozzie Longer. That's punishing. That's why when everybody asks me, what are you going to do when the cycle? It's like every month it changes. If you look at June, just from last year, it's different. The AI and everything. So this, exactly, the weather people do it. I don't know what you're talking about, but yes. Yeah. Right. But something like that. We don't need a green screen because it's no. Over here, you don't need a green screen. It's on here. They do it because of other reasons. Now he writes like this. This guy, I'm reading this just for one reason. Yaakov Rubin writes. Last night I was here. The Shabbos was unbelievable. Shrugged the whole thing, and then it hit me like a ton of bricks. What was that? Yaakov shrugged 2/3 for one reason. His concert was canceled last night. So what happens? Why did he come here? He came here to be with MDY, to get physics MDY, to bring people to Torah, and now he's here, he's stuck here, and Beis Hashem will get him to join this year. It'll be like a win-win-win. That's the reason. Yeah, that's the reason. We had this Rabbi Schefter, from the Fill an Awareness Project or something. So he keeps on sending me these emails, and they're very cool. I want to share with you. He went to yeshiva in Miami. Listen, the boys in Miami. And here's a film that he found. A guy has a sticker on the bottom of his film. That's it. Here's a kesher that some kid made by himself, homemade kesher. Here's a kesher that's like 2 inches away from the bias. Mamish, no good. But there's one here I want to show you. Oh, this one I skipped. Look closely, you'll see that one of the white strings here in the corner, the gid, is not there. It's gone. The tefira is out. Now, if you look closer in the next picture, on the it just means that more stuff is coming in Eretz Yisrael from Iran, and just we don't know where. So if we have to pause, so first of all, the good news is we did the email. And if we have to pause, we'll come back, Beis Hashem. Yeah. And these are also from Florida. They're part of the Bible Hebrew Academy annual campaign trip. Skip. This guy was very excited to give a cheer. All right. I don't know. He looks more on this one, so it's really looking very well. All right. The Masechta is sponsored by David Salom, dedicated memory of Abu Mori Reb Shmuel Baruch Baruch Chaim Tzvi Doiz in front of Bracha. The Masechta is sponsored Joel Gedalia, student in my father Jack Gedalia, Anonymous, and Slav Baruch and Vigashmi is the Palchik family. Here he is. This one. Palchik Family Foundation. Zayt and Nishmas Rabbi Doim Reb Shlomo Palchik, the Meshach Tzeilu. The Masechta is sponsored Anonymous Reb Shlomo Moshe Ben Nizah. Anonymous Reb Shlomo Arifus Yom Kalei Bas Esther. Yisrael Malchus, second place, Peter Malchus Zav Chesed. We're so proud of you that the Mordechai keeps dying. That noise, I don't know if the camera is able to pick it up. So right over there, next to the Shemesh, on that side, you could actually see the F-15s, not F-16s. F-15s means they hold a heavier load, payload of bombs, and you can see just one after another, like 5, 10 in a row, just going before they get out. They're coming off the runway. That's a good thing. So they're going. Tzeitzchem l'shalom. You can see them right over here. Tzeitzchem l'shalom. Send the Grossman family, Canvey Island. Just explain to the island, because they're in America, they don't know. So we went into I might have said it, but you're sitting in there and all of a sudden very, very loud sounds of explosion next to your window. And then they're saying that shrapnel actually hit this block and maybe even this building. But it's one after another, and it's nerve-wracking. But yesterday's sound, everybody agrees that those the loudest sound by far, probably 2-3 times louder than anything we ever heard. And unfortunately, that means it was a direct hit, and people were nifted from it. Send the Grossman family, Canvey Island, UK, in honor of Rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Shonei Almoni, Yossi, Mark, and Penny, and all those who took them DY, who spoke to Shalom Schoram. Ari Simon and Kushtema of Murray, Dorf, Miriam, Jimmy, and Zulai, with Kushtema, Esther Basuna, anonymous to the merit of Michal, and Sarah and Rachel Basar, blessing in all areas of life. Anonymous for the merit of Kushtema for all of Christ's holy needs of Kushtema. So Fishy Fisher in honor of Moshe putting on filling. Tenders of time having even done Tibu, having one and one year wide, leaving Shmas, and Shalom Ben Mitzvah. Calvin, weekly sponsors. Calvin Axelrod families, Kushtema Ford, Tonight of the God, TikTok Bats, and Shevachaya. Official edition of the Shas and Sefta by the Iranian and Levy families, Parrot, Anonymous, the Israel's Avimir, Haim Ben Yosef, and Rocha, Lamed Amos, Topshin, what is this? Oh, that was in Parrot. The Daf, Dov Eisenberger, thank you Hashem for everything that is in my world and being. L'chaim, the MDY. I guess he knew back then that it was Eric Porter sitting here at Taina Esther Ramish. It's unbelievable. Persia and it's Esther Purim. And the Iranians, hopefully, we don't cave in as they're asking to talk, they're begging to talk, to do something. Daily sponsor, Yaakov Siegel, the memory of my father, Roman Nasha, the Yosef Meir Halevi on his first yard site, and Shomus and Avin Aliyah, Liz Harlow, 200 documents since I met Rebelli by his daughter's house in Park City, and he got me. You know? And the snow film, the snowman was by him also, you know. What was that? I just skipped something. Innovations LC as it's supposed to keep all the products safe and the source flavors to reveal live. MYR, month, Muslim Yonatan Nathan Member Shabbat Bracha, Muslim Morta Ben Esther, of course, Ayala, Daniel Zev, Ben Ayala Esther. Moisai, here we are, Daf Nun Hamid Aleph. And we have a guest all the way from America who got stuck here. What's your name? You're the Cupford from Brooklyn. You're here by yourself. Not with your family, with your... Yeah. Sometimes like a Baruch pays the schar or the einish after many years. Sometimes it's immediate. You don't say Mary Malcolm Seltzer. What's wrong with you? Like this thing, you know? Who? Who's that? Oh, Dr. Epstein's here. How you doing, Doc? Wow. Says the Holy Gemara. The Tevis Baboy. Omar Shimon, Gupul was a Kiva Ben Arbaim, Shein, Mechankom, is Mizbach Hazov, Mizbach Hazov, Elo, V'Kteres Asam. So, Rabbi Shimon is the one that says that if you don't bring the Kteres in the morning, then you're supposed to bring Kteres in the afternoon. But not only the Kteres of the afternoon, you bring it all. You bring the morning Kteres, the afternoon Kteres, you bring it all together in one shot. Whereas when it comes to the Korbanos, if you don't bring the Korban coming in the morning, and it's afternoon time, you don't bring the morning one. It says in the Gemara that the Mishnah goes on to say that the way you're mechana in Mizbeach Hazar, this is the Mizbeach Hazar, right? We're now in the Olam, beautiful. I don't even know if I told you the movement I didn't check. So Mizbeach Hazar is in the Eichel, that's the one that you put the thirds on twice a day, in the morning and the evening. The chinuch, meaning the very, very first time that it became Kaddish, it became a chinuch. Yeah, but wait a minute. That's not. Hold on. It's outside? It's outside. So, Rabbi say, we're going to convene. We'll be back, Rabbi say. We'll be back. So, Rabbi say, we are back. Uneventful. We heard a small group. Those of us who are Zaycha. We are back. Okay, thanks for sticking with us. Rabbi say, we're holding Chinuch Mandikar Shmei. The Mishnah, when discussing the Pharos, Shimon says, when they first inaugurated, the inauguration of the Mizbeach Hazav happened in the evening with the Pharos. The menorah happened in the evening with all the Neirot. The Mizbeach HaChitzon happened in the morning in the Brotzah. But who's talking about inauguration? Chinuch Mandikar Shmei. I just like these words. Chinuch Mandikar Shmei. It just means like, who knows anything about Chinuch? Like, who's talking about Chinuch even? Now, what does Chinuch mean? Chinuch means to. What's the Taich Chinuch? What's Taich Chinuch? Chinuch means to teach a child, to teach someone how to act in the future, right? So, for instance, the famous Maisa, which I'm not 100%, I'm not with it, I don't get it 100%, but they say about the Brisker Rav, that his son was running around, he's jumping around on a table. So somebody said, the Rav, how come the Rav didn't tell him? How come the Rav was not mechanech? He says, chinuch is for the future. I don't think if he's 30 years old, he's going to be jumping on a table. I hear some people took it to the other extreme. Kids do all sorts of interesting things, and in the future they won't. Maybe in the future they do, who knows? But one thing's for sure, that if you're sitting next to your kid, and a lot of these Israelis, they understood this. You're sitting next to your child in shul, but you don't want the people next to you to see that you're mechanechem. So you give him a nice gezinta pinch under the table in his thigh, like, look at this siddur. That's not chinuch. That's not teaching your kid how to act in the future. It's teaching your kid to hate davening. Oh, man mechan shmei. I call upon him over chinuch man mechan shmei. Says Gemara Chesuri Mechsir Rachitani, you're right. We forgot to explain, there's a few words missing from the Mishnah. Once you get these words, you understand why it fits in the Mishnah. If, we're going to see in a second, was it on purpose, not on purpose, but they didn't bring the carbon comment in the morning. This is mamish, but boys, this is mamish, the musagim, the musag of that young. When is it the halacha that if you don't bring the carbon coming in the morning, you don't bring it in the evening? When they never started the flower, it was day number one. There's no chinuch of the mizbeach. Why? Because the pasuk, a very, very famous pasuk, the pasuk of Daf Yomi. Let's call the pasuk of Daf Yomi. It's a keres ha'achot haseh b'boker. It's a keres ha'sheni taseh ben arbaim, especially our shir. We have a shir in the morning, shir in the evening. When can you bring the keres? It's a keres ha'sheni taseh ben arbaim. When you have a keres ha'achot haseh b'boker. First you need to do the morning. You have the morning, you can do the evening. I'm not going to say any Torah about Daf Yomi because Daf Yomi doesn't work. If you don't do the morning, you do the evening. Over here, the pasuk says you can't do the evening unless you have the morning. But that's the first day on the chinuch. Oh, it doesn't work with Daf Yomi. On the first day. But from then on, it's not like Avos comes Be'ach. Once the Mizbeach is operating, the Akiriv will be in our bayit. So if you didn't do the one in the morning, you can do the one in the evening. This is only the situation when the kohen was a oilus. It was a mistake. If you did it deliberately, then we punish it. We say, since you didn't do it in the morning, you can't do it in the evening. But when it comes to Tares, it's different. There's no punishment when it comes to Tares. So, first of all, there's a picture of the Olam in the stairwell. There's not enough room in my mamad. It's full of Americans. We need that without on this. Just going to the mamad.
Okay. Think.
What's that? This is that. But yours like the green one in the. Oh, the clock? I don't need the clock there. Clock over there.
1 second before you can bring the afternoon summit. You'll have to let me know why you missed this morning.
Okay. So it's not Kamina. If it was B'mezid, they don't get to bring it again. But if it was B'shoigig, yes. But not immediately. How do you know that the Chinuch of the Mizbeach only happen in the morning? The Tanur Rabbanon, Ves HaKeves HaSheni, Haseh Ben Arbayim. Oh. So, no, you have a Sifta. What does it mean? Well, can you tell me Pshat? Anybody can tell me Pshat. Who knows Pshat over there? The Tanur Rabbanon, Ves HaKeves HaSheni, Haseh Ben Arbayim. So what do you see from the pasuk? What? No. What are you saying? Is there interception right now? There's interception happening now in shop, but not in our neighborhood. We don't have a siren. What? It's in Beersheba. Okay. So again, we're trying to find out that where do you see that the Chinuch HaMizbeach happened only in the morning? What does he say? Right. If you don't have so I just Rashi says, so I want to point out, Rashi says that we're using another pasuk. This is not the pasuk that we used before. He says this is a pasuk the S HaKeves HaSheni that doesn't have the Keves HaRishon. He says the pasuk doesn't even discuss the Rishon. And when Mela, you see from here that without without the I don't know why, for some reason, right? We're not using the first one. It's without the Rishon, you don't have a Sheni. It goes directly to the Sheni. It's like Kevin Sheni, that's Ben Arbayim. Sheni Ben Arbayim, below Rishon Ben Arbayim. You see that the puzzle never mentioned Rishon. If the puzzle would have mentioned Rishon, maybe Chinuch could be in the beginning. No. Sheni Ben Arbayim, below Rishon Ben Arbayim. What are you saying?
It's not Chinuch, this is a regular day.
Okay. On a regular day, so what's been on the meter here? So why didn't you use the first puzzle? No, that's a shady. No, it's like there's a shady tassib in our body. Look where the aleph is. Oh, that is the first one. Oh no, so you're right. No, it's my bad. This is Shmois. Sorry. Bad. Erase. We can start with the mamish erase and go this year. But not immediately. The Torah Rabbanon. So that was a shade that's where Rabbanon did the first passage. You're right. I even wrote it in my Gemara. Doesn't help. Yeah, this passage. Bad. Shmois like that. Shady ben Rabbanon, Rishon ben Rabbanon. Okay, very good. So you need. There's a Kevin Shady Tasa ben Rabbanon. Shady ben Rabbanon, Rishon ben Rabbanon. You only bring the second one ben Rabbanon, not the first. That's if there's no Chinuch in his Be'ah. But if there was, if this is already operating, did you know this before maybe? No. But if there was, if the Mizbeach is operational, then you can do and you missed the first one, then you can bring the first one in the afternoon. And that's where you bring the second pasuk. Let's see. It's a Kevis Hasheni, Pasuk Ben Arbayim. Okay, why is the second pasuk passed off? Without, you don't need the first one. So this pasuk, you don't need the first one. You hear? This pasuk just talks about the second one. It's a Kevis Hasheni, so we don't need the first one. The first one is not active. So if you already got to the Arbayim, you could bring the first one. There's no equal. If the pasuk would have said the first one, it's a Kevis Echad, and then there's a Kevis Hasheni. So you first have to do one, then you get the two. Over here, we jump straight to two, meaning that if you forgot the first one, you could bring the first one in the afternoon. Shimon must be man, so I'll show you. I thought we did this. We did do it. It's the same word. Same words. Yeah, same words. Okay. Omer Shimon and Moshe was not sure I need to show you. I don't know. You see this, when people comes the regular creature or dying here, which is deliberate, but not bring the second, the one that you missed. But through thirds, but you do it are dying, but with thirds is different. Now the Gemara goes into why is thirds different than a Pardon. Which he put out in Fatim's death, just because one was Shogana, a Rasha, he does something against the halacha and he doesn't bring a carbon in the morning. So that's why Faisal has to suffer and he's not going to be a carbon coming that day. Now, there's a Kayan who's a bad guy who didn't bring the carbon. So he is not going to bring the carbon in the afternoon. But others will. But let's say, look at the Lashon. I'm around the Avigdama. Like, what does Hain mean? The same Mishmar, the entire Mishmar is punished. Selective punishment. The whole class gets punished if one kid does something wrong. But not all Kayanim. You go to the next Mishmar, and they can bring the carbon that was missed. Actually, we have to rush a little bit because my fish right now. Yesterday we even had a conversation. Huh? Oh, no, I didn't think you cried. It's not that good. Yeah, we're only on it now. The word Mishma is mentioned in the Rashba. The Rashba says, what was that? You heard that bomb? Was that? Or was it somebody who kicked the table? Okay, let's go. Rabbi said, "Like Tir of Tars, Babak gave Tir ben Rabbi. If you didn't bring the Tars in the morning, bring it in the afternoon. Even though Shkicha, Taurus is not Shkiach. One of the Pshatim in Rashi is he brings the Gemara in Yuma. Gemara in Yuma says an amazing thing that a Kayan never brought Taurus twice in his lifetime. A Kayan can only bring it once in his entire life. So it's very, very, very not common. It's not going to mess it up. Well, and also, this is what everybody knows, and it makes you wealthy. So people like it. Oh, money, this is gula. So they're not gonna. And when people when people there's no concern that people are gonna be pesheya, there's no reason to make it knas. I can't say it. People try to take it. You can take both portions of Torah and put it on Mizbech Hazav in the afternoon. Oh, let me show you this pasuk. It says in the pasuk, and everybody knows Psukim, the Zois HaBracha. You see Muktoyer Ba'aftecha, Muktoyeris Ba'aftecha, you know. Baruch Hashem Chayla, and right afterwards, the next pasuk, Hashem will give you a bracha. I think that maybe that's why people read the Parsha of Muktoyeris. Don't they read the Muktoyeris? Wow, that's because it's good as Lashir. But what did Rabbi Rothschild said? He said a good part with the Spiegelman. He said it's not about saying it; it's about saying it from bonus. I don't know. Okay. Zog the Gemara. There's a video over there, but you guys don't want to see it, right? We have too many videos. Well, Tanya, Victoria says Sam Shashachar. So when the Mishnah says that the inauguration of Mizbech Hazav happened in the afternoon, as the Gemara Tanya Victoria says Sam Shashachar happened in the morning. And now it's actually when the inauguration happened in the morning indeed. It seems like it happened in the evening. Siv, that hold on. I need to show you this two psukim. Very, very important to understand. Okay. No. Oh, there it is. It says like this: Victor Olar first Sam, first, but in the morning. The Tivas and Neres Akirel. So when from this puzzle, it almost seems like that it happened in the morning. First Sam, but the Tiva means when you clean out the menorah. So the word says like this: when you clean out the menorah, why are you cleaning out the menorah in the morning? It must mean that you lit it at night. Okay, so once I get that piece number one is to know that the lighting of the menorah is at night because you're cleaning it in the morning. Then we go to the next pasuk. Pasuk says, look, this already is Haneiros ben Harabayim Yakireno. Torah is talking about the Hashem. In other words, it's like two pieces here. I'm not exactly sure why we need both pieces, but in this pasuk says that the Torah happened when you light the menorah, and we figured out that we light the menorah in the evening because we clean it out in the morning. It says the first in this pasuk sort of while this Aaron has been our buying. So maybe while this Aaron I wasn't sure that it needs to light it. I know for sure that it needs to light it because you have to clean it out in the morning. Clean it out in the morning, that means you do it, right? And in this pasuk says you have to be ready. You should do the Torah at the same time. But Alois Haner, these things at night. Who made it? Oh, so that's the inauguration of the Torah happened in the evening, not in the morning. And what about the man with the argument? It says the inauguration happened in the morning. Because it's Zayim, right? Yeah. Yeah, but what are you concentrating? Well, it's on the Sunday road. You know, but Yaktireno. You do Thursday. But the Gemara even says, he laughed over that block. The Gemara goes the whole thing. The Gemara says, he laughed over that block of wood, not for the fact. He goes to this whole. You know what he does? He sounds. Shachar don't miss the Chayla. Halal was going to Shachar. After the Torah is assigned to Shachar. When it comes to the finish of the Mizbeach, outside Mizbeach, Mizbeach Pizza, we bring over the Kabbalas. That happened in the morning, the first of it. So too, the Torah is happening in the morning. Next, how do you inaugurate the Shulchan? With the Lechem HaPanim. You don't have a picture of the Shulchan? No, not today. Hello, so what is the guy? Hello, let me just say about that. How else can you be Mechana the Shulchan? How can you be Mechana for Shulchan? You have a table. How does it become Kaddish? How? It has to be with Lechem HaPanim. So, don't they go hand in hand? In other words, mashma that the chinuch of it became Kaddish on Shabbos through the bread. It seems like that you could be Mekadosh the bread on the weekday, that you could put the bread in the shul on the weekday. Otherwise, why in the world does the Mishnah say that the chinuch happens on Shabbos? It's obvious. It's the only day of the week that you put the bread onto the shul on the Shabbos. So that's the only day that it became a chinuch, to do the bread. If I knew that the only day you could light a menorah is on Hanukkah, so I don't need the Mishnah to tell me that the only time you can count the menorah is on Hanukkah. I know, the only time, obviously you can't light the menorah on Purim. But the only time you put the bread into the shulchan is on a Shabbos, so the only time you give the chuluk is on Shabbos. The only time you give the Mekadosh is on Shabbos. That's exactly what we want to tell you. The chiluk, the kiddush, the shulchan, the Shabbos, that the way it became chiluk is through the bread, and the lechem hapanim can only be on Shabbos, and then it goes hand in hand. That's what we want to tell you. You cannot put the lechem hapanim. I don't even call it bread. The lechem hapanim you can't put in. The Hebrew lechem is bread. It doesn't sound, punishing us. The lechem hapanim doesn't go into the shulchan on a weekday, because if it did go on the shulchan on a weekday, then it could be with kiddush on a weekday. The reason why the lechem hapanim could only become kiddush on a Shabbos, it can only be inaugurated on Shabbos, because the lechem hapanim only goes to the shulchan on Shabbos. It's only safe. That's what we also learned. But there's some menorah, Elav Shiva Neir Sev in our Bible. The menorah makes this thing. The menorah, there's no other time to light the menorah, only in the evening. So what else could it be? The Gemara is telling us, there's some menorah, Shiva Neir Sev in our Bible, but it goes hand in hand. When you light the candles, that's when it goes with the When you put the bread in, then it becomes Chodesh. Then it's not a Shabbos. But the menorah is in the evening. All right, brother. So folks also the up and down this back of pizza. We're also it's an interesting line, it's a statement, one of these riddles. There was one time in history where the thirst was brought not on the Mizbech Hazav, who we always do it, rather on the Mizbech you bring the Oila and the Shlamim and all the other Korbanos. One time somebody brought thirst on that Mizbech. But it was a very special thing, it was a Rasha. It was an exception to the rule. What was it? Heicha. Rabbi ben Asiyim. It's just interesting. We find that when you put the Beis Hamikdash, Klal Yisrael ate on Yom Kippur. It's a Rasha. There's certain things that you do by a Rasha, you break the rules. Yitzchak Koder explains by what's the lashon over there? Ochalti Yarim Dipshi. Then Shir, right? Chalti Yarim ate the whole honeycomb with the honey. Was shocked because the honeycomb became so sweet, so to speak, that I ate it together with the honey. So when a Baruch Hu is out of love, the guy is strong. The ultimate mishpah, that everything becomes relaxed. You like also you're eating honeycomb. There's no Yom Kippur. There's no halacha Thursday. You could Thursday on the pizza. Break rules out of love. So we have a thing. One time in history, an individual brought fires on his back. Which one was going to see him? Each one individually brought the fires as a gift that was Baruch on his back. So the Gemara's medayik, Gal Yachid on his back, he's in his law, on his back is doing massive. It's like a one-time thing that he brought it, which is actually strange. He brought it on the giant. Was that what? No. What do you mean? But that was his back was up. No. Oh, they burned it between the two poles? But that's not an individual. That's part of the Avodah. We're talking about an individual bringing fires as a gift to Hashem. Nothing to do with the Avodah. On Yom Kippur, it says in fires to bring fires. And we were saying, an individual, I sign out to bring fires. The fire you can bring fires. It was a one-time thing. You're not sure you can't do it. The Gemara dying, but Ari Simon to bring fires on the regular mizbeach of fires. The mizbeach has fires. But Yochanan mizbeach of pizza with the loy, mizbeach of bringing fires. But that was the exception to the rule that we brought it on the outside mizbeach. But the inside mizbeach, maybe Yochanan could be, and then you can make another deal. The suah mizbeach of pizza and Yochanan with the loy, or even with carbon. Perhaps the tzibur could bring fires as a communal gift that goes Baruch Hu on the mizbeach of pizza. But that can't be. The Gemara just brings a brayso that's also for Yaakov and a tzibur. But at the end of the day, we have a deal from here that we could. It says at one time, there was a one-time thing on the outside one, mashma, that the inside one, but Yaakov could bring. So what do we do? But Tanya, it says you can't. And I'm going to say the pasuk that is going to make a shvur, you're going to bring a gift, you have to keep it. You're not going to bring on the